Chapter 171. The screen, miraculously undamaged by Sia2's powerful strike, only showed tiny ripples on its surface. However, the previously still air molecules began to stir, forming vortices too small to be seen with the naked eye, engulfing the entire office in an unprecedented transformation. The Fire Phoenix raised its head and let out a loud cry, charging towards the vortexes. The Phoenix's cry echoed throughout the office. The two people inside looked at the enormous Phoenix engulfed in flames. The light emanating from the Fire Phoenix underwent a wondrous change. The raging flames gradually subsided, receding slowly into its body like a tide, its outstretched wings gradually folding shut, each feather tightly pressed together. Its body was gradually shrinking. The little bluebird tilted its head, its eyes wide with curiosity, watching this miraculous scene. The reverse time travel continued to accelerate. The noise outside the window receded, inaudible to the ear. The receding figures sped faster and faster. The students running on the playground became mere afterimages. The surrounding scenery became illusory, flashing by like a fleeting glimpse, each frame blurry. Sia2 subconsciously looked at the person in his arms. She was still the same, showing no discomfort. Her chubby, youthful face, with its bright almond-shaped eyes, was also looking at him. Sia2's heart skipped a beat, his expression becoming complex. Spiritual entities are special, dark matter came first, then the contaminated zones and sentinels/guides were born. The Fire Phoenix is affected by the reverse timeline because, as a spiritual entity, it is itself a product of the intertwining of dark matter and special spiritual energy, possessing a deep-seated bond with the mysterious matter. The existence of spiritual entities is a manifestation of the world's energy, and the emergence of reverse time disrupts this original energy balance. But he stood here, unlike Yun Zhao, not reverting to his childhood form. It's been proven that the time flow in the contaminated zone has no effect on him. Then what about her? Why was she suffering a backlash from the reverse time? Sia2's mind was in turmoil. Seeing that she showed no signs of distress, his resolve began to waver. Could she really recover after the contaminated zone collapsed? Little Yun Zhao had no idea how complex his feelings were. Having watched the spectacle long enough, she finally decided to act, lazily saying, "You're so stupid, it's dark matter." With a shift in her thoughts, countless cyan green fluorescent lights appeared throughout the office. The spiritual threads converged, their target clear, rushing straight towards the phone on the table. The surrounding area was enveloped in a layer of cyan green light, within which countless spiritual threads, like nimble little snakes, tightly coiled around the phone, continuously penetrating its interior. The spiritual threads began frantically devouring the dark matter on its body. Under the shimmering green glow, the tabletop suddenly stirred. The gatekeeper began to struggle violently. As if it had come to life, dark matter surged forth from the phone, attempting to resist the spiritual thread's invasion. The green glow, undeterred, grew even more ferocious. The clash between the green and dark forces created a strange and spectacular scene. The world shook even more violently. The Fire Phoenix on the ceiling had completed its transformation, becoming as small as a bluebird, only the size of a palm. Sia2 had to multitask, controlling his spiritual body. The Fire Phoenix, excited, hadn't even had a chance to greet the Azure Luan before being forcibly pulled back into the spiritual realm by its true form. It protested, feeling dissatisfied. "What are you doing?" "Sia2, control your power. If you can't change back, you stay in there forever." The threat was very effective. The Fire Phoenix released its power again, its body suddenly returning to its original form, soaring above the spiritual realm. In a short while, it shrank back to the size of a palm, perched on a paulownia tree. Feeling novel, it tried several times, becoming adept at changing forms, and couldn't wait to come out again. The outside world shook even more violently. Cracks appeared in the sky, showing signs of collapse. Sia2 could no longer care about it. At this moment, Xiao Yunzhao frowned, raising her delicate little hand. She saw her own arm also appearing as a phantom, sometimes a soft little hand, sometimes a slender adult wrist. "I'm leaving, isn't that right?" Xiao Yunzhao's expression held a maturity beyond her years as she spoke in a childish voice. "I don't remember many things, but the little bluebird told me that I grew up, and that 8 uncles raised me." Sia2 was taken aback, he didn't know this. "They seem to have changed me." Xiao Yunzhao's expression was confused, but quickly returned to its proud tone. "I think I'm fine the way I am now, I don't need to change." Sia2 unconsciously tightened his embrace, responding in a low voice, "Yes. It is fine. No matter what she looks like, it's good." Xiao Yunzhao stared at him, thought for a moment, and commented, "You're quite good too." She's easy to use. She's also very patient when serving people. She doesn't mind at all. Your cooking is delicious, Xiao Yunxiao concluded. Xie Tu smiled, then I cook more for you in the future. Whether she was young or grown up, she was still her. The dark matter on the gatekeeper was being rapidly consumed by the fluorescent light. The phantom image on Xiao Yunxiao gradually became transparent. Xie Tu could feel that the person in his arms was recovering as the contaminated area collapsed. Xiao Yunxiao twisted her body and hugged his neck, her little face resting on his shoulder, her voice muffled, I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep. When she wakes up, she be the grown-up her. The little bluebird seemed to sense something too, flying over and snuggling into Xiao Yunxiao's arms. Okay, sleep, Xie Tu said in a deep voice, holding her even tighter. He desperately wanted her to return to normal. But at this moment, a strong sense of reluctance welled up inside him. She was a bit of a handful as a child, but undeniably adorable. She hadn't done anything wrong. In this cutthroat world, only the strong are feared. The sky was cracking open, revealing the snow-capped mountains outside. The temperature was plummeting. Xie Tu carefully held her, pulling his oversized school uniform from the office chair and covering her completely, leaving only her small head sticking out. He turned and walked out of the office, heading towards the playground. It was too cold outside. Her military coat was in the car. Passing figures vanished one by one. In just a few steps, the world shrunk to just the two of them. When they reached the bus, Xie Tu suddenly realized the weight of the person in his arms was off. Yun Xiao was fast asleep, not awake. She seemed to be having an incredibly long, yet absurd dream. Chapter 172. Yun Xiao was still wearing her little princess dress. After recovering, her school uniform could no longer cover her completely. Her school shoes had been shredded by the little bluebird, exposing her smooth calves. She seemed to sense the cold in her sleep, frowning as she snuggled closer to Xie Tu. Xie Tu stood outside the vehicle, telling Rabbit to throw out the military overcoat. The teammates dared not look out, including the 6 sentries on the adjacent bus, all instinctively withdrawing their senses. Rabbit quickly tossed the overcoat to the captain through the window. Xie Tu caught it, went around to the back of the vehicle to a sheltered spot, and wrapped her completely in the overcoat. As the contaminated area collapsed, the surrounding scenery of the mountaintop was fully revealed. A vast expanse of white stretched before them. Looking out, the continuous glaciers resembled a giant silver dragon, winding and coiling across the land. Towering icebergs pierced the clouds, their peaks blanketed in snow, their grandeur amplified by the backdrop of the snow-covered landscape. In the distance, a squad of sentries, clad in identical black combat uniforms, appeared, their red-crowned crane badges on their shoulders standing out starkly against the pristine white snow. Sporadic gunfire echoed, sometimes near, sometimes far. Reinforcements had already arrived, and were clearing the small number of mutants exposed after the collapse of the contaminated zone. Mutants were scarce in this contaminated area. They were almost invisible in their vicinity. The temperature was alarmingly low, a biting wind howling, carrying a chilling cold and a sharp whistling sound. The air grew thinner again. Yun Xiao, half asleep, seemed to have difficulty breathing, his brow furrowed as he shifted in Xie Tu's arms. The snow continued to fall. Snowflakes drifted in the wind, swirling and dancing in the air, finally settling silently on Xie Tu's shoulders, hair, and his heavy military overcoat. Xie Tu held Yun Xiao tightly in his arms, shielding her from the cold wind with his own body. The vehicle can't go down the mountain. You all stay here and wait for reinforcements. We transport the supplies down together later. The altitude is high and the temperature is low. Her body can't withstand it. For the first time since the mission began, Xie Tu didn't stay behind to clean up the mess, but instead carried her down the mountain first. Roger. The Zero team responded, watching their captain's tall figure disappear into the vast snow. They got out of the vehicle, guns on their shoulders, and joined the cleanup work. Tao Hao stared at the intact pirate ship, hesitatingly asking, what about those dozens of boxes of princess dresses? Yun Xiao has recovered. The dresses are probably useless now. Song Liang, they're supplies after all. Let's figure out how to get them down the mountain first. The 6 sentries of the Salt Lake search team looked at the snow-covered landscape before them, feeling as if they were in another world. They couldn't believe they had actually survived. And they managed to gather so many supplies. Yanli patted his companion. Get out of the car and help. Once we're done, get the supplies down the mountain as soon as possible. Thinking of his son, he longed to return home. But these supplies were crucial. With so much food and water, the Yanxi refugee camp could at least hold out until next summer. This winter seemed less unbearable. Wukue felt the same way, worried about his daughter. and just wanted to kill the monsters quickly and get the supplies down the mountain. The sentries picked up their guns and followed, getting out of the car to clear out the mutants. Xia2 moved incredibly fast, carrying the person, and reached the foot of the mountain in almost no time. A short walk along a small path led to the Dangsheng refugee camp. The outer perimeter. Dozens of transport vehicles and armored vehicles were parked there. Each vehicle bore the insignia of a red-crowned crane, clearly belonging to reinforcements from the Dawn base. They're back. A sentry on the high wall of the refuge camp spotted Xia2 and shouted excitedly. Since the high-ranking sentries from the main base entered the contaminated zone, not only the 2 refuge camps in the southern mountain area, but also the 3 camps in the northern mountain area, had sent people over upon hearing the news. The sentries patrolled the mountainside almost daily to check the situation on the outskirts of the contaminated zone. And today, just recently, sentries from several camps witnessed the contaminated zone collapse. Initially, everything seemed normal. The area on the mountaintop, long shrouded in gray fog, appeared exceptionally silent and oppressive. The fog, so thick it blotted out the sun, seemed alive, occasionally spreading or retreating, revealing slivers of the outer perimeter. Just as everyone was preparing to leave. Suddenly, the thick fog, as if stirred by an unseen force, churned and surged violently. Eerie lights flickered within the gray fog. Flickering and dimming, it was as if the contaminated zone was making its final struggle. The cracks grew larger and more numerous, and the entire contaminated zone emitted a muffled rumble before quickly splitting open inch by inch. The edges of the contaminated zone began to collapse. The dense gray fog, pulled by an unseen force, rapidly dissipated in all directions. Like dark clouds scattered by the wind, the gray fog gradually thinned, revealing the glaciers atop the mountain. The sentinels witnessed the entire collapse of the contaminated zone. They were all incredibly excited. They never expected the combat sentinels of the main base to be so capable. They actually managed to eliminate this contaminated zone. Especially at the Dangsheng and Yinshi refuge camps, deafening cheers erupted. The contaminated zone had collapsed. They wouldn't be forced to leave their homeland. People cheered with joy. Contaminated zone number 249 had disappeared. Yang Zhou and Wu Enai, seeing the collapse, rushed to the Dangsheng refuge camp, asking the reinforcements stationed at the foot of the mountain. My dad and the others are all right? The 2 children anxiously sought answers. The sentries of the reinforcements looked helpless. We don't know either. Just wait, they'll be down the mountain soon. Everyone waited anxiously. They waited and waited. Until Xia2 came down the mountain alone, carrying someone. His military overcoat was long and thick, completely obscuring the person in his arms. Captain Xia. A sentry from the Dawn base ran up to greet him. Xia2 nodded slightly, continuing his walk towards the camp. The sentry seemed about to say something, but in the blink of an eye, he was gone, silencing his words. The guards exchanged glances. Never mind. Anyway, Captain Xia will see him once he goes in. 2 children ran over anxiously, forgetting their fear, and mustered their courage to ask, Brother, have you seen our dad? Xia2 glanced at them. The children wore tattered cotton-padded coats, their cheeks red from the cold, staring at him expectantly. They're all right, they'll be back soon. Hearing Xia2's words, Yang Zhou and Winnie's eyes lit up with joy. They couldn't help but jump up, excitedly shouting, Really? That's great. Dad's coming back. Yun Zhao was actually already awake. The weather was too cold, and the air was thin and oxygen deprived. Her mind was hazy, and she couldn't quite distinguish between reality and dreams, so she could only let the man hold her. Xia2 noticed this, and without lingering, quickened his pace towards the camp. The people blocking the entrance spontaneously made way for the 2. The Zero Team's armored off-road vehicle was parked inside the Dangsheng camp, and a local sentry had already run over to open the gate for it. Xia2 carried the person inside, and headed to an open area parked on the side of the camp. The vehicle was warm inside, and there were oxygen tanks. She needed to put on some clothes first. Xia2 turned past a series of houses, and just as he reached the vicinity, he noticed another vehicle parked next to their armored vehicle. A heavy armored off-road vehicle with the same appearance. However, the pattern on the body was a unicorn. I hadn't uploaded any images of armored off-road vehicles before for fear of copyright infringement, but in my mind, their vehicles looked roughly like this. Chapter 173. It was Jiang Mu's team's car. With Xia2's senses, he naturally detected someone inside. And more than one person. All the members of Jiang Mu's team were there. Xia2 glanced at them, ignored them, and walked to their car, opening the back door and carrying the person inside. Yun Zhao's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. She was still drowsy from just waking up, her eyes unfocused, her mind a jumbled mess, as if trying to piece together fragments of memory. Her memories were blurry. She only remembered some scattered pieces. That little girl was her. Before meeting her uncles, her personality was like the little bluebird. Awakening from a distant and chaotic dream, everything around her felt both familiar and strange. So much so that Sietu pulled out the folding bed in the car, carrying her to sit on it. She still didn't react. The sound of the car door closing finally pulled her back from her reverie. The space became enclosed, blocking out all the noisy cheers. Yun Xiao nestled in his strong arms, softly calling, "Captain." Sietu replied in a low voice, his heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst from his chest. Yun Xiao said, "I don't think I'm wearing any clothes." Her child's princess dress barely covered her upper body, her legs bare, wrapped in her military overcoat. Her shoes were nowhere to be seen. She had been carried down the mountain in this state by the captain. Sietu's eyes flickered, and he looked away. He forced himself to remain calm. "Your clothes are in your backpack. Change into them first." There were 2 sets of clothes. The casual clothes Yun Xiao had changed out of before setting off were also casually stuffed into her military backpack. Sietu took her backpack with him when he came down the mountain. Yun Xiao nodded, "Okay." Sietu finally let go and gently placed her on the folding bed. He bent down to turn on the car's air conditioning, then moved a few oxygen cylinders to the bedside, told her, and hurriedly got out of the car. His back looked like he was fleeing in panic. She was now alone in the car. Yun Xiao propped herself up and sat up, staring at the man's disappearing figure outside the car window. Raising her chin, "He's shy." The little bluebird hopped over, staring at the real body with a puzzled look. Something seemed different. Yet it seemed the same as before. "Do you remember?" "No." Yun Xiao looked away and poked the little guy, "But the white mist in the spiritual realm seems to have dissipated a bit. Do you want to go in and take a look?" The little bluebird tilted its head and thought for a moment, its figure gradually becoming transparent, and finally disappearing, returning to the spiritual realm. For the little guy, the real body was the real body. No matter what she becomes, this one thing remains unchanged. Yun Xiao sat on the folding bed, picked up the oxygen cylinder beside her, inhaled for a while, then propped herself up to drag her backpack over and pull out the clothes inside. She glimpsed fragments of her childhood memories, but still couldn't remember her origins. But it's okay, she's not in a hurry. There will be opportunities in the future. Sietu got out of the car and stood in the icy snow, trying to calm himself down. The armored vehicle next door made a sound. The observation window facing him opened, revealing the faces of Qingzi and Zhou Tianqi. The expressions on their faces were indescribable. They looked at him, as if he were some kind of hypocrite. The 2 armored vehicles parked side by side. They were extremely close. The sentinels possessed keen senses, and weren't intentionally eavesdropping. Being so close, it was too late to withdraw their senses, and they inadvertently overheard Yun Xiao and Sietu's conversation in the next vehicle. "No clothes on?" Outside, it was freezing cold. Even the sentinels were wearing thick combat uniforms. Considering the disappearance of the rest of Team Zero, and the fact that Guide Yun had been carried back all the way. Carried back naked. I never imagined Captain Xie was that kind of person. What a beast. Sietu didn't bother to look up. "What are you doing here?" Zhou Tianqi was about to speak when a hand suddenly reached out and shoved him away. Jiang Mu appeared at the window. He said lazily, "What else could we be doing?" The child missed Guide. Since undergoing a comprehensive mental adjustment, the white beast could no longer tolerate the corrosive effects of the dark matter. As soon as it left the contaminated area, it rubbed against its host, wanting to go find Yun Xiao. The big head kept nuzzling against him, its adorable big eyes blinking so sweetly they melted his heart. Jiang Mu couldn't bear to refuse. "Find it. Go find it right now." After inquiring at the base, they learned that Team Zero had gone to Subei. Contaminated Zone 212 wasn't far away, so they quickly drove over. The group had only been there a short time when they happened to witness the collapse of contaminated Zone 249. Jiang Mu felt a mix of emotions. How could they possibly catch up now? The number of 4-star contaminated zones eliminated by Dawn Base had become 4. That's twice his. Sietu, upon learning their purpose, said calmly, "She's not feeling well, so we can't provide psychological counseling right now." Yun Xiao had mild altitude sickness. She had just emerged from the contaminated zone, and was still recovering physically and mentally. She needed rest. Jiang Mu, however, wore a meaningful expression. "I understand." "Understand what?" Sietu frowned slightly, clearly not understanding the implication. He didn't want to continue the topic and asked, "How did your mission go?" Jiangmu replied lazily, "Completed. We successfully eliminated contaminated Zone 212. The crisis is over." Since the Salvation Plan was launched, the 4 major bases had significantly increased their speed in eliminating contaminated zones this year. This was a good thing. It gave humanity hope. Jiangmu got down to business and inquired about the situation in contaminated Zone 249. The two sides began exchanging information. Xie spoke with him, constantly monitoring the activity inside the vehicle. He heard the sound of snack wrappers. Clearly, Yun Zhao had changed her clothes and was looking for something to eat inside the vehicle. Xie didn't go in, he stayed outside, waiting for the team members and reinforcements to return. Night fell. The sky seemed to be tightly shrouded by a thick gray velvet curtain, the temperature plummeted, and the snow fell heavier and heavier. Yun Zhao lay inside the heated armored vehicle, covered by a military overcoat, snacking while using oxygen. She heard Qinzi's voice. "We got a lot of meat from contaminated Zone 212, and a mini fridge in the vehicle too. Let's eat meat together later." "Eat meat?" Yun Zhao, ignoring her oxygen deprivation, quickly sat up. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Xie voice came through. "Everyone's back. We're leaving tonight. Just bear with it." Xie paused, seemingly knowing what she was thinking. "Jiangmu's team is coming with us. We eat the meat once we reach the plains. Eating too much meat now would only make her feel worse. It's better to wait until we get down the mountain. The cleanup work will be handled by the reinforcements. The supplies from this trip weren't much, but the 2 gatekeepers would be enough to earn a hefty bonus." "Okay." Hearing that she wouldn't get to eat meat, Yun Zhao immediately lost her spirits and sat back down. Not long after, the team members boarded the vehicles. Seeing Yun Zhao back in adult form, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and warmly greeted her. Xie finished handing over with the reinforcements and signaled Jiangmu's car to follow. The 2 armored off-road vehicles, after being properly loaded, departed overnight. Chapter 174. 2 armored off-road vehicles sped along the desolate road. A fierce wind swept across the wild landscape. Winter arrived with a cruel and desolate air. The cold wind, like a hungry beast, ravaged the empty plains, whipping up layers of withered yellow dust and emitting a mournful sound. Occasionally, a group of mutants, attracted by the sound of the vehicles, would give chase, but were quickly dealt with by the blaring gunfire. In Zero Team's armored vehicle, Tao Haohao was driving, while Duanqi sat in the passenger seat helping to keep watch. Having just completed their mission, everyone relaxed and resumed their usual interactions, chatting and laughing, but tacitly avoiding mentioning Yun Zhao's shrinking. At this moment, a group of people were eyeing the on-board refrigerator in Jiangmu's car with predatory intent. "Why didn't we think of getting one before?" Tao Haohao exclaimed. "It would be so convenient to store water and meat." Song Liang explained helplessly. "We didn't get one before because the refrigerator is too small. Even if we filled it with meat, we finish it in one meal. What's the point? Sentinels have big appetites, and there are a whole group of them. A refrigerator in the vehicle would be emptied in less than a day. An empty refrigerator would take up space, so the captain didn't get one. We could freeze some water. A cold drink in the summer would be so refreshing." Duanqi turned around and joined the discussion. Rabbit glanced at the captain and said, "It's winter now. We don't need it anymore. The armored vehicle has a lot of space. But they need to carry a lot of things on missions. Rations, medicine, various equipment, cooking utensils, and most importantly, dozens of boxes of ammunition. Zero Team always tries to carry as much as possible, better than running out of ammunition and food while trapped in a contaminated area." Yun Zhao leaned against the vehicle wall, still covered by her military overcoat, listlessly agreeing, "We can check on the next mission and take as much as we can if we find anything suitable." After coming down from the high altitude, she no longer felt oxygen deprived, just a little listless. For her, the contaminated zone was much more comfortable than outside. The temperature inside was pleasant, and there was a variety of delicious food. Outside, there was nothing but cold and desolation. The mutants become more active in winter, so missions won't be as frequent. "We can get a good rest when we get back this time," Xie said, sitting beside her and adjusting her overcoat that had fallen to the ground. Winter presents greater challenges for the Sentinels. Heavy snow closes the mountains, making roads difficult to traverse. The gray fog boundary of the contaminated zone, mixed with the hazy weather and heavy snowfall, is not as easy to distinguish as in summer. One can easily be swallowed up by the spreading contaminated zone if one is not careful. Therefore, Every winter, the major bases focus on defense, allowing the Sentinels a period of rest and recuperation. Yuan Zhao seemed a bit unwell after leaving, perhaps related to the excessive mental energy she had expended as a child. Now that the mission was complete, they could slowly drive back. The other four cheered upon hearing this, and began discussing what to have for a get-together upon their return. Around noon the next day, the group arrived at the nearest outpost. The outpost on Route 247 belonged to the Hope Base. The Salvation Plan was a joint initiative of the four major bases. Personnel from the four bases stationed in the field could rest and replenish supplies at any outpost they passed through. Nearby outposts were also obligated to provide reinforcements when combat teams encountered crisis. No one was in a hurry to continue. After discussing with Jiang Mu, they decided to rest there for a day. The sentries at the outpost spotted two armored vehicles approaching from afar. Upon realizing they were from Dawn Base and Dawn's Edge Base, the sentries' expressions turned strange. That vehicle up ahead, isn't that Dawn Zero teams? Why are two S-rank sentries together? We haven't received any joint missions this year. Could they have bumped into each other on the way? They're here. Open the gate quickly. If you want to know, go and find out for yourself. Since losing their S-rank sentries, Hope Base's other A-rank sentry teams have only been handling missions below 3 stars. The base has focused all its energy on scientific research and cultivating outstanding scientists. They haven't participated in missions above 4 stars for a long time. The sentries below didn't have login privileges and had no idea of the 3 S-rank sentries' movements. The outpost gate opened. The 2 armored vehicles drove in without hindrance. After getting out, the 2 teams huddled together, discussing how to grill the meat. Orange proudly declared, "We got a ton of meat, skewers of lamb, and marinated grilled fish." Zhou Tianqi scoffed, "Last time they ate and drank their fill in contaminated Zone 88, and ever since they came out, they've been nagging me about wanting to eat the meat from there." This mission was extremely dangerous, but they were all relying on their recent mental health intervention, and were only focused on finding meat inside. When they came out of the contaminated zone, they didn't take many other supplies, but they filled truckload after truck with meat. The rest was left on Section 212, to be handled by the reinforcements to finish up and bring everything back to base. Tao Haohao, remembering what happened last time, pointed at Zhou Tianqi and laughed heartily. "Who told you to go in for only 3 days and get caught? They were eating and drinking like mad without taking you with them." Zhou Tianqi, Duanqi lamented, "It's all your fault. If you had waited until winter to go to contaminated Zone 88, we could have brought back so much meat to base. In the hot summer, fresh food can't be preserved for long. It's so rare to encounter a pre-apocalyptic city. This time in contaminated Zone 249, out of so many locations, only a few had any supplies. What a huge loss." Yuan Zhao was a beat slower. When she got out of the car, the others were already carrying coal to the open space next to the parking lot, preparing to barbecue. She glanced around and noticed 4 or 5 other vehicles parked next to the parking lot. They were civilian vans, clearly not from the sentry post. Xie was also observing the vehicles, saying, "It's a convoy passing through here, probably going to the main base to sell goods or buy food to take back for the winter." Yuan Zhao was slightly taken aback. Could they be from the North Mountain area? Not necessarily. Route 247 is located in Jiaguan. Those from Subei and the surrounding refugee camps who want to get to the main base all pass through here. Xie glanced at the people peeking out in the distance. They were probably all B-level sentinels who heard the commotion in the parking lot and came to check on the vehicles. Yuan Zhao turned her head following his gaze, but only caught a fleeting glimpse of a piece of clothing. She still couldn't muster any enthusiasm, pouting, "Those people will definitely be happy to see us. They might even follow us away." The mutants outside varied in strength. For Jiang Mu and Xie 2 leading teams, it wasn't a problem. But for ordinary sentinels, encountering a mutant of level 4 or higher almost always meant facing a fierce battle. A slight mistake could result in the vehicle being totaled, the supplies destroyed, and the entire trip was for nothing. Even worse, it could endanger lives. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the 2 armored vehicles were heading back to base. Following behind the 2 S-rank sentinels' vehicles, safety was guaranteed, at the very least. Xie remained silent, once again falling silent. He keenly sensed that Yuan Zhao seemed somewhat different after waking up this time. She even carried a resemblance to her childhood self. In the past, she would never have spoken with such an expression. Chapter 175. Xie ultimately asked nothing, only saying, "The barbecue might take a while, you should rest in the car first." The temperature difference between inside and outside the car was significant. It wasn't snowing outside, but the temperature was extremely low. Her face was pale, and she looked sickly, still wearing her thick, heavy, and long military overcoat, which hung heavily on her. Yuan Zhao glanced over upon hearing this. An open-air stove was set up in a sheltered spot. Qi Jun and Song Liang were cutting meat, while Qingzi and the others were preparing to boil water and cook rice first, and then barbecue the meat. Duanqi and Rabbit were also there, chatting with them. The group was chattering away, making quite a scene. Jiangmu wasn't seen. He was probably fast asleep in the car, showing no intention of helping. Thinking that she wasn't the only one slacking off, Yuan Zhao readily agreed. Anyway, she wouldn't be of much help outside. It would be good enough if she didn't cause any trouble. Xie naturally helped her into the car. Are you thirsty? I get you some hot water to warm you up. Yuan Zhao nodded. I want hot milk. Xie looked up at her. Strawberry milk? Yuan Zhao, yes. Her tone was particularly frank when she made her request. Xie couldn't help but think of her as a child again, and smiled indulgently. He followed her into the car and took his backpack. Little Yuan Zhao was quite fussy, so just in case, he also packed a few cartons of strawberry milk in his bag. She seemed to particularly like the taste of strawberries. When they got back, perhaps he could ask the Agricultural Research Institute about the research results of the strawberry seeds he got last time. Fresh strawberries should taste better than strawberry cookies and strawberry milk. While Xie was rummaging through his backpack, Yuan Zhao saw the children's shoes he had packed inside. Pink leather shoes, white canvas shoes, transparent crystal shoes, all were adorned with delicate little bows. Yuan Zhao, Her taste was terrible when she was little. She watched as Xie carefully arranged the shoes in front of her, and put them back in his backpack. Aren't you going to throw them away? Yuan Zhao said, I probably won't shrink anymore, so there's no use keeping them. Xie paused, looking up at her, a different emotion flashing in his dark eyes. In the past, she might have thought of taking the shoes back to the children in Xishan town. But now, perhaps even she herself didn't realize that she was showing a strong possessiveness. Subconsciously, she felt these shoes were hers. She'd rather throw them away than let anyone else wear them. Xie recalled the areas shrouded in white mist he had seen in her mental realm. Was it related to her drastically different personality? No, I won't throw them away. I take them back and display them at home, Xie replied, concealing his thoughts. Yuan Zhao was completely oblivious. She really wanted to ask, is it at your house or mine? But seeing that he had put the shoes away without giving them to her, she assumed he meant his house. Collecting her unworn children's shoes felt a little strange. Seeing that she still seemed listless, Xie sighed and ruffled her hair. You rest first, I go heat up some milk for you. It was a very intimate gesture. Something he wouldn't normally do. Yuan Zhao didn't object and nodded. Go ahead. Okay. Xie then packed his things, took 2 cartons of strawberry milk, and got out of the car. The teammates had already sensed something was amiss and deliberately kept their distance to avoid being third wheels. Seeing the captain about to heat up milk for Yuan Zhao, the others who were boiling water offered him their seats. Xie started another pot of water and, while it was boiling, called Song Liang away. Song Liang, confused, stood up and followed him. The two walked out of the sentry post, one after the other. Sentry post number 247 stood alone on the desolate land, the ruins of an abandoned city faintly visible in the distance. Outside, there was no sign of human habitation, only a desolate scene. It was as if only silence and desolation existed between heaven and earth. Even echoes were absorbed by this deathly stillness, unable to travel far. Only after walking a certain distance and confirming that the sentries could no longer hear their conversation did Xie speak, his tone as calm as still water. Don't report Yuan Zhao's mission report yet. Song Liang suddenly looked up, his expression one of utter surprise. In all the years the captain had carried out missions, he had always followed the base's rules and procedures. Was this a prelude to Yuan Zhao breaking precedent and concealing the truth from the base? Song Liang, recalling Hua Feng's appearance, was momentarily speechless. So, the captain was a pure love-struck fool? Xie knew exactly what he was thinking. Too lazy to argue, he slowly said, it's just that we won't report it for now. I make a decision after I understand the situation. Yuan Zhao would be affected by the time flow in the contaminated zone. The fact that the other 3 teammates hadn't thought about it deeply didn't mean the people at the base wouldn't speculate wildly. Those researchers might misjudge her situation or exaggerate it, causing internal turmoil. Xie knew this very well. As the world's only S-rank guide, the base wouldn't do anything to Yun Zhao. But they would likely restrict her freedom, making her cooperate with various research institutes for investigations. Even worse, it might make them wary of her. The problem is, she herself doesn't know what's going on, so how can she explain it to the base? Reporting the situation would be detrimental to both her and Team Zero. This isn't favoritism. It's for the sake of the entire team. Song Yang took a breath, understood. They've been together for so long and genuinely consider Yun Zhao a teammate. They don't want her to be misunderstood by the base. As for Yun Zhao's unusual situation, Team Zero can investigate it themselves without the base's knowledge. Xie nodded. Let's go back. The water be boiling soon. The two were only gone for a few minutes, without attracting attention, and quickly returned to the outpost. The others brought out a bunch of drinks from the vehicle, and gathered around, chatting enthusiastically. Because they weren't from the same base, neither team invited the local outpost sentries to eat meat with them. Xie glanced at the food. There was a lot of meat, several large buckets full. Cut 5 pounds of meat, and take it to the sentries. Okay, Captain Xie. Orange quickly agreed. They were the ones who got the meat. But their captain was lazing around in the car, fast asleep. He wasn't doing anything. Orange followed Xie instructions, and, together with Zhou Tianqi, carried the meat to the sentries. The sentries at Hope Base were pleasantly surprised to receive the meat, and thanked them profusely. The sentries had a lot in common, and they chatted happily. One sentry subtly inquired about their mission. Zhou Tianqi vaguely replied, the mission was completed long ago. We met on the road and went back together. Oh, I see. The weather is getting colder, it's good to go back early. The sentries responded warmly. The two didn't linger and quickly returned after delivering the meat. The same group of people were outside. Captain Xie had already gotten into the car with warm milk. Looking at the closed car door, the group exchanged knowing glances, then consciously withdrew their senses to avoid overhearing anything they shouldn't. A while later, until they started grilling the meat, Jiang Mu finally appeared lazily. Eat quickly, then go inside and rest for a day. We leave tomorrow. He wanted to get the guide back to his senses, and finish his mental preparation as soon as possible to prevent the children from causing trouble. Chapter 176. The two teams rested at the outpost for a whole day. It was noon. Yun Zhao slowly got out of bed. Conditions at the outpost were harsh. There was no heating or air conditioning, and the temperature wasn't much higher than outside. Yun Zhao felt cold as soon as she got out of bed, and quickly put on her general's coat. After a day of rest, her spirits hadn't improved. Instead, she felt even more exhausted. Her body felt weak and powerless. She initially thought her lack of energy was due to altitude sickness. But after a good day's rest, she felt increasingly listless. Yun Zhao went into the inside bathroom in her room and stood in front of the mirror, carefully examining herself. In the mirror, her beautiful face was as pale as paper, her soft hair fell casually over her shoulders, slightly disheveled, and her almond-shaped eyes held an indescribable weariness. Yun Zhao tried to perk up and blinked. Her reflection in the mirror did the same. She asked the little bluebird doubtfully, "Is my current state related to the dissipating white mist?" The little bluebird slowly solidified, nestled against the main body's shoulder and neck, tilting its head to stare at its reflection in the mirror. "I don't know, are you feeling unwell?" "Yeah." Yun Zhao looked in the mirror, suddenly raising her hand to poke her cheek. "Have I gained weight?" Her face wasn't this chubby before. The little creature shook its feathers. "You still have time to worry about gaining weight? It should be nothing serious." Yun Zhao asked the little creature again, "What about you? Do you feel anything?" The little bluebird proudly raised its head. "Why would I feel unwell?" "Yun Zhao, tell the truth." "A little?" "Then it must be a problem in the mental realm." She had already gone inside last night. The white mist dissipated slightly, revealing the amusement park within her mental domain. It was exactly the same amusement park she had seen in the contaminated area. Except the food court had no food. Yun Zhao didn't understand why there was an amusement park in her mental domain. Was it related to her childhood self? She pondered for a long time, feeling that her current state was somewhat due to a sudden expansion of her mental domain, causing mental overload. To put it bluntly, it was the effects of mental overload that had temporarily weakened her. A sentinel's mental overload could be managed by a guide. But what about a guide? Could they manage their own? Yun Zhao slightly raised her hand in front of the mirror, and countless tiny points of fluorescent light immediately surrounded her. She tried to use her mental threads to enter her mental domain. However, she felt nothing. This was her power after all. After confirming it was useless, Yun Zhao withdrew her spiritual energy and said weakly, "Let's see again in a few days." She could feel that her strength seemed to have increased slightly. As long as she could get through the weakest few days, and get enough rest, she might recover quickly. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Sister Yunxiao, are you up?" It was Rabbit's voice. The two had shared a room last night. Rabbit had woken up early, and, seeing that Yunxiao was sleeping soundly, hadn't disturbed her when she went out. Yunxiao replied softly, "I'm up." Rabbit then entered the room, carrying a tray with covered food, thick white porridge, several small dishes, and braised beef brisket. "The captain cooked this porridge this morning. He didn't wake you because you weren't awake." Rabbit spoke into the bathroom, while placing the food on the small round table inside. "Sister Yunxiao, come and eat quickly, or it get cold." Yunxiao forced herself to cheer up, quickly washed her face, and came out of the bathroom. "Have you eaten?" "Yes." Rabbit turned around and noticed that Yunxiao's face was frighteningly pale, and she looked even more listless than yesterday. Rabbit immediately became anxious. "Sister Yunxiao, are you sick?" Sentinels are usually very robust and rarely get sick. They can run around outside in the dead of winter, wearing only a thin shirt without any problems. Faced with this situation, Rabbit was at a loss, unsure what to do. Yunxiao waved her hand, walked over, sat down, and gently comforted her. "It's all right. I'd be fine after a couple of days of rest." Rabbit looked around and stammered then, "Do you need to take some medicine?" Yunxiao slowly said, "No need. No medicine would help with mental overload. A remote sentry post wouldn't have the medicine a guide needs." The rabbit, having no other choice, thought for a while, then hurriedly ran out the door, throwing down the words, "I'm going to find the captain." Yunxiao watched the rabbit's figure disappear through the doorway, finally reaching out to close it behind her. She sighed, lifted the lid of the pot, and prepared to eat. The food was steaming hot. The braised beef brisket was very tender, probably prepared by Xie too early in the morning. Yunxiao didn't have much of an appetite, but the beef brisket smelled incredibly delicious. She couldn't resist picking up a spoon and gently scooping a small piece of beef brisket into her mouth. The rich meaty aroma spread across her tongue. The beef brisket was perfectly braised, melting in her mouth, tender and juicy. The mellow flavor was like a warm current, slowly flowing into her stomach. Yunxiao couldn't resist and ate a couple more bites. How could someone's cooking be so good? She hadn't even taken a few bites when there was movement outside the door. "Come in." Xie pushed the door open and entered. When he had a stern face, he exuded a powerful aura. His broad shoulders and imposing height made the room feel cramped. Yunxiao looked up, her gaze meeting his. She seemed to know what he was going to say and spoke first. "I'm just not feeling well. I'm physically fine. Let's leave as planned." It would still be several days' journey back. Compared to the rooms at the sentry post, the armored vehicle with its heater was actually warmer. There was a bed and food in the vehicle. "Let's drive slowly and enjoy the scenery." Xie pursed his lips and didn't speak, his gaze fixed on her. Suddenly, he moved closer to her and placed his hand on her forehead. The man's large hand almost covered half of her face. Yunxiao felt the warm touch, a little dazed, and looked up at him. As she moved, his hand inevitably touched her nose. "No fever." Xie recoiled as if electrocuted, saying casually, "The conditions at this outpost aren't great. The only good thing is that there's a decent kitchen." He looked around and sat down at the foot of her bed. "What do you want to eat tonight?" Xie said, "I prepare it here beforehand, and we can heat it up if we want to eat it on the way." Seeing her listless expression, his heart tightened inexplicably. Guide's physical strength is inherently weak. Xie assumed she hadn't recovered from just coming from the contaminated area. He couldn't help her, he just wanted her to eat well and recover as soon as possible. Yunxiao silently looked away, still holding a spoon in her hand, pointing to the almost cold porridge on the table, and said, "How about we talk about tonight after I finish this meal?" "Xie, you eat first." Chapter 177. The room fell silent instantly. One sat at a small round table drinking porridge, while the other sat at the foot of the bed, quietly watching her. Under the dim light, her face appeared exceptionally gentle, her long hair softly draped over her shoulders, her eyes lowered, her spoon gently stirring the porridge in her bowl. Yunxiao could feel his gaze fixed on her. She felt a little helpless. How could she eat like this? "How about we make soup tonight?" Yunxiao broke the silence, saying, "Jiang Mu should still have some meat in his car. I saw the marinated chicken yesterday. Otherwise, if he kept sitting here, even the rabbits wouldn't dare come back." As for the meat Jiang Mu and the others had prepared, she could give them some emotional support once she felt better, and then collect fewer points. Xie sensed something, lowered his eyes, and stood up. "Okay, then let's make chicken soup." I go get it now. Before leaving. He paused, then turned back, asking again with concern, really not going to rest for a few more days? Yun Zhao shook his head. No need. The Dawn base is in the mountains. If they encounter heavy snow blocking the way on their way back, the roads will be even more difficult. Xia Tu, hearing this, said nothing more, closed the door, and went downstairs to the kitchen to stew chicken. Jiang Mu, knowing that mental guidance still couldn't be done today, didn't say much. Before leaving Gansu, the two teams traveled together. If not today, then tomorrow, if not tomorrow, then the day after. His child, however, was pitiful. Seeing the guide right in front of him, yet unable to receive mental guidance, he whined and pleaded, wanting to go out and play. The S-Class Sentinel's mental form is relatively large and possesses astonishing destructive power. It rarely has the opportunity to emerge outside the contaminated zone. Jiang Mu, while coaxing the child, noticed Xia Tu approaching asking for chicken to make soup for the guide. He generously gave him 5 chickens, saying, "Make plenty, let's all enjoy Captain Xia's cooking." Xia Tu didn't even glance at him, coldly replying, "If you want some, come help yourself." He picked up the chickens and left. Jiang Mu, By the time the two teams were ready to depart, it was almost 3 p.m. The convoy that wanted to leave with them, fearing they missed their turn, had waited in the freezing cold since morning. "Sister Hong, they're out." A young man rushed out anxiously. The convoy consisted of 9 people in 2 vehicles, all sentries. They came from a place called Dongsha Town. It was near Shanxi, separated by the Wei River from Tuasher Town in Shanxi. The 2 towns combined had only a few hundred inhabitants, forming a small refugee camp. 9 people, carrying the supplies they had gathered, set off from the camp, intending to go to the main base to sell the supplies, and buy some food to take back. This was their first long trip. However, this group of people, completely directionally challenged, looked at the map backwards, and went in the wrong direction, getting further and further away from the main base. They were even pursued by a group of advanced mutants along the way, inexplicably ending up on Route 247. A female sentry named Sister Hong rubbed her frostbitten, red hands and sighed, finally out. "I'm freezing." The sentry post was like an old-fashioned inn. The accommodations were divided into different levels. The advanced sentries from the main base stayed in the best rooms in the north, which had bathrooms. But they didn't have many points, so the 9 of them squeezed into the cheapest room in the west. There was a distance between them. The sentries' senses were extremely sharp. The 9 of them dared not approach to investigate, fearing they would alert the high-ranking sentries, and could only wait patiently in the parking lot. The young man who ran overheard her say she was cold, scratched his head, and tentatively said, "How about we turn on the heater?" He had barely finished speaking when a slap landed on his face. Lu Hong angrily said, "Turn on the heater? Don't you even know how much gas we have left? It's all Ligwa's fault. If you can't read a map, you should have said so earlier. One of you gave directions without saying a word, and the other just kept driving straight ahead. Are you both idiots?" The young men fell silent after being scolded. Ligwa in the back seat looked up, hesitatingly saying, "Sister Hong, the person driving and leading the way was you." He lowered his voice further and further as he faced Lu Hong's murderous glare. "They're here. They're coming." Lu Hong looked up and saw a group of high-ranking sentries in black combat uniforms appear around the corner. A dozen or so high-ranking sentries walked together with an imposing presence, tall and muscular, still wearing summer combat uniforms despite the freezing weather, their muscular physiques. "Huh?" Lu Hong pointed to the petite figure walking in the middle of the road. "Why is there a little dwarf in a military overcoat?" She had barely finished speaking. The man walking beside the girl suddenly turned his head, a cold gaze fixed on her. Startled, Lu Hong quickly shut her mouth. She deliberately lowered her voice, but she hadn't expected to be heard. That sentry's senses were incredibly sharp. Now, none of the 9 dared to utter a sound. Separately seated in 2 vehicles, watching the group of high-ranking sentries, they each boarded 2 armored off-road vehicles not far away. The vehicle looked like a steel behemoth, with huge, thick wheels and a body covered in heavy armor plating, giving it a dark metallic sheen. An automatic firing mechanism was mounted on top. It looked incredibly reassuring. Lu Hong glanced down at their nearly falling apart van. It was a vehicle cobbled together from materials found on the edge of the contaminated zone. The contrast was stark. The 9 people looked enviously at the armored vehicle, noticing the girl in the military overcoat being clumsily helped into it by the man. 2 armored off-road vehicles started up one after the other, and the group quickly started their own vehicles to follow. Ligwa whispered, "That isn't a sentinel, is it?" Sentinels are easily recognizable by their physique and agile movements. Lu Hong understood and sighed heavily. Ah, that's a precious guide. There were no guides in Dongcha Town. Sentinels rarely used their abilities. Their spiritual forms were only released in life or death situations. I heard the large base sells guide serum and inhibitors. Once we get there, we see if we can buy less food and stockpile a guide serum and inhibitor for future emergencies. 2 rickety vans followed the armored vehicle out of the sentry post. Tao Hao glanced in the rearview mirror. Captain, they really did catch up. Xie gave a curt him, seemingly unconcerned, still fiddling with his chicken soup. He stewed all 5 chickens. A large, covered bucket was placed on the back seat. Xie skimmed off the surface oil, ladled some broth, and the clean chicken into a clay pot, intending to heat it up for her that evening. A row of folding beds in the back of the armored vehicle was lowered. Song Liang and Rabbit sat opposite. Yuan Zhao lay on the folding bed, completely oblivious to the convoy following behind, quietly watching Xie busy himself at the foot of her bed. She couldn't quite describe her feelings. She just felt that it was nice to have someone take care of her. Yuan Zhao watched for a while, then, finding nothing to do, decided to lie down and enter her mental realm to see what was going on. Her teammates assumed she wanted to sleep. Knowing she wasn't feeling well, the car became unusually quiet. Even Tao Hao, who was driving, tried to keep the car steady and moved forward slowly. Jiang Mu followed behind their car, helplessly letting Qi Jun maintain a snail's pace. Further behind, Lu Hong stared at the 2 armored vehicles ahead, moving even slower than she could walk, and concluded, "See? Don't envy those vehicles. They're all show and no substance. Their performance isn't even as good as our vans." Chapter 178. The young man scolded by Lu Hong was named Su Pingcheng. Su Pingcheng stared at the fuel gauge, his face contorted in a grimace. "Driving like this is wasting fuel. Our tank probably won't last until we reach the main base." Lu Hong, sitting in the passenger seat, pointed to the 2 armored vehicles crawling along ahead. "What are you afraid of? Even if we get out and tow the vehicle, we'd be faster than them. But at this speed, when will we ever reach the main base?" The speaker was Hu Yongxi, also a B-level sentinel. At this moment, he was crouching awkwardly in the back seat. His worn-out rifle rested diagonally on his knee. His right hand gripped the roof handle tightly, making him look like an object crammed into the doorway, cramped and helpless. Their van was crammed with 5 people in its small space. The back seat was practically a chaotic pile of supplies, all sorts of things piled haphazardly together. The 3 men in the back seat hunched over, their bodies swaying with the vehicle's bumps, like dried-up cured meat hanging precariously from the window frame, their postures extremely awkward. The van jolted violently with every step. The people inside were like passengers in a small boat tossed about in a turbulent sea, their heads frequently hitting the roof with a thud. Lu Hong spoke amidst the jolting, impatiently saying, "What can we do?" They didn't know the way to the main base, and they didn't have any extra weapons or ammunition. The map in their hands was something they had drawn on the spot at the nearest outpost to Dongcha Town. Following the sentries from the main base, with someone to guide them, their safety would be guaranteed. Aside from being a bit slow, there were no other problems. Ligua couldn't help but mutter, "I don't know what the sentries at the main base were thinking. They only set off this afternoon, it'd be dark in a few more hours. At this slow pace, they wouldn't reach the nearest outpost in the next 2 days. They have to rest in the wilderness." "They have the capability," Su Pingcheng said enviously. "I heard that in the outlying units, the lowest rank is A-level sentry, and A-level sentries at the main base have very good benefits." He had barely finished speaking when Lu Hong slapped him. "Shut up. You dare to undermine morale? Believe me, I'd kick you out of the car." Su Pingcheng realized he said the wrong thing, and after the slap, he didn't dare utter a sound, obediently continuing to drive. Sister Hong was the only A-level sentry in their Dongcha town. Her spiritual form was extremely rare. Some sentries at other outposts had joked that she could live a good life at the main base. Everyone was actually quite uneasy about this trip. Fearing that once they reached the main base, Sister Hong, having witnessed its prosperity, might not want to return with them, the van fell silent. It followed the 2 armored SUVs silently for several hours. Darkness descended. The light slowly sank below the horizon, enveloping the desolate winter landscape in a vast twilight. On the armored vehicle ahead, Jiang Mu leaned lazily against the passenger seat, glancing back through the rearview mirror. The 2 vans, their roofs covered with a 3-colored tarpaulin, were laden with supplies. From a distance, the high, bulging roofs resembled comical camel humps. The vehicles were incredibly noisy, swaying and rattling as they drove, as if they might fall apart at any moment. Orange saw it too, utterly bewildered. Such noise, can the sentry's senses really handle it? They're used to it, Jiangmu replied casually. Zero Team's vehicle led the way. There weren't many mutants along the way. They were all taken out by Rabbit with a single shot, and wouldn't even get close to them. Jiangmu decided to slack off, and looked down at his communicator. After reaching this side, he finally got a signal. The base sent a message inquiring about his whereabouts, with the minister directly asking what he was doing in Subei. The armored vehicle had a positioning system, allowing the base to track the movements of personnel in combat. Jiangmu slowly replied, copying and pasting each message exactly. Feeling unwell in my mental state, brought the child to see the guide. The leaders at the opposite base immediately became extremely nervous, replying instantly, okay, then come back when you're done. No rush, take your time. Minister, you bastard. Jiangmu pretended not to see it. Why go back so early? Staying in the underground base is dark and gloomy, going back would just be pointless. We can't exactly send him to the surface to help repair walls and lay bricks. Jiangmu didn't have much ambition, but as an S-rank sentinel, he had to fulfill his responsibilities. Little Chi, quickly ask Xie what time we're having dinner. I want some chicken soup. In this awful weather, a bowl of hot chicken soup would be so refreshing. Okay, Captain. Zhou Tianqi opened the communication channel and shouted to the car in front, Tao Hao, when are you having dinner? He had a baby face, and his tone when asking about dinner was like a child eagerly wanting candy. The car immediately became lively. A group of people were jeering at Zhou Tianqi, almost making him jump up and start a fight. In the car ahead, the atmosphere was completely opposite. The car was unusually quiet. Tao Hao heard the sound coming from the communication channel and subconsciously glanced back. Yuan Xiao hadn't moved since lying down. The captain sat at the foot of the folding bed, casually leaning against the weapon rack, looking down at the messages on his communicator. Hearing the sudden sound from the communication channel, he looked up at the bed. Yuan Xiao wasn't awakened by the noise. She seemed to sleep very well, always sleeping very soundly. No matter how noisy it was outside, she didn't react. Xie spoke calmly, keep driving forward, find a sheltered spot to start a fire, and heat up the food. Yuan Xiao was currently in her mental domain. Of the 3 S-rank sentinels in the world, she had already witnessed the mental domains of 2 of them. She only glanced at Xie. But the S-rank sentinel's domain was exceptionally vast, several times larger than the domain where she had first seen the rabbit. In comparison, her domain, at the same level, seemed remarkably small. Blue sky, white clouds, a small, clear lake, surrounded by several towering, leafy trees. The surrounding area was all grassland. The irregular area beyond the grassland was shrouded in white mist. Even she couldn't see into the mist. No wonder the little bluebird didn't like staying here. For it, the place was too small. It didn't look like the domain an S-rank guide should have at all. Yuan Xiao walked forward along the lake. The white mist in the southwest corner completely dissipated, unlocking an amusement park even more expansive than her original domain. Feeling exhausted, she entered the amusement park and casually found a place to sit and rest. The little bluebird soared freely in the sky. It loved the extra area. It felt like a playground tailor-made for it. Following the little bluebird's will, the carousel slowly began to move, its colorful horses rising and falling, spinning in circles to the accompaniment of melodious music. Yuan Xiao gazed at the empty yet vibrant amusement park, a complex emotion welling up within her. She thought of herself at 6 years old. Chapter 179. Yuan Xiao was awakened by Xie. When she woke up, it was completely dark outside. Light snow was falling, snowflakes drifting down gently. 2 armored vehicles stopped behind a small hill, intending to spend the night there. Yuan Xiao propped herself up and looked out through the observation window. The distance was pitch black, the landscape blending seamlessly with the night. Nothing could be seen. The faint howls of mutated creatures could be heard in the distance. Before winter, the various outposts had conducted a cleanup of the surrounding area. The effect was minimal. Even after the cleanup, it couldn't stop a new wave of monsters emerging from the contaminated zone in search of food. Qingzi and their teammates, carrying flashlights and silenced guns, got out of the vehicles and headed towards the source of the monster sounds in the distance. They would have to stay in the vehicles tonight. They had to eliminate all the monsters in the vicinity. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Lu Hong and the others dared not get too close, parking the van a short distance away, listening to the cold wind rattling the tarpaulin on the roof. Song Liang stood up and went to the van door, turning to tell the others inside, I go down and start a fire. The door opened a crack, and a gust of cold wind rushed in. Xie remained seated on her bed, shielding her from the wind with his body. Duanxi, seeing this, came to help. The two moved quickly, lifting the bucket of chicken soup from the van and closing the door again. Yuan Zhao looked around, then threw back the covers and put on her shoes. She had been lying there all day, her face still frighteningly pale, looking sickly and extremely weak. Xie pursed his lips and reached out to stop her. You don't need to go down. Wait for them to heat it up and bring it in. The wind was strong outside. Looking like this, she'd definitely catch a cold if she went out in the wind any longer. Yuan Zhao, however, placed her hand on his strong arm, using it for support to get out of bed. I'm not going out. I just want to move around in the car a bit. She'd been lying down all day, and her spirits hadn't improved. This state of mental overload was related to her mental strength. Lying down wouldn't necessarily help. It would be better to move around a bit. Consider it exercise. Xie didn't say anything then. He turned and tucked the blankets and military coat from the folding bed into the storage cabinet above, then pulled the bed up to increase the space inside the car. The car was dimly lit. Only a single, dim overhead light was on. The rabbit sitting opposite her, holding her ever-present sniper rifle, silently got up, walked around to the front seat, opened the passenger door, and got out. Rather than sitting in the car as a third wheel, she'd rather go out with Jiang Mu's team and kill a few more mutants. The open space where the fire was being lit was sheltered from the wind, blocked by a small hill and two armored off-road vehicles. However, the armored vehicles' chassis were too high to block the omnipresent cold wind. Jiang Mu finally decided to lend a hand. Back in the car, he took out a long roll of black tarpaulin. He worked with Tao Haohao to tie both ends of the tarpaulin to the rearview mirrors of the two vehicles. Two long nails were placed at the other end and driven into the soil on the hillside. The wind was finally completely blocked, and the small flame stopped flickering and quickly grew into a raging fire. Jiang Mu glanced at the Zero Team's armored vehicle, his tone as long and casual as ever. Does it have to be this mushy? Everyone else had gotten out of the car, but the man and woman were still inside, showing absolutely no restraint. Their spiritual bodies belonged to the same species. Their compatibility must be very high. Physical attraction? Jiang Mu casually continued, I never expected Xie to be this kind of person, openly engaging in a superior-subordinate relationship. The trio, currently engaged in heated discussion, were speechless. Song Liang, Duanxi, Tao Haohao, How were they supposed to respond to that? Duanxi glanced at the closed car door. He had only realized what had happened during this mission. He had no idea when it had occurred. From his observation, the captain seemed to be making advances, but Yuan Zhao didn't seem to be showing any reaction. Captain Jiang, you wronged our captain. Tao Haohao thought to himself. At such close range, the captain could definitely hear him. He had to say something nice to avoid the petty captain holding a grudge. Yuan Zhao doesn't seem to have agreed yet. Tao Haohao said nonchalantly, of course, it doesn't count as a relationship. Song Liang turned and stared at him speechlessly. The meaning in his eyes was clear. Shut up if you can't speak properly. Whatever. Thinking about how someone would control Xie in the future, Jiang Mu couldn't help but feel a little smug. Xie is incredibly boring, always acting like he's sexually apathetic. It would be quite interesting if Yuan Zhao could handle him. Song Liang, Every word Jiang Mu said was a trap. He had no idea how to respond. Jiang Mu suddenly changed the subject, pointing to two vans in the darkness. There's still room here. Send someone to get them over here, otherwise I'm afraid a gust of wind will blow those beat-up vans apart. Survival is tough in a small base. Neither team minded them following along. Clearing out the mutants along the way was just a side job for them. Tao Haohao ran over and knocked on the car window, signaling them to park the vans in a sheltered spot. Lu Hong was somewhat flattered and nodded repeatedly. Okay. The big vehicle was good, although it climbed slowly. Its size was great, and it could block the wind. The people in the two vehicles were freezing, so they quickly drove over and parked right next to one of the armored vehicles. Inside a makeshift tent made of black tarpaulin. 3 fires were burning. The largest one had a metal bucket of chicken soup on it, and a smaller fire had a small earthenware pot on it. The last one seemed to be preparing a meal. Lu Hong had just arrived when she saw a burly sentry washing rice. The sentry's damned sense of smell. He could smell the rich aroma of chicken soup even without opening the car window. The group sat in the vehicle, swallowing hard. Su Pengcheng, having just been scolded, dared not speak, afraid of being heard by the others. Li Gua, however, silently asked everyone, what does chicken soup taste like? No one could answer. In this wasteland, purebred poultry are long gone. They heard the large base sold eggs and chickens, but they knew they'd be incredibly expensive, far beyond their means. The 9 of them didn't dare get out of the car to disturb them, silently pulling out their hard, dry steamed buns and slowly munching on them, savoring the aroma of chicken soup. Yuan Zhao sat in her car, 2 vans parked right next to her. At such close range, with only a transparent windshield in the front of the van, she naturally saw the sentries sitting there. Sentries have incredibly sharp senses. Lu Hong immediately noticed Yuan Zhao's gaze. She looked up, and their eyes met through their respective car windows. Lu Hong knew she was a guide, so she immediately smiled, waving her half-eaten steamed bun and greeting her warmly. Guides were so precious. This was the first guide Lu Hong had ever met. She looked young, with particularly delicate features. If she were to be a little shameless and try to get closer, she could build a rapport along the way. Perhaps the guide, in a good mood, might offer them some emotional support. That's entirely possible. Yuan Zhao stared at the hard steamed bun in her hand, calmly nodding slightly. Then, he raised his hand and closed the observation window. Lu Hong, Chapter 180. Lu Hong's gesture wasn't in vain. After the chicken soup was heated up, a sentry actually came out and brought them 2 large bowls of soup. Drink it while it's hot, warm yourself up. Li Guo and Guo from the next car hurriedly got out, thanking him excitedly, and then carefully took the steaming chicken soup. The 2 bowls were huge, like small basins. No need to thank me, eat and get some rest. Tao Hao, following his captain's instructions, delivered the chicken soup and turned back to the fire to eat. The night was deep. The snow fell heavier and heavier, accompanied by the howling wind. The wind made the tarpaulin and the 2 vans flutter loudly. Xie got out of the car and watched over the chicken soup in the clay pot. After it was cooked, he scooped out 2 bowls of rice and brought the heated clay pot to the car. The chicken soup in the clay pot was something he had prepared separately for Yuan Zhao. It also contained several large chicken legs. When Xie got back into the van, he saw Yuan Zhao had opened the observation window again, watching the group inside the van wolfing down chicken soup. She pursed her lips, her expression unreadable. She seemed a little unhappy. Is Rabbit back? Yuan Zhao looked unwell, watched for a while, then closed the window and sat down beside him. Rabbit had gone out with her gun, following Orange and the others to clear out the nearby mutants. No. Xie brought over 2 supply crates, using them as a dining table and pushing them in front of her. Don't worry about her. Those mutants outside are no match for her. Duan Qi and the others know to leave her food. Rabbit was a natural sniper. She was young, but extremely talented, and had undergone systematic combat training. Otherwise, even with Jia Yi's kindness, he wouldn't have agreed to let her join Team Zero. Yuan Zhao nodded upon hearing this and remained silent. Xie had already brought over the clay pot and rice. Lifting the lid, steaming chicken soup, accompanied by a rich aroma, filled the car. Eat, Xie said, setting out chopsticks for her. Yuan Zhao stared silently at the chicken soup, then suddenly asked, You said you make me soup, so you make a big pot for everyone? Xie was slightly taken aback, finally understanding what she was unhappy about. The Yuan Zhao of the past would never have cared about these things. Since leaving the contaminated Zone 249, she seemed to have become more domineering, subtly displaying a possessiveness towards her things. Xie's expression was complicated. He didn't know if she was showing possessiveness towards the chicken soup or towards him. No, the pot of chicken soup that was brought into the car was stewed by Jiang Mu's men. Xie paused, pointing to the table to explain, The one in the clay pot is the one I cooked. He had gone to Jiang Mu for ingredients, leaving with the words, Come help if you want some, before taking the chicken and leaving. Jiang Mu, remembering his trustworthy nature, realized that if he didn't help, they might not get any, so he called Qi Jun and the others to assist. Her desire for chicken soup was only a spur-of-the-moment decision. The team was already preparing to depart. But simmering chicken soup would take at least 1 to 2 hours, and there wasn't enough time. The pot in the bucket was only a semi-finished product, without any seasoning. Xie deliberately prepared Yuan Zhao's portion before boarding the vehicle. It was carefully simmered separately, with red dates and goji berries added, supplies Zero Team had found at the station. After hearing his explanation, Yuan Zhao's complexion improved. Xie found it amusing, a slight smile playing on his lips, and ate with her in the vehicle. Rabbit and the others returned quickly, and the group gathered under the awning outside the vehicle, eating and chatting animatedly. Noisy sounds drifted in intermittently. In the cold winter, a group of like-minded friends sat around a campfire, drinking steaming chicken soup. The scene inexplicably evoked a sense of peaceful tranquility. Li Guizai carefully washed the 2 large bowls clean and returned them to them. 9 people squeezed into the cramped van, pulled out their thick blankets to cover themselves, and closed their eyes to rest. Before falling asleep, Lu Hong was still thinking happily about how brilliant her decision had been. Following the sentries from the large base was truly wonderful. Not only was their safety guaranteed, but they had also unexpectedly gotten a bowl of delicious chicken soup. The group quickly drifted off to sleep. The next day, everyone cooked some noodles, ate breakfast, packed up their tent, and set off again. Yuan Zhao's spirits were still low, and even the little bluebird was listless, refusing to come out. This worried the Fire Phoenix greatly. It was a rare opportunity to shrink and cuddle with the Azure Phoenix. How have you been taking care of her? It's been 2 or 3 days, and she's still not better. Xie frowned slightly, also pondering this question. Since her body is fine, then it must be a mental issue? Seeing his furrowed brow, Yuan Zhao knew he was worried about her, so she said softly, I'm fine. I'd be alright once I get through this period of weakness. She was an S-rank guide. No one could help her regulate her mental state. It seemed she could only regulate it herself. Yuan Zhao suddenly paused, remembering the time she connected mentally with Xie, when the white mist was slowly dissipating. The scenes that unfolded in that dark, enclosed room flashed through her mind. Xie had the ability to repair his own mental domain. Perhaps he could help her regulate it. Why didn't you think of that sooner? Yuan Zhao didn't like to hide things and asked him directly, want to do that again? He seemed to have said that she could do it anytime she wanted. Xie, The others in the car gasped. Do it again? How could Yuan Zhao be so bold as to say it like that? What was going on? They all spent all day together. How could the captain still find an opportunity to make a move? Duanqi and Rabbit were sitting opposite the two. At this moment, the two wished they were deaf. To avoid being targeted by the vengeful captain, the two quickly turned to face the car wall, pretending they hadn't seen or heard anything. Tao Haohao and Song Liang, sitting in the front seats, quickly raised the partition between the front and back seats, silently chanting, I can't hear, I can't hear. If it weren't for the mutants along the way, the two would have wanted to immediately withdraw their senses. So no one noticed the captain's unusual behavior. This self-deceptive behavior made the atmosphere in the car even more awkward. Xie raised a hand to his forehead, the tips of his ears turning slightly red. He unconsciously lowered his head, avoiding Yuan Zhao's gaze. He said, trying to keep his voice steady, not now. With such a high compatibility, establishing a mental connection would trigger a bonding fever. He hadn't found an opportunity to explain the consequences of this action to her. Yuan Zhao, however, assumed it was because there were too many people on the bus. Establishing a mental connection with Xie was different from others. It required a quiet, specific environment. She said listlessly, that's true, we can't let them watch. Everyone, Xie was completely at a loss for words at her unexpected remark. It was obvious his teammates had all misunderstood. He really didn't know how to explain it to her. Xie suppressed his impatience, intending to wait until the next rest stop to give them a thorough dressing down. Chapter 181. For vehicles lined up, driving across the desolate wilderness. The sky was overcast, and the snow fell heavier and heavier. Large flakes of snow fell in a flurry, like torn cotton wool, cascading down from the sky. The wilderness was quickly covered in white. The once withered yellow grass, the cracked earth, and the distant rolling hills were all obscured by this white curtain of snow. The entire world became a vast expanse of white. The edge of the polluted area's gray haze, in this weather, almost blended into the gray sky, becoming extremely difficult to distinguish. Tao Haohao and Song Liang, sitting in the front, had to concentrate, using the constantly updated map to navigate around one polluted area after another. Team Zero originally planned to enter Sichuan from the Gansu border. However, because Jiang Mu's team was accompanying them, going through Sichuan would mean a detour back to Dawn Base. Team Zero then changed their route, deciding to return via Shanxi after leaving Gansu. The distances on both sides are roughly the same. Once Yuan Zhao recovers, and they receive psychological support, the group can separate in Shanxi and return to their respective bases. Song Liang successfully connected his computer to the command center's information network using the nearest signal tower, checking the situation of the contaminated areas along the route. He saw that the shadowed areas in many of the red-marked areas were constantly shifting. The contaminated areas seemed even more active than last winter, Song Liang said. There are several contaminated areas spreading ahead. Don't go straight. Turn right onto Route 235. Roger that. Tao Haohao opened the communication channel and notified Jiang Mu's team behind them. As the lead combat team, Jiang Mu's team also had access to their own base's command center. They clearly noticed the road conditions and quickly turned on their right turn signal to warn the van behind them. What's with their flashing lights? Su Pingcheng, driving behind, was completely bewildered. There were no traffic rules in the wasteland. You could drive for days and nights without encountering a single car. Most people were self-taught drivers. As long as they knew how to start a car and press the accelerator and brake, they could drive recklessly. Those headlights, aside from illumination, were practically useless to them. "You're so stupid," Lu Hong said, exasperated. "That big truck is all show and no substance. Its lights must be broken. At such a slow speed, who cares what lights they have on? Just follow behind them." "Okay, Sister Hong." The group entered section 235. This road wasn't wide. On one side were mountains buried under heavy snow, and on the other, a dried-up riverbed. On section 235, a contaminated area is spreading. According to intelligence analysis, the spread has been very slow over the past 10 days, still some distance from the abandoned highway. It has little impact on passers-by. Rabbit and Duanqi stood at the automatic launch window, responsible for eliminating the mutated species howling and charging from the riverbed below. Tao Haohao drove, with Song Liang guiding him. The two slowly advanced, discerning the boundary of the gray fog under the swirling snow and gloomy sky. However, they had only been driving for 20 minutes, when, suddenly, large swaths of shadow rapidly surged towards them on the real-time updated data map on the computer. "Holy crap!" Song Liang's expression changed slightly. Speed up, get through here quickly," he shouted to Tao Haohao, while rapidly flipping through the data for contaminated Zone 235 on his computer, preparing for both scenarios. Tao Haohao had already reacted, flooring the accelerator, and the armored vehicle roared forward like an arrow. Jiang Mu's team behind them were also constantly monitoring the changes on the data chart. They reacted almost simultaneously, suddenly accelerating to keep up. The two vans behind were dumbfounded. Lu Hong, unaware of the situation, slapped her thigh. "They can run so fast, but they're crawling like turtles. Are they kidding us?" But she quickly lost her temper. The two armored vehicles were about to disappear from their sight. Su Pingcheng and Gubo, driving behind, quickly stepped on the gas to keep up. But their van, once it sped up, creaked and rattled all over, the bumps almost making them vomit the chicken soup they drunk the night before. They couldn't accelerate much at all. Li Gua, pressed against the car window, saw the approaching gray fog with his naked eye. He frantically shook the back seat, his voice trembling. "Sister Hong, it's a contaminated zone. The contaminated zone is approaching." Lu Hong only had time to turn around. Almost in the blink of an eye, both vans were swallowed by the overwhelming gray fog. Jiang Mu witnessed the whole thing and sighed. "Let's reverse in. At least they're suffering because we're taking this road." For the battle-hardened Jiang Mu's team, the contaminated zone was more like a battlefield waiting to be conquered. But these sentries from the small base had no combat experience. They were very likely to die inside. Qi Jun, in charge of logistics, quickly retrieved the data for contaminated Zone 235 from the base's information network. "Captain, it's an unknown contaminated area." This meant there was no danger level assessment. "What's there to be afraid of? We've been to unknown contaminated areas before," Jiang Mu said lazily. "If two S-rank teams can't handle a contaminated area, then the rescue plan might as well be cancelled." Zhou Tianqi thought his captain was right. Xia Tu's team was also there, and one of them was an S-rank guide. If both teams went in together, they should be able to rescue the people successfully, and maybe even eliminate a contaminated area along the way. Zhou Tianqi released the accelerator. The armored vehicle suddenly reversed, rumbling into the unknown area shrouded in gray fog. The Zero team members saw Jiang Mu's team being swallowed by the gray fog, and knew they were going in to rescue people. Xia Tu raised his eyes, and looked at Song Liang, data on contaminated area 235. Song Liang's answer was exactly the same as Qi Jun's. No rating. No combat team has explored it to date. Section 235 is located within the territory of Guang County, Wuwei City in the old days, which is also part of the Qilian Mountains. The Qilian Mountains stretch for thousands of miles. They were traveling slowly, having only just passed through the Wuwei City section, and not yet left Gansu province. The information on the network is unorganized and scattered. "Captain, should we wait for the intelligence team to send out the information, or?" Song Liang's meaning was clear. Since Jiang Mu's team had gone in, there shouldn't be any trouble inside for the time being. Sia-2, always steady in his actions, nodded and said, "Report to the base first, and have the weapons and equipment checked and ready for deployment." Everyone in the vehicle quickly got to work. Because the bullets were useless in contaminated Zone 249, Zero Team had plenty of remaining ammunition, and supplies had also been replenished in the contaminated zone. Yuan Xiao pressed his face against the observation window, trying to see the scene behind him through the heavy snowfall. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything. No wonder that after winter arrives, major bases focus on defense and reduce the deployment of combat teams. These gray fogs are truly impossible to guard against. Chapter 182. Have you ever seen a line of suicides? The streets were dilapidated, the sky dark and gloomy. Beneath the gray sky, a layer of light shone, the sparse, hazy gray light enough for the sentries to see their surroundings. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. Many corpses lay on the street, their deaths varied. Some were hanging from the eaves, their bodies swaying in the wind. Their stiff limbs, like manipulated puppets, creaked slightly in the wind. Some lay across the roadside, knives protruding from their necks or chests. The dark red blood had long since dried, leaving horrifying blackish-brown stains on the cold ground. Many more corpses huddled in dark corners, their faces contorted, their eyes wide open, staring blankly into nothingness, blood still clinging to their lips. Many of the corpses were incomplete, showing signs of being eaten or corroded by a black slimy substance. The scene was excessively bloody and horrifying. Intermingled with it was a despairing, mournful sound. In the high-rise residential buildings lining both sides, people would occasionally open their gates, laughing as they ran out, shouting, "I got it! I got it!" Then, they would rush into the street, laughing, only to be killed by invisible, mutated creatures before they could even choose their preferred method of death. Those who were slower to run saw strangers appear out of nowhere, even smiling and waving at them, awaiting their death. The people inside could see themselves. Lu Hong and her group of 9, witnessing this bizarre scene, felt their hair stand on end. Without time to observe the group of people lining up to commit suicide any further, they quickly sought cover. They soon discovered that a window on the second floor of a shop not far away was open. The group dared not make a sound, nimbly scaling the second floor and leaping into the house, quickly closing the windows and drawing the curtains. In the instant their van was swallowed by the gray fog, all its supplies vanished. They reappeared on the street in the blink of an eye. "Sister Hong, what do we do now?" Su Pingcheng crouched below the window, his voice trembling. Lu Hong remained relatively calm, holding her breath. "What's the panic? As long as we find the key, we can get out." Of the 9, only Lu Hong, an A-level sentinel, had entered other contaminated zones with the older generation of sentinels. The area around Donsha town was relatively safe. Due to its geographical location, the surrounding mountains were densely forested, rich in mutated plants and water resources. The rivers within the area belonged to the Yellow River Basin, with the largest being the Wei River. The sentinels in the town had to traverse mountains and valleys, walking a long way to reach a contaminated zone to search for supplies. That contaminated zone was only 2 or 3 decades old, rated as a 3-star danger level by the major bases. Lu Hong had been inside once. At that time, she had only recently become an A-level sentinel, and had heard that all contaminated zones were under the monitoring of the main base. By eliminating the contaminated zones, one could collect points rewards from the main base. Young and ambitious, she thought that aside from the 3 S-level sentinels, A-level sentinels were among the most powerful and physically capable humans. So she decided to try and eliminate the contaminated zone. The veteran sentinels accompanying her were experienced. Everyone was envious of the rewards from the main base. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Driven by the enormous profits, the group bravely ventured into the contaminated zone. That time, the people in the camp only knew that everyone returned safely, bringing back plenty of food, but they never mentioned what had happened inside. Lu Hong never mentioned going to the contaminated zone again. The old sentries even ordered all the sentries in town not to be curious about the contaminated zone, and not to let anyone go in voluntarily. Anyone found doing so would be expelled from the camp. "The key is related to obsession. We search carefully later." Lu Hong said to calm everyone down. "Don't forget, we're accompanied by senior sentries from the main base. They're experienced. They might come to rescue us soon." Hearing her say this, the other 8 people gradually quieted down. They were no longer as helpless as before. Outside, the sounds of people committing suicide in a line could be heard from time to time. Those people were like madmen, laughing as they ran into the street from their various hidden hiding places. "Ha ha ha. Finally free. Come and kill me. Some even cursed, this cannibalistic world, die. I'm going to live a good life. Lu Hong half squatted by the window, cautiously lifting a corner of the curtain and looking out the window. The unseen mutants, as if they had vanished into thin air, suddenly appeared from the street, howling and swarming people to the ground. Those people fell without uttering a sound. Several more mangled corpses instantly appeared on the ground. Some of those who weren't attacked by the mutants seemed to have planned their deaths before they even came out, quickly dying in various ways. The scene was utterly bizarre. Lu Hong racked her brains, but couldn't understand why so many people would willingly come out to seek their own deaths. This was completely illogical. Chapter 183. After calming down, the 9 people began to observe their surroundings. Shops lined both sides of the street, and they were currently on the second floor above one of them. The apartment had 2 bedrooms and a living room, the furniture was arranged normally, and the floor was clean. The apartment was empty. They guessed that the original owner had probably opened the second floor window and jumped, joining the suicides outside. Why did they commit suicide? Ligua couldn't bear to look at the bloody and gruesome scene outside and whispered, "Isn't living good enough? The world outside is so difficult, yet all humanity is still struggling desperately to survive. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, never give up. Is there something more to this?" Su Pingcheng recalled the first person who rushed out earlier, shouting, "I got it! I got it!" What did he draw? What made him willing to die? Hearing this, Gabo got goosebumps. Could it be some kind of cult? Whatever it was, that's all in the past. Let's find the key to get out first. Lu Hong stopped looking at the outside world. She went into the bedroom, found a backpack in the closet, and packed everything usable in the house. The 9 people came in completely alone, some even without weapons. Their food, drinks, and ammunition were all in the van. Lu Hong was experienced, and the others came to help, searching the entire house. They quickly discovered a computer in the study opposite the bedroom, its screen flashing. Meanwhile, Lu Hong, who had just rushed into the kitchen, also noticed something unusual after opening the refrigerator. Electricity? The group looked shocked. Kubo was bewildered. Why is there electricity? Lu Hong wasn't sure either. Time flowed differently inside the contaminated zone than outside. Although she was more experienced than the others, she had only been inside the contaminated zone once. She really didn't want to recall her experience inside. Lu Hong emphasized again, finding the key is crucial. With the key, they could get out. She was stuffing food from the refrigerator into her backpack when she suddenly felt a chill down her spine, as if something was watching her. Lu Hong abruptly turned around. The kitchen window had no curtains. Through the glass, she saw 2 people standing on the balcony of the house next door, waving at her. Team Zero observed the scenes unfolding on the street. The desolate street was lined with old-fashioned residential complexes, their walls bearing the marks of time and cracks left by battle. A thick stench of blood filled the air. Corpses lay scattered across the street, in various deadly ways. The scene was like a living hell. The sentry's sense of smell was incredibly sharp. The stench of decay assaulted everyone's nostrils, causing them to instinctively hold their breath. Xie Tu shielded Yun Zhao from the horrific, bloody scene. Duanxi, confirm the time and location, locate Jiang Mu's team, and the 9 sentries. Roger. Just as the peregrine falcon appeared, 2 or 3 more people, 2 men and a woman, ran out from the opposite apartment complex, wielding kitchen knives, laughing as they rushed into the street to their deaths. Great. I got it. Finally, I don't have to live like a rat anymore, haha. Yun Zhao rallied her spirits and decisively attacked. A flash of turquoise light erupted, surging towards the 3. Yun Zhao quickly subdued them, and simultaneously erected a barrier to block the attack from the suddenly appearing mutants. After their attack was blocked by Yun Zhao's barrier, the 2 mutants vanished again, as if they had never been there. Everyone instantly became alert upon seeing the invisible mutants. What kind of mutant is this? Rabbit immediately summoned her spiritual form, raising her sniper rifle, her entire being on high alert. How can it be invisible? Even with her keen observation skills, she hadn't noticed any monsters on the street. Things were clearly very strange. People committing suicide one after another, invisible mutants. It doesn't seem like invisibility. Song Yang stared at the spot where the monsters disappeared, calmly saying, "It seems more like they're in a different dimensional space. Able to briefly cross spatial barriers, appearing in our sight, attacking, and then quickly retreating back to their own alien world. This ability exceeded humanity's conventional understanding of mutants." The Zero team remained relatively calm. She merely scanned her surroundings with increasing vigilance. Xie Tu remained silent, still blocking Yun Zhao's path, his sharp gaze fixed on the towering walls that seemed to pierce the clouds in the distance. Those gray walls were shrouded in mist, almost blending into the gray sky. They were difficult to spot without close inspection. This was clearly a survivor base. Like the Dawn base, the humans living here hadn't chosen to hide underground, but instead had built towering walls for defense. Don't use your abilities recklessly until your mental state recovers, Siet2 whispered to the three people on the street who were controlled by mental threads. The entire street reeked of rotting corpses. Yuan Zhao couldn't hold his breath for long, so he covered his mouth and nose, listlessly raising his hand to create a barrier around them. I didn't want to use it either, but look, everyone's about to suffocate from the stench. Besides, the people here are strange. Everyone seems to be happily going out to die. The three people from before seemed to be able to see them. When the woman rushed out, her eyes clearly glanced in their direction. Perhaps they could get some clues out of these people. Siet2 sighed. She was right. The most urgent task was to find out the basic information about this place, and find the others who had entered. The armored vehicle was nowhere to be seen. Zero Team had come fully prepared. Their backpacks were stuffed with supplies, so they weren't affected for the time being. Let's get out of here first. The Peregrine Falcon had already flown out to scout, and would find them based on Duanshi's location. The group walked through the street littered with corpses, heading towards the three people who were frozen in place. Everyone, weapons at their heels, vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, wary of unseen mutant attacks. Yuan Zhao erected a barrier, shielding her from some of the stench of decay on the street. As she walked, she inevitably saw corpses on the ground. Many bodies were mutilated, some limbs cruelly torn apart, exposing pale bones and dark red muscle tissue. Blood was everywhere. Yuan Zhao had never seen such a bloody and horrific scene, and unconsciously pursed her lips. She restrained the three and returned to their respective residences. Zero Team followed behind. Alongside, people kept rushing into the street from nearby residences, screaming and cheering as they faced their deaths. These people could see them, but seemed oblivious to the suddenly appearing mutants. They allowed the monsters to howl and pounce, tearing and devouring their own kind. The surrounding crowd remained unresponsive. And that wasn't all. The first few groups of people who had emerged, seeing Zero Team walking outside, seemed to mistake them for their own kind coming out to commit suicide. Did you get selected too? The man holding a cleaver smiled and spoke to them. You're really lucky. I waited a whole year to get a spot. Chapter 184. A spot? Yuan Zhao nodded calmly. I got one. Finally, I don't have to live like a rat anymore. The last part was what the three men had just said. The man with the cleaver, however, was unaware of this. His smile deepened, appearing genuinely sincere. Yes, only when our bodies are free can we escape this cannibalistic world and gain immortality. Immortality? The entire Zero Team fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Yuan Zhao feigned agreement, casually asking, Do you still have family? The man shook his head, a crazed look on his face. My wife and daughter went in a while ago. I'm about to reunite with them. Into? Into where? Again, words they couldn't understand. The man with the cleaver seemed genuinely eager to reunite with his family. He hurriedly said goodbye and rushed towards the middle of the road. Without hesitation, he slashed his own neck. Blood splattered, a shocking red spreading through the air. The man's body slowly slumped, crashing helplessly to the cold ground. Blood gushed from his wounds, pooling into a small puddle, and his expression gradually froze. A gentle breeze blew by, carrying a chilling, bloody scent. Yuan Zhao's face grew even paler. Siet2 reached out, blocking her view. Yuan Zhao glanced at him, then took 2 steps back as the force of his arm pulled her away, turning her head away from the corpse on the ground. The entire street was filled with scenes of violent suicide. Since Team Zero entered, more than a dozen people had rushed into the street. Even if she managed to subdue them all, as soon as her mental energy left, they would all rush out again. This is only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Unless we find the reason why people here committed suicide. Let's go in and take a look. Siet2 gestured for everyone to follow. The group didn't want to stay on such a terrifying street any longer, so they quickly followed the 3 people being controlled into the residential area on the right side of the street. Although separated by just one door, the inside and outside seemed like 2 different worlds. The gray light from the sky was enough to see the surrounding scenery clearly. It was clean inside, but this cleanliness carried the unique silence and desolation of a dark age. Lack of sunlight for a long time had caused all the greenery in the residential area to die. Looking up, the surrounding high-rise buildings stood like silent giants under the gray sky. Is there some rule that you can't die at home? You could only die on the street? Rabbit asked softly. Song Liang, possibly. The three people being controlled by the mental threads walked stiffly and in a daze, preparing to return to their respective homes. Although they lived in the same neighborhood, the three clearly resided in different buildings and quickly separated at the second fork in the road. 2 men and 1 woman. All were around 30 years old. Yuan Zhao pointed to one of the men follow him. Xia Tu didn't ask why, gesturing for everyone to follow behind the man and enter one of the buildings. As soon as they entered the stairwell, the group was stunned speechless by what they saw. The elevator could actually open. There's electricity here? Tao Hao stared in disbelief. How could there be electricity in the Dark Ages? Those dark substances would corrode the power system. Xia Tu's gaze deepened. This base is very complex. Pacifying the entire city, building high walls to block it, restoring power. These 3 things alone were beyond the capabilities of over 90% of cities in the Dark Ages. The people living here are far luckier than those in other regions. Yet they don't know how to appreciate it. The man had already stepped into the elevator. Team Zero stopped their discussion and followed him into the cramped space. Yuan Zhao was protected behind Xia Tu. 6 people, plus a creature that was neither human nor non-human, were crammed into the elevator. No one wanted to touch it, so they all stood close together in the corner. The elevator quickly stopped on the 9th floor. The man stiffly walked to the door of apartment 903, raised his hand, and unlocked the door with his fingerprint. It went inside, without turning on the lights, and vaguely entered one of the rooms. Yuan Zhao, deep within its consciousness, told it that it needed to sleep. Tao Hao, walking at the back, quietly closed the door. The man seemed to live alone. The curtains were tightly drawn, blocking out all light. Through a flashlight, one could see that the living room was messy, with dirty clothes strewn everywhere. Leftover food cans and wrappers were scattered haphazardly on the coffee table, some moldy and emitting a sour smell. Yuan Zhao, however, felt it was much better than before. Compared to the smell of spoiled food, she preferred standing on the street, surrounded by the stench of corpses and decaying bodies. Feeling somewhat weak, she glanced around and sat down on a relatively clean wooden stool at the dining table. The peregrine falcon hadn't returned yet. Duanqi communicated via mental link, saying, "Captain, this base is large, square-shaped, with high walls on all 4 sides. We're currently in the western section, Sector 15. The base was divided into different areas. There are 20 sections in total, from Sector 12 to Sector 15. The streets are all pretty much the same." Duanqi continued, "But there's nothing in District 11. The streets are clean, and no one has come out to commit suicide. We can't explore District 10 further away. I have Peregrine search those districts first. Their purpose in coming in was to rescue people, so finding people was naturally their primary objective." Xia Tu found a cell phone with some battery in the house. It needed to be unlocked, but that didn't prevent him from seeing the time on it. October 19th, 2315, 11:29 a.m. His gaze was heavy. The 68th year since the Dark Apocalypse. Team Zero was familiar with this year. Because in this year, the shelter that was the predecessor of Dawn Base developed a contaminated zone and was attacked by mutated creatures. It was a group of predecessors who fought valiantly and saved the base. Yuan Zhao thought of the girl statue in the inner city square again. The little bluebird's figure gradually solidified and finally emerged from the spiritual realm. Like its original form, it looked listless and lacked energy, yet arrogantly refused to show it, resting on its original form's head. Xia Tu continued to question Duanqi. "Did you see any lights on in the house?" Duanqi asked the peregrine falcon, who shook his head. "No. There must be a rule against turning on the lights." Song Liang had his laptop in his hand when he entered. It hadn't disappeared with the armored vehicle. He turned on the laptop and said, "In the Dark Apocalypse, there's no difference between day and night. Light sources will attract mutants or mutated animals. That's why they didn't immediately discover the electricity in this contaminated area. Dark matter is everywhere. Generating electricity is no simple task. It requires a huge amount of manpower and resources to ensure the safety of the power supply system. Only guides have the ability to clean up dark matter. To maintain the power supply system, several guides must be sent out daily to guard and clean it 24 hours a day, sometimes even requiring the deployment of most of the base's guides. Guides appeared too late, and their numbers are already scarce. During this period, mutants, dark matter, and other mutated creatures are unusually active in the contaminated area. At the same time, the 4 major bases are seeing their few guides, like sentinels, deployed to the front lines to coordinate operations. By then, scientific research and technology had stalled, and laying electrical circuits was an extremely resource-intensive task, not to mention requiring guides to monitor and clean them 24/7. Other bases simply didn't have the extra manpower to waste on this. Song Liang was puzzled. Why are they expending so much effort to maintain power? What's the point of providing electricity to every household, but not allowing lights to be turned on? Chapter 185. Perhaps that's why this place ultimately fell. Yuan Zhao rested for a moment, then walked to the middle of the living room, pointing to the bedroom door, and said, instead of this, shouldn't we first try to figure out why people are committing suicide? And those invisible mutants, why do they only attack those who rush into the street to commit suicide? Since we're already here, let's have two S-rank teams come in together. After finding the people, everyone can try to find the gatekeepers. If we could also eliminate this contaminated area, just thinking about returning to base and receiving the reward for killing 3 gatekeepers makes her feel a little better. Xia Tu, however, looked up at her. She was clearly forcing herself to stay awake, and the little bluebird perched on her head wasn't as arrogant as usual. You sit and rest for a while, they're here. The peregrine falcon hasn't returned yet, and they won't go out until the little guy comes back. No need, I'm fine. Yuan Zhao replied casually, then, noticing 2 people were missing from the living room, asked, where are Rabbit and Tao Hao? Song Liang, who was checking the computer and comparing the terrain map with Duanxi, pointed to the bedroom. Upon hearing this, they went in and searched with Tao Hao. Xia Tu's expression was utterly helpless. For some reason, the strong and stern person he was in front of his teammates suddenly seemed less imposing in front of her. His words seemed to have no effect. Tao Hao and Rabbit, who were searching the house, quickly found a new clue. In the man's bedroom, a laptop sat on the bedside table. The computer was on, its screen emitting light. Tao Hao and Rabbit tiptoed in and picked up the laptop. What's this? Rabbit asked, pointing to the bedside table. Under the computer, there was a flyer. Tao Hao glanced at the words on it. Take them all out, and we study them together. The man, hypnotized by the mental energy, was fast asleep, lying on his side with his back to them. Rabbit reached out and pulled out the flyer, then left the bedroom with Tao Hao. Once outside, she used the light from the computer screen to read the words, her expression changing slightly. Captain, Rabbit said urgently, holding up the flyer, take a look at this. I know why those people committed suicide. Everyone immediately crowded around, including Yuan Zhao. Xia Tu took the flyer, shining a flashlight on it, and everyone who saw the contents changed their expressions, including Xia Tu. Yuan Zhao, however, looked like a dwarf. His hand was too high to see the contents. She had to put her arm around Xia Tu's arm and press his hand down. Xia Tu noticed and, adjusting the flyer to match her height, lowered it slightly. The large characters at the beginning read, opening a new era of digital life, embracing eternity. The former prosperity has turned to ashes, resources are depleted, and the light of humanity flickers and dies in the darkness. As one of the survivors, are you weary of endless suffering and despair? Do you yearn for a haven to end suffering and embrace eternity? Now, an unprecedented ray of hope shines in the darkness, the world of digital life. When your body rests in the dust of the apocalypse, your soul will leap into an infinitely vast and vibrant digital dimension. Here, death is no longer the end, but the prelude to rebirth. Here, there is no hunger, no fear, no loss, only eternal existence and exploration. You can reshape your image, appearance, wisdom, and power. Everything is defined by you. You can live happily with your family in another dimension, creating your own cosmic laws. Yes, you heard right, this is a magnificent leap towards life through death. Faced with this cruel world, why struggle anymore? Choosing the digital life world is choosing an eternal paradise without tears or regrets. After reading the above, everyone in Team Zero gasped. All the strange things seemed to have an explanation, including the words spoken by those who smiled as they faced death. Just now they were discussing why so many resources were being used to maintain the power system. Now the answer was right before their eyes. This base wasn't maintaining ordinary power, but powering the digital life world. The rabbit murmured, those people were happy to commit suicide because they wanted to enter the digital life world. Imagine, for those shrouded in despair, every breath is a struggle for survival. How many people could resist such temptation? Duanxi found it unbelievable. How is this technology even possible? The so-called digital life world. Essentially, it's a virtual space constructed from complex program code and data. They knew that technology was very advanced in the old era. But after entering the 22nd century, technological development encountered a bottleneck, and no new technologies emerged for many years. Even though Duanxi was uneducated, He had completed all the basis coursework and the Sentinel knowledge training courses. Didn't the previous materials say that the human brain has 14 billion neural connections? How is it possible to convert them all into data and upload consciousness to the network? Reality and virtuality are ultimately different. Like people in the old days, their consciousness was addicted to mobile phones, computers, various online entertainments, online games, virtual communication, etc. But those are just external extensions. It's interaction between people and electronic devices, not true consciousness upload. What people see, hear, and feel through the screen is nothing more than images, sounds, and touches converted from electronic signals. Their consciousness is still firmly bound to their bodies, limited by the laws of biology and physics. This has risen to another level. Xie handed the flyer to Yun Zhao and looked at the computer Tao Hao had brought out. Song Liang fiddled with it for a while and opened a screen. On the screen, in a sunny house, a young woman hummed a song, cooking comfortably in the kitchen, while two elderly people basked in the sun on the lawn outside the window. They chatted through the window, discussing everyday matters, their voices amplified by the computer screen. The scene was beautiful. Like a sanctuary, captivating and enchanting. A stark contrast to the ravaged world outside. The people inside must be the family of the man sleeping in the bedroom. Xie stared intently at the computer screen. The people inside looked indistinguishable from real people, like recorded video footage. A string of code can satisfy all needs? Then who would be willing to work hard? Who would be willing to stand up against this cannibalistic world? Xie said sternly, born in hardship, die in comfort, decadence and escapism cannot develop a strong civilization. He was clearly against this technology. Yun Zhao finished reading the above, but pondered another question, asking softly, has no one considered that you, living in a data world, are still the same you? A once famous philosophical paradox. The ship of Theseus. An ancient Greek legend. The ship Theseus sailed on was preserved by the Athenians as a monument. As time passed, the wood rotted, and the Athenians replaced it with new timber. Whichever piece of wood broke, they would find the same piece to replace it. Eventually, every single piece of wood on the ship had been replaced, leading to the question, is this still the original ship of Theseus, just like this digital world? Is the you in the data a version of yourself replaced by AI, or the real you? Chapter 186. Yun Zhao felt that digital life was unrealistic. Human consciousness is unique and cannot be copied. Do you possess the same consciousness as someone else? This is a terrifying question. Is the you uploaded to the digital life world still you? For example, when you film a short video and upload it to an online platform, then two identical yous exist in this world. Everyone knows that the you in the video is you. Your family and friends may love you very much. But in their eyes, the you in your physical body and the you in the cloud data are no different. Because as long as one you exists, it's enough to carry that love. AI can scan your body, memories, voice, and all your data, simulating your behavior and speech, appearing in videos. Even your closest relatives can't tell the difference. Only the conscious physical body, your own brain, knows whether the you in the digital life world is truly you. Yun Zhao slowly said, your proof of existence is replaced by a copy. Don't you find that terrifying? The rabbit got goosebumps. Pointing to a family of 3 on the computer screen, she asked, puzzled, then why are so many people still rushing to get in? According to them, to enter the digital life world and gain immortality, you need to enter a lottery. Only those who win a spot are eligible. This question touched upon the very foundation of human existence. It was impossible for no one in this base to have thought of what Sister Yun Zhao was saying. Because the outside world is too hopeless, Yun Zhao replied softly. She summed up the plight of people in the dark apocalypse in one sentence. The seemingly beautiful scene on the screen was like a tempting trap. The song the woman was humming seemed to possess a magical, illusory power, bewitching and seducing humanity's deepest desires. Everyone fell silent upon hearing this. The atmosphere became tense. Xie turned off the screen, his sharp eyes sweeping over everyone. This is a contaminated zone. What are you all doing looking so dejected? Cheer up. Clearly, the so-called Digital Life project had ultimately failed. Contaminated Zone 235 was born, its obsession remaining within the digital life world. The entire Zero team snapped back to reality, replying Roger. Yun Zhao was a beat slower, responding softly. Song Liang had just finished studying the terrain map with Duanxi, but hadn't had a chance to speak because of the discovery of the digital life world. Captain, the city layout of this base, after comparison, shouldn't be Gulong County. Xie wasn't surprised at all. According to intelligence data, Gulong County was merely a small town with a population of 250,000 in the old days. There were no international-level research institutes or laboratories located there. It lacked a strong armed force and a team of highly skilled national professionals. Building high walls and maintaining power during the Dark Ages was not something one person could accomplish. It required substantial strength and technical support. Most importantly, a sufficient number of guides were essential. As for the contaminated area within Guan County, the reason it resembles a scene from another city may be related to the gatekeeper. The contaminated area is the gatekeeper's mental realm. It can conjure up places it has visited and seen at will. Xia didn't think about the gatekeeper's attributes for the time being. Finding the person was the priority. The other two teams that had entered before Team Zero might have made other discoveries. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long. The Peregrine Falcon quickly made a discovery. Duanxi hurriedly reported, "Captain, we found someone." They found someone in less than an hour. It went relatively smoothly. Not long after Duanxi finished speaking, his expression suddenly turned strange. They also sent word over there, warning us to be careful of the corpse collectors. Unknown Base, District 13. The Peregrine Falcon found Orange's links on the second floor of a hardware store. The two little creatures greeted each other amicably, then crouched furtively on the windowsill, peering inside with curious, wide eyes. The people inside were Lu Hong and 9 others, and 2 native inhabitants. They were twin sisters, around 17 or 18 years old. Although sisters, they didn't look alike at all. The older sister had neat, short hair that covered her ears, and her features were ordinary. The younger sister, with her hair in a bun, had delicate features and a gentle, charming demeanor. They were talking with Lu Hong and the others. "You mean, those who committed suicide actually went to the digital life world?" Li Guo's eyes widened. "That's outrageous. Doesn't the base care? Just let these people commit suicide on the streets?" The older sister, Tianling, looked at him questioningly. She seemed confused by his fuss. "Of course they care. There are rules against dying indoors. Otherwise you lose your eligibility to enter the digital world." Tianling said, "If someone dies indoors, the body collectors won't find them, and a rotting body at home will affect the base's living environment." Li Guo, dying in the street? Wouldn't that have any impact? The younger sister, Tian Shuang, smiled sheepishly at them, and explained shyly, "Only people from districts 12 to 15 participated in the lottery today. The streets in the other districts are very clean, and the body collectors will come to collect the bodies after 6 o'clock." The two sisters seemed like normal people. After noticing them, they proactively climbed through the window to talk to them. The sentries were wary, but thinking they had to get the key to get out, they could only bite the bullet and start talking to them. The group had been talking for quite a while inside, extracting a lot of useful information. Only Lu Hong became unusually silent, watching the two sisters warily. "And what about you?" Su Pingcheng asked cautiously. "Do you also want to enter the digital life world?" If that was their obsession, then it would be easy. Just wait for them to draw a spot, run out, and commit suicide. The key should appear then, right? But the two sisters shook their heads in unison. "No." Tianling's expression instantly fell upon hearing his words, her tone cold. "Do you want to go?" Clearly, Su Pingcheng's words had misled her. Su Pingcheng reacted quickly, hastily trying to salvage the situation. "We're not going either. What digital life forms? It sounds like a hoax." Honestly, he hadn't even figured out the situation. Tianling's expression softened. "I'm not afraid to tell you, we saw you rush into the street, but instead of committing suicide, you regretted it and came back, so we came looking for you." Tianling asked them bluntly, "So, do you want to join us?" Join? What did that mean? Were the two sisters opponents of the digital life world? Did they come to recruit the 9 of them? But the question was, were the two sisters even human? Could they be trusted? What if they were monsters in disguise? Wouldn't they be walking into a trap? Su Pingcheng subconsciously cast a questioning glance at Lu Hong. Lu Hong leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, her wary gaze darting between the two sisters. Although she resisted interacting with the natives, she had no choice but to pursue her obsession and obtain the key in order to escape. Lu Hong withdrew her gaze, organized her thoughts, and was about to speak. But out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of 2 spirit entities crouching outside the window, having watched the commotion for who knows how long. Spirit entities couldn't possibly exist in the contaminated zone. The true identities of the 2 spirit entities were self-evident. She froze, then slapped her thigh in realization. The reinforcements had finally arrived. Chapter 187. Upon discovering the Peregrine Falcon and Lynx, Lu Hong no longer cared about the two sisters and frantically signaled to Li Guo and the others, that they quickly get the two sisters away. They shouldn't be able to see the spiritual entities, but they looked just like normal people. If they saw them communicating with thin air, who knew if a sudden mutation might occur, breaking the rules of the contaminated zone? The group also saw the two spiritual entities outside the window, their faces showing joy. Kubo struggled to control himself, coughed lightly, and said to the two sisters, "How about this? We need to discuss this internally. We come find you later. What do you think?" The two sisters exchanged a glance. They agreed. They quickly opened the door and went out. Su Pingcheng released his senses, confirmed that everyone was far away, and quickly turned and ran to the window to let the two spiritual entities in. The peregrine falcon folded its wings and jumped into the room, pacing back and forth with a hunched back. The lynx stared at them with wide, questioning eyes. The psychic entity couldn't communicate with others. Lu Hong thought for a moment and released her own psychic entity. The two little creatures' eyes lit up when they saw her psychic entity, and they enthusiastically surrounded it. The three psychic entities huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Lu Hong acted as translator, her tone much more relaxed. The lynx said, "There are corpse collectors and unseen mutants outside. We're no match for those monsters. We just wait here. 2 teams of high-ranking sentinels will be here to find us soon." She once again admired her incredibly shrewd decision. This was like hooking up with a golden goose. After the peregrine falcon discovered the 2 teams' whereabouts, Team 0 immediately prepared to set off to rendezvous with them. The group emerged from the building and took the elevator downstairs. Xie, already in the habit of instinctively shielding Yun Zhao as they walked, remained protectively in front of her. The little bluebird perched on her head, its height just reaching his neck. They were very close, and the fire phoenix, unable to resist any longer, cried out, wanting to come out and play too. This time, Xie didn't restrain it. The fiery red figure gradually solidified, becoming small and delicate. The flames around it were withdrawn into its body, and its feathers took on a vibrant, fiery red hue. This was the first time the fire phoenix had appeared in its shrunken form. Seeing the fire phoenix, only the size of a palm, exactly like the little bluebird, only a different color, the other members of Team 0 were collectively shocked, their mouths agape as if they could swallow an egg. The captain hadn't told them about this at all. Holy crap! How did the captain do that? Duanxi explained incredulously, the fire phoenix can actually shrink? The fire phoenix, without even glancing at its true form, flapped its wings and approached Yun Zhao. It circled her ingratiatingly, as if asking if it could perch on her like the azure phoenix. The little azure bird lay listlessly on its main body's head, glancing at it sideways. "You dare touch her? The fire phoenix, eh?" It reluctantly flew back to its main body, mimicking the azure phoenix, and perched on Xie head. Xie sneered and waved it away. The fire phoenix immediately bristled. Yun Zhao looked up and witnessed the subtle interaction between the human and the spirit. A gentle smile involuntarily spread across her lips. She rarely smiled. When she did smile, her eyes shone brightly, as if sparkling with starlight. It was both warm and somewhat amusing. Xie paused slightly, but didn't shoo the fire phoenix away. Instead, he let it imitate the little bluebird and perch on him. The fire phoenix seemed to find its head too high to get close to the little bluebird, so it deliberately jumped onto his shoulder, choosing a spot closest to Yun Zhao. The little bluebird ignored it, and jumped to Yun Zhao's other shoulder. The two little creatures interacted like they were playing hide-and-seek. Yun Zhao found it quite amusing. She wanted to reach out and poke the fire phoenix, but this thought immediately provoked strong dissatisfaction from the little bluebird. Yun Zhao had no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea. After the elevator doors opened, the group composed themselves and cautiously emerged from the residential area. The streets outside were just as horrific as before. Corpses lay everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. Every now and then, someone would shout, "I won!" and excitedly rush into the street to embrace their ideal world. Yun Zhao erected a barrier, shielding some of her senses. The entire team tried to ignore the people, moving towards Sector 13, while remaining wary of the unseen mutants and the so-called corpse collectors relayed by the peregrine falcon. The peregrine falcon was, after all, just a psychic entity, and its relayed message was unclear. Or perhaps it didn't even know what the corpse collectors meant. Yun Zhao was protected by her teammates, with Xie walking in front of her. The tall figures of the sentinels blocked her view, preventing her from seeing the corpses on the ground. Even so, she still witnessed many horrific and bloody scenes. Team 0 walked along the eaves of the houses, inevitably encountering bodies that had hanged themselves, dangling in midair every so often. Xie swiftly severed the ropes. A loud thud followed, like something heavy crashing to the ground. Those who had run out turned around at the sound, casting strange glances at them. Yuan Zhao saw a woman standing not far from them. She stared blankly at them, wearing a white dress, her hair loose, holding a sharp dagger. A mutant suddenly appeared behind her. It opened its serrated teeth and lunged at her neck. It was a skeletal-like mutant, its limbs long and twisted, ending in sharp, hooked claws, its body covered in black slime. Like a demon crawling out of a nightmare. The black slime dripped from the monster, corroding the ground with a sizzling sound. Rabbit raised her sniper rifle and quickly aimed at the mutant. Bang! Bang! The bullets flew past, striking precisely in the head. The mutant let out a piercing scream, its head thrown back. The sound was like a sharp thorn, tearing through the air. The woman in the white dress suddenly had a gaping hole in her neck, blood splattering everywhere. She fell to the ground without a sound, along with the mutant. The rabbit stared at the scene in astonishment. What happened? The monster didn't bite her, did it? Xia narrowed his eyes, his expression cold, as he looked at the fallen woman and the mutant. The mutant killed by the rabbit had turned into a pool of black liquid. The woman's corpse remained, blood flowing continuously, quickly forming a large pool beneath her. The situation was bizarre. The air was thick with the stench of decay and rotting flesh. They had to be wary of dangers on all sides. The barrier couldn't block all their senses. Yuan Zhao frowned, covering his mouth and nose, and said, "Let's go to the regroup first." There were too few clues. Currently, all they knew was that there was a digital life project in this base, inducing these people to commit suicide. These scenes may not actually exist. Perhaps the gatekeeper is using some kind of exaggerated expression. Those who want to die can't be stopped. There can't be any living people in the contaminated zone. Saving a group of already dead people only to have them die again is pointless. Duanqi continued to point the way, turn left ahead, and you reach District 13, on the 2nd Street, on the 2nd floor of a hardware store. It wasn't too far. The group ignored the people on the street, and continued walking. Meanwhile, Rabbit fired again at the two mutants that had appeared out of nowhere. One of them had only shown half its body, before its lower half merged into the surrounding air. Hearing the gunshot, it quickly retreated and disappeared into the street. Just as Song Liang had said. The monsters, and they seemed to exist in a different spatial dimension. Chapter 188. The rabbit's sniper rifle was fitted with a silencer, the sound was minimal, and it didn't attract much attention. Team 0 passed through the equally horrific scene of District 14 and entered District 13. The air was thick with the stench of blood, almost nauseating. Under the gloomy sky, an atmosphere of despair and madness permeated the streets. People cheered as they faced death, as if this wasn't the end of life, but a grand celebration. Everywhere on the streets, figures lay in pools of blood. Some slit their throats with knives, blood gushing out like fountains, staining the ground red. Some leaped from heights, their bodies crashing heavily to the ground with dull thuds. Others ingested poison, lying on the ground, their faces contorted, awaiting death. Those who were still alive had eyes that gleamed with fanaticism, laughing and shouting madly, their faces devoid of fear, only filled with longing and desire for the digital world. Yuan Zhao's mental state hadn't been very good. She didn't want to see the chaotic and desperate scene, but her gaze didn't know where to land, so she just kept staring at the man's broad back as she walked forward. Fire Phoenix perched on his shoulder, greeting Yuan Zhao warmly and distracting her. Unfortunately, Yuan Zhao couldn't understand what Fire Phoenix was saying. The little bluebird refused to help translate. "We arrived," Xia2's deep voice sounded. Yuan Zhao looked up, focusing her gaze as far ahead as possible. Shortly after turning into this street, a peregrine falcon and a lynx were perched in front of a second-floor window. The two little creatures had excellent eyesight and had already spotted them. The peregrine falcon spread its wings and flew merrily low towards its main body, but stumbled halfway and nearly fell. The little creature flapped its wings again and came over. It spotted the shrunken Fire Phoenix and stared wide-eyed. A small head, a big question mark. Yuan Zhao thought, the expression really resembled Duan Shizhen's. A crack silently opened in the second-floor window, and a head peeked out. It was Lu Hong. She waved gratefully at them. The main gate of this residential area was on the other side. To get through, you had to walk another street. Xia2 glanced at the people rushing out to commit suicide, their occasional glances falling over, and said, "Climb in." The height of the second floor was nothing to an agile sentry. But for Yuan Zhao, it was clearly impossible. She instinctively opened her arms to the man, as if to embrace him. Xia2's eyes flickered. He stretched out his strong arms, tightly encircling her waist, letting her lean steadily against his chest, holding her in his arms. Yuan Zhao's face was still somewhat pale, but her expression was calm. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. The two, their bodies pressed close together, seemed accustomed to this way of being. The little bluebird, who was already used to this, suddenly noticed the fire phoenix so close. "Ah, get away from me!" The fire phoenix cried, still wanting to get closer. All the windows were now open. Xie steadily supported Yuan Zhao with one hand, precisely calculating the distance and landing point of his jump. He slightly bent his knees, gathering power in his legs, and then leaped up like an arrow. His eyes were focused and calm. He slightly adjusted his posture, gently pushing off the wall with his foot, using one hand for cushioning the impact, and easily leaped into the second-floor window. The entire process was swift and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. The teammates followed closely behind, climbing up one after another. The room was dark, and in the not-so-spacious living room stood 9 figures. Jiang Mu and the others were still some distance away and hadn't arrived yet. 3 teams, a total of 21 people, were indeed too conspicuous a target. Yuan Zhao adjusted to the light for a moment before letting go of his hand. Xie released her hand as well. The two separated again, each standing in their own space in the living room. Seeing them arrive, the tense expressions of the 9 people eased. They finally reunited. "Did you get the key?" Yuan Zhao asked the figures. Li Gua shook his head, "Not yet." Less than an hour after they arrived, the high-ranking sentries from the main base found them. According to their observations, the people here are obsessed with either death or rebellion, almost all related to the digital life world. Of course, it's also possible that they haven't had enough contact with the native inhabitants. No other obsessions have been discovered yet. Lu Hong walked to Yuan Zhao's side and told her about the 2 sisters next door. "They're opposing the digital life world. They saw us on the street but didn't commit suicide, so they came looking for us." Lu Hong was very perceptive. As she spoke, she observed Yuan Zhao and Xie reactions. "I think those 2 sisters might know some important clues. They seem to have been observing outside the whole time, and they must have seen you come." The entire Zero team climbed into the house, closed the windows behind them, and drew the curtains, leaving only the peregrine falcon and lynx, their spiritual entities, outside to monitor the situation. The room became even darker. Only blurry, dark figures could be seen. "Hold your positions for now, and wait for them to come to us." It was Xie who spoke. The digital life world might be related to the gatekeeper. This entry into the contaminated zone was an accident. Too many people entered. Whether to risk eliminating the gatekeeper is a decision Zero team cannot make on their own. They need to wait for Jiang Mu's team to arrive before discussing it. Moreover, their guide's condition is currently unstable. Yuan Zhao groped her way towards the sofa in the dark. She was exhausted and didn't want to stand while chatting. Xie noticed and, afraid she would fall, reached out to take her hand. Su Pingcheng, observing this, hesitated before asking, "Should we turn on the light?" "There's electricity. Why not turn on the light?" "No." Xie, supporting Yuan Zhao, said calmly, "The rules here forbid turning on the light." "Don't break the rules." Su Pingcheng nodded quickly, "Okay." Yuan Zhao was led by a pair of large hands to the sofa. As soon as she sat down, her other hand touched something furry on the sofa. It was alive. Whose spirit was it? The fur was a bit stiff, and the texture wasn't very pleasant. Was it a wild boar? Yuan Zhao rubbed it a couple more times, and the little creature seemed to enjoy her touch, nuzzling in her palm. The little bluebird perched on her head wasn't angry. Instead, it tilted its head, curiously staring at the spirit sitting on the sofa. Yuan Zhao wondered, what kind of spirit was this? Just as wisps of greenish-blue fluorescence appeared, a flashlight was shoved into her hand. "Don't use your abilities recklessly." Xie was very close, and stopped her in time, his tone unusually firm. Her mental state hadn't recovered, and frequent use of her mental power would only worsen it. Yuan Zhao didn't let go of his hand. The warm touch of his palm inexplicably made her feel at ease. "Okay." Yuan Zhao turned on her flashlight, shining it on the mental entity sitting next to her. After seeing the creature's face clearly, she froze. Chapter 189. This was a fluffy, round spiritual entity. It was covered in thick black and white fur, with short, sturdy limbs, chubby paws, and large black eye circles that looked like sunglasses. Its black, fluffy ears stood up cutely. The guide said made it feel very comfortable. It had its eyes closed, seemingly enjoying Yuan Zhao's touch, looking particularly endearing. Yuan Zhao blinked. "Giant panda?" "Yes." Xie sat down next to her, his expression indifferent, showing no other reaction. The small sofa, crammed with 2 people and a round spiritual entity, felt extremely crowded. The little bluebird was curious and jumped onto the giant panda, but found its fur too stiff, not as comfortable to the touch as a lion's, so it flapped its wings and returned to its original body's head. "Look at me! Look at me!" The fire phoenix was very dissatisfied, behaving even colder than its original body, looking at the giant panda's spiritual entity with hostility. The rest of Team Zero looked at Lu Hong with surprise. This girl was clearly an A-rank spiritual entity. Of the 9 sentinels present, only Lu Hong was an A-rank sentinel. This remote little town really was a hidden gem. First, there was the S-rank guide from Qingshan Town, and now they encountered an A-rank sentinel with a rare spiritual entity. Lu Hong scratched her head somewhat embarrassedly, her face full of pride, and finally she grinned foolishly. Hee hee. The giant panda was practically universally loved, even by spiritual entities. Anyone who had seen her spiritual entity was invariably curious. The sentinels at the outpost had teased her more than once that she could go live a good life at the main base. Everyone feared that after witnessing the grand base, she might never return. The journey was filled with worry. Lu Hong appeared carefree, but she had already sensed everyone's thoughts. Her ancestors had lived in Dongsha Town for generations, nestled against the Qinling Mountains to the south and separated from the Wei River to the north. No matter how good the grand base was, it wasn't her hometown. Yuan Zhao stroked the giant panda's spirit's furry ears again, finally withdrawing his hand. The important matter at hand was paramount. "What's this about the corpse collector?" Yuan Zhao asked again. The message was brought by the lynx. For Jiang Mu to take it seriously and send a special message, it was clear that the corpse collector was no ordinary person. Lu Hong snapped out of her reverie and said, "The 2 sisters mentioned it earlier. They said that today's lottery participants are from districts 12 to 15. At 6 o'clock, the corpse collector will come to dispose of the corpses on the streets. The 9 sentries hid in this house after entering the contaminated area. No further discoveries were made." Upon hearing this, Xie took out the phone. When Team Zero left the room, they took the laptop and phone. The time displayed was 2 p.m. There were still 4 hours until the body collectors arrived. "That's not right," Duanxi said. "If they won't appear until 6 p.m., how did Team Jiang and the others know about the body collectors?" Xie calmly replied, "Just because they're coming to collect the bodies at 6 p.m. doesn't mean they won't appear until then. It's possible the body collectors were in another area before 6 p.m. Jiang Mu and his team discovered those people shortly after they entered. The specifics will only be known once Jiang Mu arrives. This house is on the street, it's not safe. We move them immediately after they arrive." Xie shared Yun Zhao's thoughts. The fact that Jiang Mu specifically sent a message instructing them to be careful indicated that these creatures were very powerful. It was best not to confront them directly before obtaining the key. "Yes." Song Liang found a corner in the living room, sat down on the floor, and opened his laptop to search for information about the digital life world. There was internet in this contaminated area, but it seemed that the network could only be used to log into the digital life system and check on the lives of family members who had entered the digital life world. If there were a microphone, he could even talk to the woman and the 2 elderly people inside. It would be like talking to living people via video, only everyone was in different dimensions of time and space. Wait, different dimensions of time and space? Song Liang thought of the unseen mutants, as if he had made a new discovery. "Captain, I have an idea." Xie turned around and gestured for him to speak. "The digital life world is a created virtual dimension, so are the mutants remnants of a failed attempt to cross that threshold." Song Liang's thoughts cleared. The woman in the white dress on the street just now wasn't bitten by the mutant, but blood suddenly spurted from her neck. Are these the product of the imbalance between the digital life world and the contaminated zone? The contaminated zone has already interacted with the digital life world. A bold guess. Could the mutant that killed the woman in the white dress be herself? The birth of the contaminated zone proves that the plan to open the data world failed. The woman in the white dress mutated into a mutant. Only one can exist, a copy or self-awareness. So even though she wasn't bitten by the mutant, she still died. The mutant bit its own suicidal self. Could that mean all the creatures in the contaminated zone might unknowingly become mirror images of their own digital lives, and that mirror image, under certain conditions, might return as a mutant, taking lives? Song Liang's deduction sent chills down the spines of those who understood. A tremendous wave of turmoil surged within them. If the hypothesis were true, then every creature in the contaminated zone that had entered the digital life world possessed 2 selves. What about these outsiders? Is the space they currently occupy the gatekeeper's mental domain, or the bizarrely existing digital life world? Could their consciousness be pulled into the abyss of digital life at any moment, becoming another version of themselves? Or worse, becoming part of the gatekeeper's mental domain, forever lost? The atmosphere in the room froze. For a moment, the living room was so quiet that only the rapid breathing and pounding heartbeats could be heard. There was still movement outside the window. Occasionally, someone would run out, laughing loudly as they embraced the so-called immortality. The laughter of those yearning for so-called immortality grew increasingly grating. Now it sounded eerily chilling. Sietu frowned, pondering the possibility of this deduction. He pulled out paper and pen from his backpack and quickly sketched out the clues and possibilities they currently possessed. The lines were simple yet powerful, as if constructing a complex mental maze. Yuan Zhao held up her flashlight, tilting the beam towards him. She whispered, "If that's the case, we might have a hard time getting the key. Those who commit suicide are obsessed with entering the digital life world. Their obsession is death. But because of the existence of the clones, outsiders cannot interfere with their deaths. This means that no key will appear after death. This contaminated zone seems to have exceeded the 4-star danger level." Yuan Zhao even wondered if this could be a 5-star contaminated zone where no one has survived to this day. Chapter 190. If the assumption holds true, there's another possibility. Sietu drew several different lines in his notebook, representing different dimensions. The rabbit killed the mutant, so the woman died. There's a cause for every effect. If suicide allows entry into the digital life world, then the self-awareness dies, the copy doesn't die, and if the copy dies, the self-awareness perishes simultaneously. These two possibilities actually share the same viewpoint. Sietu, only one can exist, the copy or the self-awareness. Assumption 1. The rabbit killing the mutant directly or indirectly caused the woman, that is, the death of her corresponding individual in the real world. Assumption 2. Based on the theory of suicide entering the digital life world. The relationship between self-awareness and the copy presents a subtle state of symbiosis or mutual exclusion. If self-awareness chooses death to enter the digital realm, then while its physical body in the real world dies, its digital copy can continue to live. Conversely, if the copy dies, the self-awareness behind it will also disappear simultaneously. This actually implies that both share a certain life essence, but cannot simultaneously occupy existence in two different worlds. Sietu calmly pieced together this complex chain of logic in his notebook. If the assumption holds true, both possibilities actually point to a core truth, self-awareness and its digital copy. Sietu said calmly, like two sides of the same coin, inseparable, yet unable to coexist in two dimensions. The rabbit's head was spinning. She whispered, "Does that mean if I kill the mutant, the woman in the white dress also dies, but if I kill the woman, the mutant might not necessarily die?" Yuan Zhao nodded slightly. Yes, because the existence of replicas is based on the suicide of self-awareness. It's absurd. It touches upon the essence of existence, the relationship between consciousness and matter. Seeing this, Lu Hong, though filled with many questions, knew it wasn't the right time to ask. The gray sky outside the window seemed even deeper. Mixed with the occasional breeze, it brought a barely perceptible chill, mixed with the lingering smell of blood. Song Liang sat on the floor, fiddling with the two computers in his hands. The three standing by the window, Rabbit, Duan Shi, and Tao Hao, after hearing their captain's explanation, opened the window a crack to observe the scene outside. The king chameleon perched on the window, its round eyes darting around. As time passed, the noise outside lessened. Fewer and fewer people ran into the street. Rabbit saw again that behind a man, in the void, a mutant covered in black slime slowly appeared, suddenly pouncing on the man and tearing at him with its mandibles. Blood splattered everywhere. The man didn't struggle. This time, Rabbit didn't raise his gun to fire, but instead carefully observed the mutated creature behind him. The monster, shrouded in black mist, resembled a skeleton. Within its grotesque and twisted outline, a body structure similar to the man's was vaguely visible, only distorted beyond recognition by endless pain and mutation. Song Liang and the captain's hypothesis was correct. Duanqi also saw it. The scene was too gruesome. He said nothing, reaching out to close the window again. The peregrine falcon and lynx remained perched on the windowsill outside. Duanqi had his spiritual entity ask the lynx how much longer Jiang Mu's team would take to arrive. "Lynx, on our way." Sietu remained calm. Hearing this, he stopped writing and casually placed his notebook on his lap. "Eat something first, replenish your energy." The 9 sentinels from Team Zero, including Lu Hong, obeyed the order and each found a corner in the living room to sit down. They didn't stand on ceremony, plopping down on the floor or leaning against the wall to eat or rest. Food was scarce in this contaminated area. Like the room Team Zero had stayed in before, the man there was so focused on entering the digital world of life to reunite with his family that he hadn't stockpiled any food. Lu Hong and the others, however, found some food in this room. The portions weren't large, barely enough for the 9 of them for one meal. Xie took out a box of strawberry cookies and milk from his bag. After opening the bag, he handed the milk to Yun Zhao first. The important matter was at hand. There was no way to start a fire. They could only eat something to tide them over. Yun Zhao thanked him and took the notebook, noticing it on his lap. She reached for it, holding the flashlight in one hand to peruse it. Xie had sketched a logical chain with simple lines, even drawing a simplified layout of the contaminated area, marking the streets they had traversed with regions. Simple and easy to understand. Unlike her drawings, which were incomprehensible to anyone but herself. There's nothing to see here, drink your milk first. Xie took the flashlight from her, holding it for her. We don't have many clues yet, writing them down is just to help clarify our thoughts. Yun Zhao gave a soft and handed the notebook back to him. It was dark all around, with only the beam of the flashlight shining from the sofa. She didn't see that the man was holding a flashlight in one hand and a strawberry cookie in the other, his hands full and unable to catch it. The notebook fell from the sofa to the floor. Sorry, I didn't see it. Yun Zhao quickly bent down to pick it up. She picked it up, dusted it off, and was about to help him stuff it into his backpack when she inadvertently caught a glimpse of the doodles on the notebook in the flashlight beam. The stiff lines were crooked and chaotic, looking utterly messy. Yun Zhao froze slightly. It was something she had scribbled on while sitting on a pirate ship at the train station when she was a child. Yun Zhao didn't actually remember what had happened back then. She only had a vague impression in her mind. Xie saw her suddenly stop and her gaze linger on the notebook. He reached out to take it, but found his hand gripping the notebook unmoving. Yun Zhao's fingertips turned slightly white from gripping it so tightly, and her face looked even paler in the dim light. Xie sensed something was wrong. What's wrong? Yun Zhao's eyes gradually cleared, and she released her grip. Nothing. The doodles in the notebook were incomprehensible to others, but she could understand them. Crooked outlines of houses, abstract trees and letters and numbers, and slightly blurred, awkward strokes written with excessive force. A name was interspersed among them. Yun Zhao's tone was calm. Her mental state had been poor since leaving the contaminated area, and she occasionally displayed different traits. Her behavior was different from before. Xie didn't notice anything amiss. He put the notebook back in his backpack before handing her the strawberry cookies. Yun Zhao quietly thanked him and accepted them. She lowered her head slightly, taking small bites of the cookies. The only sound in the room was the slurping of people eating. Outside the window, screaming screams and maniacal laughter echoed intermittently. New figures would rush out from some corner, ending their lives in a resolute manner. His body slammed heavily to the ground with a dull thud. As time slowly passed. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, sounds came from both the door and the window simultaneously. Chapter 191. The people inside the room jolted, all standing up alertly. Lu Hong peered through the doorway, then silently told the others. The 2 sisters have come again, at the window. Jiang Mu finally appeared, opening the window himself and nimbly vaulting in. I say, why did you choose a spot facing the street? Jiang Mu, seeing everyone who had entered the contaminated area, rubbed his temples and said, let's hurry, the corpse collectors are coming. Jiang Mu's team members moved quickly, vaulting into the house one after another. With their arrival, the already small living room became even more crowded, the figures of more than 20 adults almost filling the entire space. The air seemed to suddenly become thin. Xie gaze lingered on Jiang Mu's team. They had clearly just been through a fierce battle. Everyone's face bore fatigue and solemnity, their clothes stained with mottled blood and dust. Zhou Tianqi was wounded, his combat uniform on his right arm was torn, and a makeshift bandage had been applied, with faint blood seeping through the gauze. Tao Haohao noticed the dark substance clinging to his wound and was about to speak. The knocking sounded again. Everyone's gaze turned to the doorway. Lu Hong was still standing there, gesturing to the group. It's the twin sisters, Duanqi explained quietly to Jiang Mu and the others. It couldn't be explained in a few words, so he had to get to the important points. Jiang Mu listened patiently, his expression surprised. There's an opposition? Clearly, they were unaware of this situation. Xie looked at Zhou Tianqi's wound and asked, what about the corpse collector? Jiang Mu saw the shrunken fire phoenix perched on Xie2's back. He had no time for surprise. He snapped, "There's sentinel mutants, all A rank." Everyone's expression changed upon hearing this. They all retain their keen senses. Their noses are like a dog's. Once they spot you, they relentlessly pursue you to the death. The corpse collectors possessed astonishing strength and incredible speed. In this contaminated zone, they were like messengers of death. Jiang Mu's team, fearing to alert more sentinel mutants, dared not use firearms and had to confront them head-on. Using our spiritual bodies to intercept them won't work either. We'd be caught again in no time. Jiang Mu wanted to find a place to sit, but the living room was packed. On the only sofa available, the guide sat quietly, holding an empty milk carton. Xie2 stood guard there like a plague. Jiang Mu simply pushed Tao Hao aside and leaned against the window to rest. We were in District 5 as soon as we came in. The situation was similar. Upon entering, Jiang Mu's team's armored vehicle was also nowhere to be seen. They didn't directly confront the horrifying scene of a group of people committing suicide. Instead, as usual, they released their spiritual entities to scout the terrain and gather clues. The two spiritual entities split up. They were initially just circling around the area until the lynx entered the street where groups of people were committing suicide and discovered the situation in districts 12 to 15. Spiritual entities cannot stray too far from their main bodies. However, after the incident in Contaminated Zone 88, and remembering that there was a guide in this contaminated zone, the group moved towards this area while letting Orange's lynx go further away to scout. The lynx entered District 13. There, it encountered the Peregrine Spirit entity and the 9 sentinels hiding there. I was going to find the key first, but the lynx found the person so quickly. Jiang Mu and the others headed this way, intending to catch up. However, they hadn't been moving for long when they encountered the corpse collectors on the way. Jiang Mu scoffed, "They're like the Grim Reaper, suddenly appearing behind us. Like those mutants that vanish into thin air, they appeared without any warning. Even S-rank sentinels couldn't detect them beforehand." They had encountered sentinel mutants in the contaminated zone many times during missions. But it was rare to see groups of high-level sentinel mutants. An interception was useless. They would relentlessly pursue them, suddenly appearing behind them. "We can't fire." One bullet, and 2 more appear nearby. Jiang Mu. The people on the street can see not only us, but also those sentinel mutants, shouting that the corpse collectors are here. They, however, were oblivious to the fighting. Those who wanted to commit suicide did so hastily, as if afraid of missing out. Jiang Mu thought he had seen many bizarre scenes, but the rules within the contaminated zone always shattered his worldview. He only had time to have Orange deliver a message to the lynx, notify Team 0 and the 9 sentinels to be careful of the corpse collectors. The 6 of them fought head-on, and it took considerable effort to defeat the sentinel mutants. It's easy to imagine how intense the battle was. Zhou Qianqi was accidentally bitten on the arm by a mutant that suddenly appeared behind him. He only received a simple bandage and rushed over to join them. Dark matter can infiltrate the mental realm. Every time a sentinel uses their ability, they get one step closer to mutation, not to mention that after being injured, dark matter enters the body through the wound. Fortunately, there was an S-rank guide in this contaminated zone. After hearing Jiang Mu's explanation, everyone's expression became extremely grave. The people present were not weak. 2 S-rank sentinels and 1 S-rank guide. Before entering, everyone was relatively optimistic, thinking they could successfully rescue the person and find the key to escape. They even thought the mission would be relatively easy. Maybe they could find the gatekeeper while they were at it, and eliminate this contaminated zone as well. Let's retreat now. This place is on the street. If the corpse collectors appear on the street, they'd be discovered immediately, Jiang Mu said to Xie2 again, ignoring the commotion at the door. Too many people would make them too conspicuous. They didn't need to go far. They could find a central building to hide in. As long as they didn't get close to the street, they should be fine. Xie2 looked down at the time. It was already past 5 o'clock. According to those people, the corpse collectors would arrive at 6 o'clock. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late. Even Jiang Mu found this troublesome. Before getting the key, it's best not to confront these monsters head-on. Yun Zhao sat quietly on the sofa. She had calmed herself down. The mission was important. To the underground parking lot, Yun Zhao said. The buildings here are all old-fashioned residential buildings, each with a parking lot underneath. Hiding in the basement level, the sentinel mutants shouldn't be able to detect them. The knocking continued. Without a high-ranking sentinel's permission, Lu Hong dared not open the door. Yun Zhao looked towards the door. If they were going to the parking lot, it meant they had to open the door and go outside. They bumped into the 2 sisters outside. They must have seen Jiang Mu and the others too, which was why they rushed over. There were many people in the house. Did the two sisters think they were part of an organized group? Now the situation seemed to be reversed. Or did the two sisters want to join them? The two sisters were the opposition, so it was very likely they had never entered the digital life world. Didn't they have another mutant version of themselves? Chapter 192. Having received the order to leave, everyone began packing. Actually, there wasn't much to pack. The backpacks of Zero Team and Jiang Mu's squad were all on their backs, and even when they sat down to rest, no one took them off. As for the 9 sentries, apart from Lu Hong who found a backpack and filled it with some supplies, the others were either empty-handed or holding their dwindling firearms. Jiang Mu had insisted that they couldn't fire. Firing would only attract more monsters. Both combat teams had already put away their weapons and taken up their melee weapons. Yun Zhao's gaze involuntarily drifted to her waist, where a small pistol was tucked and used since she put it on. On her other side, she had tucked her waist knife into the side strap of her backpack, just like Xie Tu had done. Yun Zhao took out her flashlight and, along with her teammates, went to the door first. The knocking suddenly stopped. The people outside seemed to hear their approaching footsteps. Tao Hao and Duanqi glanced back, placed their hands on the doorknob, and opened the door. The two remained vigilant, shining their flashlight beams directly out. Outside, in the dark stairwell, just as Lu Hong and the others had said, stood 2 women. The one with short, spirited hair was the older sister, named Tian Ling. The one with long, gentle hair was the younger sister, named Tian Shuang. They showed no reaction to the beams of the flashlights. Their pale faces held vivid expressions as they stared in surprise at the large group of people inside. "Where are you going?" The older sister, Tian Ling, asked warily, staring at the weapons in the hands of the group. The room was crowded, but everyone was quiet. The entryway was small, barely enough for 4 or 5 adults. The rest remained in the living room. Team Zero hadn't interacted with the sisters before, and didn't know what kind of beings they now belonged to. Duanqi and Tao Hao, standing by the door, turned to look at their captain, awaiting further instructions. No one answered, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. The older sister's eyes grew increasingly wary. "Let's go for a walk," Yun Zhao's voice came from inside the house. Her body was completely concealed by the sentries, so the two sisters could only hear her voice. Yun Zhao then said, "Want to come along?" Tian Ling, "If not, please make way." Yun Zhao's tone was calm. Since joining Team Zero, her training and missions had consistently emphasized the prohibition of physical contact with contaminants. Back in Contaminated Zone 28, when Major General Qin tried to shake hands, Xie Tu casually dodged him. The area outside the door was only so big. If the sisters didn't move aside, the people inside couldn't get out. Unless by force. Xie Tu glanced at his phone. It was 5:35, 25 minutes until the body collectors arrived. Fortunately, after hearing Yun Zhao's words, the two sisters stepped back, clearing space in the doorway. The peregrine falcon darted out from around their feet, swaying its head as it walked into the darkness, helping to scout the area. Tao Hao and Duanqi stepped into the stairwell, knives in hand, their eyes scanning both sides of the corridor. There were no lights in the building. A quiet, slightly aged atmosphere permeated the air. Parts of the wall plaster had peeled off at both ends, revealing chunks of cement. The white walls were covered in grime, with numerous dried brown marks that looked like bloodstains. At the far corner, the emergency exit sign glowed green. Because of Yun Zhao's spiritual essence, the Zero team members felt a sense of familiarity looking at the green glowing corridor. Xie Tu and Yun Zhao followed the two people ahead out the door. Yun Zhao's younger sister Tian Shuang saw her emerge. She was slightly taken aback, seemingly not expecting a patient among a group of muscular men. Yun Zhao's mental state had been poor, her face was pale, and she appeared listless. Her slender figure stood out conspicuously among the tall sentries. Tian Shuang instinctively assumed she was the patient, smiled at her, and softly asked, "Where are you going for a walk?" Her tone suggested she was certain they weren't just taking a casual stroll, but were plotting something important. Yun Zhao replied listlessly, "The underground parking lot." Tian Shuang, The people behind them emerged from the building one by one. Zhou Tianqi, his face grim, was sandwiched between his teammates, his baby face etched with frustration. Was being the first to stumble always the sign he was the weakest in the team? After his injury, no one showed any concern. The captain casually said he'd give him 2 extra weeks of training when they got back. His teammates joked and laughed. Zhou Tianqi was practically bursting with frustration. A glimpse of the blood-soaked gauze on his arm caught his eye, and he didn't even want to speak. A group of people filed out of the house, everyone silent, listening quietly to the guide's conversation with the two indigenous people. Xie dutifully acted as her bodyguard, his flashlight steadily illuminating the path for her. Tianling and Tianshuang clearly didn't believe their explanation of going for a walk. Tianling, being impatient, realized this group was deliberately hiding something from them. There's nothing in the parking lot. The gate's been welded shut long ago. What were you doing there? Duanqi and Tao Haohao had found the stairwell. Yuan Zhao followed the beam of her flashlight, saying, "Want to go for a walk?" The atmosphere of their conversation was strange. The two sisters seemed normal, anxiously inquiring about the situation. Yuan Zhao, however, gave repetitive, mechanical replies, making her seem like a dangerous individual trying to seduce young girls. The three were all equally pale. To an unfamiliar person, it would be difficult to distinguish who was the contaminant. Lu Hong looked ahead, with a complicated expression. Her spiritual body had returned to the spiritual realm. Lu Hong didn't quite understand why, among a group of high-ranking sentinels, it was the seemingly weak Xiang who was leading the interaction with the natives. But they must have their reasons. The sentinels at the main base knew more about the situation within the contaminated zone than they did. It was best to remain silent, stick with the main group, and not cause trouble. The group passed the elevator. The elevator was still functioning normally. The second floor was easily accessible by stairs, so everyone skipped the elevator and entered the stairwell one by one. The two sisters, seeing everyone had gone, stamped their feet and followed. Jiangmu strolled at the back, his relaxed demeanor making him seem like he was just going for a walk. In just a few minutes, the group reached the basement level. The iron gate was locked. Duanqi swiftly pried open the lock and pushed open the long-sealed, dusty door. The parking lot was dark, save for the faint beams of their flashlights, tracing lines of light in the darkness. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the empty parking lot, each step amplified countless times, like a dull drumbeat striking the hearts of everyone present. All around were rows of silent cars, like silent beasts lurking in the darkness. The flashlight beam occasionally swept across the forgotten vehicles, their bodies covered in thick dust, clearly abandoned for an unknown period. Doing normal things in the contaminated zone was considered abnormal. Yuan Zhao subconsciously wanted to release her spiritual energy. She raised her hand slightly, but upon seeing Xie beside her, and remembering his prohibition against using her abilities freely, she slowly withdrew her hand. Yuan Zhao pursed her lips and looked back. Sure enough, the two sisters had followed. She mustered her strength and casually asked, "Can we turn on the lights in the parking lot?" Tianling and Tianshuang's expressions changed drastically. No lights. Chapter 193. Yuan Zhao was listless. Oh! They had initially thought that keeping the lights off was a base rule to conserve electricity and maintain the digital life world. But now, this parking lot was completely enclosed, and even with the lights on, no one outside could see anything. As for the so-called electricity meter, in this eerie place, it was impossible for anyone to check the meter. So what would turning on the lights attract? Tianling saw her say "oh" and then fall silent. She couldn't contain herself. She exchanged a glance with her sister, and seeing her sister nod, she finally got to the point. "You are also opponents, right? Want to join us?" Yuan Zhao looked surprised. "There are only two of you. Shouldn't you be the ones joining us?" Tianling, Xie curled his lips into a smile, glancing at the time. 5:50. He released his senses, probing the outside. There was no movement at all. After 5 o'clock, no one came out of the street anymore, leaving only corpses and remains scattered everywhere. The two sisters standing at the back, seeing that everyone else ignored them, already knew that the young girl was in charge. But Tianling couldn't argue with her at all. Tianshuang said softly, "There are more than just the two of us. In this base, there are many others like us who oppose us." She paused. "I'm sorry, but if you don't agree, I can't say anything else." In the silent parking lot, the faint voices echoed, as if amplified countless times. No one could see anyone else in the darkness. The flashlight beam couldn't dispel the thick darkness. Yuan Zhao's eyes flashed. "What is your purpose? To destroy the digital life world?" Those lining up to commit suicide had only one obsession: entering the digital life world. They couldn't obtain the key. Only this group of opponents maintained normal thinking and human appearance. But their obsession also seemed related to the digital life world. If that were the case, did it mean that only by destroying the digital life world could they obtain the key to leave? As for the gatekeeper, the current clues are too few to make a judgment. Hearing her question, the sister's expression stiffened for a moment. Like an NPC malfunctioning. Destroy the digital life world. Destroy the digital life world. Tianling murmured, repeating her words. Jiang Mu, closest to them, frowned, keenly noticing the sister's abnormality. The sister seemed to be in a state of confusion, constantly repeating the phrase destroy the digital life world. The sentinels were reluctant to have too much contact with the natives. Firstly, too much contact could easily lead to emotional bonds. Secondly, they risked being influenced by the creatures within the contaminated zone and gradually assimilated. Jiang Mu shone his flashlight on the sisters' faces. Now everyone around could see them clearly. Fine, dust-like particles floated on their pale faces. Their eyes were empty and lifeless, their expressions increasingly stiff, like soulless dolls. There was no vitality in their black pupils. The people who were normal just moments before had instantly changed. Several sentinels from Ligua, who had never entered the contaminated zone before, instinctively took a few steps back, keeping their distance from the sisters. It was truly bizarre. The sentinels entering the contaminated zone for the first time felt a chill run down their spines. Destroy the digital life world. The murmur echoed in the empty parking lot, like a curse, sending chills down everyone's spine. Yuan Zhao had no choice but to use her mental power. Strands of emerald green fluorescence flickered and flew towards the two sisters. Her heart inexplicably raced, and she subconsciously looked up at Xie beside her. She seemed to have promised him that she wouldn't recklessly use her abilities until her mental state recovered. Xietu's dark eyes remained fixed on her. His face was expressionless. This made Yuan Zhao feel pressured. She averted her gaze, pretending not to see, and spoke softly, "Since you're in the opposition, you should clarify your stance." The mental threads were attempting to influence the creatures within the contaminated area. Her voice seemed to possess a magical power, instantly pulling the two sisters back to reality. Tianling snapped out of her daze, her eyes regaining their clarity. "Yes. We oppose it because it distorts the essence of humanity, making people addicted to illusions and forgetting the reality of the world." Her younger sister, Tian Shuang, added, "Nobody knows what kind of thing we, the AI clones, really are." They were right. This thought simultaneously crossed the minds of everyone who had already witnessed the mutated clones. It was 5:58 p.m. Xietu finally spoke, using the excuse that they needed to discuss things internally, and quickly dismissed the two men. Seeing their large numbers, the sisters were somewhat unwilling to give up and wanted to persuade them further, but they fell silent when they met the man's cold gaze. Finally, they only left one sentence. "All right then, we stay in 203. If you agree, come find us anytime." In the pitch-black environment, where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, the two walked straight towards the door, as if on flat ground. The sisters' figures quickly disappeared behind the parking lot's iron gate. Orange's Lynx ran to the door to check, and after confirming they were gone, Orange immediately ran over and closed the iron gate. "Captain, the parking lot entrance and exit are welded shut." Duanxi only had time to say this because Xietu held up his phone, informing everyone. It was already 6 o'clock. Everyone instinctively shut their mouths, released all their senses, and held their breath. On the street surface they couldn't see. High-level sentinel mutants known as corpse collectors appeared out of thin air. They were a group of long, twisted monsters, their tall skeletons emanating black mist, like demons crawling up from the depths of hell. The black slime on the monsters' bodies was like a thick film of oil, tightly wrapping their skeletal forms, flowing slowly, as if it were alive. Slime dripped, sizzling and corroding. A strong sense of suffocation washed over them. The two S-rank sentinels, having released all their senses, could hear faint sounds. Besides the corrosive sound of the slime, countless chewing sounds could be faintly heard. Xietu and Jiang Mu exchanged glances at each other from a distance. They seemed to understand how the so-called corpse collectors actually collected corpses. The sentinel mutants were consuming those corpses. They hid in the underground parking lot, too far away for anyone but Xietu and Jiang Mu to hear anything happening on the street. They didn't even dare to send out their spiritual entities to investigate. Those sentinel mutants could see spiritual entities. Their intelligence was currently unknown, and they wondered if they would use the spiritual entities as a clue to track them down. The flashlight beams were switched off. Everyone stood motionless in the darkness of the underground parking lot. Yuan Zhao maintained his spiritual strength. Deep down, however, he was thinking that standing for so long was tiring, and he should have asked the two sisters when the corpse collectors usually left. Time slowly passed, and the commotion outside grew louder. The sizzling sound, like water dripping from a pan of oil, continued incessantly. They were getting closer and closer. Xietu and Jiang Mu simultaneously tightened their grip on their knives. Chapter 194. The sounds of corrosion grew increasingly distinct, like the long trails left by the slime trails of a moving monster, announcing its arrival to humanity. Sizzle, rotting, erosion, mixed with hissing and chewing sounds. As more and more monsters appeared on the street, the other sentinels gradually heard the commotion above. The empty parking lot was pitch black and silent. Every sound seemed amplified countless times, ringing in their ears. When in danger, the instinct is to flee. Su Pengcheng's hand gripping his gun trembled slightly. The A-level sentinels outside were incredibly powerful mutants. Even high-level sentinels had been injured. He was only a B-level sentinel. He was definitely no match for them. Su Pengcheng's heart pounded violently in his chest, his hand gripping the gun trembling more and more intensely. He was already imagining those horrific scenes in his mind. Hordes of terrifying monsters appeared on the streets, their slimy splattered with foul-smelling blood. Countless mutated creatures lay on the ground, devouring mangled corpses. The surrounding darkness seemed to materialize, oppressing him so much he could barely breathe. Every subtle movement felt like a sharp thorn piercing his taut nerves. Xia heard rapid breathing behind him. The B-rank sentinel's mental state seemed unstable. His instinctive fear of powerful creatures had focused all his senses on hearing. The sentinels of Donsha Town had never entered the contaminated zone before, especially not at such a high level of difficulty. If they didn't intervene, he might fall into a trance. Yun Zhao, of course, heard it too. She couldn't hear anything outside, but in the empty, deathly silence of the parking lot, even the slightest sound would draw everyone's attention. The little bluebird perched listlessly on her head. It was almost invisible, unusually quiet, as if asleep. Once inside the contaminated zone, it was impossible to completely avoid using one's abilities. Yun Zhao forced herself to stay awake, slightly raising her fingertips, and wisps of bluish-green fluorescence surged around her. The fluorescence flashed for a moment, illuminating the person beside her. Xia usually cold face, with its sharp, defined lines, appeared even more resolute and profound under the bluish-green fluorescence. He was looking down at her. His deep eyes seemed to deepen even more in that instant of fluorescence. Yun Zhao couldn't decipher the emotions in his eyes, so she winked at him, and countless fluorescent lights shot towards the people behind him. Not just Su Pengcheng. Zhou Tianqi was injured, his wound stained with dark matter and requiring purification. Under the fluorescent light, Yun Zhao's face appeared even paler. Since entering the contaminated zone, she had been forcing herself to maintain her mental strength, frequently using her abilities. Xia watched but couldn't stop her. Everyone believed that S-rank sentinels were powerful and omnipotent. He couldn't stop her from using her mental power, nor could he alleviate her mental weakness. The spreading wisps of mental energy shone brightly, the scattered fluorescent light dispelling some of the darkness, purifying the surrounding sentinels. The rapid breathing gradually calmed. The sounds outside came and went, sometimes distant, sometimes near, interspersed with muffled roars and increasingly loud chewing sounds. A moment later, Yun Zhao withdrew all her mental energy, and the parking lot fell into darkness again. Xia extended his arm, letting her lean against him to rest for a moment. TSK. A soft sound rang out, coming from Jiangmu not far away. Xia ignored it, focusing intently on the sounds outside. Time slowly passed. The noise on the street gradually faded, allowing the tense crowd to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Xia checked the time on his phone. 6:45. The sentinel mutants had been feeding for 45 minutes. Unless the two captains gave orders, the sentinels remained vigilant, constantly monitoring their surroundings. Around 7 o'clock. With their senses fully activated, Xia and Jiangmu could hear no more sounds. Duanxi, send the peregrine falcon over to check, be careful not to be discovered, Xia whispered. Duanxi immediately agreed. The peregrine falcon's form gradually solidified, flapping its wings and flying out of the tightly closed iron gate, perching at the first floor window to observe. Duanxi's hand, gripping his knife tightly, lowered slightly as he breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, the monsters on the street are gone. The danger was over. The sentinels could finally breathe deeply, even ignoring the dusty ground, and plop down on their backs. Damn it, how could there be so many A-rank sentinel mutants? Tao Hao, clutching his large knife, was utterly shocked. A-rank sentinel mutants were even more powerful than A-rank sentinels. They had no sense of pain, and their slime was corrosive. The sentinels were at a huge disadvantage in close combat. Not to mention, these monsters could appear and disappear out of thin air. Even Captain Jiang said they couldn't sense them beforehand. Qingzi leaned against a pillar. This looks like a large survival base. There must have been quite a few A-rank sentinels before the fall. So there are so many advanced sentinel mutants. The rabbit, clutching her sniper rifle, glanced at the two silent captains, then, realizing a more serious problem, weakly raised her hand. What about the number of guides? Everyone, Both teams simultaneously thought of contaminated Zone 88. Even a B rank or C rank guide is so difficult to deal with. If there are guide mutants in this contaminated zone, it's practically hellish. Everyone had a vague idea of the danger level of this contaminated zone. But no one dared to voice their thoughts. They tacitly pretended not to hear. Lu Hong and the others didn't join the discussion. They only had a vague understanding of the situation in the contaminated zone, and simply stood silently in the darkness. What are you all thinking about? Jiang Mu's voice rang out. He said lazily, we deal with whatever comes our way. Stay alert. If you can't find any other obsession, then go destroy the digital life world. Maybe this thing is the gatekeeper. Xie Tu, supporting Yun Zhao, switched on his flashlight with one hand, the faint beam illuminating the dusty ground beneath their feet. It's just electronic data. We can try disrupting the entire base's power system. That's right. Jiang Mu echoed his sentiment. Even if that thing isn't the gatekeeper, we fulfill the opposition's obsession and can get the key. The two captains' words were like a reassuring pill, giving the sentries a renewed sense of direction. Yun Zhao leaned weakly against Xie Tu, her eyelids drooping. She was exhausted and didn't want to speak. Xie Tu pressed his lips together. Let's discuss it upstairs. She needed rest. The situation was definitely not as simple as Jiang Mu made it out to be. He had downplayed it to boost morale and reassure everyone. Near the power system, there would definitely be a large number of monsters. They needed to discuss and plan their actions, scout the terrain beforehand, and locate the control room. Upon hearing this, everyone scrambled to their feet, switched on their flashlights, and retraced their steps upstairs. They had only taken a few steps when the unexpected happened. All the lights in the parking lot suddenly turned on. The sudden light caused everyone present to instinctively look up at the light fixtures. Xie Tu's expression changed slightly. Get out of here. Chapter 195. What did the Lantern Festival attract? They quickly found the answer. Not long after Xie Tu finished speaking, the surrounding air rippled repeatedly, and countless mutants emerged from the void, blocking their path. They were all A-rank Sentinel mutants. These monsters hadn't left at all. Instead, they had entered another dimension and remained hidden nearby. Holy crap! The gatekeeper must be behind this. Tao Hao shouted, and a giant brown bear spirit appeared out of thin air. Rabbit reacted quickly, immediately appearing beside Duan Shi and firing a sniper rifle. Duan Shi drew his sword and provided cover. Rabbit had no advantage in close combat, but his long-range attack ability was unmatched among the teams. The silenced sniper rifle fired 3 shots in quick succession, each hitting a vital point in the head, killing an A-rank mutant. Before anyone could react, Rabbit secured the first kill. As the mutants continued to emerge, a suffocating sense of oppression enveloped the entire space. The once empty underground parking lot instantly transformed into a battlefield. Giant figures, 2 to 3 meters tall, appeared distorted and terrifying under the lights, splattering countless droplets of slime, their horrifying howls echoing throughout the room. Lu Hong, following the example of the other sentinels, released her spiritual form to block the monsters from getting close, then charged forward, knife in hand. The B-rank sentinels huddled together, back to back in defense. They dared not fire indiscriminately, fearing they would attract more monsters, and even more so, fearing they might injure the A-rank sentinels whose movements were as swift as phantoms. The battle unfolded fiercely, like a raging storm. But soon everyone realized something was wrong. The mutants seemed to be roaring and charging in one direction. The sudden appearance of monsters scattered the crowd, and the direction they rushed towards. There, only Xie Tu and Yun Zhao stood. The little bluebird stood up from her head, its cold eyes fixed on the countless monsters descending from the sky, surrounding the two. Trash! They're coming for me. Yun Zhao said softly. They want to kill me too? What kind of Tang monk's flesh is she? Every gatekeeper wants to devour her. Now, thinking back, the little girl in Zone 88's contaminated area, wasn't it because of her power that she developed a new obsession, but rather an instinct bestowed upon her by the gatekeepers? Yun Zhao's voice was very soft. The other sentry's attention was focused on the monsters. Except for Xie Tu, who was closest, no one heard her. Xie Tu gripped his Tang sword tightly, wanting to comfort her, but then remembered that she couldn't possibly be intimidated by such a scene. The fluctuations in the surrounding air didn't stop. More mutants followed. The others had tried their best to stop them, but several monsters were still closing in on the two in the blink of an eye. A suffocating sense of oppression filled the air. It's alright, I'm here, Xie Tu said in a deep voice. His eyes sharpened, and he pulled Yun Zhao into his arms, charging forward like a cold, murderous beast, sword in hand. The small figure of the fire phoenix shifted in the air, raising its head and letting out a cry. The next moment, the surrounding temperature suddenly rose, the air as if ignited, becoming scorching hot. A gigantic phoenix appeared in the parking lot, half its body hidden in the ceiling. A dazzling light shone from its head, like a brilliant star. The fire phoenix flapped its wings, each flap creating a sea of fire, the flame surging like waves, sweeping towards the surrounding mutants, preventing them from getting closer. The sentinel mutants, bearing their fangs and claws, charged forward with a stench that filled the air. Facing the ferocious onslaught of the A-rank sentinel mutants, Xie Tu slightly shifted his body, shielding Yun Zhao in his arms with his own. At the same time, his feet nimbly shifted position, avoiding the mutants' direct assault. Concerned for the person in his arms, he didn't linger in the fight. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his tang sword fiercely, the blade flashing like lightning, aiming for the mutant's vitals with chilling force. With a flick of his wrist, Xie Tu used the impact to change the direction of the tang sword, slashing horizontally towards the mutant's neck. The explosive power of an S-rank sentinel was terrifying. The A-rank sentinel mutant was instantly decapitated and crashed to the ground. The whole process was swift, but a third monster arrived in quick succession. Yun Zhao leaned against his chest, listening to his heartbeat, watching his figure shift again, narrowly dodging the pincer attack of two high-ranking mutants. Black slime splattered everywhere, blurring her vision. A large creature with a pale blue halo appeared. The white-haired beast charged headlong into the fire circle, its large tail nimbly wrapping around two advanced mutants, then forcefully flung it, slamming the monster against the roof of a dusty car in the distance. The abandoned car instantly caved in. Then black threads floated out and disappeared into its body. The white-haired beast seemed oblivious, happily approaching to play with the little bluebird. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt your heroic rescue, but if I don't run now, I won't be able to stop it. Jiang Mu appeared around the fire circle, blocking the two howling, charging advanced mutants. The battle over there was also extremely fierce. Several sentinels were struggling to hold off most of the monsters. The A-rank sentinel mutants were far too powerful. Even though they didn't harm the psychic entities, the dark matter emanating from them continuously eroded the sentinels' mental domains. The fluctuations in the air continued. More and more A-rank sentinel mutants were emerging. If they didn't run, they would be trapped in the parking lot. Xie Tu turned his head and exchanged a glance with Jiang Mu. Charge! The fire phoenix flapped its wings violently, and the raging flames melted a large hole in the tightly closed iron gate. Hearing the voices of their two captains, the team members instinctively obeyed. This was absolute trust in their captains. Song Liang's lion psychic entity led the way, pushing the others out of the hole and onto the wide street. Lu Hong and the others ran in the middle. They were the weakest, and not holding them back was their greatest contribution to the team. So, upon hearing the shout, the 9 of them didn't hesitate and followed the other sentinels into the street. It was only then did the 9 realize that the two teams they had been following were actually S-class combat teams led by 2 S-class sentinels. The others retreated. The advanced sentinel mutants, now without any resistance, swarmed forward howling. Their target was clear, Yun Zhao. The fire phoenix and the white beast blocked the cave entrance. Protecting the 3, they fled the underground parking lot at top speed. The monsters behind them roared angrily, their massive bodies appearing even more ferocious in the flames, like demons crawling out of hell, before vanishing from the parking lot in an instant. In the blink of an eye, they all appeared densely packed on the street, undulating with the air. They surrounded the 3 of them again, howling as they pounced. Just as Jiang Mu had said, once these A-rank sentinel mutants got involved, it was almost a fight to the death. Yun Zhao nestled in his arms, quietly observing the countless A-rank mutants around them. The S-rank sentinels were indeed very strong. But this was simply not enough to shake off these monsters. They would only relentlessly pursue them until everyone's strength was exhausted. She slightly raised her hand, a bluish-green glow just beginning to appear, but was interrupted by the man. Don't move. You only get weaker if you keep going. Xie Tu held her tightly, whispering, wouldn't that just be falling into the gatekeeper's trap? Yun Zhao knew, of course. But if she didn't act now, they simply couldn't shake off these teleporting monsters. Xie Tu dodged with lightning speed, sidestepping a fatal blow from an incoming mutant, and said to Jiang Mu in a deep voice, split up and run. The monsters were heading straight for Yun Zhao. With fewer people and a smaller target, he was confident he could shake them off. With Jiang Mu on the other side, and the team members well trained and safe. Separating temporarily was better for everyone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Mu only gave the two of them a deep look. The enormous body of the white jade beast helped block the numerous monsters on the left. The fire phoenix landed on the ground from the sky, its massive wings spreading to block the entire road on the right, the blazing flames preventing the mutants from approaching. It had to protect the azure phoenix. Xie didn't delay any longer, carrying Yun Zhao, and chose the opposite direction, disappearing into a nearby alley. The two figures quickly disappeared from Jiang Mu's sight. Chapter 196. One by one, the sentinel mutants on the street vanished into thin air. They seemed to be chasing after Xie. Jiang Mu only then realized that the guide had encountered a problem. His mental strength seemed to be weakened. The sudden appearance of the monsters disrupted their plans to destroy the digital life world. Jiang Mu sighed softly and took his child to find the others. Xietu's arm muscles were tense as he sped through the alley like lightning. Yun Zhao, in his arms, pressed her small face against his firm chest, listening to her own rapid heartbeat mingling with Xietu's breathing. The air seemed to be stirred by an invisible force. The surroundings rippled continuously. One monster after another emerged from the undulating void like ghosts, their figures twisted and ferocious, emanating a black aura that sent chills down one's spine. These monsters let out piercing howls. The sound seemed to penetrate the soul, howling as they chased after him. The street rushed past beneath his feet, the buildings on either side flashing by like blurry shadows. The wind whistled in their ears, tousling their hair. Xie remained remarkably calm, his gaze fixed intently ahead, searching for an escape route. Monsters suddenly sprang out, relentlessly pursuing him, like shadows. Each time they gained some distance, they would disappear, only to reappear nearby. It was as if they were locked on. No matter how fast they went, they could never shake them off. Yun Zhao wrapped her arms around the man's neck, resting her head on his shoulder as she looked back. Abnormally tall humanoid skeletons, covered in black slime, were densely packed, their exact number impossible to count. Yun Zhao's expression was calm, seemingly unafraid. Perhaps because she knew the end wasn't near. The fire phoenix swooped down from the sky every now and then, helping to intercept the monsters behind them. The A-rank sentinel mutants were intelligent. They could disappear in place to avoid the flames. Being in different dimensions, they were completely harmless. Yun Zhao gently raised her head, looking at Xietu's resolute profile. She could feel his tense body and his rapid, steady heartbeat. The wind howled. She remembered how he had carried her like this when they fled and contaminated Zone 88. I have to use my mental power, Yun Zhao informed him. Yes, she informed him. Her voice sounded weak. Her expanded mental domain was empty, yet her pale face carried her unique strength. Xietu's brows furrowed. Using it again? He gritted his teeth. No! Xietu released all his senses, searching for an opportunity to escape. Turning on the lights would attract the mutants. The interweaving of different spatial dimensions is related to electricity. If he could just hold on a little longer, he would find a way to shake off the monsters behind him. However, the little bluebird had already flapped its wings and taken flight. You're looking for a noise-canceling chamber? Yun Zhao saw through his thoughts. Since there are sentinels, there must be a noise-canceling chamber here. A noise-canceling chamber can isolate all sound and movement. There is no electricity, no self-awareness or clones there, and it won't be affected by the digital life world. The sentinel mutants, naturally, cannot enter the noise-canceling chamber from another dimension. It is indeed an excellent hiding place. But we can't hide forever. I don't like being constantly on the defensive. Yun Zhao paused, then leaned on his shoulder and whispered, I didn't tell you last time, but it seems like establishing a mental connection can repair my mental domain. The implication was that she shouldn't be afraid of him using his mental power. As long as the gatekeeper didn't separate them, he could temporarily act as a portable power bank, helping her recover from the weakness caused by mental overload. Unfortunately, she had mentioned it before entering the contaminated area, but Xietu politely declined because of their teammates. Thinking of this, Yun Zhao looked at him with accusatory eyes. Xietu, The wind was still howling. Xietu was rushing forward, unable to spare the time to explain to her. He had reached the end of the alley, rushed forward, used the wall for leverage, and easily scaled it to the next alley. The monster behind him was still relentlessly pursuing. Xietu released all his senses, choosing a side path to evade, and had no time to speak. The timing was wrong, and it was too late. The little bluebird had already taken flight, instantly transforming into a large bluebird. Its enormous body resembled the awakening of an ancient deity, every feather shimmering with starlight. Divine light broke through the dawn, descending upon the mortal world. Xie, familiar with the little creature, keenly noticed. The large bluebird's phoenix cry was weak, unlike its former powerful cry. He, always strong, calm, and reliable, felt powerless at this moment. The bluebird gently flapped its wings, countless fine strands of spiritual energy extending from the tips of its wings, transforming into a starlight-like emerald light that swept down from the sky. An indescribable spiritual wave rippled outwards. Like an invisible giant net, it instantly covered the entire battlefield, precisely and flawlessly controlling all the sentinel mutants, rendering them immobile. The person in his arms grew even weaker. Her face was deathly pale, her body limp against Xie chest, as if all her strength had vanished. Words of blame ultimately failed him. A more dramatic scene unfolded. Just as Jingwan had immobilized all the mutants, Xie discovered a noise reduction chamber. A small, pure white bungalow, windowless on all sides, its smooth, peculiar wall material stood out starkly against the surrounding architecture. The rules here were the same as in other bases. The noise reduction chamber's door could only be locked from the inside. There was no lock on the outside, allowing sentries to enter at any time if they sensed something amiss in the mental field. Xie had chosen the east direction when he left. The two had already run from District 13 to District 7. Such a commotion, yet the alleyways and streets they had passed were eerily quiet. All living things seemed to have vanished. She was still expending her mental energy. As soon as she withdrew her mental energy, the monsters instantly returned to normal. Xie didn't delay any longer, quickening his pace and carrying her inside. The moment the door closed, absolute darkness enveloped the room. The noise ceased, and the world fell silent. Yuan Shao pressed against his strong chest, struggling to lift her head, her forehead resting against his chin. "I want it." Her voice sounded unusually weak, yet it carried a seductive quality. She disliked this feeling of weakness and powerlessness. Subconsciously, Yuan Shao believed that in the contaminated zone, she should be a powerful being, crushing those monsters, crushing any creature that harbored ill will towards her, including the gatekeeper. Just as Yuan Shao raised her hand, a strong hand accurately seized her wrist. Her words always left room for interpretation, yet Xie understood them perfectly. Mental connection. Xie felt the soft touch, his jawline tightening, and he spoke with difficulty in the darkness. "It will trigger bonding heat." "What is bonding heat?" Yuan Zhao's eyes were misty. The frequent use of her abilities during her weakened state seemed to shroud her consciousness in a fog. She seemed to have heard the term in the training course, but couldn't quite place it. Why would a mental connection trigger a bonding fever? The training course didn't seem to have explained it that way. Xie Adam's apple bobbed, and his cheeks involuntarily flushed. A bonding fever. It triggers physical bonding. Chapter 197. In the dark, silent little room, only the sounds of their breathing and heartbeats could be heard. His heart suddenly raced. Yuan Zhao's forehead was still pressed against his chin, almost touching his thin lips, listening to the pounding of his chest. She didn't know if she had heard him clearly. "But I feel terrible right now, so weak. I can barely use my mental energy." Yuan Zhao thought hazily. Her portable power bank seemed to be refusing to recharge. Contaminated Zone 235 was so dangerous. How could she survive without recharging? Her watery eyes had become unfocused, and she emphasized firmly again, "I need it." Her tone now sounded just like a little bluebird. Yuan Zhao couldn't think straight at all, even vaguely wondering, what did mental connection, heat, and physical connection have to do with each other? In the brief training she had received about guides, mental connection was just a common method guides used for channeling. The three were completely unrelated. Xie was caught in a dilemma. He couldn't bring himself to completely refuse, yet he couldn't readily agree. "You're lost in thought right now." Xie didn't finish his sentence. A bluish-green spiritual thread quietly appeared, swiftly surging into his body in the moment of his distraction. Xie froze. Almost instinctively, he lowered his head, his thin lips unintentionally brushing against her forehead. Yuan Zhao pressed her hand against his chest, taking the opportunity to rise on tiptoe and press herself close to meet his. One was cool, the other fiery. Their breaths were almost touching, exchanging, a tingling sensation instantly spreading throughout their bodies. The spiritual thread began to unconsciously extend, attempting to control the sentinel before her. That was mental attraction, a hidden ability of the guide. It was guiding the sentinel to establish a mental connection. Xie's breathing was already erratic. He was utterly powerless, and more mental threads took advantage of the situation, quickly reaching the edge of his mental domain. Every mental thread that entered the sentinel's body transmitted a signal of demand. Yuan Zhao's long eyelashes trembled, her senses becoming unusually pleasurable. She felt enveloped by a warm power, washing away her mental fatigue and weakness. Yuan Zhao couldn't resist delving deeper, her watery eyes filled with a hazy longing. She not only allowed the man to open her mental domain, but also, without any instruction, repeatedly and relentlessly pressed and crushed him. Xie Tu was defeated step by step, utterly routed, allowing her to do as she pleased. Reason crumbled in an instant. As the mental threads deepened, the intertwined mental domains simultaneously opened up their images. Both sides captured the intense emotions emanating from the other. Immersed in it, unable to extricate themselves. Xie Tu was completely ignited, yet he struggled to control himself. Reason told him he couldn't take advantage of her vulnerability, he had to stop, or things would go wrong. But how could he stop? Yuan Zhao had already entered his vast and boundless spiritual realm. The scene before her was even more vivid than before, clearly displayed in her perception. Majestic mountains, layer upon layer, stood silently all around. Atop the peaks, clouds and mist swirled, and rows of lush, leafy phoenix trees stood tall. The enormous phoenix tree in the center, its branches blotting out the sky, seemed to support the entire realm's heavens. Below the mountains lay a crystal-clear lake. Yuan Zhao experienced that wondrous sensation again. She tightly embraced the man, pulling him down to the bottom of the lake with her. The lake water was warm, gently enveloping her, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds and colors. This was Xie Tu's mental realm, where she felt completely at ease, free to do as she pleased. Ripples spread across the lake's surface. The warm waters, encompassing heaven and earth, surged forward, shimmering and swaying in the turbulence. In the dark, cold noise reduction chamber, the temperature was rising. Xie Tu's body was tense, all her senses were consumed by her joy, and she could hear nothing else. Night in the polluted zone. The sky had lost its depth and brilliance, replaced by a murky and dim expanse. The moonlight struggled to pierce the thick, polluted clouds, only casting a weak, yellowish halo, like nature's silent sigh, gently veiled by this invisible curtain. Lights were lit one by one. Dappled light and shadow. The polluted zone at night seemed to transform into a normal base in an instant. A group of unfamiliar Class A sentries walked down the street, smiling and greeting acquaintances they encountered. Old Chun, going on patrol? Yeah, routine patrol. Where are you going so late? Ugh, where else could I be? It's my turn to guard the power room tonight. The sentries chatted for a few moments before parting ways. The sentry called Old Chun past the noise reduction room and, seeing the in-use sign, exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Who's in there so late? His companion replied, Who knows? Let's hurry up and get back after our patrol. Old Chun, no longer paying attention, followed the rest of the group to their designated patrol area. As they walked further away, they began discussing the opposition faction that had recently been causing trouble at the base. Can digital life really succeed? That's something you only see in movies. This isn't something we should worry about. Success or failure, it has nothing to do with us. True. I do hope it succeeds, so maybe I can see my wife again. The patrolling sentries walked further and further away until they disappeared from sight. In the sealed, quiet noise-reducing chamber, Xie Tu's rationality returned. The collar of his combat uniform had somehow come undone, revealing his long collarbone, his taut chest and abdomen, the perfect muscle lines faintly visible with each movement. Yuan Zhao, lying at his arms, was breathing evenly and steadily. She was asleep. Even if she wasn't asleep, in the darkness, she couldn't see anything. Xie Tu softened his grip, gently adjusting her clothes. She slept very soundly. Whenever she fell asleep, it was as if she had entered a tranquil world isolated from the outside world, difficult to wake from. Xie Tu held her, his fingers stroking her flowing hair, sitting quietly in the dark little room. Her mental strength had indeed recovered somewhat. Because in the latter half of the night, Xie Tu saw the little bluebird return. The arrogant little creature went to find the peregrine falcon, and the fire phoenix followed eagerly. The two palm-sized birds, one emitting a red glow and the other a bluish-green light, returned and illuminated the entire dark room. The little bluebird perked up, raising its noble head, looking questioningly at its sleeping form, then at Xie Tu, who had turned his head to the side. It seemed unaware of what had happened. Xie Tu inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. The fire phoenix's consciousness transmitted. They were in Sector 15. When the two entered the evacuation room, the little bluebird didn't come in, but instead saw the peregrine falcon following not far away. If it didn't return, the fire phoenix naturally wouldn't return either. The two phoenixes shrank and ran to find the peregrine falcon, who led them to Sector 15. All the sentinel mutants vanished. As night fell, a group of A-rank sentinels, now back to normal, suddenly appeared outside, along with other human creatures. The entire base seemed to come alive. Jiang Mu sent a message to the little ones. Something was wrong, and he wanted Xie Tu to bring Yun Zhao to meet them as soon as possible. Chapter 198. Yun Zhao woke up again to find herself in a pitch-black bedroom. She lay on a clean bed, covered with a blanket. In the contaminated zone, there was no distinction between night and day. The time on her communicator had been calibrated and was synchronized with the contaminated zone. Yun Zhao raised her wrist to check. It showed 8:30 a.m. She turned over, covered her head with a blanket, and pretended to be asleep. As consciousness returned, all the memories and images from the previous night flooded back. She seemed to have done something terrible. Why would a mental connection trigger a bonding fever? The training courses at the base hadn't explained it at all. Yun Zhao wanted to be a turtle, to retreat into her shell, so she wouldn't have to get up and face it. She finally understood why Xie Tu had rejected her before. It was a very strong physiological reaction. She felt like her body was melting, becoming extremely sensitive. Even the slightest touch or caress brought intense tactile sensations. Yun Zhao's mind was already somewhat clouded at that point. A primal, intense desire drove her to only know how to take, pulling the man down with her. The pleasurable sensations overwhelmed her mind. What happened next? Oh, after completing their spiritual union at the bottom of the lake, she released the mental pull and began to undress the man. The two were like a ball of fire, completely exposed. But when they reached the final step, Xie Tu, relying on his powerful willpower, forced himself to regain his senses. He took out an inhibitor and injected himself. Almost. Yun Zhao hid under the covers, her eyelashes trembling slightly, a faint blush rising on her slender, white nape. I just stay a tortoise. Why get up? She tossed and turned in bed like a caterpillar. Hearing her restless movements, Rabbit couldn't help but tentatively ask in a low voice, Sister Yun Zhao, are you awake? She wasn't alone in the room. It was obvious that Xie Tu wouldn't leave her alone. Yun Zhao mumbled from under the covers, Rabbit slowly breathed a sigh of relief, turned on her flashlight, and took out the milk and bread the captain had given her. The captain and the others are in a meeting outside. Sister Yun Zhao, please eat something first. Lu Hong was also in the room. Last night they waited for a long time, but Captain Xie and Guide Yun didn't come. Captain Jiang then led them to find him. The group found an uninhabited guest house in District 7. Just in case, after checking inside, they destroyed all the electrical circuits and meters, and temporarily settled there. The sentries needed rest. Because the guide couldn't be left alone, the three girls shared a room. The guest house room was a triple room with 3 beds. But this was a dangerous, contaminated area. Lu Hong couldn't sleep soundly at all, and woke up very early. Thinking of the rabbit in the next bed, whose senses were sharp, she didn't dare move and waited until the rabbit woke up in the morning before getting up herself. The rabbit got up and didn't go anywhere. She just sat by the bed with her sniper rifle, keeping watch. Lu Hong naturally stayed in the room as well. Yun Zhao's heart trembled when she heard his name, but she was indeed hungry. She sat up in bed and asked, have you eaten? Not yet, we were afraid of waking you. The rabbit placed the flashlight upwards next to the bedside table. Seeing that her complexion seemed much better, she finally felt relieved. The rabbit, being simple-minded, assumed it was because Yun Zhao had rested well. After all, Yun Zhao had slept for a long time. Yun Zhao nodded upon hearing this and said, then let's eat together. I have plenty of food in my bag. Her backpack was at the foot of the bed, and the rabbit helped her bring it over, dumping a pile of food onto the bed. Yun Zhao gestured for Lu Hong to choose, take whatever you want to eat. Lu Hong was flattered, thanked her, picked up a bag of unfamiliar food, and then turned around and moved a table from the room. She was rather impulsive. After entering the contaminated zone, fearing she wouldn't be able to lead the sentries from Dongsha Town out, she had been on edge the whole time, seemingly a different person from when they met at the sentry post. The 3 girls stayed in the room for breakfast. Downstairs in the lobby, the other sentries were gathered together for a meeting. This guest house had a front yard with a low wall. The lobby had floor-to-ceiling windows on 3 sides, and one side of the curtains was half open to keep an eye on the outside world. Jiang Mu leaned back lazily on the sofa and recounted what he had seen and heard the previous night. After we separated yesterday, we went to District 15 and stayed there until midnight. District 15 was where Team Zero had previously stayed. The base was huge. They hadn't even fully explored the terrain after half a day. At the time, they weren't sure if the mutants would pursue them. The other members of Team Zero led the way, and everyone headed to the neighborhood where Team Zero had previously stayed. After confirming there was no danger, Duanxi immediately followed Team Zero's orders and released a peregrine falcon to search for the missing people. We stayed until nightfall. Just as midnight struck, the entire base seemed to suddenly come alive. The streetlights came on, the bloodstains and debris on the streets all disappeared, and many sentries, who looked like normal humans, appeared everywhere. Jiang Mu, Song Yang discovered the icon for the digital life world on the computer had disappeared. After that, I sent Xingzi and Tao Haohao outside to investigate. Jiang Mu scoffed. Guess what we found out? Xia2 sat calmly opposite him, not wanting to play games, and didn't respond. The two had obvious marks on their bodies. To avoid being discovered by Jiang Mu and the others, he waited until dawn, when the marks faded, before carrying Yun Xiao out of the noise-canceling room and rushing to the guest house to meet up with the others. The noise-canceling room isolated them from all outside noise. Xia2 naturally didn't know what had happened outside last night. Seeing his indifferent expression, Jiang Mu found it boring and said, "Those sentinels should be the sentinel mutants that chased you yesterday." Between midnight and 6 a.m., they regained their self-awareness. The contaminated zone suddenly came alive. All the people who had been possessed seemed to have returned to normal. The atmosphere in every household was oppressive, doors and windows were tightly closed, and no one went out. Orange also learned that an opposition has emerged during this period, causing large-scale disturbances within the base, demanding a halt to the Digital Life project. Logically, high-level sentinels possess formidable combat capabilities. Patrolling the streets wouldn't be necessary for them. Perhaps it's precisely because of the disturbances that the base requires A-level sentinels to patrol the streets. We didn't see the troublemakers, but we did find out about the team that developed the Digital Life project. Their laboratory is in Zone 1. Jiang Mu continued. That's probably the central area where the entire system operates. The base is square-shaped. Zone 1 is located in the central city area, fortified with gray walls and heavily guarded. Jiang Mu's team entered from Zone 5, discovering that area during their terrain reconnaissance. However, their primary mission was finding people. Aside from their spiritual entities circling the perimeter, they didn't go inside to investigate. Zhou Tianqi spoke up. To destroy the digital life world, we have to go inside, right? Zhou Tianqi stood behind his captain, his shoulder wound having been bandaged. Yesterday, Yun Xiao had purified the dark matter within his body in the parking lot. Advanced sentinels are physically robust and recover quickly from external injuries. He's in excellent condition now. If you didn't notice the bandages, you hardly be able to tell he was still injured. The key is, how do we get in? Tao Haohao went out with Xingzi last night and knows the situation quite well. At midnight, the central area is guarded by countless sentinels, and the walls are topped with electric fences and heavy weapons. During the day, although the area around the walls may appear deserted, countless A-level sentinel mutants are definitely lurking around. Those monsters reside in another dimension and cannot be detected beforehand. Getting in won't be easy. Chapter 199. I've been observing all night. At 6 o'clock this morning, the icon for the digital life world reappeared on the computer, coinciding with the time those people started acting strangely. Song Yang fiddled with the native's computer, saying, "We also found the website for the lottery. It's organized by region, with 200 slots available for each region each day. There are no rank distinctions. During a specific time, all residents living in that region can register to participate in the lottery. The so-called specific time. 8 to 10 in the morning." Song Yang paused. Today's lottery regions are regions 8 to 11. Yesterday, it was regions 12 to 15. It seems 4 regions participate in the lottery each day. As for the total number of residents, we don't know yet. Aside from reinforcements, the houses here are almost unchanged, retaining the dense urban housing of the old era. After investigation, they discovered that the area wasn't fully occupied. Many houses were vacant. The original owner of the computer was just an ordinary citizen living in the survivor base. The computer had no access and no information about the base. There was only one compressed file containing the digital life form. Currently, they didn't know how many people were in this contaminated zone. Qi Jun nodded in agreement. The information he found was the same as Song Liang's. Almost all the clues and intelligence are related to digital life forms. I think there's a high probability that the digital life forms are the gatekeepers. It wasn't unusual for the contaminated zone to come alive at night. Many contaminated zones do this. The two teams' main focus remained on discussing how to destroy the digital life world. They absolutely had to go to District 1. But based on current clues, the digital life world has 2 timelines. The nighttime hours are still in the research and experimental phase. The daytime hours are in the 68th year of the Dark Apocalypse. So, it seems, daytime is actually more dangerous than nighttime. The digital life world during the day is in its mature stage, possessing two spatial dimensions. Whether it's streets or houses, seemingly empty, the surrounding void might be teeming with monsters. They can't know the guarding situation in advance. Therefore, they can't determine the level of danger. A rash action might lead to casualties. Xie took the computer Song Liang handed him, listened to all the intelligence, and then spoke. Let's go in and take a look tonight. It's best to cut off the power to the entire city first. The A-level Sentinel mutants are stronger than everyone except Xie and Jiangmu. Until they have more clues, it's best not to approach the central urban area during the day. Also, we need to send someone to District 13 to contact the twin sisters. The opposition has existed since the inception of the Digital Life Project. This means that for many years, until the contaminated zone was created, there was ongoing resistance within the base. They must have known the situation in the central city. For example, how many years had the digital life world existed? How many people had entered it? Each person has a clone. If they could know the number in advance, they could at least grasp the number of mutants in another spatial dimension. Jiangmu looked around after hearing this, his gaze landing on Zhou Tianqi. You go. You have a baby face. It'd be easier to communicate with them. Zhou Tianqi, Captain, I'm injured. Jiangmu seemed not to hear, continuing, if they ask your age, just say you're underage. Be sweet talking, and don't come back if you don't get any information. Zhou Tianqi, His teammates cheered, the captain's right. Little Qi is perfect for this kind of delicate work, we're all counting on you, ha ha ha. His teammates winked. For the team, you can sacrifice your looks if necessary, remember to get as much information as possible. Not good at fighting, but good at gathering intelligence. Keep those two sisters happy. Amidst the cheers of his teammates, Zhou Tianqi snapped, get lost. Team Zero watched the scene unfold, Tao Haohao, and Duan Shi even joining in the jeering. This made Zhou Tianqi blush, almost wanting to punch someone. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly became much more relaxed. The 8 sentries from Dongsha Town stood to the side. They had an extremely low profile, their leader wasn't around, and they knew nothing, so they just silently served as background figures. Sister Hong had said that as long as they didn't get in the way, they were helping. They simply did whatever the sentries at the main base told them to do. Right now, Li Gua, Su Pingcheng, and the others watched the group foolishly. The contaminated zone was so dangerous, yet the sentries at the main base still had the leisure to joke around. Xie waited until they had finished fooling around before calmly instructing, Song Liang and Duan Shi go with them. Duan Shi's Peregrine Falcon could relay messages for them at any time. As for Song Liang, they needed to send someone reliable to negotiate, lest they mess things up. Understood. Song Liang clearly knew what to do. Since the captain had ordered them to gather information, all they needed to do was pretend to agree to join the opposition. Finally, Song Liang, Duan Shi, Zhou Tianqi, and Qi Jun packed up and left the guest house to go to District 13 to find the two sisters. The others stayed in the lobby to continue their discussion. Afterwards, Qingzi and Tao Haohao, along with 4 B-level sentinels, went to the area where the lottery was being held to confirm the situation there, and also to gather some more food. The sentinels from Dongsha Town hadn't brought any food with them. The sentinels had large appetites, and the supplies they brought, meant to feed 21 people, clearly wouldn't last more than a few days. They didn't know how long they would have to stay here. Naturally, they needed to replenish their supplies first. Li Gua, Su Pingcheng, and the others who remained in the lobby watched the two groups leave. Thinking that they would not only rely on S-level sentinels for protection, but also have to eat their food for free, they volunteered to take on the heavy responsibility of cooking and cleaning. Preparing lunch for about 20 people was a daunting task, so they could start a fire now. Cook rice after you're done cleaning. We have rice for lunch. Jiangmu lay on the sofa, pointing to the second floor with a carefree air, and instructed the 4 B-rank sentinels. I just found a bag of rice last night. Remember the water-to-rice ratio is 1:3, that's how you cook rice. Su Pingcheng nodded repeatedly yes, Captain Jiang. Ever since learning that both captains were S-rank sentinels, Su Pingcheng had held them in the highest esteem, so naturally, he did whatever Jiangmu said. Xie sat quietly for a while, then suddenly heard movement upstairs, and the faint sounds of conversation coming from a room. Has Yunxiao woken up? Xie's eyes flickered, and he stood up from the sofa. Where are you going? Jiangmu asked. Xie, go check on the ingredients you found. He stopped as he passed Su Pingcheng and Li Gua. Leave a clean pot, I need it. Su Pingcheng nodded again, yes, Captain Xie. Jiang Mu finally understood what he was going to do and said meaningfully, I say, since you're going to cook a special meal for the guides, why not cook mine too? Who wants a communal meal when there's a stir-fry? Unfortunately, Xie Tu selectively ignored him, only showing his back. Yuan Zhao stayed in her room all morning, not wanting to go out and face the world. She still wanted to be a turtle, retreating into her shell. The rabbit thought she wasn't feeling well, and stayed in the room with Lu Hong talking and chatting with her. But what's meant to happen will happen. By noon, footsteps echoed in the hallway, and a moment later, there was a knock on the door. A deep, cold male voice came from outside, come out for lunch. Chapter 200. Rabbit heard the captain's voice, and quickly stood up to open the door. Xie Tu was standing outside, carrying a bag containing 3 or 4 ceramic lunchboxes. Rabbit tactfully beckoned Lu Hong to come out. Captain, we go downstairs to eat first. Xie Tu nodded slightly, stepped aside to let them pass, and only entered the room with the lunchboxes after they had gone. The room was dimly lit, the curtains tightly drawn. The room was quiet and dark. Rabbit placed a flashlight upwards on the bedside table, its weak beam casting dappled shadows on the ceiling. Being alone in a room while sober was awkward. Yuan Zhao watched him walk towards her, her gaze involuntarily falling on his neatly dressed black combat uniform. Last night, she seemed to have taken off this uniform. In that dark, enclosed, noise-reduced room, she had been held tightly in the man's arms, his warm breath brushing against her neck and shoulders. The chest pressed against hers, thick and hot. She could feel the burgeoning power hidden beneath the muscles. The thought made Yuan Zhao turn around and grab the blanket, burying herself in it. Ah, better to be a turtle. Feeling better? Xie Tu had been lost in thought when he entered, but seeing her ostrich-like behavior, a smile crept onto his lips. Yuan Zhao buried her head in the blanket, her muffled voice coming out, much better. She was like a fox spirit replenishing her yin energy with yang. After burping, she felt refreshed. While her mental state hadn't fully recovered, she was definitely much better than before, when she was weak. Xie Tu's expression remained unchanged. Okay, get up and eat first. I have something to tell you after you eat. Upon hearing this, Yuan Zhao thought of an idiom. Settling scores later. So she was even less inclined to get up. I'm not hungry, Yuan Zhao said, noticing footsteps approaching. The bed beside her dipped, and the blanket covering her head was suddenly pulled back. She was instantly exposed. Even if you're not hungry, you still have to eat. Xie Tu sat on the edge of the bed, watching her play ostrich. So she does know how to be shy after all. Will she dare to be so bold next time? Yuan Zhao hesitated slightly, trying to ignore this strange new way of interacting, but finally chose to sit up and face him. Their eyes met. A smile played on his lips, revealing shallow dimples. Looking into those deep eyes, Yuan Zhao wanted to bury herself under the covers again. It's about spiritual union. Seeing her evasive attitude, an indescribable emotion flashed across Xie Tu's eyes, but he still spoke. Didn't you learn in your training that the bond between a guide and a sentinel is for life? Spiritual bond is a unique spiritual fusion between a sentinel and a guide. After a deep bond is formed, their spiritual energies resonate subtly, their mental frequencies gradually align, and a profound spiritual connection is established. With each bond, the affection deepens and is amplified. This goes beyond mere emotions. It involves the sharing, complementarity, and strengthening of spiritual energy. This connection becomes unbreakable. Once severed, both partners suffer a devastating spiritual blow. Therefore, many bonded sentinels and guides become devastated after the death of their partner. This is also the main reason why older generations of sentinels gradually leave the front lines. Yuan Zhao was taken aback, clearly having considered the question as well. She began to ponder it. You want me to take responsibility for you? Xie Tu remained silent for 2 seconds, his eyes deepening. Shouldn't you take responsibility? Yuan Zhao, For Yuan Zhao, last night's events were nothing more than an absurd incident that occurred while she was not fully conscious. But for Xie Tu, it ignited a long-suppressed flame within him. The physical intimacy, the spiritual fusion, stirred up a monstrous wave that could overwhelm all his reason. Even after using suppressants, it couldn't be completely quelled. Xie Tu felt each second drag on endlessly, his eyes wide open until dawn. The deepest, most hidden desires of his soul were laid bare. Their spiritual worlds accepted and merged, like two drifting streams flowing into the same ocean. He could no longer hide it, no longer treat it as a trivial accident. Seeing her silence, Xie Tu's expression tightened, concealing his inner unease. You want to renege? I don't want to renege, Yuan Zhao replied instinctively. She wasn't one to be coy or hesitant. She just didn't know how to handle it, and hadn't figured out what to do. The two were so perfectly compatible. She didn't reject it. In fact, she quite enjoyed the feeling of being together. Accompanied by intense mental fluctuations, her entire being was cleansed, and her mental strength was enhanced. She was dazed, following her instincts. She never considered the responsibility that would follow. Sietu's inexplicably anxious heart finally settled. He had so much to say to her. Having her sense his feelings in the mental realm was different from saying them aloud himself. Sietu simply followed his intuition, saying whatever came to mind. Just as he was about to speak, the little bluebird appeared at that inopportune moment. The little guy looked at him warily. Arrogance tinged with a hint of defensiveness. Sietu's smile vanished instantly. All the things he wanted to say, the thoughts he wanted to express, were stuck in his throat. He immediately understood that he still had a long way to go. Yes, he couldn't push her too hard. This was, after all, a contaminated zone, not a place to discuss business. The most urgent thing was to find a way out. They could talk about their personal matters back at base. There would be plenty of time later. The food's getting cold, Sietu said, changing the subject as he stood up, opened the lunchbox, and placed it in front of her. Eat first. Yun Xiao put aside her random thoughts. Okay. After lunch, the two left the room together. Lu Hong led the 4 sentries to the rooftop to observe the situation on the nearby streets. With nothing else to do, Rabbit followed them upstairs to wait for the peregrine falcon to deliver a message. In the lobby on the first floor, only Jiang Mu was present. Jiang Mu occupied a row of sofas, leisurely leaning back. Seeing the two emerge, he naturally raised his hand in greeting. Sietu nodded slightly in response. Yun Xiao surveyed the surroundings, and also nodded in greeting. The guest house was nicely decorated, the furnishings were slightly dated, but everything was spotless, clearly cleaned after Jiang Mu and his group had stayed. To prevent being surrounded by mutants, the entire guest house, including the surrounding streetlights, had been destroyed. The two sat down opposite him. The people who went out on the mission haven't returned yet, Jiang Mu said meaningfully, his gaze shifting between the two. Guide Yun, you seem to be feeling better. Yes, a little better. Yun Xiao replied calmly, I feel like you're being sarcastic, so I'm planning to raise your price when I do mental health counseling. A little bluebird perched on her shoulder, fluttering its wings. Price increase. Jiang Mu, Yun Xiao, last time I charged Fu Heng 10,000 points, how much should I raise the price? Jiang Mu looked helpless, raising his hands in surrender, I was wrong. The child, seeing the guide appear, started begging to come out and play. But the white she-beast was enormous, and its playfulness was reckless, damaging houses and easily attracting the attention of mutants. Yun Xiao didn't dwell on it. The three hadn't been sitting in the hall for long when the peregrine falcon returned with a message. Chapter 201. Song Liang and the others returned to District 13. The residential areas on both sides were eerily quiet. The corpses along the street were nowhere to be seen, the roads were spotless, and not a soul was in sight. The spiritual beings deliberately circled around to check the parking lot. The parking lot gate, which had been melted by the fire phoenix, had long since been restored to its original state, showing no trace of what had happened the previous night. They hadn't found any trace of monsters along the way. Everything in the contaminated zone couldn't be judged by normal standards. The four didn't examine it closely. They climbed over the wall to the second floor and found the room where the two sisters lived. Who's there? A wary voice came from inside. Zhou Tianqi was speechless. It's us. Had the sisters lost their memories after just one day? A rustling sound came from inside, and footsteps approached the door. The door opened a crack, revealing the younger sister Tian Shuang's face. Fortunately, the two sisters still remembered them. Have you thought it through? Tian Shuang looked puzzled when she saw only 4 people at the door. Just the 4 of you. The others don't agree? Zhou Tianqi quickly explained, our team. Our boss sent us to negotiate first, and he agreed. As he spoke, Zhou Tianqi observed Tian Shuang's reaction, trying to make his words sound both sincere and reasonable. That baby face was endearing. Tian Shuang indeed lowered her guard and invited them inside. Song Liang walked in first. The room was dark, but the sentry's excellent eyesight allowed him to make out a blurry figure on the sofa. It was her older sister Tianling. Duanqi stood there for a while, then secretly released his spiritual form. Seeing that the two sisters didn't react, he sent his peregrine falcon into the room to search. A kettle sat on the table, the kitchen was fully equipped, all the food and drinks were neatly arranged, and clothes were hanging to dry in the bathroom. The house was filled with signs of life. "Is this your home?" Duanqi asked. Tianling, sitting on the sofa, hummed in agreement. "Our family has been living here since we came to this base." Song Liang was somewhat surprised. He had assumed this was just one of the opposition's temporary strongholds. After all, many people died every day at this base, and many houses were vacant. Qi Jun clearly noticed the problem as well, and asked calmly, "Is it just the two of you?" "Yes." Tianling smiled sadly. "When we came to this base, there were 5 of us. Now it's just me and my sister." The creatures in the contaminated zone sometimes had normal logic, and sometimes erratic thought processes. For example, after Zhou Tianqi agreed to join the opposition, the 2 sisters immediately showed them unconditional trust. Song Liang casually steered the conversation towards the base. They obtained the information they wanted with almost no effort. This was actually shelter number 16, designated by the national code. "Where is shelter number 016? Duanqi asked Song Liang in a low voice. Of the group, Song Liang, as the logistics officer, knew best the distribution of shelters across the country during the Dark Ages. Song Liang answered vaguely Xian. Looking back now, the lower half of the high gray walls surrounding the base resembled the ancient city walls of Xian in the old days. No wonder they were able to build such high walls to block the monsters so quickly. When the dark apocalypse suddenly descended, the nation sent troops to support them, and the first shelters established were all in major provincial capitals. The top-ranked shelters are all heavily garrisoned nearby. Without exception, they are heavily armed, densely populated, and have formidable military forces. "Isn't there a contaminated zone in Xian?" Qi Jun said in a low voice. "I remember there's more than one. There are 2 city ruins." "Then why is this contaminated zone number 235 in Guoan County shelter number 016? Song Liang, I don't know. They have no idea what happened more than 100 years ago. But they are certain that the contaminated zone originated from the gatekeeper's spiritual realm. The gatekeeper remained in shelter number 016 in Xian during the 68th year of the Dark Age. As for why it eventually ended up in Guoan County, and where the contaminated zone was born, that remains unknown." "What are you whispering about?" Tianling spoke up. Zhou Tianqi, who was listening intently, almost reflexively replied, "Nothing, we were just discussing whether to bring gifts after meeting your leader." Tian Shuang chuckled, "The base has been very strict lately. We haven't received any notice, so we can't gather together for fear of attracting attention." The implication was that they couldn't be taken there for the time being. Duanqi tentatively asked, "When will you receive a notice?" Tian Shuang, "During the next operation." "The next operation? Operation what?" Song Liang recalled that yesterday Yun Xiao had only mentioned destroying the digital life world, and the 2 sisters had already experienced a bug. He wondered if it was related to their operation. Song Liang could only steer the conversation towards the central city area, using a roundabout way to gather information. "You mean District 1? Tianling said, "Civilians can't enter there. It's inhabited by sentries, guides, and the base's leaders. This is similar to other bases. The sentinels have heightened senses, and cannot live in crowded places." Zhou Tianqi, "Then, the various research institutes and laboratories, are they also in here?" Tian Shuang's soft voice rang out, "You're new here, aren't you? How come you don't know anything?" "Yes." Zhou Tianqi chuckled dryly. Tianling asked suspiciously, "Have outsiders come in these 3 years?" "These 3 years?" Song Liang keenly grasped the key point. "The digital life world has been developed for 3 years?" "Yes." "That's right, we fled to this area, were rescued by the sentinels, and then entered the base and hid here." Zhou Tianqi racked his brains to cover it up. Tianling said quietly, "Then you guys are really unlucky." Tian Shuang lit a candle at some point, illuminating the dim room. The base clearly has electricity, but no one uses it. The rule against turning on lights was probably established before the contaminated zone was created. "It's similar to our experience," Tian Shuang said sadly. "Back then, our whole family fled to this area and was taken in by the base. Who knew that now only my sister and I are left? Their father was a sentry. Ordinary people leaving the shelter only face death. It was their father who protected the family and brought them here. The 2 sisters also had a younger brother, who was frail and sickly from a young age, malnourished, and struggled to grow up until he was 10. After arriving at the base, the brother's health deteriorated further. Just then, the Digital Life Project was announced to the public, recruiting civilians to participate in the experiment. Hearing that entering could grant immortality, their father signed up for his brother without hesitation. He was chosen. The 2 sisters were overjoyed that day, accompanying their brother to the laboratory. A group of scientists and researchers examined the brother's various physical data. They saw many incomprehensible instruments scanning his entire body. They thought their brother could be saved. After all the checks were completed, the family received a notification: "You can go home." Go home. The father was stunned. Aren't we waiting to enter the digital life world? The person in protective gear said impatiently, "Yes, go home and wait. He appear in the digital life world when he breathes his last." Chapter 202. Absurd. A group of people came, scanned your entire body, and then told you, "We have the data. Go back and wait to die. The other you will live forever." The father was immediately furious and argued with them. Later, another researcher appeared, his attitude better than the first, and explained to the family, "It's impossible for two me's to exist simultaneously. Only death can upload the younger brother's consciousness into the digital life world." The family had no choice but to return home with heavy hearts, carrying their weakened brother. From then on, the father became silent, working long hours every day to get food, while the mother cared for her increasingly frail brother, weeping constantly, until the younger brother died. As expected, people from the research institute came, demanding to take the younger brother's body. They said they needed to upload the consciousness within 24 hours, and the body had to be handed over. Even at this point, the father didn't stop them, even secretly hoping they were telling the truth. Tian Xuan whispered, "They succeeded. We saw our little brother through the screen, a lively, active, and healthy little brother. It looks and sounds exactly like our brother, has the same memories, and even talks to mom and dad about things from when they were little." Mom and dad were overjoyed, spending their days talking to him on the computer, as if their son were still alive. The news of the experiment's success spread throughout the base. Everyone cheered. They had created an eternal kingdom without death. Humanity was standing at the dawn of a new era of technological civilization. Life was no longer confined to the physical body, no longer fearing disease and aging. They were no longer afraid of the monsters and eerie contaminated areas outside. As long as the data is preserved intact, the soul can continue eternally. A small number of people question this. Do digital life forms possess true consciousness, or are they merely highly simulated programs, not independent individuals? But the cheers and celebrations suppressed all doubts. At first, Tian Ling and Tian Xuan were also happy. Their younger brother was still alive. Here, he lived in another dimension. There were no disasters, no monsters, no diseases. Every day, while their parents were out searching for food, the two sisters would run to chat and talk with their brother. But with the announcement of this technology, the suicide rate in the base rose rapidly. People gave up struggling to survive. No food? No problem. After their physical bodies died, they would enter the digital life world, where they could have everything. More and more people logged into the digital life world. Influenced by this atmosphere, the father stopped going out to search for food, and the mother stopped doing handicrafts to supplement the family income. Then, the servers of the digital life world started lagging. The younger brother, chatting with the two sisters on the screen, suddenly became vacant, his mouth no longer uttering sweet words, but rather strings of chaotic code. His behavior grew increasingly bizarre. He began attacking surrounding objects, and went into a frenzy of self-replication. The two sisters were terrified by this. But soon, scientists identified the root cause, examined the code, debugged the program, and a mouse cursor appeared on the screen, countless lines of code working to fix it. The younger brother returned to normal, not even remembering what had just happened. Only a few people noticed this. The sisters told their parents what they had seen, but their father refused to believe it. As a sentinel, he had to go out and kill mutants, walking a dangerous path to obtain food to feed his family. His daily life was extremely difficult and exhausting. He had witnessed too much death, those torn apart by mutants, those lives lost in hunger and despair, all weighing heavily on his heart like stones. The appearance of digital life was a ray of light in the darkness, his only solace in this cruel world. How could he bear to give it up? Their mother stood silently to the side, afraid of losing her son yet unwilling to disobey her husband's wishes. The world of digital life is a complete and utter scam, Tianling said, her voice trembling with emotion. Song Liang and the other three exchanged glances. The sisters' parents weren't in the room. The outcome was obvious. As expected, my sister and I joined the opposition, trying to awaken those who pin their hopes on digital life. Tian Shuang paused for a moment, then choked up. A few days later, Dad had a mental breakdown. No matter how we tried to persuade him, he refused to seek guidance from a guide, and was determined to enter the digital life world. After Dad passed away, Mom chose to do the same as those others, running into the street and ending her life. Mom left a suicide note. She hoped the two sisters could reunite with their family as soon as possible. Tianling, with her strong personality, ignored her sister's objections, smashed the computer issued by the base, and never logged into the system again. More and more people were taking to the streets to commit suicide. The opposition took to the streets, holding various signs, and surrounding the gate of District 1, demanding the cessation of the Digital Life project. The situation gradually spiraled out of control. The base implemented a new policy, allocating a small number of suicides daily by lottery, divided by region, to control the number of participants. For those who opposed the plan, the higher-ups opted for direct, violent suppression. Forced to operate underground, the opponents communicated using coded messages. They assassinated the Research Institute director in charge of the project, but to no avail. The Digital Life project continued as normal. Nothing's working. The plan is still going on. The sisters paused, their voices and movements stiffening. One sat on the sofa, the other stood by the dining table, repeating the same phrase over and over. Nothing's working. The plan is still going on. Qi Jun took 2 steps back, signaling everyone to leave immediately. Duanxi, however, made a discovery at this moment. Several contact slips were stored in the bedside table. We can't take them, can we? Zhou Tianqi whispered. They'd be discovered once they recover. Duanxi agreed, releasing his peregrine falcon to report back. Song Liang and Zhou Tianqi quickly entered the room to check the contents of the note. Qi Jun stood at the door, watching the two sisters warily, lest they suddenly revert to normal. Meanwhile, Tao Haohao and Qingzi returned laden with supplies, accompanied by 4 B-level sentinels. Each of the 6 carried several bags. The situation in Districts 8 and 11 is the same as yesterday. Those people are completely insane, Qingzi complained. The streets are covered in blood. Do you think a normal person wouldn't go crazy in this environment? It's terrifying. If an ordinary person accidentally wandered into this contaminated area, unable to find the key and forced to face lines of smiling suicides every day, their mind would likely become hazy within days, eventually assimilated by the contaminated zone. Tao Haohao placed the bags on the coffee table and plopped down. There aren't many supplies either. I searched for ages and didn't find much food. People determined to die wouldn't store food at home. The shops lining the streets were empty. This contaminated zone is practically empty. The most valuable reward is the so-called Digital Life world. But is it really worth taking this thing out? Chapter 203. Song Liang and the others returned around 5 p.m. Everyone gathered again in the lobby on the first floor. The Peregrine Falcon's explanation wasn't very detailed. The 4 of them carefully recounted what they had learned. We found something in the sisters' room, which is why we were delayed a bit. Song Liang went straight to the point. Shelter number 16 is a nationally established level 1 shelter, housing approximately 530,000 people, with around 10,000 sentinels, about 2,000 A-level sentinels, and an unknown number of guides. The sentinels gasped upon hearing this. Especially the B-level sentinels. They couldn't even defeat the few dozen A-level sentinel mutants that were attacking them. Such a massive and astonishing population. Can they really handle this with just 20 or so people? Zhou Tianqi couldn't help but reassure them. Don't panic, this is just data from before the birth of the Digital Life world. What's the difference? Jiang Mu's expression turned serious. Before birth, they were humans. After birth, they are mutants in another dimension. The population base won't change. Xia Tu asked calmly, how many people are in the opposition? The opposition won't enter the Digital Life world. There won't be another mutant version of me. Song Liang shook his head. I don't know. They're very cautious. They use incomprehensible codes to pass messages. Similar to ancient poems. The note was covered in ancient poems. Intuition told him that these must be the codes the sisters were talking about. Song Liang tried to arrange them, but found they didn't make sense. He couldn't understand them at all. However, according to our speculation, the opposition leader should also be from District 1. Song Liang said. Jiang Mu raised an eyebrow. How so? Judging by the opposition's stealth and organization, it's highly likely, Song Liang explained. The digital lifeforms were born 3 years ago, meaning the opposition has been fighting for 3 years. Their underground operation, undetected by the base, suggests they have someone in the upper echelons who can obtain information immediately. On the other hand, the base has electricity and internet. Almost every household has a mobile phone and computer. The fact that they didn't choose internet communication, but instead used the most primitive method to transmit messages is probably to avoid being discovered by the base. Yun Zhao remained seated on the sofa, quietly listening to their discussion. The difficulty of this contaminated zone clearly exceeded all the contaminated zones she had entered before. So far, no key has appeared. Yuan Zhao recalled contaminated zone 249, a merged contaminated zone, which, despite having 2 gatekeepers, didn't have a key. What about this contaminated zone? Could destroying the digital lifeform world really give them the opposition's key? Haven't you found a map of Zone 1? Rabbit asked. Duanqi shrugged. No, we were delayed for so long because we wanted to find the power system map. Those 2 sisters definitely weren't core members of the opposition. The information they could provide was limited. Meanwhile, Xie and Jiangmu were already discussing their route for tonight's operation. Both were undoubtedly qualified team leaders. Even though they had predicted that this might be a 5-star danger zone, they remained calm and decisive. Not everyone needs to go. Xie pulled out his notebook and drew a rough route for Zone 1. Jiangmu and I will go, the others will provide backup. With so many people, it's hard to hide. The situation inside is unclear. If it's a normal base at night, with electricity, there's a high chance of surveillance equipment. Even he and Jiangmu need to be careful. Jiangmu nodded. Qingzi scouted it out. The wall is very high, and there's an electric fence on top. We find a way to have the spiritual entity destroy the electric fence. Yuan Zhao looked up at him and finally spoke. You're planning to climb over? Jiangmu sighed. What else? Yuan Zhao pointed to herself. Just walk in. Jiangmu, He almost forgot about the S-rank guide. Yuan Zhao looked at Xie beside her and said quietly, aren't you going to take me with you? While her physical strength isn't great, her mental perception and control are top-notch. With her around, many things will be much easier. Xie couldn't do anything about Yuan Zhao. Her mental strength hadn't fully recovered, and frequent use of her abilities might put a greater burden on her body. But Xie wasn't comfortable leaving her outside. Yesterday's events showed the gatekeeper harbored immense hostility towards her. With him absent, if something happened outside, her teammates might not be able to protect her. Xie finally agreed. Okay, we go together, but you can't use your abilities carelessly. Yuan Zhao nodded obediently. Then, the group continued discussing their plan for the night. Destroying the digital lifeforms directly would be ideal. If that wasn't possible, they needed to thoroughly investigate the situation in Zone 1. At 5:55, Rabbit and the others went to the door to check the windows and doors, drawing all the curtains. 6 o'clock. Everyone almost tacitly stopped talking. This was the time when the corpse collectors appeared. Or rather, the timeline of the widespread appearance of the A-level sentinel mutants. They appeared in droves on the streets, where the lottery was held that day, beginning to feast on a bountiful meal. All nearby electrical circuits had been destroyed by them. Even the cell phones and computers that could connect to the base's internet had been discarded as Xie had instructed, ensuring there were no power grids connecting to another dimension nearby. Everyone was vigilant, listening for any sound outside. Only Yuan Zhao remained unaffected. As long as she didn't extend her spiritual wisp, she was like an ordinary person, unable to hear any outside noises or detect any abnormal spatial fluctuations. Time suddenly slowed down. Closed doors and windows blocked her view. The little bluebird perched indifferently on her head, preening its feathers as if bored. Until around 7 o'clock. The crisis was over. A strange sense of security arises when people gather together. Lu Hong and the others were noticeably calmer than when they first entered, continuing to listen to the 2 captains meeting. Someone had to keep watch outside. Xie was drawing a route map in his notebook, arranging the others' actions. The other 18 people were scattered, divided into groups of 9, each positioned outside the wall to provide backup. Xie marked the locations of the noise reduction chambers he knew. They're safe there for now. If things go wrong, don't worry about us. Hide in the noise reduction chambers, and meet back at the guest house in the morning. Yes. There were still 5 hours until midnight. Yuan Zhao's gaze lingered on Xie notebook for 2 seconds before she said, I'm going upstairs to sleep for a while. She might have to stay up late tonight. She needed to be well rested. Xie put down his pen, and casually took a bottle of milk from his bag, handing it to her. Drink some milk before you sleep. Midnight. The streetlights flickered on one by one. A cacophony of noise rose from all around. Fragmented sounds drifted from each house, and sentries appeared patrolling the streets. A group of sentries walked past the guest house, chatting casually like normal people about recent events at the base. They turned the corner and disappeared into the distance. The guest house door opened silently. Xie pulled Yuan Zhao into his arms and, together with Jiang Mu, stepped out of the house. The 2 moved nimbly through the darkness, dodging the patrols outside, and quickly approached District 1. Chapter 204. The two S-rank sentinels possessed astonishing explosive power and physical strength. Yun Xiao nestled motionless in Xia Tu's arms, passing by the surrounding dark and silent buildings. The seemingly normal timeline was crawling with dark matter everywhere. The walls were mottled and fragmented, flashing by in an instant. At intervals, a dim street lamp illuminated the dark windows of the buildings above, appearing and disappearing in the darkness like peering eyes. This base was vast. They followed the route to a new area, traversing it, the two figures rushing closer and closer to the gray-black walls. The heavily guarded core area. At the gate, tall sentinels stood on either side, the footsteps of nearby patrols echoing in the empty streets. The walls soared into the clouds, their tops topped with dense electric fences, an intricate web of metal like an insurmountable black curtain blocking their path. Their steps came to an abrupt halt. The three stopped in the shadows. The sentry's senses were acute. Any closer, and they would be detected by the guards at the gate. Shrinkling green light quietly emerged, forming a barrier while spiritual threads swiftly moved towards the sentry at the gate. "Let's go," Yun Xiao whispered in Xia Tu's ear. Xia Tu felt a tingling sensation in his ear. He focused his attention on the mission and carried the person towards the gate first. Jiang Mu raised an eyebrow and followed the two. The sentry at the gate indeed didn't react to their approach. They easily passed through the first line of defense and entered the central city. Jiang Mu couldn't help but admire how much trouble it was to have an S-rank guide. Guides and sentinels are completely different types of soldiers. Jiang Mu didn't know much about the abilities of S-rank guides, only that the base's high-ranking leaders had mentioned that S-rank guides had the ability to control mutants. He didn't think about mental manipulation. Xia Tu quickly scanned his surroundings. The scene before him gave him a sense of sudden clarity. It was late at night, and the streets outside were deserted, with only the occasional sound of wind. A few lights shone on the distant high-rise buildings, as if shadowy figures were moving about. Xia Tu's eyes were sharp as he quickly analyzed his surroundings. Perhaps it was because of the mental bonding he had undergone, he had gained stable mental support. He became more focused, and when using his senses to gather key information, he was no longer distracted by the chaotic information caused by the environment, as he had done before. Proceed according to plan. Xia Tu and Jiang Mu had already discussed this. They only had 6 hours. So far, they hadn't obtained a map of Zone 1, and finding the power system and the database of the digital life world was too time-consuming. It would be better to split up after entering. Jiang Mu scanned the surroundings, waved casually to the two, and quickly disappeared into the night. Xia Tu and Yun Xiao didn't stay behind either, choosing to go in the opposite direction from Jiang Mu. The S-rank sentinels' keen senses could detect subtle movements that were imperceptible to ordinary people. They could always avoid patrolling sentinels and surveillance cameras along the way. Yun Xiao quietly helped them memorize the route. The road signs at the intersections were nowhere to be seen. The traffic lights had long since stopped working, their glass covers covered in dust and cracks. This base was converted from an existing city street. The buildings and streets still retained their old-fashioned appearance, only slightly dilapidated. "Are we going to the research institute?" Yun Xiao asked, nestled in his arms. While Xia Tu and Jiang Mu were discussing their route, she had already gone upstairs to sleep, and was unaware of their plans. "Yes." Xia Tu moved quickly in the shadows. "The power system is for Jiang Mu. We go to the research institute." Exploring the institute's interior was suitable for just him and Yun Xiao. Based on the two sisters' words, the opposition had assassinated the institute's director, attempting to stop the Digital Life project. This suggested that the Digital Life World's data center was likely located inside the research institute. The two sisters had visited there with their family, including their younger brother. However, Song Liang, Zhou Tianqi, and the others hadn't found a map of the inner city. The opposition, to conceal their identities, wouldn't openly display evidence in their home. The computer Song Liang brought in was also shut down due to lack of power. To prevent the Digital Life from accessing their computers through the circuitry and affecting everyone, Xia Tu didn't let him use the electricity from the contaminated area. "Yun Xiao, there should be guides guarding the power system area, right? Both sides are dangerous." Xia Tu's tone was calm. "He's an S-rank sentinel who's done deep-sea evacuation once. Don't worry about him." Yun Xiao was a little confused. Why was she worried about Jiang Mu? This wasn't the time to discuss these things. She didn't explain. The two avoided the cameras and patrols along the way, driving around Zone 1 for almost half an hour. This base, converted from a first-tier city, was simply too large. One wonders how many troops it would have taken to build such a large defensive base in that cannibalistic era. After another 10 minutes or so, Xia Tu seemed to have spotted something and suddenly changed course, speeding away. The two arrived near a commercial area. In the city past midnight, brightly lit places were few and far between, making the bright lights on the first floor of the shopping mall particularly striking. An electric fence covered the smooth exterior walls, and judging from the windows, the building was at least 20 stories high. Bustling patrolling sentries stood outside the mall. They all looked like normal humans, and perhaps bored on night duty. A few were chatting idly at a distance. Sietu glanced at them, and immediately confirmed that the dozen or so men were all A-level sentries. He listened for a moment. There were probably security cameras on the first floor. Under surveillance, they weren't discussing anything useful, just mundane matters. The ability to establish a guard post and install an electric fence meant the laboratory was very likely here. The key question was, how to get in. The guide's mental energy could control the sentries, but it couldn't block the cameras. The electric fence above made it impossible to climb over. The commercial area likely has more than one entrance, but it's obvious the other entrances are guarded by sentries. Waiting for Jiangmu to pull the power switch won't work either. Since it's a place storing digital life data, it must have an independent power supply system. Seeing this, Yun Zhao gently wrapped her arms around his neck and whispered in his ear, "Walk it openly and honestly." "Who's there?" The high-ranking sentry's senses were too sharp. Yun Zhao spoke softly, but they still heard her. Hearing the questioning, she gestured for the man to put her down. This is the normal world's rule. There are sentries and guides, so her guide status is a natural excuse to enter openly. Sietu clearly understood her meaning, putting her down from his arms and instead taking her hand. Two sentries approached the corner where they were standing, again speaking warily. "Who is it?" "It's me." Without a guide to cleanse the dark matter, the power system cannot operate. It needs to be cleaned 24 hours a day. There must be a guide inside as well. Yun Zhao pulled the man out of the shadows. "I'm a high-level guide. The base notified me to come and clean up the dark matter." Chapter 205. The two sentries froze. But the guide on night duty has already gone in. One of the sentries realized. Yun Zhao remained expressionless. "That's my colleague." The little bluebird perched on her head, its noble head held high. Wisps of emerald green fluorescence flashed, rapidly flowing into the bodies of the two sentries. Yun Zhao's voice was seductive. "May I go in, please?" The two sentries, dazed, stepped aside. The little bluebird scoffed. "Ah, useless." The fire phoenix appeared out of nowhere, flapping its wings in agreement. "Qingwan is right, useless." Sietu paused, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. It seemed that not only him, but the team members couldn't swear anymore, or two phoenixes would be led astray. Yun Zhao, however, was used to her little bluebird's constant cursing and didn't react at all. The mental threads began to spread, reaching the other sentinels at the gate, quickly subduing them all. Her mental strength hadn't fully recovered. Mental union did have a restorative effect, but this only temporarily alleviated her mental exhaustion crisis, like a few drops of rain on parched land, far from enough to restore life. She had long forgotten the man's words about not using her abilities carelessly. The mental threads were influencing the minds of the mutated sentinels. The group became like puppets, leaving the gate wide open for the two to enter. Yun Zhao passed by them, seeing the sentinels appearing normal, and suddenly asked, "The mutated sentinels and guides have lost their mental bodies. Do you think they still remember their mental bodies?" She remembered the gatekeeper of contaminated Zone 88. It was a guide, whose loss of its spiritual body had given rise to a powerful obsession. For guides and sentinels, the spiritual body was like the other half of their soul, a vessel for their emotions and will. Each spiritual body was unique, intricately connected to its original form, like intertwined branches, mutually dependent and inseparable. Without their spiritual bodies, the world of sentinels and guides lost its color. Their power was no longer complete, and their inner balance was utterly shattered. Sietu was silent for 2 seconds, then replied, "You should remember. Even after they had mutated into monsters, they still subconsciously avoided harming their spiritual bodies." This topic was somewhat heavy. Yun Zhao nodded, saying nothing more, letting him lead her into the first floor of the mall. A faint smell of disinfectant filled the air, mixed with the barely perceptible sound of mechanical operation. The mall's interior had clearly been renovated. The boutiques and retail stores had all vanished, replaced by wooden partitions separating buildings. Cold metal structures and complex wiring filled the space, with two massive pipes overhead. Ahead, a corridor stretched out, its destination unknown. The entire space was brightly lit, yet deserted. Tiny, dark particles floated in the air, creating an eerie atmosphere. Sietu released his senses. The lab is underground. The base had renovated the mall. According to the abandoned elevators they passed, there were originally 3 underground floors, likely parking, which had probably been converted into a lab. Sia2, holding Yunjiao's hand, led her forward along the corridor. They had only walked for 5 minutes when they encountered their first person. A middle-aged man in a white lab coat and metal-rimmed glasses, carrying documents, emerged from a room and bumped into them. Seeing them, the man in the lab coat was visibly surprised. "Who are you?" Sia2 and Yunjiao remained silent, because they both simultaneously saw the mutated creature standing behind the man. It was a mutated creature emanating black energy, also wearing metal-rimmed glasses. Black slime was dripping from it, producing a piercing corrosive sound. The man in the lab coat, however, showed no reaction, continuing to stare at them in astonishment. Wasn't nighttime supposed to be the normal world? What was going on? The monster seemed to sense that they could see it, extending its disgusting mouthparts and writhing in the air. Its gaping maws seemed to be smiling at Yunjiao and Sia2. The scene was utterly horrifying. "It's greeting me," Yunjiao whispered. "The gatekeeper knows we're here, and is using it to provoke me. This is its mental domain. It can know everyone's every move." "How arrogant. What should I do? I really want to kill it." "What are you saying?" The man in the white coat clearly didn't understand. He said, "Who are you? Which department are you from? Don't you know you can't just walk in here?" The monster finished its greeting, felt it had enough, and suddenly opened its sharp mandibles, biting the man in the white coat's neck, cutting off his voice. Blood splattered, spraying onto the walls. Sia2 flashed in front of Yunjiao, pulling her back quickly. The two phoenixes tilted their heads, staring at the mutant corresponding to the man in the white coat with the same gesture. The man in the white coat didn't utter a sound. His body slumped backward with a dull thud, crashing to the smooth ground with wide eyes. Blood trickled down his body, pooling on the clean tile floor beneath him. The surrounding space rippled, and the mutated creature quickly vanished into thin air. Sia2 stared at this bizarre scene without saying a word. Did destroying the database really work? Yunjiao wondered. Otherwise, why would it provoke us at this time? This was a gatekeeper with a narcissistic personality. After seeing them doing foolish things repeatedly, it sent its lackey to appear, uttering a mocking tone, as if to say, "You won't find me like this." Sia2's expression was cold. Perhaps it did this on purpose to mislead us. The current situation clearly indicated that this was the research laboratory of the digital life world. Having come this far, they had to try, no matter what. Yunjiao glanced at him, but ultimately said nothing. What if the two worlds merge after the database is destroyed? Another dimension descends. Then, everyone will have no way out. Only by finding the gatekeeper can they escape alive. This is, after all, a contaminated zone, not the 68th year of the Dark Ages. We can't view this strange phenomenon with normal thinking. Sia2 is clever. Perhaps he already has other ideas. As team leaders, his and Jiang Mu's every word and action influences their teammates. He must remain calm and rational, firmly believing that they can solve the current predicament and lead everyone forward. Until they find the key or the gatekeeper. Destroying the database, destroying the digital life world, is their only clue. They must try, no matter what, to find the answer. The two bypassed the corpses on the ground and continued along the passage, encountering two more researchers along the way. Behind them stood two more mutants emanating black energy. Identical appearance. Another version of myself. The self-aware me, and the clone of me. This time, Sia2 didn't hesitate at all. His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he drew his tang sword and charged forward. Chapter 206. Blood and black slime splattered everywhere. Two mutants screamed, collapsing to the ground. In the instant they regained their senses, blood gushed out, followed by death. Two more corpses appeared in the corridor. Blood stained white clothes red, flowing through cracks in the floor and pooling into small, dark red puddles. The stench of blood filled the air, pungent and nauseating. Sia2 remained calm, bending down to snatch the work card from the corpse's neck, then turning to look at Yunjiao. A tacit understanding had formed between them. Yunjiao walked around the corpse on the ground, extending her hand for him to take. The man's hand was large and warm, but seemed prone to sweating. Holding it for a while felt sticky and uncomfortable. Sia2 remained calm, leading her towards the operating elevator. The work card was affixed, and the elevator doors opened automatically. Yunjiao stared intently at the work card, not even blinking. Ironically, the technology of the 68th year of the Dark Apocalypse was more advanced than human civilization 100 years later. Sia2 tried every button. Pressing the third basement level had no effect. The elevator only went down to the second basement level. The overhead camera, flashing a red dot, was already ignored by the two. The two phoenixes, however, were quite interested. The little bluebird flew over, perched on the camera, and peered inside headfirst. With a casual peck of its silver beak, a crack appeared in the screen. The fire phoenix moved closer, spitting a small puff of flame into the camera. The two little creatures wreaked havoc together, quickly destroying the elevator's camera. The elevator stopped at the second basement level. Sia2 warned her, there are people outside. And they were sentries. Number wasn't large. They weren't people who had spotted the intruders through cameras. They were the troops already on duty on the second basement level. Yuan Zhao nodded slightly, preparing herself. She seemed to finally remember her promise not to use her abilities casually, and after thinking for a moment, she said to him, I handle this. Control was more convenient for them than killing. It wouldn't easily cause a large-scale riot. Sia2's eyes were deep, and he remained silent. He slightly turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Yuan Zhao's face, his eyes showing both helplessness and understanding. Azure green spiritual threads had already emerged, swirling around her, turning into starlight, and quickly disappearing. Everything here couldn't be explained by normal thinking. For example, 3 people had died on the first floor, 3 corpses had appeared, but the alarm hadn't sounded, and no sentries had arrived to investigate. Yuan Zhao thought of a possibility. The research lab storing data from the digital life world had long been affected by another dimension. The seemingly normal timeline was actually already distorted and disordered. Thinking of the gatekeeper's provocative behavior earlier, Yuan Zhao pressed her lips together, clearly displeased. It was certain they wouldn't find it, hence its impunity. Why? The sound of the elevator doors opening interrupted her thoughts. Outside stood a dozen burly sentinels. Seeing 2 unfamiliar faces suddenly appear, the group's expressions turned wary, their guns instantly pointing at the 2. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering. Who are you? Yuan Zhao remained calm, saying softly, I'm a guide. Base notified me to clean up the dark matter. Sia2 stood beside her, his gaze sweeping over the group of A-level sentinels. There were no mutants behind them. Guides? The lead sentry looked suspicious, still on high alert. The 6 guides on night duty have already gone in, we weren't notified. There were 6 guides inside. Yuan Zhao had been waiting for this. A psychic thread silently approached, quickly entering the group of sentries. Really? But the base sent me. Yuan Zhao asked, excuse me, how do I get to the database? The sentry's expression became dazed, and he blankly pointed her in the direction, on the 3rd basement level, the entire 3rd basement level. Yuan Zhao nodded politely, okay, thank you. The elevators and fire escapes were all blocked off. The only way to get to the 3rd basement level was via the stairs. They were all sentries, who had once possessed psychic bodies and established psychic barriers. Controlling them required far more psychic energy than controlling ordinary mutants. Sia2 didn't delay any longer, quickly leading her to the 3rd basement level. There were 6 guides inside. Compared to the sentinel mutants, the guide mutants are far more troublesome. Guides are born with the ability to influence sentinels. Their mental power is already strong. Even after mutating into monsters, they retain some of their abilities. The 2 reached the end of the corridor and quickly found the stairwell. The heavy silver iron door required card swipes, fingerprint verification, and facial recognition. Sia2 scooped Fire Phoenix off his shoulder. Get to work. Fire Phoenix was slightly displeased with its host's rough behavior. But wanting to impress Qing Luan, it obediently breathed fire at the alarm system and then at the electronic lock, quickly destroying the lock. Sia2 drew his tang sword and violently pried open the door. The way the 2 spirits interacted was strange, like neither of them could stand the other. Yuan Zhao asked softly, did you always interact like this? Sia2 turned to look at her, his gaze deepening. No. The former Fire Phoenix had been corrupted by dark matter for years, often falling into mania, either going berserk in the spiritual realm or wreaking havoc outside. To maintain his composed captain persona in front of his teammates, he had to constantly take guide hormones and suppressants. The suppressants had severe side effects. He appeared normal, but in reality, he was on the verge of distortion. Until he met her. Yuan Zhao seemed to understand something and fell silent. She let the man lead her down the stairs to the database. The 3rd basement level was dimly lit. The once spacious and empty space was now filled with cold metal structures and complex wiring. Towering server racks surrounded the room, running and emitting a low, rhythmic hum. Deeper inside, a massive wall of LCD screens displayed complex streams of data and code, like the nerve center of a digital life world, recording the birth, growth, and changes of every virtual life. A sense of oppression and unease permeated the air. Tall machines blocked all view, like neatly arranged bookshelves in a library, each row leaving only a narrow passage for two people to pass through. The two moved cautiously among the racks, mindful of the 6 guides on this floor. Sietu extended his senses, searching for traces of the 6 mutated guides. The roar of the machines completely drowned out any footsteps, making it difficult to discern other sounds. Yun Zhao was also listening to the surrounding sounds. Gap between the rows of massive racks allowed for ventilation, and through these gaps, one could glimpse the scene behind the racks. That was another passageway. Further beyond, more machines. Yun Zhao recalled the gifts her uncles used to bring back from the edge of the contaminated zone, including several romance novels. The male and female protagonists met in a library. If one of them pulled a book from the shelf, the two would inevitably make eye contact through the shelf. Yun Zhao thought, if she could make eye contact through the machine shelf now, it would definitely be a ghost story. Then, she turned her head. And indeed, through the gap in the machine shelf, she saw a pair of human eyes. Chapter 207. Those were a pair of pitch-black eyes, belonging to a man, who had been observing her through the gap for an unknown amount of time. The moment Yun Zhao met his gaze, her heart skipped a beat. She unconsciously took a step back. So she could feel fear too? Sietu reacted quickly, his tang sword slashed towards the gap almost instantly. The gap between the iron racks holding the machines was very small. The blade pierced through, getting stuck in the gap, unable to move forward any further. The person opposite narrowly dodged. Sietu's brow furrowed, a murderous intent rising within him. Even with his S-rank Sentinel's 5 senses, he hadn't detected anyone nearby. Were they blocked by the digital life world, like those suddenly appearing mutants, unable to sense them beforehand? A sentinel? Someone spoke from the other end of the rack. The voice was that of a gentle woman, not the man she had just seen. The 6 guides were all together. Guide mutants are extremely troublesome. Sietu pulled Yun Zhao into his arms, leading her away from the corridor. They didn't seem to mean any harm, Yun Zhao said, looking up as he led her forward. Greenish-blue fluorescent light danced in the air. Her spiritual senses detected no malice. Sietu spoke, but with concern for her well-being. Did they frighten you? Yun Zhao shook her head slightly. I'm fine. 6 people had appeared at the end of the corridor, filled with machinery, blocking their path. 4 women and 2 men. Wearing spotless white robes, they silently observed the two. Sietu calmly stopped. The 2 sides faced off, the air seemingly frozen. Sietu's eyes were sharp as a hawk's, constantly watching the 6 people's every move. His hand remained tightly gripping Yun Zhao, protecting her firmly behind him. Yun Zhao peeked out from behind him, also observing the 6 people. Some were young, some were old. They all looked normal, their faces calm and expressionless, but their eyes were as deep as endless black holes, unfathomable. The white robes they wore stood out starkly in the dim light. Regardless of their malice, no one knew if they would suddenly transform into monsters and attack the 2 of them. They couldn't sense any spiritual energy fluctuations, so they couldn't determine their guide levels. Yun Zhao wanted to use her previous tactic to subdue them first. Just as she was about to act, one of the women, who appeared slightly older, broke the silence. We waited so long, you're the first outsiders to arrive here. Yun Zhao's movements froze. What does this mean? Are they being treated as opponents? Are there people among the guides who oppose the digital life world? Or, my surname is Rong, and everyone in the base calls me Guide Rong. Rong Ping's gaze fell on their tightly clasped hands, her eyes kindly fixed on Yun Zhao. Could you ask your matchmaker to put away their weapon? Yun Zhao scratched Sietu's palm with her index finger. Sietu turned to look at her, their eyes met, and he understood her meaning, sheathing his tang sword. Such a good opportunity. Perhaps they could obtain new clues through a guide of extremely high status. And even if all 6 of these people were A-level guides, the 2 were confident they could escape unscathed. However, Guide Rong's next words completely overturned their understanding. Are you looking for the gatekeeper? A complex look flashed in Rong Ping's eyes. Yun Zhao gasped. You. The creatures within the contaminated zone actually knew of the gatekeeper's existence. Like Pandora's box, the cat knew the consequences of opening it. It was unbelievable. Destroying the digital life world won't destroy it, it will only cause a greater catastrophe. Perhaps her shocked expression was endearing. Rong Ping smiled. The guide is the only one here who still possesses true self-awareness. The male guide who had met her gaze earlier paused for a moment. If we can still be considered human, realizing one's own death, while still retaining conscious memories. It's an extremely painful thing. We can tell you with certainty that the digital life world is not the gatekeeper. and destroying it won't give you the key. Rong Ping's gaze turned sorrowful. Because we already tried it when the contaminated zone was first created. The base fell and became a contaminated zone. Inside were many sentinels and guides. Protected by them, they fought off the frenzied influx of mutants, and initially many survived. Sia2 remained calm. So you don't know what the gatekeeper is? Another female guide smiled bitterly. Yes, we searched the entire base, even activated random bombardments with firearms, but we couldn't find it. 2 different dimensional spaces merged. The dead were resurrected. This bizarre and twisted scene played out daily. The key couldn't be found, the gatekeeper couldn't be found. As time passed, people were gradually assimilated, becoming part of them. The guides, relying on their powerful mental strength, became among the last to arrive. Because their mental strength was so immense, the gatekeepers couldn't completely control them. Every time midnight arrived and the timeline returned to normal, their consciousness became exceptionally clear. It's related to the digital life world, but it's not the digital life world itself. The female guide, who looked very young, said her name was Su Jinyao. This is the only clue we know. Yuan Zhao spoke up at this moment. What about the opposition? Who is the leader of the opposition? The leader isn't one person, but a group of people. Su Jinyao's tone was heavy. It's a lie fabricated by all the surviving people in Zone 1 in their final moments, to prevent the people still living in the contaminated zone from being affected by the digital life world. The opposition stemmed from a deep-seated disapproval, an active rejection of the digital life world, and a refusal to be assimilated by the gatekeepers. Unfortunately, it was useless. They tried everything, but they couldn't leave or eliminate this contaminated zone. At this moment of receiving the answer, Yuan Zhao's heart was exceptionally heavy. The truth was so cruel and complex, like a giant net trapping everyone within it. Rong Ping turned to face the rows of cold machines, reaching out to touch them. The Digital Life Project was originally good. It was meant to bring hope to humanity. Do you know how much food the 530,000 survivors consumed in a month? Rong Ping murmured. Relying on the city and national reserves, the shelter lasted 68 years, but the resources are long gone. In the first few years, people still held on to hope, believing the sun would reappear. But later, everyone despaired. No one had imagined the darkness would be so long, so dark, so utterly hopeless. The shelter's food supplies dwindled rapidly each day, and people began to starve to death. Initially, power generation was used to grow food. Many plants require photosynthesis. Relying solely on bacterial cultivation yielded too low a production rate. The rate of food cultivation couldn't keep up with the rate of consumption. To expand the planting area, sunlight was essential. And sunlight required electricity, which in turn required more guides to support the power grid. The announcement of the Digital Life Project wasn't meant to be an escape, but to confront it. Originally, it was meant to give hope to those still alive, to tell the public to persevere and wait for the sun to rise, or for the research results of the Digital Life Project to emerge. No one expected it to succeed. It was just an excuse to motivate the public. Rong Ping's voice was low. It wasn't actually successful. It was the birth of the gatekeeper that made it successful. The gatekeeper created another dimension. Chapter 208. The day the contaminated zone was born. Rong Ping murmured. But she only got halfway through her sentence, when the machine frames on both sides suddenly trembled slightly, creating a chain reaction like resonance. The entire ground beneath their feet trembled slightly as well. Then, the roar of the machine suddenly turned into a sharp shriek, interrupting their conversation. Yuan Zhao and Sia2 exchanged a glance. Continue, Sia2 said, ignoring the gatekeeper's trickery. The 6 guides were extremely surprised by this strange phenomenon. The male guide from before let out a chilling laugh. For so many years, the gatekeeper has finally been unable to restrain himself and wants to demonstrate its existence. In the empty third underground level, countless machines emitted ear-piercing noises, and his laughter, mixed among them, sounded particularly eerie, like a curse from the deepest hell. Yuan Zhao looked up at the male guide. Only then did she truly realize that they weren't human, but some kind of eerie being. What exactly were these mutants? And what was their relationship with the contaminated area? At first, the gray fog enveloped the entire base, and the people didn't notice. Rong Ping spoke again, her expression grave and sorrowful, her brows furrowed, her eyes filled with endless pain and memories. That was 2 months after the announcement of the Digital Life Development Project. The gray fog appeared inexplicably, enveloping the entire base. The Sentinels were the first to discover the anomaly. The Sentinels went out daily to exterminate nearby monsters and search for edible mutant plants. That day, a thick gray fog rose outside the gate, and no matter which way they went, they couldn't get out. The fog shrouded the darkness, blending seamlessly with the gray sky. High gray walls blocked the view from the outside, making it invisible to ordinary people. The contaminated zone isn't a secret, many refugees have talked about it. Rong Ping's voice, though soft, was clearly audible to Yun Zhao and Xie Tu amidst the cacophony of machinery. To avoid widespread chaos, the base's leadership unanimously decided to keep the news under wraps for now, and deploy all sentries to search for the key and the gatekeeper within the base. The gray fog, like a ghost, silently seeped in, shrouding the sky like a mist. Since then, strange things have been happening within the base. Countless mutants from outside have been drawn in, and many strange, behaving faces have appeared within the base. The peaceful streets have become eerie and terrifying. The areas shrouded in fog resemble gaping maws of monsters, ready to devour passers-by. When hungry, they transform into monsters and devour humans. Immediately afterward, flyers announcing the successful development of the digital life world spread like wildfire throughout the streets and alleys overnight. An experimental building appeared out of nowhere in District 1. More and more people began exhibiting abnormal behavior. People became unafraid of death, their eyes gleaming with fanaticism, yearning to enter the digital life world, recklessly pursuing so-called immortality. Some were perfectly fine one moment, then suddenly went berserk, grabbing knives and rushing into the street, stabbing themselves in the neck in front of everyone. Everyone went mad. These anomalies, like a silent storm, quietly swept through the entire base. Fewer and fewer people are lucid. Eventually, even the sentinels are beginning to be affected. Rong Ping's gaze was vacant, as if she were lost in that chaotic and terrifying memory. The remaining people frantically searched for the key and the gatekeeper. We destroyed the experimental building, the power system, and this database. But we couldn't find it. In the end, everyone despaired and chose to gamble everything by activating the thermal weapons, indiscriminately bombing the base. It was still useless. The next day, all the scorched earth returned to its original state. The dead reappeared on the streets, living like normal people. The bizarre, contaminated zone was devoid of any order. The normal people seemed abnormal. Fear and manic emotions drove all the survivors insane. Waiting for death was truly a hopeless situation. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly heavy. 6 guides stood silently, listening to their leader recount the events of that year. They were trapped here, endlessly. The 2 people before them were the first humans they had encountered in all these years who had reached this place. The humans outside. Rong Ping looked at Yun Zhao with kind eyes. "You're a guide, right?" Yun Zhao stood beside Xie Tu, her eyelids lowered, their hands still tightly clasped. She was still lost in thought, and nodded gently at the question. The little bluebird perched on her head, its emerald green glow making it very conspicuous in the dim light. The 6 guides looked at her with complex expressions. One of the female guides trembled slightly, a barely perceptible tear glistening in her eyes. She seemed to see, through the little bluebird, the beautiful time she had shared with the spirit. Now, those memories pierced her heart like sharp blades. The spiritual entities held deep bonds and emotions for sentinels and guides. This bond would never fade. Rong Ping sighed softly. After my old comrade perished, I lost my guide abilities. Not only her, but all the sentinels and guides in Sanctuary 16 were in the same boat. With their innately powerful spiritual abilities, guides retained their self-awareness. But the sentinels had long been completely assimilated. Perhaps soon, even their self-awareness would dissipate. In this dark world, devoid of light, they had long since accepted reality and found peace. "I can see your guide level is very high," Rong Ping said kindly, like a caring elder. "Your parents must have been very strong." Sentinels and guides were inextricably linked to dark matter. It stemmed from a genetic mutation. The awakening of abilities in later generations of guides and sentinels was largely due to heredity. Yun Zhao suddenly froze, her expression becoming somewhat dazed. Parents. She had no idea who her parents were. Xie Tu, standing beside her, keenly sensed her change in mood. His profile was handsome and resolute, his eyes cold, his thin lips pressed into a tight line. He interrupted their conversation. The Digital Life Project, who started it? The situation had reached a stalemate, the trail had gone cold. But the word give up didn't exist in Xie Tu's dictionary. The person who initiated the Digital Life Project was highly suspicious. Su Ji now understood his meaning and shook her head slightly. "We tried killing everyone involved in initiating the project, but it didn't work." This matched what the twin sisters had said. The opposition assassinated the dean. But what about Tian Ling and Tian Shuang's younger brother? If the gatekeeper initiated the Digital Life Project, how did their brother register? Or were the two sisters already contaminated by the polluted area at that time? Xia2 paused only briefly before asking again, do you know that shelter number 16 is no longer in Xi'an, but has appeared in Guang County, Wuwei City, Gansu Province? Perhaps figuring out why this polluted area moved to Guang County is the key. Chapter 209. While Yun Zhao and Xia2 were communicating with the guides, Jiang Mu had already silently infiltrated the core area of the base, the power plant. Located beneath a gray wall, two heavy metal doors resembled the lair of a steel behemoth. Jiang Mu, alone, could easily conceal his presence and evade the sentries along the way. As he approached the door, the white she-beast suddenly appeared, its massive body exuding oppressive power. It abruptly appeared above the sentries at the door, whipping its tail and instantly eliminating the two night-watching sentries. Jiang Mu swiftly followed suit, working in tandem with his spiritual entity to eliminate the remaining sentries and slip into the power plant. The outer guard wasn't particularly tight, with only a few night-watching sentries. The power plant relied heavily on the guide's abilities. The situation inside was undoubtedly troublesome. Guides possessing powerful spiritual abilities were practically the bane of sentries. Jiang Mu had planned a direct assault before arriving. The guide's weaknesses were obvious. Their physical abilities were far inferior to the sentinels. He could suppress them by force before they could react. Entering the power plant, a strong smell of engine oil and the metallic feel of metal assaulted his senses. Huge generators roared, like the heart of a behemoth, constantly pounding, providing a continuous power source for the entire base. A complex network of pipes and cables connected together, forming a vast energy network. Jiang Mu rapidly approached the central area through the dim shadows. Suddenly he stopped. A short distance ahead, a group of guides stood silently, seemingly waiting for his arrival. Two teams of people guarding outside Zone 1 were still awaiting news. The base was quiet in the dead of night, lights flickering sparsely and rhythmically, as if everything were functioning normally. However, beneath this seemingly peaceful surface, a dense, dark atmosphere permeated the air, creating a sense of oppression and unease. Patrol teams passed by occasionally. These were all A-level sentinels with heightened senses. Lu Hong, with 4 underlings, followed Team 0, hidden in the shadows. They breathed softly, their hearts pounding involuntarily. Almost 3 hours had passed. Why hadn't they come out yet? The rest of Team 0, however, remained calm and composed, showing no sign of panic. In their hearts, their captain was always strong and composed, capable of resolving any predicament with extraordinary wisdom and strength. 3 S-levels had gone in to investigate Zone 1. If even the 2 captains and the S-level guide were to perish, they might as well just commit suicide and give up. The patrol teams quickly disappeared into the distance. Silence returned. Just then, a faint yet distinct metallic scraping sound broke the silence, instantly putting the 9 members of the team to alert. They had split into teams upon emerging. Jiang Mu's team members, along with the others, guarded the other side of Zone 1. Only 9 people remained on this side. Duanqi and Song Liang exchanged a glance, then quietly released their spiritual entities. The peregrine falcon emerged, shook its feathers, and flapped its wings, flying towards the source of the sound to investigate. The little creature glanced at the source, quickly flew back, and perched on Duanqi's arm. Nothing, just eating people. Mutants get hungry too, they need to eat. The rabbit, receiving the consciousness transmitted by the king chameleon, looked at Duanqi as if he were a pervert. They eaten people and nothing's wrong? How did you teach your spiritual beings? Duanqi shrugged, indicating it wasn't his problem. As a reconnaissance-type spiritual being, the peregrine falcon was already accustomed to the various bloody and terrifying scenes within the contaminated zone. It wasn't very good at expressing itself. It probably meant that the mutants would come out to hunt when they were hungry, nothing more. Song Liang, however, paused, looking in that direction, and reached out to touch Duanqi and Tao Haohao. Nighttime is the normal world. Why would mutants still come out to hunt? Eating already dead humans, can that be considered normal hunting? The group exchanged silent glances. Lu Hong glanced over, completely unable to understand what they were doing. Dark matter surrounded them outside, and she hadn't released her furry spiritual being to avoid eroding her spiritual domain. A moment later, a series of chaotic footsteps came from afar again. Lu Hong's heart jumped to her throat. She squinted, trying to make out who was approaching in the darkness. As the footsteps drew closer, a figure gradually came into focus. All 9 saw it. It was a ragged man, his eyes filled with terror, as if he had just escaped from hell, fleeing in a panic. Behind him, a mutant appeared out of thin air, its gaping maw lunging at them. Lu Hong's breath caught in her throat, and she instinctively raised her weapon. But quickly, she slowly lowered her hands. There couldn't possibly be anyone alive here except them. The 9 watched as the mutant pounced on and devoured the man. No one moved, no one spoke, a heavy weight pressing on their hearts. That was his other self from another dimension. Even if they killed the mutant, the man would still die. There was no way to save him. Song Liang finally spoke, his voice very soft and low. The situation is different from Baire's. Baire's self-awareness actively sought death. But that man just now, he clearly wanted to escape, and was being chased by another mutant version of himself. What does this mean? Tao Haohao shook his head vigorously upon hearing this. How could he know? His naturally loud voice, with A-level sentries patrolling nearby, made him completely afraid to speak. Rabbit, try saving one next time. Song Liang also didn't understand what this meant. Rabbit set up his sniper rifle and replied, okay. But after that, the 9 of them didn't encounter any more mutants eating people. Or rather, there weren't any nearby. The captain and Yuan Zhao hadn't come out yet, just in case. They had to stay here to provide backup, and couldn't leave to search specifically. Time passed second by second. Lu Hong and her 4 underlings all looked somewhat grave. 3 S-rank soldiers were ordered to destroy the power system and the digital life world, but several hours had passed with no sign of activity. What happened? The 9 people waited outside for a long time. Patrolling sentries passed by in waves. Until 5 in the morning. Xia Tu and Jiang Mu finally appeared outside the gate of District 1. The 2 sentries emerged openly from the main gate, carrying thick stacks of paper documents, carefully bound, with the edges of the papers sticking out. Yuan Zhao, in Xia Tu's arms, was also unharmed, though her face was pale, and she looked slightly tired. Seeing them emerge safely, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Song Liang looked over with some confusion. Wasn't the plan to destroy the power system and the database? So much time had passed, yet nothing had happened. Jiangmu gave him a lazy look but said nothing. Xia Tu said calmly, let's go back to the guest house first. Upon hearing this, Duanxi immediately asked the Peregrine Falcon to inform Orange and the others. Chapter 210. The 2 teams, having evaded the patrolling sentries, finally returned to the guest house. In the pitch-black environment, they relied solely on the faint sounds of breathing and heartbeats to determine each other's location. Stepping into the lobby, Tao Haohao, walking at the back, closed the door. The others pulled out flashlights, checked the curtains, and only after confirming everything was alright did they breathe a sigh of relief and sit down wherever they could find a spot. Especially the group of B-level sentries from Dongsha Town. The contaminated zone was filled with an eeriness and danger. The sentries were on edge, afraid to speak casually. Jiangmu strode in and tossed the bag he was carrying onto the table. The bag was heavy, filled with thick stacks of documents, landing with a dull thud. Captain, what's this? Qingzi and the others had returned earlier. Seeing everyone back, they all stood up and gathered around. Jiangmu turned and sat down on the sofa. Population files for shelter number 16. Zhou Tianqi, The captain and the others haven't come out yet? They've been working on this? Will there be clues in the files? Qi Jun opened the bag, revealing a thick stack of documents inside. He pulled out a sheet and held up a flashlight to examine it. Wasn't the initial plan to go in and destroy the power system and database? Yes, originally, but the plan changed at the last minute. Jiangmu pulled a piece of chocolate from his backpack. After tearing off the wrapper, he looked up at Xia Tu and Yuan Zhao. Can we trust what those guides say? At the power station, Jiangmu had also encountered a group of guides who retained their self-awareness. They told him about the entire process of the contaminated zone's creation. The guides' accounts differed subtly from the twin sisters. The 2 Sentinel teams must make their own judgments. Those guides are no longer human, they are mutants living in the contaminated zone. They might be deliberately misleading everyone to gain the trust of the 2 S-rank Sentinels, causing them to abandon their efforts to destroy the system, and instead wander aimlessly in the contaminated zone. As time goes on, they will gradually be affected by the contaminated zone. Sooner or later, they will be assimilated. No wonder Jiangmu is so wary. This might all be a conspiracy by the gatekeeper. Its intelligence is very high. Sanctuary 16 is vast, gathering numerous talents, including sentinels and guides, countless top combatants. Yet the gatekeeper can trap everyone. Jiangmu has to be cautious. I think what they're saying is true, Yuan Zhao said, sitting down on the sofa opposite him, his mood low. They can only fool us for a while. Once we can't find any other clues, we still try to destroy the database. That makes sense. Xia Tu walked over and placed the bag he was carrying on the table. It contained the information they had brought back. The information we received, Sia2 said, according to the guides, cutting off the energy supply will cause the two dimensions to completely merge, making the situation worse. Sia2 and Yun Xiao had spent a long time in the server room talking with the 6 guides. The gatekeeper has the ability to control dark matter. If digital life forms descend, they will have no safe haven left. They are human, they need rest. With the key missing and supplies scarce, the various teams probably won't last long. Jiang Mu's side had received the same information. In front of everyone, he broke the final barrier. Stop thinking about the key. The facts are clear. Only by finding the gatekeeper and killing it can we all get out. The words fell silent. Except for Yun Xiao and Sia2, almost everyone wore a different expression. The members of the two S-rank teams, having already sensed something amiss, wore heavy expressions of I knew it. Li Gua, Su Pingcheng, and the others looked utterly dazed. The meaning was clear. An S-rank sentinel had confirmed it. This was a 5-star contaminated zone. Who could have imagined that their first entry into the contaminated zone would be such a hellish challenge, far exceeding their expectations and preparations? If it weren't for the 2 S-rank sentinels leading their teams in, they would almost certainly be dead. Seeing this, Lu Hong, taking advantage of the fact that no one was looking, kicked them twice in the darkness. The group quickly and obediently lowered their heads and stood at attention. Yun Xiao had been in low spirits since emerging from the database. She was always quiet and reserved, and in the darkness, with only a few beams of flashlight shining through, few noticed her. But now the trail has gone cold. If the gatekeeper isn't related to the digital lifeforms, then what kind of being is it? Song Liang walked to Qi Jun's side and picked up the documents on the table to examine them. The 2 captains wouldn't have memorized these population files without a reason. The guide said the digital lifeform world is connected to the gatekeeper, but it's not the gatekeeper itself. Jiang Mu raised an eyebrow. That's intriguing. Sia2 glanced at Yun Xiao. Her mood had become off after Guide Rong mentioned her parents. They were currently discussing clues. Sia2 had to focus on the important matter at hand. The guide said that the last survivors turned this base upside down, but still couldn't find the gatekeeper. He picked up where Jiang Mu left off, his voice calm and clear, saying, "They're blinded by appearances." Caught in the middle of the situation, they're too focused on finding an external enemy, easily overlooking the most obvious clues around them. When people are trapped in a desperate situation, frantically searching for a way out, they are often misled by appearances, their gaze always fixed on that distant, elusive hope, while remaining blind to what's right in front of them. People in extreme despair and panic fall into a cognitive trap. The captain's idea is that the gatekeeper might be among them? Rabbit gasped. Sia2 didn't deny it. It could also be something they're carrying. Sia2 finally asked them if they knew the contaminated zone was located in Guan County, Wuwei City, Gansu Province. The group seemed very surprised. The creatures within the contaminated zone were unaware that they had been moved. The people in the shelter weren't like the intruders from outside. Outsiders had a god's eye view, more like outsiders, and their perspective was naturally different from theirs. They might have been heading in the wrong direction from the start. Tao Haohao and Zhou Tianqi didn't understand. Pointing to the pile of documents on the table, they asked, "But what's the connection between these two?" Sia2 said calmly, "The contaminated zone is related to obsession. Something must have happened during the proposal to develop the digital life world, leading to the birth of a huge obsession. Ultimately, the contaminated zone formed, and the gatekeeper facilitated this achievement. The digital life world is a projection of human consciousness, forming a monstrous other self. The gatekeeper may have created these monsters to protect itself or maintain its own existence. It constantly emits a special alluring signal, making people in the contaminated zone yearn to enter, becoming unafraid of death, even committing mad suicide to seek a way into this virtual world. While alive, they cannot see their other self. Only in death can." Chapter 211. These documents contain not only population records provided by the guides, but also meeting minutes from within the shelter related to the Digital Life Project, and all the previously ruled out clues from the last survivors. The 3 teams needed to organize the information to see if they could find any information about the gatekeeper. Orange, seeing the mountain of papers on the table, gasped, "How long will it take us to find them?" This shelter had over 500,000 inhabitants before its fall. There was electricity in the contaminated area, but it connected to another dimension, preventing them from using it. They could only resort to the most primitive method of searching. Jiang Mu crossed his arms, leaned slightly forward, and said to Orange, "Idiot, I asked you to investigate the population changes and the number of participants before and after the Digital Life Project was launched, not to search through all 530,000 people. The little bluebird flapped its wings and made a soft plop sound at Orange. Idiot! Fire Phoenix flew over obsequiously, also addressing Orange. Idiot! Yuan Zhao snapped out of her thoughts, abruptly looking up, her eyes fixed on Jiang Mu, but unlike when she reprimanded Xie Tu, she didn't utter a word of reprimand. How others speak is their freedom. She couldn't interfere. But Yuan Zhao had already silently made a mental note of this. The cost of psychological counseling would have to keep rising. Jiang Mu noticed her gaze and turned his head, only to see Xie Tu walk unobstructed to the middle table, blocking his view like a wall. Xie Tu bent down, pulled a stack of documents from the table, and tossed them at Jiang Mu without hesitation. Take turns on duty. You can search slowly. Team 0, everyone go upstairs to rest. Jiang Mu reacted with lightning speed, his figure flashing as he dodged the sudden attack like a ghost. The stack of documents, having lost its target, scattered in the air, A4 sheets drifting like white feathers onto the sofa. Jiang Mu let out a soft haw. How had he offended Xie Tu by saying a few words about his team members? Xie Tu remained calm, already instructing everyone in Team 0 to go to sleep and recharge for their shifts. This contaminated area was extremely strange, dangerous both day and night. Someone had to stay on duty during breaks. Li Gua, Su Pingcheng, and the others subconsciously looked at Lu Hong. The meaning was clear. Which team were they on? Lu Hong glanced around, ultimately deciding not to offend either side. We split into 2 groups too. For people will stay downstairs to help with the documents, the rest of you can rest. Yuan Zhao stood up as well. Song Yang took this opportunity to explain what had happened while they were waiting outside. That man is different from the one who committed suicide during the day. He's running for his life, escaping the pursuit of another version of himself. Zhou Tianqi asked in surprise, why didn't we encounter him? Song Yang pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. Judging from the situation with those guides, it seems that people at night can briefly regain their self-awareness and escape the gatekeeper's control. The contaminated zone attracts mutants because they have the opportunity to fulfill their obsessions within it. The existence of the gatekeeper seems to be to maintain some kind of balance, or perhaps to serve as the final barrier for mutants to achieve their obsessions. Xie Tu, upon hearing this, was also calmly considering the situation, currently unsure of what this meant. Let's go out and take another look tomorrow night. Yuan Zhao and the rabbit had reached the top of the stairs. She wasn't actively participating in the discussion, nor was she entirely lost in her own thoughts. Rather, she was pondering the guide's words. The guides had also mentioned that self-awareness could only be briefly restored at night. Was it related to the strength of one's individual mental power? Yuan Zhao stood on the stairs, the flashlight beam illuminating her feet. Suddenly she spoke, the gatekeeper might be a mutant. Everyone looked at her. They didn't understand why she would say that. Only Xie Tu remembered that in contaminated Zone 249, little Yuan Zhao could sense the gatekeeper's presence. Xie Tu's gaze slowly darkened. Yuan Zhao, lost in her own thoughts, slowly said, Shelter number 16 appeared on Route 235. It traveled from Xi'an to Gansu. There are no keys in this contaminated area, only mutants with the ability to freely enter and exit. Lu Hong finally couldn't help but widen her eyes and ask, the contaminated area can grow legs and run away. Yuan Zhao was silent for a moment, clearly taken aback by her words. After a pause, she spoke again, No, it lives in shelter number 16. After it fell, it emerged and created a new contaminated area. The scene within that contaminated area is the same as the fallen shelter number 16 in my memory. The implication was that there might be 2 shelter number 16s. But once a mutant leaves the contaminated area, it's impossible for it to possess reason. How could it have escaped and developed such obsession? Zhou Tianqi frowned. That doesn't make sense. Yuan Zhao nodded slowly. It does make sense, but after the fall, apart from the mutant, no creature could leave the contaminated area. How could it have ended up in Guan County? Everyone pondered her words, falling into deep thought. Xie Tu had already stepped forward, his flashlight illuminating the stairs beneath her feet. This doesn't conflict with the information we're looking for. We can pay more attention to the population records. This was clearly directed at Jiang Mu. Jiang Mu glanced at him. You're really going upstairs to sleep? Previously, when the 3 S-rank sentinels worked together, it was common for them to go days and nights without sleep. But now, in a 5-star contaminated zone, the danger was far greater than before, and he was going to sleep. Xie Tu hummed in agreement and walked to Yuan Zhao aside. It's almost 6 o'clock now. Team 0 will take over at noon. Jiang Mu didn't want to deal with him, out of sight, out of mind. He turned to his team members, and the remaining B-rank sentinels. Get to work. Be careful, don't miss any clues. Yes. Lu Hong also stayed behind. She was, after all, an A-rank sentinel. She couldn't just abandon her subordinates to sleep. She told Li Gui to take the other 4 upstairs to rest first. Those remaining in the lobby on the first floor all turned on their flashlights and began searching through the documents, starting from the top shelf. The entire Zero team went up to the second floor. Xie Tu's room was next to Yun Zhao's. As they parted, Yun Zhao called out to him, "Could I borrow that notebook for a couple of days?" Xie Tu opened the door, paused, and turned to meet her gaze. Her face was still somewhat pale, but her gaze was calm. Her almond-shaped eyes, moist and deep, seemed to be filled with ink in the darkness, unfathomable when she stared. Rabbit awkwardly stood in the middle. Captain, I go in first." With that, Rabbit buried her head and ran into the room, hesitating for a while, then remembering that Sister Yun Zhao was still outside, she didn't close the door. Xie Tu walked towards her. He was tall, and being too close made him seem imposing. "Go inside and rest. We deal with it after you woken up." Yun Zhao said softly, "You don't want to lend it?" Xie Tu, He seemed to have no way to deal with her. Xie Tu finally pulled a notebook from his backpack and handed it to her. "Want to see the lines you drew yourself?" He was clever, he could always easily guess things. Yun Zhao nodded gently, confiding in him for the first time. "There's a name on it. It looks like my dad's." Chapter 212. Rong Ping's words still affected her. Your parents must have been very strong. If they were so strong, why did they abandon her? Through her 6-year-old self, Yun Zhao had already realized that she hadn't had parents by her side when she was little. Back then, she was so young, yet she had to live alone in that dangerous place. Yes, Yun Zhao had actually suspected this for a long time. She just resisted the truth from the bottom of her heart, unwilling to face the fact that she could live peacefully in contaminated Zone 6. "When I was little, I thought I had been separated from my parents, and that's why the uncles picked me up." Yun Zhao opened her heart to Xie Tu for the first time, her voice very soft. "The area around the contaminated zone is so dangerous. I always felt that my parents might have already perished. Not only her, but everyone in the town thought so. Her parents must have died in the contaminated zone. So the uncles never mentioned her past, pitying her for losing her parents at a young age, and always treated her very, very well. The uncles even thought that her amnesia might be a good thing. That way, she wouldn't have to endure the pain of those memories. But now someone told her that her parents were incredibly powerful, and that it was through their genes that she became an extremely rare S-rank guide. Yun Zhao knew very well that she was fundamentally different from other guides. She was an anomaly, possessing immense mental strength and a godlike mental body from a young age. And the root of that? Could it be from her parents? If her parents were also incredibly powerful, was it possible that they were still alive? The second floor corridor was silent. Her teammates had already returned to their rooms to rest. The 2 doors facing each other opened silently. The rabbit remained in the room, trying to minimize her presence. Xie Tu quietly watched her, saying nothing, then turned and pulled her into his room. The door closed. Erect a barrier. Knowing her mental strength was insufficient, Xie Tu, for the first time, proactively asked her to use her abilities. She was shrouded in too many mysteries. Some things couldn't be heard. Especially since Jiang Mu, whose senses were just as acute as his, was also in this house. Yun Zhao complied. A bluish-green fluorescent light danced between them, instantly dissipating into specks of light, forming an invisible barrier that shielded them from everything outside. The 2 phoenixes returned to their mental realm. In the pitch-black room, the 2 stood face to face. "When I was 6, my uncles found me outside contaminated Zone 6. The floodgates of her emotions were opened. Yun Zhao seemed to have found an outlet, pouring all her confusion, doubts, and bewilderment into her mind. Later, my uncles perished in contaminated Zone 6. Despite her turbulent emotions, Yun Zhao maintained a calm demeanor. "I thought my parents died there too." Every day, she would sit atop the high wall of Qishan town, staring blankly at the swirling gray fog of contaminated Zone 6. Several times, she felt an urge to recklessly walk in. But back then, He Xiang was like a little shadow, following her everywhere. The gates were guarded by sentries, so she had no chance to escape. Later, she awakened to become a rare guide. Yun Zhao didn't understand the abilities of guides, but everyone said they were weak and unable to protect themselves. As it turned out, she was right. Born physically weak and lazy, she definitely couldn't outrun the mutants. Yun Zhao felt that going in would be suicide. Not long after, Zone 6 suddenly began to spread again, and the townspeople scrambled to relocate. Yuan Zhao looked up at him through the beam of her flashlight. I deliberately lured you here, intending to use you to enter Zone 6 and find my parents and uncles. She wanted to know who she was, and she wanted to bring her uncles home. Doubt, like a tiny thorn, quietly pierced the depths of her heart. With the passage of time, it didn't disappear. Instead, it gradually took root and sprouted, growing into a lush tree of questions. Whenever the night was quiet, or when she encountered setbacks and loneliness, this tree would sway gently, constantly reminding her. But as she learned more about the contaminated zone, the sentinels, and the guides, Yuan Zhao discovered that she had underestimated her abilities, underestimated the little bluebird. She was stronger than she had thought. Even without the help of powerful sentinels, she was capable of entering the contaminated zone alone. As Xie listened to her recount her past, his lips tightened slightly, suppressing the turmoil within him caused by her ordeal. Those surging emotions, accompanied by churning thoughts, seemed to reach his mental realm through the faint connection formed by their mental union, causing a slight tremor. Knowing that she intended to use him, Xie didn't find it strange at all. A thought even crossed his mind. If it weren't for this, he might never have met her. The two stood there quietly, the surrounding barrier emitting a faint glow, creating a world of isolation for them. In this world, only their breathing and heartbeats echoed. For the first time in his life, Xie felt speechless. All words of comfort seemed so pale and inadequate. She appeared fragile, but was actually strong inside. Sensing her emotions in his spiritual realm, he sensed she disliked being comforted with empty words. You want to enter contaminated Zone 6? He looked down at her slightly. Yuan Zhao turned to the page filled with doodles in her notebook and nodded gently yes. The 1,000 words that Xie wanted to say, all the things he wanted to say, ultimately became one sentence. I stay with you. Unconditional companionship, without asking why. If we can successfully exit this contaminated zone, it means Team Zero has the capability to enter a 5-star contaminated zone. I submit an application to the base when we get back, but it might not be so quick. Xie paused. Wait for me. Don't go alone. Yuan Zhao was slightly taken aback, her senses gradually returning. She unconsciously took a step forward, closing in on him, and raised her head to utter another shocking statement. You like me? It wasn't a question, but a statement of fact. His mental threads had captured his emotions more than once. From initial resistance, resignation, to later struggle, and then to the intense, undeniable feelings during their mental union. At this point, Xietu's eyes flickered, and he simply admitted yes. When Xietu uttered the word yes, his heart felt like it was churning with turbulent waves. He didn't know when it started, but this feeling was like a flower quietly blooming in spring, initially just a tiny, insignificant touch of green, hidden in a corner of his heart. He thought he could ignore it, letting it wither silently in some unknown corner. But as time passed, the green not only didn't disappear, but grew stronger, until it blossomed into an undeniable sea of flowers. Subtle emotional fluctuations were like threads, binding his heart tighter and tighter. The more he resisted, the more intense the feelings became. Chapter 213. Yuan Zhao's expression was somewhat confused. But I'm not sure if I like you. Xietu chuckled softly, his tone tinged with helplessness. It's okay. Yuan Zhao's lips moved slightly, but she didn't speak. She felt like a complete scumbag. She had initially come to Dawn Base with a purpose, wanting to use an S-rank sentinel to enter contaminated Zone 6, and then relied on Xietu to gradually improve her strength and understanding of this world, yet she gave him no response. Xietu turned his head away. Perhaps not wanting to appear too pathetic. He deliberately changed the subject, looking down at the notebook she was flipping through. What's that name? If her parents had also been S-rank sentinels or guides, there would surely be clues, perhaps even leads from the 4 major bases. Yuan Zhao's thoughts were disrupted as he mentioned this, and she held up the notebook for him to see. Unfortunately, Xietu couldn't understand what little Yuan Zhao had drawn at all. Those messy, stiff lines all looked the same to him. Using the flashlight beam, Yuan Zhao pointed to the lower left corner and said, the floating clouds are my surname, but what's drawn below isn't my given name, it's the character Ju. Yun Ju. Dad? Yuan Zhao was silent for a moment, her expression somewhat sad, before continuing, Yun Ju, my dad's name is Yun Ju. Little Yuan Zhao was also herself. Her subconscious was telling her that this was her father's name. Yuan Zhao asked Xietu for the notebook, wanting to look more closely to see if her mother was in it. Xietu reached out, took her flashlight, and pulled her to sit down on the bed. I hold it for you, you can look slowly. Xietu said, turning around and moving the bedside table in front of her so she could place her notebook on it for easy access. Yuan Zhao slowly replied, I can understand it. No need to look slowly. Why use the word look? The notebook had fallen to the floor, and Xia Tu had taken it back before she could examine it closely. She was only thinking of looking at it again. Xia Tu nodded helplessly. I misspoke. Yuan Zhao flipped through all the pages. The lines that others found obscure were remarkably simple to her. The scene on the second page clearly depicted her mental realm. White mist obscured most of the area, but the small lake in the center was particularly prominent. She even saw a drawing of herself as a child, a cook. Yuan Zhao flipped through the entire contents, but found no clues about her mother. Only a name. Her head was slightly lowered, her eyelashes trembling gently, lost in thought. Xia Tu noticed and gently patted her back. It's not just about getting a clue, we try to find more after we get out. Yuan Zhao nodded slightly, but held no hope. The 4 major bases were only gradually established after the Dark Ages ended, and her father was clearly not one of them. Xia Tu put the notebook away and placed it in her backpack. Keep it, it'd be easy to take it when you want to look at it. It's too late now, I take you back to your room to rest. They were still in the contaminated zone, and right now they had to find the gatekeeper first. Thinking about how little Yuan Zhao could sense the gatekeeper's presence, Xia Tu was filled with thoughts, but finally asked, can you sense where the gatekeeper is? In contaminated zone 249, as soon as they stepped onto Smiling Street, Xiao Yuzhao knew the gatekeeper wasn't there. She seemed to have the ability to identify the gatekeeper. Yuan Zhao shook her head. No, I can't sense it. She could detect the gatekeeper's malice towards her, but couldn't sense anything else through that malice. But I think the gatekeeper is a mutant. Only mutants could leave a 5-star contaminated zone and travel to Gulang County to create a new contaminated zone. Yuan Zhao inexplicably thought of Qi Ling. If he joined the combat department, future missions would be incredibly convenient. He could freely enter and exit any contaminated zone, and those mutants wouldn't attack him at all. Freely enter and exit? Yuan Zhao suddenly realized something, her eyes widening slightly. She turned to him and said, do you think it's possible that it's in another dimension? Which is why the people in Shelter 16 can't find it. Not the digital life world itself, yet intimately connected to digital life. What if the gatekeeper was a mutant residing in the digital life world? Upon learning of the base's plans to develop digital life, it desperately wanted to escape this cannibalistic world and achieve immortality in the digital life world. Finally, it discovered it was a deception only on its deathbed. The digital life world was merely a distant dream woven by the base to give everyone hope, a dream whose realization would take countless years. It felt deceived, it felt anger, and thus, a powerful obsession arose within it. This led to the birth of the digital life world. Both domains existed because of it, so it could freely enter and exit the other dimension. Therefore, the people living in the contaminated zone, even with their indiscriminate bombing of the entire area, were ineffective. They couldn't find any trace of the gatekeeper. Because the gatekeeper isn't even here, destroying the database would only lead to the arrival and merging of the digital life world. By then, it would be the final moment. The Digital Life Project contains countless mutants, a shelter with a massive population of 530,000, plus the alien mutants attracted by the contaminated zone. They simply can't find the gatekeeper. Or rather, they never even considered going there, Yuan Zhao said. Rong Ping and the others are caught up in the situation, unaware that the terrain outside the contaminated zone has changed. Just like you said, they're blinded by a leaf. They've been focusing on the base, ignoring the emerging digital life world. Xia Tu followed her train of thought for a moment, his expression changing slightly. He suddenly stood up. You go back to sleep first. I go find Jiang Mu. Yuan Zhao's deduction might be correct. No wonder the gatekeeper was so confident, certain that no one could find it. Even if they knew it was in the digital life world, they couldn't locate it for the time being. This base, with its massive population of 530,000, finding a single mutant with the gatekeeper attribute among hundreds of thousands of people is like finding a needle in a haystack. It's no different from finding a single grain of sand in the desert. They can only hope to find clues in the data, using the interconnected computers in each household to pinpoint the gatekeeper. The second floor hallway faces the lobby downstairs. Jiang Mu lay on the sofa, holding a printed A4 sheet of population data, flipping through it while clicking his tongue as he looked upstairs. Xia Tu, in front of everyone, pulled the guide into his room. A lone man and woman, the door tightly shut, a screen erected. Jiang Mu sighed, staying in this dangerous contaminated area, working hard all night searching for data, and then having to watch others show off their love. It's a devastating blow to single people. Chapter 214. It was 6 in the morning. The dim streetlights outside went out instantly, and the patrolman vanished at the same time. Darkness enveloped the city. The entire dilapidated city fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the howling wind, like the wails of wandering ghosts, resembling a ghost town. The dark matter in the air grew denser, constantly swirling around, taking the opportunity to erode the sentinel's mental state. With a guide present, even if her mental state was weak, she was still a powerful S-rank guide, so neither team paid much attention to this slow erosion. Yun Xiao left Xie2's room and returned to her own. Xie2 watched her go inside before going downstairs to find Jiang Mu. In the next room, the rabbit was still awake, sitting cross-legged on the edge of the bed, clutching her sniper rifle, staring intently at her king, the chameleon. The chameleon perched on the rifle barrel, occasionally sticking out its long, thin tongue to lick its host's face. Rabbit dodged backward, heard a noise at the door, and looked towards the entrance. Sister Yunxiao, you're back? Yes. Yunxiao nodded gently, turned and closed the door, then walked towards the bed, shining her flashlight. In the contaminated zone, there was no distinction between day and night. The sky remained unchanged, forever a somber gray. The group's biological clocks were long since messed up. Yunxiao gave Rabbit 2 candies. Go to sleep. You don't need to wait for me next time. Team Zero only had 6 hours of rest. After waking up, there was a ton of work to do, and they needed to find the gatekeeper as soon as possible to get out. Rabbit was happy to receive the candies and put them in her bag. Okay. Rabbit placed the sniper rifle within easy reach of the bedside table. The two said goodnight to each other and lay down on their beds. Unexpected events could occur at any moment in the contaminated zone. Everyone slept in their combat uniforms, the tight-fitting clothing not very breathable, making it somewhat uncomfortable under the covers. Yun Xiao lay quietly on the bed. The surroundings were swallowed by the deep darkness after the flashlights went out, as if she were in an endless night, with only emptiness and shadows to touch. Afraid of disturbing the rabbit, she lay flat on her back, motionless. The negative effects of mental overload hadn't completely disappeared. Despite being mentally exhausted and wanting to rest, countless thoughts churned and intertwined in her mind, unwilling to settle. Her own origins, the clues to this contaminated zone, and Xie2. These chaotic thoughts raced wildly through her mind like untamed horses. Yun Xiao slowly closed her eyes, trying to sink into the deepest tranquility. Thinking more now was useless. She should just sleep. Noon. It was time for the two teams to change shifts. Yun Xiao, unusually, didn't stay in bed. After getting ready, she and Rabbit went out together. The Zero team's rooms were next to each other. As soon as they came out, they saw their teammates standing in the corridor, seemingly waiting for them. Song Liang wasn't there. Old Song, come downstairs and help get some food, Duanxi shrugged, offering to help. I don't know how long we'll be here. Our supplies might not be enough. We have to go out again today. The armored vehicle was missing, and most of the supplies hadn't been brought in. Currently, there were 21 of them, 20 of whom were sentries with big appetites. Only the Zero team had brought some food. And the Zero team members' backpacks were mostly filled with ammunition. Yun Xiao's backpack was almost entirely filled with food, but snacks made up the majority. Jiang Mu and the others found some food, including rice and noodles, enough for 2 or 3 days, so they needed to prepare more. Everyone had compressed biscuits in their bags as a last resort, to be used only as a last resort. Better safe than sorry than running out of supplies in an emergency. Captain, are we going together or should we go separately? Rabbit asked. One side of the corridor had a railing, facing the lobby downstairs. Xie2 stood there, leaning on the railing with one hand. Hearing this, he turned and said, let's call those B-level sentries later. His gaze casually swept over Yun Xiao. Something happened this morning. I didn't have time to cook. We have noodles for lunch. Yun Xiao nodded slightly. Anything edible was fine. She asked, what happened this morning? Xie2 replied, just after 6 o'clock, the damaged power system at the guest house suddenly returned completely. Luckily, Jiang Mu discovered it in time and immediately cut off the power again. According to the rules, electricity connects the digital life world. Where there is electricity, there are clone mutants. After 6 o'clock, the corpse collectors will be active in the base, appearing out of nowhere in various corners, until 6 o'clock in the afternoon, when they go to the street chosen by lottery to forage for food. The sudden restoration of the power system clearly demonstrated the gatekeeper's malice and sinister intent. Xie2 bumped into them when he went downstairs to talk to Jiang Mu. He instructed the others to completely destroy the power system inside and outside the guest house again. They even destroyed the nearby streetlights. Within the contaminated area, their every move was observed by the gatekeeper. "We're on the right track this time. It's panicking." Xie2's tone was calm. It manipulated the entire shelter number 16, making it believe it controlled everything. It reveled in the thrill of controlling everyone's fate. Now, however, it encountered a group of uncontrollable outsiders. Like a naive child discovering its beloved toy is no longer entirely under its control, it was filled with a mixture of anger, shame, and unease. That's why it acted so madly, trying to regain the initiative, to prove it was still the all-powerful god, unaware that this only exposed its immaturity and arrogance. This gatekeeper shouldn't be very old, Xie2 calmly analyzed, speculating. He leaned on the railing, looking down at the lobby below. Countless papers almost covered the tables, sofas, and floor. 10 sentries sat on the floor, flipping through them one by one with flashlights. Zhou Tianqi, with a flashlight in his mouth and a pen in his hand, was lying on the sofa, writing something down. His Black Panther spirit was also helping, carrying 4 sheets of paper back and forth on the sofa, one by one, with them in its mouth. The papers with notes were flung to the floor by the panther's tail, making a mess everywhere. Jiang Mu lay on the other side of the sofa, his chest covered in papers and documents. He yawned. "Are you guys done talking? If you're done, come down and help. We need to get some sleep after dinner." Team Zero and their group went down the stairs. Visibility was poor in the darkness, relying only on their flashlights. Xie2 walked in front, shining the beam of his flashlight towards Yun Zhao's feet behind him. The teammates exchanged meaningful glances, then instinctively stepped back 2 paces to let her go first. Yun Zhao paused, but ultimately said nothing. She took 2 steps forward, looking down at the now clearer staircase below, and descended the steps one by one. After their conversation last night, the atmosphere between them had become somewhat awkward. They had already kissed, and engaged in a spiritual union usually reserved for partners. They even had a brief, intimate encounter in that small dark room. Even their teammates and others seemed to assume they were a couple. But in reality, their relationship hadn't reached that point. What used to be natural actions now seemed to carry a different kind of emotion. Chapter 215. The first floor was completely covered in documents, leaving no room to move. Team Zero didn't go over there immediately, but instead stood at the entrance to the first floor corridor, inquiring about their progress. Jiang Mu sighed. "We haven't even finished half the documents. Aside from the clues given by the guides, we sifted through dozens more files. The investigation focused primarily on population changes before and after the establishment of the Digital Life project, as well as the number of participants. Anyone even remotely connected to Digital Life couldn't be overlooked. The guides had already compiled the documents in great detail. They had to examine them carefully. A slight oversight could cause them to miss crucial clues. In the contaminated area, where day and night were indistinguishable, there was no light. They could only search using flashlights. Looking for too long was too much for their eyes. They needed to rest before continuing. Furthermore, the dark matter floating everywhere was slowly eroding the Sentinels' mental domains, affecting even the B-level Sentinels. Xie2 nodded slightly. "We come this afternoon." "When does the lottery start?" Tao Haohao scratched his head. "We need to send someone out to check." "Where are they today?" Jiang Mu. "Send the spirit entities." According to the timeline of the contaminated zone, it's noon now. The suicide activity should have already begun. The patterns between areas, and the people who won the lottery, are also suspicious. "No rush. Let's go after lunch," Xie2 said. Maintaining sufficient mental and physical strength is crucial. No one knows if a riot will break out in this contaminated zone. Based on past experience, the later stages are the more dangerous. Yun Zhao, on the other end, silently watched 2 spirit entities quietly approaching her. One was Zhou Tianqi's Black Panther, the other was Jinzi's Lynx. The 2 adorable creatures crept stealthily along the ground, as if afraid of being discovered, the fur on their ear tips trembling slightly as they slowly moved closer. The little bluebird's figure slowly materialized, perched on Yun Zhao's shoulder, its eyes coldly fixed on the spiritual entity that had set its sights on its true form. The Black Panther and Lynx stopped a few steps away, looking dejected, not daring to approach. Yun Zhao looked helpless. She gently raised her hand, and wisps of fluorescent light flickered forth, helping to purify the dark matter that had seeped into their bodies overnight. Seeing that she understood, the little guys comfortably raised their heads. Lu Hong sat at the wooden table, holding a stack of documents, trying her best to remain invisible with her underlings. Spiritual threads, had already spread throughout the hall. Wisps of emerald green fluorescence danced in the air, dreamlike and ethereal, like fireflies twinkling in the summer sky. The giant panda in Lu Hong's spiritual realm stirred restlessly. She hesitated for a moment, then released her spiritual form. The others, unnoticed, also released their spiritual forms, and various adorable animal-type creatures gradually coalesced, instantly transforming the entire first-floor lobby into a bustling zoo. It was somewhat shameful to try and benefit from the purification process. But the opportunity was too rare, why not take advantage of it? Xie frowned. She had been using her abilities frequently during her mental overload. If this continued, her body wouldn't be able to handle it. The Fire Phoenix also wanted to try and benefit from the purification. Xie ignored its clamor, suppressing it, unwilling to release it. Don't add to her burden. Suddenly, a round, large head emerged from the ceiling, its horns emitting layers of pale blue light. The white-haired beast suddenly approached, its large eyes blinking, happily swishing its tail. The group of spirit beings in the lobby, who had been frolicking, were suddenly caught in the crossfire, swept into a corner by its powerful tail like leaves caught in a whirlwind. The spirit beings were disoriented from the impact. The culprit, however, remained oblivious, unaware of the chaos it had caused, happily writhing its massive body in the center of the lobby. The lobby of the guest house had a 6-meter-high ceiling, just enough to accommodate it. Jiang Mu, Xie said coldly, take it back. S-rank spirit beings possess immense destructive power, and require sufficiently strong mental energy to channel. Being in the contaminated zone, and given Yun Xiao's current state, it was simply unsuitable. Jiang Mu sighed, the child has been holding it in for a long time. He had been holding it in ever since leaving contaminated zone 212, all the way to Su Bei, thinking about the guide's weakened state, and had been enduring it. Now, seeing everyone else taking advantage of the purification. The white-haired beast kept whining and wanting to play, which Jiang Mu couldn't stand. It's not trying to guide me, it just wants to play. Yun Xiao knew his limits, and quickly withdrew his mental energy. The dancing greenish-blue fluorescent light all disappeared. Sure enough, the white-haired beast was still happily flying up, coming over to greet the little bluebird. The little bluebird glanced at it sideways. Idiot. The spirit entities that had fallen in the corner scrambled to their feet, dazed, and ran back to their original bodies, whimpering and complaining. The sentinels in Dongxia town dared not provoke an S-rank spirit entity. The little guys trembled with fear in the face of the massive white-haired beast. At this moment, Song Liang and 2 other B-rank sentinels came out of the kitchen carrying 3 large basins. Dinner's ready. Fearing there wouldn't be enough food for everyone, they cooked 3 large bowls of noodles. Each bowl was piled high, steaming hot. Song Liang, Tao Hao, go to the kitchen and help get some bowls and chopsticks. Okay. Not being enthusiastic about eating indicates a problem with one's thinking. Tao Hao trotted into the kitchen, his figure quickly disappearing through the doorway. Xie went first, picked out a bowl of noodles, and brought it to Yun Xiao. There was no space in the main hall, so the group moved to the other end of the first-floor corridor, queuing to pick out their noodles, and then sat on the floor in the corridor, eating their bowls. The white she-beast followed, excitedly squeezing its round head in, its 2 horns sticking out like a wall, completely blocking the corridor. The pale blue halo provided just enough light. It had just come out to play, and seemed unwilling to return to the spiritual realm anytime soon. Jiang Mu, on the other hand, was extremely indulgent. He loved his own child no matter what. Yun Xiao ate her noodles, thought for a moment, and said to the little bluebird, "Why don't you take it upstairs to play?" The white bees seemed to really like the little bluebird. They could run wild on the floors above the 2nd floor, but not on the 1st floor. They needed to start looking for clues after they finished eating. The white beast's enormous body could turn the entire 1st floor upside down. The little bluebird flapped its wings. Okay. Yun Xiao paused. So readily agreed? She remembered the last time, when the 2 S-rank spiritual beings seemed to have a lot of fun in Jiang Mu's spiritual domain. Has the little guy made friends? Yun Xiao didn't think much of it, and slowly continued eating her noodles. The noodles were plain, with only a little salt in them. The sentinels ate with relish, bowl after bowl. Yun Xiao, however, couldn't even finish one bowl. She looked conflicted, not wanting to waste food, but she really couldn't eat any more. Xie remained calm, pouring the rest of her food into his own, and finishing it in a few bites. After finishing his meal, Jiang Mu gave a brief handover and told the others to go upstairs to rest. Duanqi and Rabbit went up to the top floor, and released the peregrine falcon to scout out the situation outside. The others stayed in the hall to begin working, searching for the gatekeeper's identity information. Everyone busied themselves with their tasks. The little bluebird flapped its wings listlessly, glancing at the lone white beast. Come on, let's go play. Chapter 216. The little bluebird took the white-haired beast away, and the fire phoenix was finally released, trotting along behind. The three S-rank spiritual entities were left unattended. Xie Tu, Yun Zhao Tao Hao Hao, and Song Liang, along with 4 other sentries from Dongsha Town, stayed on the first floor to search through the files. Yun Zhao, flashlight in hand, carefully navigated the floor covered with A4 papers and sat cross-legged on the sofa. She picked up the information Zhou Tianqi had previously recorded and examined it closely. The information on the people they had filtered out. He circled a prominent red circle on the paper, recording names, ages, home addresses, and previous occupations in great detail. These suspects had all had direct or indirect contact with the Digital Life Project. After a short while, Zhou Tianqi alone had circled 20 or 30 people. Rong Ping had previously helped them eliminate many people. But Xie Tu didn't trust any of the creatures in the shelter. They needed to find the gatekeeper hiding there and recheck everyone, including the guides. While the 8 people were working downstairs, Rabbit and Duan, she went up to the roof. Duan she walked ahead, bending down to pry open the lock on the rooftop door. According to the pattern, it should be the turn of zones 4 to 7 to draw lots today. Rabbit followed him up to the rooftop, taking out night vision binoculars from her backpack. It should be. The sky above was gray, and the outlines of distant high-rises were faintly visible in the haze. The guest house wasn't very tall, only 4 stories. Plus, the surrounding high-rises severely obstructed the view. Looking around, everything was shrouded in a depressing shadow. They were currently in District 15, a considerable distance from the area where the draw was to take place. The rabbit raised her night vision binoculars. Unfortunately, the building was too low, and some tall buildings blocked her view, so she couldn't see very far. She turned and urged, "Hurry up and get to work. The captain and the others are still waiting for us downstairs to come back and help. Don't rush me. Let's check if there are any sentinel mutants nearby first." Duanqi released his senses to observe for a while, before releasing the peregrine falcon to check the situation. The peregrine falcon flapped its wings and flew towards District 7. It was extremely fast, arriving nearby in almost no time. It was already 1 p.m. The streets were indeed as they had been the previous 2 days, filled with the stench of blood and littered with corpses. Every now and then, people would run out of houses laughing, "I got it. I got it! Damn world, I'm going to enjoy life. Ha ha ha. My turn. My family is reunited." The peregrine falcon crouched in the shadows, watching the creatures go mad. Among those who escaped, some had mutants behind them, while others did not. Duanqi looked puzzled. Judging from what the captain said, this time frame should be at the very beginning of the contaminated zone's formation. The residents of Shelter 16 were gradually being affected by the contaminated zone. They were showing a desperate and frantic desire to enter the digital life world. Duanqi couldn't understand. But why do some people have mutants behind them, while others don't? The rabbit rolled its eyes at him. How should I know? The peregrine falcon, patrolling several nearby districts, suddenly heard noises coming from a high-rise apartment building. It flew to the windowsill and, like a free-roaming chicken, stealthily approached the window and peered inside. The lights were on inside. Blood was everywhere in the living room. 2 sentinel mutants, their sharp mandibles extended, were feeding on the corpses. The little creature seemed oblivious to fear, its dark eyes darting around as it witnessed the horrific scene of the carcass being devoured. On the dining table in the living room, a computer screen faced it. On the screen, a boy of about 10 years old was playing happily in a sun-drenched room, clutching a red ball, his face beaming with an innocent smile. He occasionally looked up outside, as if sharing his joy with someone outside the screen. Like a mischievous child, he turned his head this way and that. This created a stark contrast with the horrific scene outside. The peregrine falcon was merely a psychic entity. Sensing its true form calling it, it spread its wings and flew away from the room. Duanqi recounted what the peregrine falcon had seen. Turning on the lights will attract sentinel mutants. That person probably died because they turned on the lights. The rabbit pulled a candy from its pocket, unwrapped it, and said, "This rule has been in place from the beginning. Electricity is only for charging computers and such. Residents aren't allowed to turn on their lights." Before the contaminated zone was created, only small areas had electricity initially. It must be the gatekeepers doing again. Duanqi nodded, suddenly catching a sweet, milky scent. He noticed the candy in the rabbit's hand, his eyes wide. "Where did you get this candy?" The rabbit unwrapped the candy, popped it into its mouth, and the sweet taste instantly filled its mouth. It said smugly, "Sister Yunjiao gave it to me." Duanxi, If he went to ask for candy, would the captain beat him up? The peregrine falcon scouted through zones 4 to 7, confirmed the situation, and quickly flew back. Duanxi and Rabbit, confirming the area was temporarily safe, descended the stairs to help. They reached the 4th floor. The two heard a series of thumping sounds, an unusual commotion breaking the silence. Duanxi glanced up, speechless, and looked up at the sky. 3 S-rank spiritual entities, seemingly playing hide-and-seek? Or a chase game on the 4th floor. 2 phoenixes, using their small bodies, nimbly weave through the gaps between rooms, easily slipping into rooms with a gentle flap of their wings or leaping onto tall bookshelves. The massive white she-beast, however, couldn't squeeze into any room. It looked anxious, emitting loud awoo, as it desperately tried to squeeze its large head inside. Its long, thin tail swung back and forth, making the entire floor thump and thud as if an earthquake was occurring. Duanxi, Rabbit, Wasn't it a bit much to bully Zhang's family's white she-beast like this? Spiritual entities are naturally playful. The peregrine falcon flew happily towards them, and then darted into the room, waiting for the white-haired beast to come in and find them. The king chameleon perched on the wall, its scales shimmering with the same color. It seemed to want to join them too. The white-haired beast finally seemed to realize what was happening. Its massive body gradually became transparent, forcing itself into the room. Duanxi saw the little bluebird leading the group out again, and quickly pulled the rabbit away. They were all troublemakers. He couldn't afford to offend any of them. He better pretend he didn't see anything and go back to work. A dozen or so people spent the afternoon working in the living room. By the time Jiang Mu and the others woke up, almost all the data had been reviewed. Working in 2 shifts, it took them nearly a day to finally finish checking the population records. Song Liang helped organize the information and announced to everyone. Before and after the launch of the Digital Life project, the population base changed by nearly 4,000 people. The research team initially consisted of only 14 people, and the number of informed superiors was no more than 100. Something strange happened later. The entire base announced the project, and within 3 days, the research team grew from 14 to 388 people. Song Liang said, among them were some members of the public, who signed up to participate in the experiment and requested to join the Digital Life project. Chapter 217. Those directly involved number approximately 624, Song Liang said, flipping through the statistics in his hand. The indirect number is countless. An incomplete count brings it down to 4,133. The base publicly announced its Digital Life development plan. This resulted in all the residents of Shelter 16 receiving the news. Upon learning of the plan, they developed an obsession. Almost everyone fit the characteristics of the gatekeepers. Based on detailed records in the archives, they screened these individuals' backgrounds, including motives and behavioral patterns. Considering changes in the population base before and after, the final count was over 4,000. And there's no guarantee there weren't omissions. Song Liang added, this is only the first round of screening. It may need continuous adjustments and improvements based on the actual situation. Orange clicked her tongue. So many in the first round? How are we going to find them? Jiang Mu yawned, listlessly sitting down on the sofa. The children's playing was too noisy, preventing him from sleeping at all. We have to search, no matter how many people we find. The longer we stay in the contaminated area, the greater the risk of assimilation, Jiang Mu said lazily. Everyone split into several groups and searched by area, checking each address one by one. The files contained detailed home addresses and even workplaces. The information compiled by predecessors has already made things as convenient as possible for them. Xie nodded. If we can't find anyone, try to find the computer connected to the Digital Life world. He glanced at the time. 5:40. Jiang Mu and the others knew the body collectors would appear at 6 o'clock, so they went downstairs to assemble early. They only had 5 hours of rest time in total. For the sentries, that was enough. Xie, always calm and cautious, added, thinking of the electrical connection to the Digital Life world, we can't bring the found computers back, we store them somewhere else outside. Also, we're short on supplies, try to find as much food as possible while searching. The gatekeeper was watching their every move from the shadows, and would definitely intervene if they detected any activity. Xie had a premonition that the operation wouldn't go smoothly. Yun Zhao, rubbing her sore eyes, suddenly spoke up, let's go to the twin sisters' house first. Although the sisters were opponents, no clones were created until the later stages of the fall. But their brother had volunteered for the experiment and successfully resurrected in the digital life world. He was a direct participant. She still wondered how their brother had volunteered. Next, the group discussed their divisions en route. Duanqi stared at the thick roster, a headache forming in his eyes. We definitely can't finish searching in a day. Should we proceed in order, or randomly select 2 areas to investigate first? Xie calmly replied, start with areas 13 and 14. The team split into 4 smaller squads, each investigating the gatekeepers' identities in their respective areas. Considering the weak combat capabilities of the B-level sentinels, Xie team consisted of 5 people. He and Yun Xiao led 3 B-level sentinels, forming a temporary team. Jiang Mu and Qingzi also led 3 B-level sentinels from Dongsha Town. The remaining 2 teams were led by Song Liang and Qi Jun respectively. Okay, we follow the 2 captains' orders. Lu Hong had no objections to this arrangement. Since entering, their presence had been consistently low-key. Until 7 o'clock. After confirming the corpse collectors had disappeared, the group opened the door and exited the guest house. Jiang Mu and Qi Jun turned left, heading towards District 14, quickly disappearing from sight. Xie stood still for a moment, then called to Song Liang and the others, let's go! The remaining group turned right, heading towards District 13. The group parted ways at the guest house entrance. Time was of the essence. Everything would change again after midnight. They only had 6 hours. Yun Xiao's stamina and endurance couldn't match the sentries. She was a slower walker and, feeling bad about keeping everyone waiting, said to Song Liang, you guys go ahead, don't wait for us. Concerned that the gatekeepers might attack them, both teams were responsible for searching District 13. The distance was relatively short, making mutual support easier. Song Liang nodded, still holding the list in his hand, Captain, we go ahead first. Okay. Xie replied expressionlessly. He wondered if he was overthinking it, but ever since their conversation last night, she seemed unwilling to be carried. Fortunately, Yun Xiao was unaware of his thoughts. She simply felt that there was no danger now, and as an adult, being carried felt strange. Song Liang and the others left first. 3 B-level sentinels from Ligua followed Xie and Yun Xiao, slowly moving towards District 13. The entire street became eerily quiet, not a soul in sight, as if the whole world had been swallowed by endless darkness. Halfway there, the little bluebird and the fire phoenix caught up. Yun Xiao asked the little bluebird, did you have fun? The little bluebird perched on her shoulder, shaking its feathers. It's stupid. Yun Xiao knew it was referring to the white she beast. The 3 S-rank sentinels treated their respective spiritual entities in completely opposite ways. Xie was indifferent, Jiang Mu doted on her, and Fu Shi was disgusted. Yun Xiao could hear the loud noises coming from the 4th floor every now and then while she was sitting on the 1st floor reviewing documents that afternoon. If she felt this way, what about the sentinels with their keen hearing? Jiang Mu could tolerate the mischievous child's antics, even staying up all night to wait for the white she beast to finish playing. It just caused others to suffer undeservedly. However, Zhou Qianqi and the others were probably used to it by now, but it was Lu Hong and the others who suffered. Yun Xiao thought to herself, then turned to look at Li Guo and Su Pingqing, only to realize that among the 3 B-rank sentinels, Li Guo was unarmed. They were inexperienced and had rushed in, leaving almost all their supplies in the van. Yun Xiao pondered for a moment, then took off her waist knife and handed it to Li Guo. You can borrow it for now. Li Guo was somewhat flattered, hesitating to take it. That's too much trouble. Yun Xiao, it's just a temporary loan, I don't need it anyway. The knife and gun were merely decorations in her hands. A B-level sentinel still possessed some skill. Having a weapon might be helpful in a crucial moment. Li Guo glanced at Xie, seeing his composed expression, thanked him, and carefully accepted the knife. Xie remained silent, his face expressionless, leading the way by her backpack strap. The group arrived at District 13. The familiar streets, the 2nd floor windows and balconies, were just as they had been when they entered that day. The search list had already been divided. Xie had a clear objective. After entering the residential area, he went straight to apartment 203 in the building facing the street. His sister, Tian Shuang, opened the door. She wasn't surprised to see the 5 people outside the door. From the sister's perspective, it was normal for Xie and the others to contact them after agreeing to join the opposition. So Tian Shuang said nothing, stepped aside to let the 5 people in to talk. Yun Xiao followed Xie into the house. The curtains were drawn, making it even darker than outside. After adjusting to the light for a moment, she asked, "Where's your brother?" Chapter 218. Tian Shuang paused, seemingly confused as to why she suddenly brought up her younger brother. Tian Xian, 10 years old, suffered from congenital heart disease. Yuan Zhao read aloud the information from the records. Died in the 7th month after arriving at shelter number 16. Frail children are extremely difficult to save from birth. Even in the old days, this disease required careful daily care. In this dark age of scarce resources and limited medical conditions, to survive to 10 years old with heart disease was already a miracle. Yuan Zhao turned on her flashlight and asked softly, "Did your family come here because of your brother?" Tian Ling heard the noise and came out of her room, just in time to hear Yuan Zhao's words. She lowered her head, her hands clenched into fists, seemingly trying to control her emotions. "Yes." After a long pause, Tian Ling slowly spoke, Xian. "He's so sensible, so strong. Even knowing he was sick, he always smiled and comforted us, saying he would get better and would protect his sister and mother in the future. Raising 3 children in this world is a huge burden for parents. The family often worries about food. As a sentinel, their father leaves before dawn every day, while their mother works odd jobs to support the 3 siblings. Since their parents are often away, their younger brother was raised by his sisters from a young age and has a very deep bond with them. We never gave up, hoping that our brother could awaken his abilities and become a physically strong sentinel." Tian's lips trembled slightly, but our brother's health deteriorated, and it was clear he wouldn't last. Our father made the difficult decision to bring us here after overcoming countless hardships. The family was overjoyed upon seeing the large base. Many old-fashioned items were preserved there, perhaps even medication for heart disease. The younger brother might recover. But the younger brother still died. Ligua couldn't help but say, "He's alive again, isn't he?" Hearing this, Tian Ling suddenly became very agitated, her eyes fixed on them. "It's not my brother. It killed our parents." Ligua fell silent. Xie spoke up, "Where is it?" Tian Shuang, relatively calmer, replied, "After our parents died, my sister and I never wanted to see it again, so we smashed the computer." Duanqi and his team had searched the house last time and indeed hadn't found a computer there. The sisters weren't lying. So how should they begin the investigation? The 3 B-level sentinels, upon hearing this, unconsciously turned their gazes towards Yuan Zhao. In the 2 days they spent together, the sentinels hadn't actually had much contact with the guide, and she had spoken very little when discussing clues. But as soon as the guide spoke, she could usually provide them with some ideas and directions for their search. Like coming to find the 2 sisters, it was her suggestion. Yuan Zhao lowered her head slightly, thought for a moment, and then asked, "Do I need an account and password to log into the digital life world?" "Yes," Tian Shuang nodded gently, "log in as a family unit, and you can see the people you want to see." Su Pengcheng thought of something and volunteered, "There's a computer next door. Let's go get it." Room 202 next door was the room they had stayed in on their first day here. The sentries of Dongsha Town had seen the computer in that room. It was just a few steps away. Xie nodded in agreement. The 3 sentries quickly ran out to retrieve the computers. Tian Ling continued to stare intently at them, her eyes filled with vigilance. "What do you want?" Yuan Zhao didn't answer, instead bringing up another matter. "I met your leader yesterday." The 2 sisters froze. "This is part of the leader's plan." Yuan Zhao adopted a businesslike tone. "We may need your cooperation, but I'm sorry, I can't tell you the specifics." The implication was clear. Their rank wasn't high enough. Xietu's lips curled slightly. Earlier in the parking lot, the 2 sisters had said, "Sorry, if you don't join us, we can't tell you anything else." Yuan Zhao remembered this, and was using the same tactic against them. Sure enough, Tian Ling and Tian Shuang were speechless. Ligua, Su Pengcheng, and another sentry named Gu Bo quickly returned with the computers. Yuan Zhao gestured for them to put the computer on the table, and said to Tian Shuang, who was more composed, "Enter your username and password. We need to log in and take a look." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Hong, along with Qi Jun and his team, entered District 14 and separated from Jiang Mu's team at the fork in the road, splitting into 2 groups to investigate. Qi Jun, carrying the compiled list of District 14, started searching from the nearest houses. The first house they visited was very messy and unoccupied. Qi Jun led his team inside and searched the entire house. A computer lay alone on the bed in the bedroom, powered on. The screen showed a middle-aged man wearing pajamas, sitting on the spacious, bright living room floor, holding a game controller and playing an intense online game. He kept cursing and swearing, completely disregarding his appearance. He looked incredibly lifelike. Wang Wenbin, male, 35 years old, was one of the researchers in the Digital Life project. Chi-Jun read the information aloud, his head down as he flipped through the files. Zhou Tianqi pointed to the computers in the room. The captain said that if there are no living people, all the computers should be collected. They weren't allowed to examine them individually, probably to prevent accidents. After all, the two dimensions had already merged. Who knew when those mutants would emerge? Lu Hong stood at the bedroom door and glanced inside. The bedroom was dark and messy. The walls were unrecognizable. The computer lay sprawled on the bed, its screen reflecting an eerie blue light, making the otherwise ordinary objects in the room appear sinister. Upon seeing the lifelike man on the screen, Lu Hong instinctively took 2 steps back. People are afraid of creatures that resemble themselves, let alone unknown creatures with human features. An indescribable unease welled up in Lu Hong's heart. Zhou Tianqi didn't think much of it, and was the first to enter the bedroom, bending down to reach for the computer on the bed. Just as his hand was about to touch the computer, the man playing a game on the screen suddenly turned and looked outside. Zhou Tianqi was caught off guard and their eyes met. At such close range, the man's face was exceptionally clear in the blue light. Even the pores were clearly visible. The corners of his mouth were slightly obtuse, forming an eerie arc as he looked at Zhou Tianqi. That smile held no warmth, only a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. The man seemed to be able to see them through the screen, and suddenly spoke, "You're coming in too." His eyes weren't on Zhou Tianqi, but rather on the air behind him. In everyone else's view, there was clearly nothing behind him. Zhou Tianqi's hand froze in midair, and upon hearing this, a strange chill ran through him. Chapter 219. Xiaoqi, get out of here. Sensing something was wrong, his teammates hurriedly called out. Zhou Tianqi reacted quickly, retreating rapidly until he was outside the bedroom door, slamming the door shut behind him. He quickly turned around. "Quick, check behind me, is there anything?" His teammates helped him look around. Nothing. Lu Hong nodded. "We've been watching, there's nothing there." Zhou Tianqi breathed a sigh of relief, muttering under his breath, "Why am I so unlucky?" "Don't talk about that now." Chi-Jun looked at the closed door. "Let's think about how to find out if it's the gatekeeper." The captain handed the team over to him. The mission had started badly. Their first investigation had already encountered such a thorny problem. "We only have 6 hours. We can't waste time here," Chi-Jun said. Zhou Tianqi was speechless. "You dare touch it? What if it crawls out of the monitor?" Chi-Jun, The thought of that scene sent chills down everyone's spine. Chi-Jun remained silent for a while before making a decision. "Let's check other places first, and deal with this later." They needed to visit several more houses to get a clear picture of the situation. Then they could decide whether to risk it. "Okay, let's go." The sentries retreated from the house and, based on the compiled list, headed to the next house. Zhou Tianqi was still shaken, glancing back every now and then as he walked. What did that man mean by that? Another team, led by Song Liang, was conducting a search in the neighborhood opposite Xie2 and the others. Today, District 13 didn't participate in the lottery, and a heavy silence enveloped the entire neighborhood. The walls of the buildings were mottled, and most windows were dark, like endless abysses. Tao Hao, based on the address and the information, went up and knocked on the door of the first apartment. "Who is it?" Footsteps quickly came from inside, the voice low and hushed. Fortunately, the person was still alive. Duanqi coughed lightly. "Base staff." The door quietly opened a crack, and after confirming that someone was outside, it slowly opened completely. Everyone who saw who was inside almost instinctively stepped back. It was a haggard woman. She was very thin, her face gaunt and sallow, her cheekbones high and prominent, making her eyes appear sunken. Her eyes were bloodshot, and when she looked at them, her gaze revealed fear and wariness, like a frightened deer. The reason the entire Zero team reacted so strongly was because of what was behind her. There stood a mutated creature, its body contorted and shrouded in black mist. The dark matter churned and surged as if it were tangible. They could almost feel the evil power emanating from the mutated creature silently corroding the surroundings. The rabbit instinctively raised its sniper rifle. The muzzle was pointed at the woman. The woman's eyes widened in terror as she frantically waved her hands, pleading in a tearful voice, "Don't kill me, I don't want to die." The rabbit paused slightly. She remembered that night, when they had seen the man being chased by the cloned mutated creature. Some people don't want to die. Yuruili, female, 26 years old, one of the first applicants for the Digital Life project. Song Liang explained the situation in a low voice. The rabbit's hand, still on the trigger, didn't loosen its grip. A flicker of struggle crossed its eyes. "You?" The woman quickly interrupted her. pleading tearfully, "I regret it, don't kill me, I shouldn't have." Before she could finish, the mutant behind her suddenly moved, its sharp claws piercing the woman's chest. The sound of corroding flesh filled the air. The woman couldn't even struggle. Her face was a blur of tears and sweat, her body convulsed with fear and pain. The rabbit, eyes closed, pulled the trigger on the mutant. Bang! It seemed only this could alleviate her suffering. The mutant let out a painful roar and lunged at the sentries, baring its fangs and claws. Tao Hao reacted swiftly, rushing forward to finish off the mutant, his blade gleaming coldly as he thrust it with deadly force. The mutant dies, and the woman can't live either. There's no solution. The blood and black slime at the door gradually pooled into an unidentified liquid, smelling like the aftermath of death fermenting. The team members all sighed. "Let's go to the next one," Song Liang said. A mutant that could be killed outright couldn't be the gatekeeper. There's no need to even check inside. Rabbit silently holstered her gun and followed her teammates to investigate other places. What shouldn't she have done? She shouldn't have believed those seductive words, becoming obsessed with the desire for immortality. Or, shouldn't she have participated in that forbidden digital life project? The unspoken words, like a secret forever sealed away, dissipated into the air with her passing, leaving only endless speculation. The group quickly reached the next house. Whether they were lucky or unlucky was unclear. The 5 or 6 suspects they had found earlier were all still alive, but without exception, each of them had another version of themselves standing behind them. Those were clones of themselves. Their selves transformed into mutants. Only one can survive, either self-awareness or me. Tao Hao sheathed his knife, flicked off the black slime, and frowned. Self-awareness is no match for mutants. How could ordinary people fight monsters? Peregrine hopped ahead, leading the way. Duanqi said, "The order is reversed." Didn't the captain say that clones are born only when self-awareness dies? Or rather, these people were already dead. Only because the gatekeeper still existed, experiencing nightmare after nightmare. Song Liang walked along, flashlight in hand, checking the list. Don't think about that. Finding the gatekeeper is the priority. We're moving relatively quickly. Search the entire 13th district before midnight. He wondered how things were going with the captain. Yun Xiao called Tian Shuang over to enter the password. Tian Shuang glanced at her sister before slowly walking to the computer and entering the password she knew by heart. Login successful. A middle-aged couple appeared on the screen, smiling broadly as if on a video call. Upon seeing their faces, Tian Shuang couldn't hold back any longer and choked out, "Dad, Mom." "Shuang, how have you been lately?" The middle-aged man greeted the screen. "When are you coming to see Mom and Dad? We have everything here. Come in, so our family will never be separated again." A familiar voice rang out. Tianling stubbornly turned her head away, holding back her tears, refusing to take a step forward. Xie spoke up, "Ask him where Tian Xian is." To his surprise, the middle-aged man seemed to hear him, suddenly turning his head with a grin. "You're asking about my son? He's out playing with his ball." Chapter 220. The man's actions on the screen caused everyone present to instinctively back away. Li Guo and the others felt their hair stand on end, their bodies tense, eyes fixed on the computer screen, afraid to make a move. For the past few days, they had all avoided contact with the digital lifeforms, even cutting off all the circuits to their base. The group had never seen the clones speak, let alone hear their conversations or responses. Yun Zhao and Xie stood at the table, very close to the man. She suddenly spoke up. "Where did he go? When will he be back?" "I don't know," the man said indulgently. Xian is quite naughty, often coming back very late." Yun Zhao's tone was calm. "Is that so? That child is really naughty. No wonder people in the old days hated unruly children, running off to play without caring about their parents and sister." The method to determine if he was the gatekeeper was simple. Arrogant and conceited children cannot withstand criticism. Yun Zhao remembered that the two sisters had just said their younger brother was very sensible. Her expression was impassive, her voice soft yet sharp. This kind of child is willful and reckless, always causing worry for his family, and inconsiderate of others' feelings. It's less about being mischievous and more about being selfish, lacking even the most basic sense of responsibility and empathy. Her words were incredibly harsh. Tianling and Tian Shuang were both stunned. Sweat poured down the foreheads of Li Guo and the other two. They couldn't understand why the guide would deliberately provoke the beings of the digital life world. The couple on the screen, upon hearing her words, immediately turned grim, their sinister eyes fixed on her. "Don't you dare say that. What do you know, you wretched woman?" The mother on the screen suddenly erupted in rage, her voice turning shrill and piercing, a stark contrast to her gentle demeanor. Her voice, amplified by the electronic device, carried a tremor beyond her years, tinged with an indescribable childishness. Yuan Zhao's face appeared even paler against the blue light of the screen. Unmoved, she continued in a flat tone, "Oh, I don't understand. I just find children like that annoying. Using other people's suffering as entertainment. Everyone finds such a brat annoying." Hearing this, the mother lost her temper, pressing her face against the screen in fury. "I'm going to kill you! Kill you!" A tense atmosphere filled the air. The two sisters seemed affected as well, suddenly turning stiffly, their eyes blankly fixed on Yuan Zhao. Xie Tu stood in front of Yuan Zhao, his gaze sharp as a hawk's, piercing through the surrounding emotional turmoil and shooting directly at the invisible and subtle source of change. The dark matter grew increasingly thick, seeping out like wisps of black smoke. With Mother's furious roar, it spread rapidly. Unexpectedly, they found it so quickly. The gatekeeper is that boy. He really is an immature child. For centuries, as the ruler of this polluted area, it has controlled everything, wantonly unleashing its dark power. No creature here can resist it, making it accustomed to being above all else. That's why it is so easily provoked. Yuan Zhao slightly raised his hand, and a greenish-blue fluorescent barrier quickly formed, blocking all the black mist outside. The little bluebird raised its noble head, its icy gaze fixed coldly on the large face that filled the entire screen. Yuan Zhao, though somewhat exhausted, remained calm and said unhurriedly, "Just a coward disguised as a child. A demon crawled out of the abyss of hell, too afraid to even confront me. Are you afraid I crush you with a single finger?" Confirming its identity was only the first step. Next, they needed to find it and destroy it. The boy hadn't shown himself yet, making it difficult to locate. Dad and Mom suddenly fell silent, seemingly finally realizing what was happening, and began to chuckle strangely. "You adults are all liars," Mom cried in a childlike voice. "Liars? All liars. I kill you all." Meanwhile, the three teams had also noticed subtle changes in the contaminated area. The contamination concentration was rising. Zhou Tianqi stopped and checked his communicator. "The pollution concentration has risen to 90%. Has someone found the gatekeeper?" Qi Jun held a thick list in his hand. Only 5 suspects were crossed out. They got results so quickly. "They're fast." He turned and called to the group behind him. "Let's go find the captain." The two teams were in the same area, very close to each other. Qi Jun led his men to Jiang Mu's location. Their captain was casually standing downstairs in the apartment complex, directing 3 B-level sentries to move the found supplies. Judging from this, the team that found the clue must be one of the 2 squads from Team 0. "Captain." Zhou Tianqi jogged over and called out. Jiang Mu turned his head and looked over, his expression suddenly changing. He instantly drew a sharp blade from his waist, pointing it directly at Zhou Tianqi. Zhou Tianqi was startled and hurriedly retreated to dodge. "Captain, it's me." Jiang Mu seemed not to hear him, and with a swift movement, he charged towards Zhou Tianqi. "Little Qi, don't move." Qi Jun's expression changed drastically. Hearing this, trusting his teammate, Zhou Tianqi gritted his teeth, suppressing his inner panic, his feet seemingly nailed to the spot, afraid to move an inch. The atmosphere suddenly froze. Lu Hong, who had walked to the back, witnessed with her own eyes that behind Zhou Tianqi, a mutated creature emanating black energy slowly took shape in an extremely eerie way. The outline of the mutated creature gradually became clearer amidst the darkness and distorted energy fluctuations. With a baby face that still looked childlike, and a black combat suit clinging to his body, he looked exactly like Zhou Tianqi. Lu Hong gasped. What was going on? They'd been together the whole way. How could such a bizarre being suddenly appear? Countless thoughts flashed through Lu Hong's mind, but they were all thrown into disarray by the unbelievable sight before her. She instinctively gripped her weapon, her palm sweating, yet she dared not make a move, fearing that a single careless action would trigger unpredictable consequences. What was Captain Jiang planning? According to the rules of the contaminated zone, killing the mutant would mean Zhou Tianqi's death too. Zhou Tianqi also clearly felt a chilling aura rapidly spreading and coalescing behind him. In a few breaths, Jiang Mu had arrived behind Zhou Tianqi. A hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. He abruptly sheathed his sword, his body shifting to the side. The massive body of the white jade beast appeared out of thin air, its tail whipping out and sending the mutated creature behind him flying several meters away. Zhou Tianqi instinctively let out a tearing sound, his face contorted in pain, as if the force had struck him directly. "Poor kid," Jiang Mu said, his gaze fixed on the mutated creature. He still had the mood to tease. "Remember to go back and burn incense and pray to Buddha. and burn plenty of paper money for your ancestors. Chapter 221. The mutant that had been flung away by the white beast quickly disappeared a few meters away, only to reappear behind Zhou Tianqi. Its figure slowly emerged from the gradually gathering dark mist, like a demon crawling out of the depths of hell. Its face bore a twisted, ferocious smile. That smile, appearing on a face identical to Zhou Tianqi's, seemed particularly bizarre and terrifying. The clone mutant's eyes flashed with blood-red light, staring intently at Zhou Tianqi, as if trying to drag him into an endless abyss of darkness. A synergy seemed to have been established between the clone and its original consciousness. It couldn't be killed. Release your spiritual forms to help intercept it. Jiangmu didn't have time to ask what had happened. Grabbing Zhou Tianqi's shoulder, "Let's go, assemble in District 13. Black Panther, unable to contain itself any longer, stepped out to block Zhou Tianqi's path, immediately arching its back and roaring at the imposter's true form. Song Liang encountered the same situation. Sensing a sudden change in the concentration of pollution in the air, they realized they might have discovered a clue to the gatekeeper. The four of them, along with two B-level sentinels, hurried to find their captain and Yun Xiao. Halfway there, Rabbit's keen eyes caught a subtle spatial distortion behind Duan Shi and Tao Hao. "It's the corpse collector." Rabbit, thinking it was the corpse collector, quickly alerted his teammates. Everyone immediately stopped. They raised their weapons, their eyes scanning every inch of their surroundings, preparing for the impending threat. But soon, they realized something was wrong. As they turned, the spatial fluctuations returned to behind Duan Shi and Tao Hao, this time even more intense. Something seemed about to break free from the void. Song Liang sensed something was wrong and warned, "Rabbit, don't shoot yet." As Song Liang spoke, the spatial fluctuations reached their peak, and two figures suddenly broke free from the distortion, two grotesque, twisted mutants. The peregrine falcon that had been leading the way flew back. It stared curiously at the mutant that looked exactly like its original form. "Two of you." Duanqi felt a chill run down his spine, and instinctively wanted to turn around and kill the imposter. The mutant turned around as well, remaining behind him. Duanqi didn't see the thing behind him, but he did see the mutant opposite him that looked exactly like Tao Hao. Holy shit! Tao Hao had clearly also seen the monster behind him and shouted, "Was I scanned by digital lifeforms too?" Rabbit held up his gun, hesitating to fire. In the past few days, they had already grasped the rules. When a mutant dies, its self-awareness also disappears. What's going on? Duanqi wanted to curse. How did this thing get out here? Having a mutant standing behind you, ready to kill you at any moment, was even more terrifying than the will-o'-the-wisp that had appeared on your forehead before. Song Liang remained calm. "Don't bother with it yet, go find the captain quickly." "Damn it!" Tao Hao cursed again upon hearing this. "It attacks you, and you can't fight back. It's incredibly frustrating." A gigantic brown bear appeared, standing between Tao Hao and the mutant, roaring at the monster to prevent it from harming its main body. The peregrine falcon waddled over, also trying to protect its main body, but its small size made it unable to block the attack. The peregrine falcon stared intently at the mutant at close range. The clone mutant gave it a sinister smile, its mandibles slowly extending. Seeing this, Song Liang released his lion to help, blocking Duanqi's path from behind. The group quickly ran towards the opposite residential area. The captain and Yun Xiao hadn't come out after going in, possibly having discovered the gatekeeper. The five ran onto the street, and happened to run into Jiang Mu leading his sentries. Tao Hao turned his head, and saw the mutant standing behind Zhou Tianqi. A group of psychic beings blocked his way, not daring to make a move. "You must have passed on your bad luck to us," Tao Hao accused Zhou Tianqi. "Duanqi, that's right. Zhou Tianqi, go to hell, don't try to shift the blame to me. He already had enough bad luck. Everyone else had been fine since they came in. Only he, injured and being watched by the gatekeeper." Zhou Tianqi agreed with his captain. He would definitely burn more paper money for his ancestors when he got back, praying for their blessings. The B-level sentinels stared at the three with complex expressions. If it were them, they would have been terrified by the situation, yet these A-level sentinels were still in the mood to joke. The sentinels at the main base had a really good mentality. The white she-beast hovered in the air, merrily circling the group below, its blue halo standing out brightly against the gray sky. Song Liang looked at Jiang Mu, about to say something. Jiang Mu's eyes changed slightly, and he drew his sword again. Having learned from the previous experience, the sentinels tacitly spread out, looking behind those around them. The surrounding space fluctuated continuously. Dark matter blotted out the sky, growing increasingly dense. Jiang Mu twirled his knife, speaking casually, not a copy, this time it's a corpse collector. Such a commotion had indeed alerted the A-rank Sentinel mutants. Looks like Sia 2 and the others really found the gatekeeper. They really angered that guy. As Jiang Mu's words fell, the air seemed to freeze, an indescribable sense of oppression spreading from the void. The surrounding space no longer fluctuated slightly, but churned violently like boiling water, carrying a force that seemed to tear reality apart. They're here, Jiang Mu warned, his figure instantly retreating. At the same time, the blade in his hand flashed with a cold light, striking at the monster that had just emerged. The first monster to try to emerge. Killed instantly by an S-rank sentinel. The sentinels reacted quickly, each finding cover to prepare for this sudden battle. Countless sentinel mutants appeared out of thin air all around, accompanied by deafening howls. Bang! 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 The rabbit calmly set up her sniper rifle and launched the first attack, delivering a fatal blow to the mutant from behind. Duanqi and Tao Hao, who usually acted as her shield, were now attacked from both sides and could no longer provide cover. The brown bear and lion, preoccupied with the clone sneak attacks and positioned behind Duanqi and Tao Hao, were also unable to intercept the A-rank sentinel mutant. The rabbit was isolated, surrounded on all sides, and skillfully dodged among the monsters, utilizing the terrain. Countless spatial fluctuations occurred around her. The sentinel mutant roared as it charged towards her, the corrosive sound of dripping slime filling the air. Lu Hong appeared beside her unnoticed, gripping her weapon tightly. Attack with confidence, I cover you. She was, after all, an A-rank sentinel. Even against a high-ranking sentinel mutant, she could put up a fight. The rabbit looked at this unfamiliar female sentinel and chose to trust her. All right. She raised her weapon, entrusting safety to Lu Hong, and unleashed her firepower, relentlessly killing the monsters around her. Lu Hong stood beside her, knife in hand. The fluffy panda's body gradually solidified, blocking the sentinel mutant that pounced on the rabbit. Chapter 222. The entire street had become a battlefield. The surrounding space fluctuated constantly, as countless mutants descended from the void onto the street, their roars deafening. Jiang Mu drew another knife from seemingly nowhere, the two blades spinning rapidly in his hands, their blades tracing silver paths, like nimble silver snakes, each strike accompanied by the painful howls of the mutants. The S-rank sentinel's strength was formidable. Even facing a group of A-rank sentinel mutants, he moved through the battlefield with ease. Slime splattered everywhere. On the street, gunfire, monster roars, and the corrosive sounds of slime mingled together. Jiang Mu's team members and the Zero team members fought individually yet cooperated closely, forming an impenetrable defensive line. Tao Hao, wielding a heavy weapon, unleashed a barrage of bullets at the mutant horde, turning the surging mutants into sieves. He was still shaken, instinctively wanting to turn around to look behind him, but each time he restrained himself. The brown bear's spiritual form was behind him, slapping out with its paw, trying to push the malicious clone of the mutant further away. The spiritual form had established a deep mental connection with the original, even more sensitive than the original, able to sense the surging malice and danger. Damn it! How come there are more and more after I kill them? Qi Jun cursed as he accurately fired his gun at the mutants in the distance. The surrounding space continued to fluctuate, with endless waves of howling mutants surging forward. Kill one, and 2 or 3 more would appear instantly. These advanced mutants were extremely fast, knew how to dodge bullets, and sentinels of the same level were simply no match for them in a head-on confrontation. Fortunately, they didn't attack the psychic entities. With the psychic entities helping to intercept them, everyone had a chance to catch their breath. Qingzi swallowed hard and looked up to check on the others. The sentinels of Dongxia Town didn't have combat uniforms, and many were splattered with slime and injured. The white beast had the B-rank sentinels hide under its massive body, its tail sweeping wildly to clear a clearing, preventing the mutants from advancing. Not far away, Song Liang and Duan, she were surrounded by a group of mutants. As far as the eye could see, there were monsters everywhere. Duanqi was about to collapse. Why isn't the captain coming out yet? Jiang Mu fought his way through the mutant horde, assessing the situation. Their 3 powerful sentinels were hampered by the clone mutants behind them, unable to unleash their full power. The A-rank sentinel mutants were tireless and incredibly powerful. If this continued, their team would suffer heavy casualties. Retreat! The white beast flapped its wings, howling as if signaling everyone to run towards it. It would intercept the monsters. The surrounding space distorted repeatedly, rippled like water. This foreshadowed the arrival of another wave of mutants. Rabbit and Lu Hong heard the retreating sounds. They positioned themselves slightly further away, unknowingly creating distance between themselves and the others. Surrounded by monsters, they couldn't reach the white beast. They were surrounded. Lu Hong was already wounded, but she still stood in front of Rabbit. Rabbit didn't dare stop firing. She gritted her teeth. "You stay back, I handle this." Lu Hong wasn't wearing combat gear to resist the slime. She held a piece of sheet metal salvaged from a shop as a shield. She couldn't fight these A-rank Sentinel mutants head-on. In just one exchange, she was burned in several places by the black slime. Lu Hong desperately tried to stop the approaching monsters, enduring the pain as she spoke. We won't die here, right?" She still had so much to do. She hadn't yet obtained the food to return, and she hadn't yet seen what the main base looked like. A 5-star contaminated zone. What a mess. "No!" The Rabbit sniper rifle aimed again at the charging mutants and fired, replying with unwavering determination. "The captain and Sister Yun Zhao are very strong. They already discovered the gatekeeper. We definitely get out." Jiang Mu had already realized that the sentinels were scattered on all sides of the street, making it impossible for them to cross and regroup for a retreat. The massive psychic entities were all tied down, and the white beast couldn't leave its spot either. If it did, the B-rank sentinels would surely be doomed. Seeing that the Rabbit was about to collapse, Duanxi and the others, disregarding the threat of the clones behind them, rushed to its aid. Jiang Mu sighed. In this critical moment, he had to make a choice: protect himself and Team Zero. Jiang Mu made his decision and prepared to notify the white beast to rescue the Rabbit. His expression was unusually serious as he addressed the group of B-rank sentinels. "Kids, you have to go save your boss. Run forward and find a place to hide." Before the B-rank sentinels could respond, shortly after he finished speaking, a vast and boundless spiritual force, like a raging sea, surged forth from the void. A bluish-green glow, like the gentlest touch of green in the early spring dawn, contained an inexhaustible life force, a powerful force of renewal, rapidly spreading across the night sky. Like the aurora borealis silently blooming under the night sky, it enveloped the entire street in a dreamlike glow. It spread through the air at incredible speed. Sparkling lights illuminated the entire street, countless fluorescent lights falling and accurately entering the bodies of the sentinel mutants. The howling monsters instantly fell silent. A long and resonant phoenix cry echoed in the sky. Suddenly, 2 dazzling figures streaked across the sky, soaring through the heavens with an incredible grace. 2 phoenixes, one red and one blue, radiating boundless light, danced together. The scene was utterly breathtaking. The blue phoenix emanated a cool, emerald-green glow, overlooking the battlefield below, its eyes revealing a noble and arrogant air. Its powerful spiritual energy, once unleashed, nearly suppressed the frenzied mutants on the entire street. Lu Hong was stunned, then suddenly turned to look at Rabbit, her face filled with shock. "She's an S-rank guide? Only S-rank spiritual beings are the legendary form. When did such a powerful guide emerge?" Dawn Base is really tight-lipped. Rabbit inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of pride on her face. "Of course. My sister Yun Zhao is very strong." Her teammates rushed over. Duanxi ruffled Rabbit's hair. "Wang Jiayu, what's wrong with you? Why are you so weak?" They were worried sick. Rabbit slapped his hand away. "You're not weak. Then hurry up and kill that thing behind you." Duanxi, He really hit a nerve. Rabbit's expression immediately changed, as if she had thought of something, becoming somewhat worried. "Sister Yun Zhao's spiritual power isn't fully recovered yet. Will using her abilities like this have any impact?" Not far away, Xie Tu, carrying a tang sword, emerged from the residential area carrying Yun Zhao. Chapter 223. 3 B-rank sentinels followed behind the 2. Li Guo was carrying a computer, his expression tense, his entire body taut. Behind him, there was also a clone mutant. Yun Zhao leaned against him, her face unusually pale, her eyelids drooping, her long eyelashes occasionally trembling slightly, as if she were hovering between sleep and wakefulness. Her mental strength was still not fully recovered. Frequent use of her abilities had worsened her condition. Xie Tu tightened his grip on her, his expression tense as he looked at Jiang Mu. "Go to Zone 1 immediately." Jiang Mu toyed with the twin swords in his hands. "Found the gatekeeper?" Xie Tu, "Yes, but we can't pinpoint its location. Only by destroying the database, causing the digital life world to descend, can the gatekeeper appear." The digital life world descending? The thought of facing monsters from the entire base sent chills down everyone's spines. But to pinpoint the gatekeeper, to get out, this was the only way. The streets were teeming with mutants, and with the guide's mental strength failing, the group didn't linger and quickly left. The white beast was completely unaffected by the group, happily spreading its wings and soaring into the sky to play with the 2 phoenixes. The group headed towards Zone 1. Until they were far removed from the battlefield, Song Liangkai found an opportunity to approach the captain, pointing behind Duanqi and Tao Haohao. "Captain, what's going on with these clones?" According to the rules they had previously understood, only when self-awareness dies would mutant clones appear. But everyone was clearly alive, and showed no signs of suicidal thoughts, yet the clones had simply appeared. Xie glanced behind his team members at the monster emanating black energy, its body filled with malice, seemingly intent on destroying their self-awareness. They touched the computer, had direct or indirect contact with the digital life world, and all their data was scanned. Song Yang thought for a moment. Indeed, during the investigation, only Tao Haohao and Duanqi had touched the computer. Rabbit lagged behind, taking out wound medicine from her bag and applying it to Lu Hong as she walked. Orange also got wound medicine and bandages for the other B-rank sentinels. Fortunately, they were all superficial wounds. They hadn't been bitten by the mutants. The sentinels were physically strong, and these minor injuries would be bearable. Yuan Xiao leaned on Xie shoulder, looking like she hadn't woken up yet. Her eyelids lowered the entire time, and she didn't speak. The proud Qingwan refused to show her weakness. Even with her mental strength weakened, she remained as proud as a princess, completely ignoring the two noisy giants beside her. The group arrived at District 1 as quickly as possible. They stopped outside the gate. The central district was deserted, deathly silent, with a thick, gray-black fog hanging in the air. The sentries who patrolled at night were nowhere to be seen. It was like a ghost town. The guide bought them a brief respite. Jiangmu glanced at the time. "It's past 10 o'clock at night. Rest for 10 minutes. Those who need to replenish ammunition, replenish it." There were less than 2 hours until midnight. They had never been to the central district before, which was in daylight. Jiangmu turned to ask about the details of the gatekeeper. Xie, who was checking on the person in his arms, pulled a photo from his backpack and handed it to Jiangmu. "It's the sister's younger brother," Xie said. "A 10-year-old boy named Tian Xian. This base has electricity, and the sister's parents had taken a family photo before their son passed away." Jiangmu took the photo and examined it. The boy was ordinary, but due to years of poor health, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper, devoid of any color, radiating a sickly gloom. The liveliness that should have been in his eyes had been completely worn away by illness. His gaze towards the camera was empty. Jiangmu circulated the photo, letting the sentries remember the gatekeeper's appearance. The message reached Duanqi, who suddenly exclaimed, "The Peregrine says it's seen this boy." Xie squinted. "Where?" Duanqi quickly asked his spiritual entity, which replied, "In a computer in a residential building in District 7, this boy is playing with a red ball." Jiangmu chuckled. "Looks like the gatekeeper likes this place. Have the Peregrine lead the way, I go take a look." The Peregrine led Jiangmu away. The others remained to rest. Especially Lu Hong and the group of B-rank sentinels, all of whom had sustained some injuries, were now resting on the ground. Xie found a corner and sat down on the steps, holding someone in his arms. Yuan Xiao seemed to be asleep, quietly nestled in his arms. The situation was urgent. The two sisters inside went berserk and instantly became mutants, and a copy appeared behind Li Guo, while fierce fighting broke out outside. Without Yuan Xiao's intervention, no one could escape. Xie's brows furrowed deeply. They had all made it through without a guide before, but since Yuan Xiao came along, they seemed to have become overly reliant on her power. Xie instinctively tightened his grip on the person. Those around them instinctively moved away. Team leader Xie wasn't even trying to hide it in front of people anymore. Not long after, Jiangmu and the Peregrine Falcon returned. "They're not there, they left a long time ago," Jiangmu said as he walked over. As expected, even if they were there, separated by a dimension, they couldn't kill the gatekeeper. Xie stood up, still holding the person, his face expressionless. "It's alright, it can't escape." Yuan Xiao wasn't asleep, just feeling tired and didn't want to speak. Clearly, after the digital life world merged with the contaminated zone, there would be another fierce battle. She wanted to rest for a while during this time. The Azure Phoenix, unable to bear the clingy fire Phoenix, transformed into a small bluebird and flew back to nestle on its main body, shoulder and neck. The little guy wasn't as lively as before, snuggling against its main body with its eyes closed, resting. Xie stared calmly at the fire Phoenix flapping its wings as it approached, the meaning clear: "Go play somewhere else, don't disturb her rest." The fire Phoenix bristled. After a short rest and replenishing ammunition, the group entered the central area. The vast city was deserted. Xie, carrying the person, led the way, quickly arriving at the entrance to the research institute they had seen before. Upon reaching this point, the surroundings rippled again, and countless mutants reappeared. The clone mutants behind Duan-Zi and Tao Hao suddenly went berserk, launching an attack. Knowing they were looking for it, the gatekeeper was clearly panicked. A barrage of gunfire erupted. The spiritual entities formed a defensive line outside the research institute, with the Black Panther and Brown Bear blocking the berserk mutants behind them. The Fire Phoenix and the White Beast stood at the forefront, two incredibly destructive S-rank spiritual entities, completely unaffected by the corruption brought by the dark matter, and began their slaughter. Yuan Zhao seemed to finally wake up, slowly opening her eyes. She didn't move. It wasn't time for her to make her move again. Xie Tu looked down at her, his dark eyes gleaming. Unbeknownst to them, they had developed a tacit understanding. Chapter 224. The sizzling sound of corrosion was drowned out by the deafening howls of the mutants. The advanced sentinel mutants, moving with the speed of phantoms, attacked the people. They were shrouded in black mist, like persistent, malevolent ghosts. Outside the main entrance on the first floor of the mall, the psychic beings rushed forward, growling and biting, blocking the entrance and preventing the mutants from getting closer. The sentinels didn't carry many bullets. These monsters were simply too powerful and numerous, and they were gradually finding it difficult to deal with them. Just then, behind the four people who had been attacked, the clone mutants also began to become restless. Duan-Chi and Tao Hao had to be distracted, constantly watching for any movement behind them. The brown bear and the lion stood upright, pressed close to their backs. Seeing the clone mutants extend their sharp mandibles to pounce, the brown bear slapped down, pinning it down. The lion held onto the monster's shoulder, refusing to let go, yet hesitant to bite hard, allowing the dark matter to seep into its body through contact. Song Liang's face visibly paled. Since Yuan Zhao joined the team, they hadn't faced such a perilous situation in a long time. And this was just the beginning. Zhou Tianqi and Li Guo were in the same predicament. The four were caught in a pincer attack. It was uncertain how long they could hold out. Xie Tu left with Feng outside to help. He said coldly, "I go it myself and come out quickly." Only Xie Tu and Yuan Zhao had been here before. They knew the way, and going in alone would actually be faster. Jiang Mu, wielding twin swords, stood at the forefront. There was no time to answer him. Xie Tu didn't waste any more time, turning and striding inside with a person in his arms. While the fighting outside was fierce, the first floor of the mall was silent, the massive pipes overhead like dragons. Yuan Zhao nestled quietly in his arms, her face pale, and looking extremely weak. She hadn't uttered a single word since they came out. Xie Tu quickened his pace, using the work card he found last time to take the elevator to the third basement level. Nothing had changed here. The dimly lit environment, massive metal racks neatly arranged, housing servers and complex wiring. The machines were running, emitting a low rhythmic hum. Xie Tu didn't have time to observe. He tapped the racks with his tang sword, making a loud noise. However, no guides appeared. It was nearly 11:40, 20 minutes until midnight. Those guides seemed only able to maintain their conscious awareness in the distorted, chaotic night. Xie Tu decisively abandoned his probing, sheathing his tang sword and instead reaching into his backpack to pull out several incendiary bombs. Just as he was about to ignite them, suddenly, the massive LCD screen in front of him flickered with eerie snowflake patterns, accompanied by a chilling, ear-piercing noise. Thump, thump, thump! The sound of a ball hitting the ground echoed in every corner, again and again. The sound was chilling. It carried an ominous premonition, stirring an indescribable fear in everyone's hearts. Yuan Zhao and Xie Tu, however, remained calm. She laboriously raised her head, looking at the massive central LCD screen. A little boy appeared on the screen, clutching a brightly colored, glaringly red ball, his gaze fixed on the two of them with a sinister expression. The gatekeeper had revealed himself. Xie Tu coldly watched it, carefully setting Yuan Zhao down, and decisively lit the incendiary bombs one by one, throwing them at the rows of cold metal racks. Xie Tu's technique was cunning. Each incendiary bomb was precisely wedged between the two machines. Smoke instantly spread. The little boy, instead of being angry, smiled, a sinister smile on his face, tinged with innocent cruelty. "You are doomed." Xie Tu still ignored him, instead pulling a clean towel from his bag and handing it to the person in his arms. "Cover your mouth and nose if you feel choked." His bag used to only contain ammunition and mission supplies, but now it was stuffed with strawberry milk, various snacks, and daily necessities. Yuan Zhao took the towel, gently covering his mouth and nose, his gaze piercing through the smoke barrier, silently watching the huge LCD screen in front of him. The little boy's figure, illuminated by the firelight and smoke, appeared even more eerie and unpredictable. Incendiary bombs continued to be dropped. With sparks flying, raging flames instantly erupted. The entire world seemed to be stirred by an invisible hand, beginning to violently distort and deform. As the database was destroyed, the virtual dimension constructed from code and algorithms, a world of darkness and light, numbers and reality, intertwined and collided, emitting low, rumbling sounds. The two dimensions were merging. Logic was broken. The once orderly digital world descended into chaos. Meanwhile, a riot erupted throughout the contaminated zone. Countless mutants crawled out from computer screens, television screens, and power lines, howling and surging towards the central area where living people were. Hee hee. The little boy's pale, gloomy face widened into a growing smile. He stretched one hand out from the screen, as if teasing a swarm of ants. You've been tricked. Die, die. Even if they merged, so what? This is its created domain. No one can capture it within its domain. Outside the first floor door, the sounds of rioting swept in like a raging tsunami, deafeningly loud. Tens of thousands of mutants, like a released legion of demons, surged forth from every corner. In the shadows of the corners, darkness surged like a tide, and mutants slowly emerged like ghosts. Their bodies blended into the darkness, only their eyes, flashing with blood-red light, flickered in the darkness like will-o'-the-wisps from hell. Not far from the sentries, a powerful force ripped off a manhole cover on the street, spewing out a torrent of black, viscous liquid. The mutants crawled out along the liquid like a tide, their bodies emitting a putrid stench, rapidly gathering on the ground to form a chilling black ocean. Everyone who witnessed the scene had their pupils contract sharply. So much. Jiang Mu's eyes instantly hardened, like a drawn blade. Maintain formation. Take out your explosives. Hold this place first. His words were like a tranquilizer. The sentries quickly formed a defensive line, taking out all the supplies from their backpacks to prepare for the upcoming battle. A tense atmosphere spread through the crowd. At the forefront of the defensive line, the Fire Phoenix and the White Beast, two S-rank spiritual entities, stood like two unshakable guardians, radiating dazzling light and blocking the overwhelming torrent of black energy. The Fire Phoenix, like a burning flame, spread its wings, instantly creating a fierce wind and a raging inferno. The flames instantly spread among the mutants. Those touched by the flames howled in agony, their bodies twisting and deforming in the fire, like demons thrown into a furnace. The colossal body of the white-headed beast resembled a moving mountain. A sweep of its tail sent tremors through the ground. Its body was surrounded by an icy blue aura. The light grew brighter, becoming blinding. The air froze wherever it passed, forming plumes of white mist. The explosions were deafening. The B-rank sentinels were all helping, desperately hurling explosives at the mutants. With so many monsters, the spiritual entities responsible for intercepting them at the front were being corrupted at an accelerating rate, already affecting the sentinels. Everyone's breathing became rapid. They weren't sure if they would get out of here alive. Chapter 225. The database on the third basement level. It was now a sea of fire. The flames roared, smoke billowed, and the machines crackled and popped. Yuan Xiao stood there, covering his mouth and nose, calmly watching this smug little boy. Its mind was still stuck in its previous life. It possessed a childlike innocence and wickedness, its smile growing increasingly arrogant. I can control these mutants at will, letting them devour you until not a bone is left. It let out a shrill laugh, echoing in the burning space, sending chills down everyone's spine. Neither of them spoke. This base clearly didn't have an S-rank guide. It simply didn't understand why everyone was risking a riot, destroying the digital life world, to lure it out. Yuan Xiao slowly uttered, "Fool." The next moment, the little bluebird resting on her shoulder suddenly opened its eyes, its icy blue beastly eyes gleaming with sharp disdain, as it shot straight at the little boy. The little bluebird vanished into thin air. When it reappeared, it had transformed into a large bluebird on the screen, a gigantic phoenix spreading its wings and soaring into the air, landing behind the little boy. Powerful spiritual energy spread at an incredible speed, countless strands of spiritual energy extending from the large bluebird's body. Threads of emerald green fluorescence intertwined and entwined. Each strand contained Yuan Zhao's powerful spiritual energy, as fine as silk yet incredibly resilient, weaving in the air into an impenetrable net, rapidly approaching the little boy and completely surrounding him. A barrier formed in the blink of an eye, trapping the gatekeeper within. The large bluebird stood in the digital life world, raising its noble head, and let out a mocking laugh. "Fool, dare to show yourself? You're asking for death." The little boy's face turned deathly pale, his eyes filled with terror and confusion. The ball in his hand fell to the ground. Realizing what had happened, he frantically clawed at the barrier, struggling to escape. But he discovered that whenever he touched the fluorescent light, it would quickly enter his body, devouring his power. The little boy let out a sharp, painful, and furious cry, "Liars! You adults are all liars!" He now understood that this cunning and treacherous guide had been feigning weakness and exhaustion ever since they left the neighborhood, making him believe he was no longer a threat. From beginning to end, they had deliberately lured him to reveal himself. "Liars! I kill you all! I kill you all and turn you all into toys!" The little boy roared hysterically. Yun Xiao was indeed faking it. Her mental strength was low, but not to the point where she couldn't walk and needed to be carried the whole way. Xie clearly noticed this and tacitly cooperated with her. In the sister's room, she said many things to provoke it, deliberately acting confused and delirious. This was all to mislead the gatekeeper, making it believe that no one posed a threat. Everything in the contaminated area was known to it. It already knew from others that her mental strength was failing. From the beginning, the gatekeeper had shown her immense malice. It wanted to devour her. How could it let this opportunity slip by? Letting the digital life world descend and merge with the contaminated area was extremely risky, putting almost everyone in danger. But nothing ventured, nothing gained. Yun Xiao ignored its roars. She closed her eyes slightly, no longer suppressing the violent killing intent within her, and channeled all her spiritual power into the barrier. The spiritual thread surged with her will, devouring the gatekeeper's power. The little boy let out screams of agony. It was the master here, all creatures were merely playthings in its game. How could it lose? "Sister, I was wrong, I'm just a child. I've been sick since I was little, I never had a single good day. Those adults lied to me first, they wove lies to give me hope, then pushed me into the abyss, leaving me only to lie in bed waiting to die. I hate them. I hate Mom and Dad. Why did they give birth to an unhealthy me? I hate my sisters. Why are they all healthy, while I have to endure the torment of illness since birth?" The little boy's voice was filled with despair and resentment. Yun Xiao remained unmoved, her expression still perfectly calm. As the gatekeeper's power continued to dissipate, the entire space began to shake violently. 12 o'clock had arrived. The entire floor's data and machinery had long since been reduced to ruins in the flames. Yun Xiao and Xie saw the 6 guides again. Clad in pure white robes, they stood silently atop the ruins, smiling at the two. Rong Ping stared at the massive LCD screen, where the little boy trapped within the barrier was still struggling desperately. So, the gatekeeper was a child. Rong Ping murmured, her expression somewhat dazed. Such a child, yet he destroyed the entire base. Only now did they understand that to kill the gatekeeper, they had to fight to the death. Only by bringing the digital life world to the surface can we find it. From the very beginning, their direction was wrong. Su Jinya's eyes reddened, her voice choked with sobs. Compared to the completely assimilated sentinels, the guides retained a sliver of consciousness, yet they could only endure the torment of guarding this contaminated zone day after day, unable to find relief. "You are strong, stronger than we imagined," Rong Ping said with relief, looking at Yun Xiao. "Perhaps one day, you can end this cannibalistic world and restore a pure land to the world." Yun Xiao didn't reply, the burden was too heavy. The spatial fluctuations intensified, the gray sky began to collapse, revealing a corner of the world where snow was falling heavily. Rong Ping and the others understood that their time was running out. Su Ji now took out a document from behind her, and threw it to the two of them. Xie caught it. Rong Ping said, "This contains information collected by Shelter 16, data on dark matter, guides, and sentinels. Hopefully, it will be helpful. This large base, which still maintained its power system during the Dark Ages, has been conducting research on dark matter. This information is extremely valuable." Yun Xiao looked up, quietly gazing at them, and softly said, "Thank you." Rong Ping smiled kindly at her again, "Then we're leaving. After the contaminated zone completely collapses, please don't show mercy. We don't want to live like monsters." Yun Xiao remained silent. During the Dark Ages, that terrible period, there was also a group of sentinels and guides trying to save the world. They were heroes. The 6 quickly disappeared into the 3rd underground level. They seemed unwilling to face the ensuing confrontation and struggle. The sky cracked open inch by inch, and snowflakes, like goose feathers, fluttered down, blinding everyone, mercilessly falling upon the ruins. The monster's howls were deafening. Yun Xiao seemed not to hear him. She snatched the file from Xie hand and hugged it to her chest. Then she leaned against his chest and closed her eyes. This time, she wasn't lying to anyone. The frequent and excessive drain on her mental energy had left her too weak to walk. All she wanted was to drift into a long, peaceful sleep. She was truly exhausted. Chapter 226. A desolate, icy wasteland. A fierce wind whipped up snowflakes, which swirled and collided in the air, forming a dense curtain of snow. Upon receiving the news, the two bases urgently mobilized reinforcements stationed nearby, rushing to Section 235 as quickly as possible. Perhaps the base leadership believed that two S-rank teams had a high probability of eliminating the gatekeeper. Indeed, shortly after the reinforcements arrived, the contaminated zone collapsed. The boundary shattered like fragile glass, the boundaries of time and space were completely broken, and tens of thousands of monsters surged out. So many? Seeing so many monsters, the reinforcements felt a chill run down their spines. Lieutenant Tao gasped, immediately grabbing the communications device. Report. Section 235 needs reinforcement. Notify all nearby outposts. Reinforcements are urgently needed. Minister Duan's cold voice came from the other end. The third reinforcement unit will arrive in 1 hour. The third reinforcement unit was the one stationed in Contaminated Zone 249. There were very few mutants in Contaminated Zone 249, and most of the supplies had been given to local shelters. The follow-up troops returned only 2 days later than Xie and his group. Because they weren't taking the same route, the third unit turned back midway after receiving orders from base, and was now heading towards Section 235. Snowflakes swirled in the air. The front line quickly engaged in fierce combat with the mutants. Thousands of psychic beings appeared, growling as they charged forward, tearing at the mutants. The weapon systems opened fire in full force, and the laser cannons, like a series of fiery meteors, streaked across the snow with dazzling trajectories, accurately striking the mutants charging at the forefront. In midair, a phoenix engulfed in flames, and a white-winged beast, the white jade, circled and cried out. Two reinforcement forces quickly located the combat team's position. They rushed to provide support. Jiang Mu, leading the sentries, was still fighting off the overwhelming horde of monsters. Their ammunition was exhausted. Lu Hong, covered in wounds, looked up at the swirling snow. The familiar desolate land outside was buried under the snow, and the distant roar of artillery fire was deafening. She couldn't believe they had actually survived. This was the first 5-star contaminated zone that humanity had eliminated. It was of extraordinary significance. The battle was extremely long. The situation was barely under control only after the third reinforcement force and support from nearby sentry posts arrived at Section 235. The two reinforcement forces could only hold 2 defensive lines. The mutants had already scattered, some even leaving from the rear and disappearing into the swirling snow. Outnumbered, they were no match for the sheer number of monsters. They were helpless against the escaped mutants. Tao Haohao and Qi Jun found their armored vehicle at the edge of the contaminated zone. Only then, Xie, carrying the unconscious Yun Xiao, rejoined the others. He spoke coldly, "Get in the vehicle first." He keenly sensed that Yun Xiao's body was faintly feverish, Guide's physical condition was inferior to Sentinel's, and prolonged exposure to alternating hot and cold environments easily made them ill. They needed to get back to base as soon as possible. Xie was the first to carry Yun Xiao into the vehicle. "Yes, Captain." The entire Zero team greeted Jiang Mu and the others, then boarded their armored off-road vehicle. It hadn't been a few days inside, but it felt like an eternity. The level of a 5-star contaminated zone was completely different from a 4-star one. Without Yun Xiao, they would never have been able to capture the gatekeeper from the digital life world. The follow-up matters were being handled by reinforcements. Now that everyone had emerged alive, everyone felt much more relaxed. After Xie got into the car, he gently carried the sleeping Yun Xiao to the bed, took off her shoes, turned around to get a towel to wipe her down, and covered her with the blanket. After finishing, he asked Tao Haohao, who was driving, to turn on the car's heater before dialing Deputy Tao's number and quickly explaining the situation in the contaminated zone. He also asked them to help settle the sentries from Donsha Town. He stayed by the bedside, speaking softly as if afraid of waking the sleeping person, and arranged everything in a few words. He had also contacted Minister Duan. It was too complicated to explain over the phone. The minister didn't ask anything, only instructing them to wait for their return before holding the meeting. Meanwhile, Jiang Mu emerged feeling completely relaxed, not wanting to worry about anything, and got into the car to lie down even before Xie. After the fierce battle, the Sentinels' mental states had all suffered varying degrees of erosion. Not to mention that some Sentinels were injured. They needed treatment and rest. Jiang Mu's team gave Lu Hong and the others several doses of inhibitors, and they all got into the car. Zhou Tianqi, pulling Qingzi along, called out suspiciously, "Qingzi? Quick, help me check, is that thing on my back still there? I keep feeling a chill down my back." Qingzi looked at him like he was an idiot, because your combat suit is torn. Below his left shoulder on his back, his combat suit had been ripped open by a clone mutant. Outside, the wind and snow raged, and it was chilly. Zhou Tianqi, The sentries at the encampment brought hot water to everyone. Jiang Mu, quite content, slumped onto his cot, clutching the hot water, when he suddenly received a communication message from Xie. "Leave now." After seeing the message, Jiang Mu sighed and replied, "Let's go. Team Zero is in a hurry to get back for treatment. The guide seems to have fallen into a coma, his mental state is deteriorating, and he's been using his abilities frequently. Who knows what long-term effects he might suffer." Team Zero's anxiety is understandable. Jiang Mu had rushed over to provide mental counseling. But the counseling not only failed but actually made things worse. Not to mention the other team members, who also suffered severe damage during this mission. The Winter Operations Department will reduce field operations, giving the leading combat teams ample rest time. He's not in a hurry to go back. Spending the winter at Dawn Base isn't bad either. Maybe he could even get free food and drinks every day. Jiang Mu made his decision almost instantly, waving his hand. "Let's go, we're going to Dawn Base." Lu Hong and the others were sitting in a tent at the reinforcements encampment, receiving treatment. 9 of them lacked corrosion-resistant combat suits, and almost all were injured. One sentry had been bitten by a mutant, his injury severe, blood almost soaking his entire uniform. After receiving an injection of an inhibitor, and learning that he wouldn't mutate, everyone calmed down. The 2 S-Class teams were about to leave. Qi Jun, who had come to deliver the message, had made it clear that the 2 teams would head to Dawn Base, and they would travel at full speed for the latter half of the journey. Lu Hong was silent for a moment, then decided not to follow them. Firstly, they couldn't keep up with their speed, and secondly, they all needed rest. Following the subsequent reinforcements was also a good option. There were more people, and they were familiar with the terrain. Seeing that she had made her decision, Qi Jun went back to deliver the message. The 2 armored vehicles didn't linger long. After grabbing a few bottles of hot water from the camp and saying goodbye to the reinforcements, they drove away from Route 235. They rushed back to the Dawn Base. Chapter 227. Halfway there, Yun Zhao indeed developed a fever. She slept restlessly, her cheeks flushed an unnatural red, as if painted by the sunset. Her lips were dry and cracked, and when she parted slightly, a faint panting sound could be heard from her throat. She seemed to be in great discomfort. Xie, his lips pressed tightly together, took her temperature, then got out of the car without a word and grabbed the car refrigerator from Jiang Mu's vehicle. The refrigerator contained ice packs. He stayed by her bedside, using physical cooling methods, applying ice packs to her forehead. The people in the car were quiet. They didn't show any joy at killing the 5-star gatekeeper. Instead, they were all worried about Yun Zhao's condition. The mental strain and lack of rest had now led to a high fever. Xie frowned, wringing out a towel and gently wiping the sweat from her face and neck, again and again, trying to lower her temperature. There were no fever reducers in the vehicle. Neither were the sentry posts along the way. The sentries, being physically robust, rarely fell ill due to weather changes, so their medical supplies were limited. Xie looked at the first aid kit, which was full of medication for treating external injuries, and his face turned grim. It would still be several days before they got back. Why hadn't they thought to put some cold and fever reducers in the first aid kit? The team members dared not risk it. They were also worried about Yun Zhao's health, so they drove the vehicle even more steadily and faster. The 2 armored vehicles sped along. The second half of the journey went without incident, and they returned to the base at top speed. Dawn Base, deep in the mountains. Snowflakes fell like goose feathers, blanketing the entire base in a silvery white. 2 armored off-road vehicles rolled over the snow-covered mountain road and entered the inner city via special mission passage. The Zero Team's vehicle stopped in front of the hospital in the inner city. Xie carried Rinda into the vehicle. During the days of travel, Yun Zhao had actually woken up several times, sometimes to be fed or given water, sometimes to relieve herself. It was very cold outside, and her military overcoat came in handy again. She felt weak all over, her throat dry and sore. After several days of rest, she endured the high fever. By the time she returned to base, the fever had subsided, and she was in much better spirits than before. "I want to get down and walk by myself," Yun Zhao said hoarsely. She felt she didn't need to go to the hospital. She wanted to go home and lie down. Siet2 ignored them, reassuringly saying, "We arrived." Seeing him arrive with a cold expression, carrying the precious S-rank guide, the doctors assumed something serious had happened and hurriedly brought over an emergency stretcher, notifying the hospital director and attending physician. Upon returning, Zero Team didn't go back to the operations department or their quarters. Instead, they went straight to the hospital. This caused the base to believe something had occurred. This even alarmed base commander Shin. When the attending physician received the news, he rushed over and saw Yun Xiao lying on the hospital bed, looking helpless, surrounded by a group of sentries in combat uniforms, their expressions tense. Unsure of the cause of the illness, the doctor quickly examined them. He carefully inquired about their condition, taking their temperatures, conducting blood tests, and then a series of other examinations. The preciousness of the S-rank guide was self-evident. Base Commander Shin called, demanding that all efforts be made to treat them. The hospital was thrown into chaos. After the attending physician received the test results, he faced Yun Xiao, who looked completely innocent, and Siet2, who was coldly questioning him. The doctor remained silent. She had a fever on the way, which delayed her arrival at the hospital for a few days, but the fever had already subsided. The test results showed nothing seriously wrong, just mild throat swelling caused by tonsillitis. If she had come to the hospital any later, she would have already recovered. Seeing the doctor remain silent for so long, Siet2's heart tightened. "Is there a problem?" The attending physician, meeting his gaze, waved his hand. "Nothing." How could nothing be wrong? She had a high fever for 2 days on the way, and he had been watching over her closely, not daring to rest, changing the ice packs every few hours to lower her temperature. Afraid she would get cold, he wrapped the ice packs in towels and kept moving them. She hadn't eaten or rested well on the way, and she lacked medication. And yet he said nothing was wrong? Siet2 looked at the doctor calmly, his eyes revealing no emotion, yet inexplicably radiating immense pressure. The aura of an S-rank sentinel was too powerful. The attending physician hesitated before saying, "Then, how about hospitalizing you for observation for 2 days? Yun Xiao, Seeing her reluctant expression, the rabbit quickly persuaded, "Sister Yun Xiao, just stay for 2 days. The medical conditions in the inner city are very good. You're quite weak right now, and with doctors and nurses taking care of you, we can all feel more at ease." "Yes, yes," Duanxi nodded in agreement, thinking she was worried about wasting points, and said, "Guides receive free medical care, it doesn't cost points. The medical conditions in the inner city are indeed very good. The ward she's currently in is a single room, cozy and furnished, even with a water dispenser and refrigerator. It's practically the same as home." Her teammates echoed her sentiments. Siet2 silently watched her. He didn't say anything, but his attitude was clear. He wouldn't let her go back so easily. Yun Xiao was silent for a moment, then said, "Okay." It was free anyway. Her physical body was fine, but the problems caused by the mental overload hadn't subsided. In fact, the frequent use of her abilities had made them worse. She definitely needed rest. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw her agree. Siet2 glanced at the time, then turned and poured her a glass of warm water. "I'm going out to buy some groceries. What do you want to eat?" They returned close to evening. The shopping center would close soon. She was sick and hadn't eaten well on the way. They needed to give her something nourishing. Yun Xiao couldn't think of any recipes for a moment, so she replied, "Anything is fine." Siet2 nodded, instructed Rabbit to watch her take her medicine, and then left, turning back several times. Her teammates stayed with her in the hospital room. Yun Xiao stared at his tall, departing figure, then suddenly lowered her eyelids, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. This man was too good to her, so good that she felt somewhat overwhelmed. His meticulous care was like a gentle, sharp blade, slowly chipping away at the protective defenses in her heart. She both enjoyed the warmth and reassurance this care brought, and feared she might become too immersed in it. The nurse delivering the medicine arrived. Rabbit ran over to greet her, listening attentively to the nurse's instructions, the dosage of each medication. Doctors could only treat physical problems. Her mental issues required a professional guide. She wondered if the captain had informed Minister Bai. After taking her medicine, seeing that everyone was still there, Yun Xiao said softly, "You all go back and rest. You don't all need to stay here." Team Zero had been gone for a long time. From summer to winter. From Contaminated Zone 249 to Contaminated Zone 235. They had experienced 2 contaminated zones, exhausted both physically and mentally, and had finally returned. Rabbit, feeling that having so many people in the ward would disturb her rest, started to shoo them away. "I stay here and wait for the captain to return." You guys go home first. Song Liang, Duanxi, and Tao Haohao didn't stand on ceremony. They were teammates who had been together for so long. Being too formal would only make them seem distant. Okay, Yun Zhao, we come see you again tomorrow. Tao Haohao stood up casually, picked up his backpack, and said goodbye to Yun Zhao. Song Liang also said, take good rest. Call us if you need any help. Duanxi, Yun Zhao, we be going now. Okay. Yun Zhao waved goodbye to her teammates. Soon, only she and Rabbit remained in the ward. She had slept the whole way, and felt much better, but couldn't fall asleep now. She remembered the document Rong Ping had given them before the contaminated area collapsed, which seemed to have ended up in her backpack. Yun Zhao asked Rabbit to bring her the backpack. Since she had nothing else to do, she wanted to see what was written inside. Chapter 228. The hospital room was warm and comfortable, with the heating on. The rabbit sat comfortably on the sofa, eating the snacks Yun Zhao had given her. Back in the safe base, even the air seemed exceptionally fresh and sweet. A stark contrast to the dangerous world outside. Yun Zhao sat on the hospital bed, head bowed, engrossed in a book. Her long eyelashes drooped, and her focused profile added to her serene air. Each of them was doing their own thing. The only sounds in the room were the rustling of the snack bag and the gentle turning of the pages. Outside, snow was falling heavily. Inside, tranquility reigned. When she turned to a particular page, Yun Zhao's hand suddenly stopped. Her eyes darkened, and she froze for a few seconds before regaining her composure. She raised her head as if nothing had happened and said softly, Ayu, I want to take a shower. Could you go to the shopping mall and buy me a set of pajamas? Rabbit was about to say, didn't the captain go to the shopping mall? But then she thought, those are women's underwear, and Sister Yun Zhao needs to change her bra. It wouldn't be appropriate for the captain, a grown man, to buy them. Rabbit readily stood up. Okay, Sister Yun Zhao, I'll be right back. The inner city of the base was very safe. There were sentries guarding the hospital entrance. There was nothing to worry about. Rabbit asked about the size, and whether she needed anything else before leaving with the points card Yun Zhao had given her. The ward door closed softly. The sound was subtle yet clear. Yun Zhao's face was expressionless. She sat quietly for a moment, then slowly reached out, lifted the covers, and got out of bed. Yun Zhao went into the wards and sub bathroom. The hospital in the inner city was very different from the one in the outer city. The people served here are probably all prominent figures in the base. The environment was pleasant, quiet, and uncrowded. As soon as she opened the bathroom door, soft lighting automatically illuminated the space, making it bright and warm. It was clean, spacious, and bright, with very modern facilities. Yun Zhao walked to the mirror and stood still, slightly raising her head to examine herself. In the mirror, her face was slightly pale, with faint dark circles around her eyes. Her clear eyes now held a coldness, appearing deep and dark, like a still, deep pool. Yun Zhao stood there silently for a long time. She scrutinized herself as if looking at a familiar stranger, scrutinizing every detail, from her slightly furrowed brows to her slightly pursed lips. Then, Yun Zhao, expressionless, tore off the page she had just seen. She deliberately severed the weak spiritual link with Xie Tu, formed by their mental union. Like closing a valve, she stopped the interaction of their spiritual energies. She acted as if nothing had happened, walked out of the bathroom, and returned to her hospital bed. The shopping mall wasn't far away. Soon after, footsteps sounded outside, followed by the door opening and Rabbit entering carrying several shopping bags. Thank goodness. The shopping mall was just about to close when I ran over. I almost missed out on everything. Rabbit handed her one of the bags. Sister Yun Zhao, take a look and see if you like it. I just picked these randomly. Rabbit had bought 2 sets of pajamas, a thicker pink one to wear as loungewear, but also fine to wear outside. The other set was a thinner green one, suitable for sleeping. Yun Zhao showed no sign of surprise. She naturally took the bag. They're all fine. Although she used the excuse of needing pajamas to send them away, she genuinely wanted to take a shower. As for the pajamas not being washed, Yun Zhao didn't care much. She could wear her combat uniform for a month. What did it matter if her brand new pajamas weren't washed? I just ran into the captain and Captain Jiang. Rabbit turned around and picked up another bag, which contained some fresh fruit. The captain bought this. He took the groceries next door and asked me to bring the fruit back first. Next door to the hospital was the Biological Research Institute building. The captain had borrowed their kitchen to prepare dinner for Yun Zhao. As for Jiang Mu and the others, they were also shopping there. Rabbit, worried that the clerk wouldn't be able to buy pajamas after get off work, said goodbye and went upstairs. Yuan Zhao got out of bed with the pajamas and glanced at them. The bag contained apples and pomelos. These were some of the few fruits grown at the base. She wondered how the research on the seeds they brought back last time was going. Yuan Zhao picked out the biggest apple and handed it to the rabbit. Have something to eat first, then go back to rest after you finish eating. Okay, the rabbit readily agreed. She lived alone and would have to cook for herself when she got back, so she decided to stay and mooch a meal. Yuan Zhao took the bag to the bathroom. When she came out in her pajamas, Xie was standing on the balcony outside the bathroom, making a phone call. Snowflakes were falling heavily outside, illuminating his profile and highlighting his resolute and cold features. As soon as Yuan Zhao turned her head, his gaze fell upon her. He seemed very busy. This time, they had eliminated 2 contaminated zones, one of which was a 5-star contaminated zone that no one had ever set foot in before. This was of extraordinary significance to humanity. It was easy to imagine the sensation it would cause. Okay, I come tomorrow. Xie hung up the phone, turned around, and naturally took the bag from her hand. The food's getting cold, eat first. The simple 3 dishes and soup, mainly light and refreshing, exuded an enticing aroma on this cold winter day, offering a sense of warmth. Rabbit sat beside them, waiting. Yuan Zhao was indeed a little hungry, and offered to serve the rice. During the meal, Rabbit asked about the phone call. Captain, what did the minister say to you just now? The sentry had sharp hearing. She overheard something about new weapons. Xie was serving food to Yuan Zhao when he heard this, and slowly replied, the base plans to replace the combat department's equipment with new ones, including upgrading communication equipment and modifying the automatic firing systems of the off-road armored vehicles. The data brought back from contaminated Zone 88 last time contained a lot of readily available data on weapons. They just needed to be produced according to the procedures and put into use. Currently, the communications equipment used by the operations department, like that of base personnel, only allows for calls, card swiping, message sending, and testing of pollution concentration. The base considered this insufficient. This time, new equipment specifically designed for operations personnel was created, adding many new functions. As for their off-road vehicles, Minister Duan didn't explain how they would be modified, but first had him drive the vehicles over. Wow, doesn't that mean we're going to have a major transformation? Rabbit exclaimed excitedly, her face beaming with anticipation for the new equipment. Yuan Zhao was also drawn in by this unexpected good news. No one is immune to curiosity about new things. The words new equipment were incredibly appealing. She wondered if there would be any weapons she could use after the modifications. Xie lips curved into a smile. There's something else. Yuan Zhao looked up at him. Xie didn't keep her in suspense. Shi Ling has officially joined the operations department. The minister hasn't made any arrangements for him yet, but his accommodation has been confirmed. It's right next to their training ground. Rabbit was very enthusiastic, just like when Yuan Zhao joined Team Zero. Then when Sister Yuan Zhao is discharged, we throw her a welcome ceremony. The 3 chatted while eating. Time passed quickly. After finishing their meal, Rabbit helped clear the table, picked up a trash bag, and went out. Captain, I go back and rest now. Sister Yuan Zhao, I come see you again tomorrow. With Rabbit gone, only Yuan Zhao and Xie remained in the ward. Yuan Zhao was pacing around the ward to digest her food when she saw him standing still, and couldn't help but ask, aren't you going back? Xie took out a folding fruit knife from his bag, picked up an apple, and calmly replied, the patient needs someone to keep watch over him at night. Chapter 229. Night watch? He's staying here tonight? Yuan Zhao, It felt strange for the two of them to spend the night alone in the hospital. Besides a hospital bed, the only place to sleep in the room was a very narrow 2-seater sofa. Xie was tall, and the small sofa clearly couldn't accommodate him. Everyone had finally returned and could finally get some rest, especially since, according to the phone call, he had to go to the operations department to see Minister Duan early the next morning. As the captain, he had too many things to worry about, and was more tired than any of them. So Yuan Zhao said, you don't need to watch over me. I feel much better now, nothing serious. This wasn't a contaminated area. The base's inner city was heavily guarded. She was staying in the hospital, and there were nurses and sentries on night duty outside. Besides, he was still wearing that black combat uniform. He would have to go back to shower and change. Yuan Zhao was thinking of him. Go back and get some rest for the night, come back tomorrow. Xie thought she was resisting being alone with him, so he didn't respond at first. He lowered his gaze, and peeled the apple in his hand. Okay, I go back after I finish peeling the apple. That expression, why does it look a bit like a phoenix being scolded by a little bluebird? Yuan Zhao, She was clearly thinking of him, but it looked like she had done something wrong. Yuan Zhao's eyes flickered, and she didn't continue the topic. She took out the document and handed it to him, saying naturally, "This is the document Rong Ping gave me." Xie Tu was peeling the apple, his long, strong fingers holding the fruit knife steadily, the apple rotating smoothly in his hand. The peel fell slowly like a continuous ribbon, his movements skillful and fluid. Xie Tu gestured for her to put the documents on the table. The two tacitly changed the subject. Xie Tu cut the apple into small pieces and placed them on a clean plate before wiping his hands and standing up. "What do you want to eat tomorrow morning?" He was very good at hiding his emotions. Very few people could read anything from his face. It seemed like only a moment, and he had returned to being the calm and composed captain. Yuan Zhao replied, "Something simple is fine." Xie Tu nodded and stood up to leave. Before leaving, he paused and asked, "Should we notify the people from East 3rd Street to come over?" He had heard that sick people were particularly vulnerable. If she felt uncomfortable, he didn't have to stay here. But leaving her alone in the hospital, without anyone to talk to, Xie Tu worried she would get bored. Yuan Zhao shook her head. "No need. They can't help even if they come, and besides, didn't we agree to only stay for 2 days?" Xie Tu had no choice. He told her to rest well, and got up to leave. Night had fallen. The corridor was blindingly bright with incandescent light, and all was silent except for the echo of his footsteps. In the spiritual realm, Fire Phoenix sensed the emotions of her physical form, standing atop a tall sycamore tree. "If you're so reluctant to part, why are we leaving?" Fire Phoenix wondered, somewhat disgruntled. "Wouldn't it be better to take her home and care for her? Why stay in the hospital?" Xie Tu suppressed the turmoil in his thoughts. "Shut up." Night deepened. A nurse entered to check on her. Yuan Zhao lay on the hospital bed, calmly stating that she wanted to rest, and didn't like being disturbed during her rest. "Okay, Miss Yuan, please feel free to press the call button by your bedside if you need anything." Knowing her identity was extraordinary, the nurse quickly left the room after a routine check. The main light in the room was turned off. The dim light from the bedside lamp cast dappled shadows. Yuan Zhao sat up, her expression inscrutable as she unfolded the piece of paper she had torn off. Technology in that era hadn't completely collapsed. Humanity, through research and experimentation, had drawn some conclusions from the information collected about the guides back then. There was a type of guide who possessed powerful mental strength and could control dark matter. Compared to ordinary guides, they were less susceptible to the emotions of sentinels. Their mental power also possessed immense destructive force, and they were adept at concealing their emotional fluctuations, making it difficult for ordinary people to discern their true thoughts. Their mental abilities could interfere with and damage sentinels, even control them. Exceptional talent allowed them to easily control sentinels, destroying their mental domain and plunging them into chaos and suffering. They were natural-born beast tamers. These guides had complex and erratic personalities, ambiguous stances, and were extremely dangerous. Known by humans as the Dark Guide. Yuan Zhao read the contents over and over again, tirelessly. It was almost entirely accurate, wasn't it? If anyone else saw this page, they would undoubtedly connect it to her. Yuan Zhao seemed lost in thought. Her fingers lightly traced the edge of the paper, her eyes staring blankly ahead. A childhood without memories, a fragmented mental realm, a mental power so powerful it was terrifying. It was her. Yet it didn't seem like her. Eliminating the contaminated zone was the hope of all humanity, and it was what she was currently doing. Where was her stance ambiguous? The harsh lines on the notebook seemed to be reminding her of something. That name was particularly jarring. Yunju. What kind of person was her father? Yuan Zhao wanted to know the answer, but she was lost, unsure how to find it. Where could the answer be? Was it in contaminated Zone 6? The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Xie Tu drove his armored vehicle into the inner city. A steaming breakfast was laid out on the passenger seat. Afraid the food would get cold by the time she woke up, he had grabbed an electric cooker and a microwave, along with some of her favorite snacks and milk. Xie Tu parked the car in front of the hospital and got out, carrying several bags. He happened to run into Minister Bai and Bai Yu at the entrance. Minister Bai, having heard that the guide's mental abilities seemed to be having some problems, was worried and came to inquire personally. Bai Yu, hearing that Yuan Zhao was hospitalized, anxiously followed him. Upon seeing Xie Tu, the father and daughter asked in unison, "How is Yuan Zhao?" Xie Tu replied, "She caught a cold and fever on the way, but she's feeling better now. Her mental strength has been consistently weak." There were some things he couldn't tell outsiders. He could only gloss over what happened in Contaminated Zone 249, describing her condition in as much detail as possible. Minister Bai listened attentively, assuming it was caused by frequent use of his abilities in the contaminated zone, and said, "A guide's mental strength exceeding its capacity can indeed easily lead to mental overload. They can only regulate themselves. When guides at the base perform channeling, due to the influence of compatibility, they sometimes form mental connections with sentinels. If a guide establishes shallow mental connections with multiple sentinels simultaneously, it can easily cause mental overload. To recover their mental strength as quickly as possible, guides will sever some mental connections and self-regulate. This is similar to an operator working on multiple machines simultaneously. When they find themselves lacking energy, they shut down a few machines that are not currently needed. This ensures they can concentrate on more important situations." Siatu's eyes flickered, and he nodded expressionlessly. Last night, after he entered the ward, he seemed unaware of the connection that had formed during their previous spiritual union. Did she intentionally sever the connection? Chapter 230. Siatu didn't think much of it. Given her current mental state, severing the connection would likely speed up her recovery. It was snowing heavily outside, and the base, located in the mountains, was very cold. Both father and daughter were guides, and unable to withstand the cold, they were bundled up in thick down jackets, scarves, and gloves, completely covered up. Siatu, however, wore only a low-cut black coat, the collar open, revealing her short-sleeved shirt underneath. The three of them standing together looked like they were in completely different seasons. Minister Bai was also carrying gifts. The three chatted as they walked inside, taking the elevator upstairs. Minister Bai and Siatu mainly engaged in casual conversation. Baiyu listened listlessly, seemingly bored. Minister Bai's conversation suddenly shifted, and he began talking to Siatu about the current state of the base. Since the end of the Dark Ages, the population of Dawn Base had exploded. In just 20 years, the population had surged from less than 100,000 to over 360,000. The base's population continues to increase this year, and the originally planned infrastructure and housing are far from meeting current needs, especially the shantytowns. Minister Bai mentioned this casually. The shantytowns were originally set up as temporary resettlement areas, but now they have become the main residences for a large number of newcomers. Sanitation and water supply are facing enormous challenges. The rapid population growth brings not only these problems, but also pressure on education, healthcare, employment, energy, and many other areas. The base has introduced many new policies, changing almost every year. The most important issue is still food and living supplies. Minister Duan, food is scarce, and the agricultural planting areas on the back mountain are being expanded again this winter. Their location is mountainous, and the terrain is rugged, making it difficult to expand their planting areas. Moreover, most of the soil is unsuitable for crop growth, requiring the Agricultural Research Institute to irrigate with nutrient solutions and invest significant effort in improving the land environment. Soil improvement is not a quick fix. It requires long-term investment and persistence. It simply cannot keep up with consumption. For several years, Dawn Base has been purchasing food from other bases as a means of survival. But now, the other three bases are in the same situation. This year, Hope Base and Dawn Base have successively made plans to build new bases on the surface. The main reason is the surge in population. The underground shelters can no longer accommodate everyone. Under these circumstances, the other bases also lack surplus food to sell to Dawn Base. The base's food reserves are being depleted extremely quickly. Minister Bai said gently. At the meeting 2 days ago, Minister Xiao proposed issuing a bounty to find the contaminated areas that remain from before the apocalypse, wanting to organize reinforcements to go in and loot supplies. They're both shrewd old foxes. Minister Bai wouldn't bring this up without a reason. Siatu remained calm and spoke in a low voice. They're not easy to find. So far, the 4 major bases have only encountered 2 such contaminated zones. One, Contaminated Zone 88, has already been eliminated. The other, a 3-star contaminated zone, was eliminated by Hope Base 6 years ago. The Logistics Department's proposal was likely rejected by Minister Duan. The sentries in the reinforcement force belong to the Operations Department. Without Minister Duan's approval, the base's high command cannot deploy those sentries. Although Siatu doesn't handle internal affairs, he wields considerable influence within the base. He even has veto power on certain important decisions. Minister Bai's meaning was clear. He wanted Baiyu to persuade Minister Duan. None of the ministers were wrong, just their motives differed. The contaminated zone was dangerous. Minister Duan had his own concerns. If the intelligence was flawed, the Sentinels would face a near-certain death if they went in. If something happened, Dawn Base would suffer a devastating blow. Minister Duan was responsible for the lives of the Sentinels. Sietu said, I understand the minister's concerns, but safety is always the top priority. We can always find another way. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. Sietu, carrying breakfast and dragging several bags, stepped out of the elevator first. Minister Bai followed, sighing and saying worriedly, the year-end meeting is going to be a huge uproar again. Bai Yu glanced at her father. Holding the gift she had brought for Yun Zhao, she ignored her father and ran to catch up with Sietu. Sietu arrived at Yun Zhao's hospital room and first peeked inside through the glass. The ward was dark, the light dim, and a sense of tranquility pervaded the space. A figure lay quietly, seemingly still lost in sleep, undisturbed by the outside world. Sietu didn't want to wake her. He had to go to the operations department and would likely be busy today, so he planned to take his things to the nurse's station. Just as he turned away, a slight movement suddenly came from inside the ward. The person on the bed turned over, her eyelashes fluttering slightly, as she slowly opened her eyes. Seeing that she was awake, Sietu gently knocked on the door. Bai Yu followed, unceremoniously pushing past Sietu. Seeing Yun Zhao sit up in bed, Bai Yu tiptoed and waved happily to her through the glass. Yun Zhao raised her hand in response, gesturing for them to come in. She hadn't slept well, faint dark circles were under her eyes, and her hair was slightly disheveled, with a few stray strands playfully falling beside her cheeks. Thinking that a friend was coming to visit, Yun Zhao roused herself slightly, got out of bed, and went to the bathroom to wash up. When she came out, Sietu had already set breakfast on the table, and was standing with his back to her at the door of the ward, unpacking the microwave oven he had brought. Minister Bai stood at the door, gently asking, How are you feeling? Yun Zhao thought for a moment, and told the truth, My mental energy is a bit disordered. I feel extremely tired, and I can't muster any strength. Minister Bai, like a professional doctor, asked, Have you experienced any symptoms such as splitting headaches or emotional instability? Yun Zhao, for the first 2 days, yes. Has there been any confusion in your mental realm? Minister Bai, how is the state of your spiritual body? Yun Zhao answered each question. She still didn't fully understand the guide's abilities. Having used her abilities frequently in the contaminated area, she was also afraid of leaving any after effects that might harm little Bluebird. After understanding her situation, Minister Bai asked one last question. Did you experience any confusion or dazed state during this time? Sietu, who was working, paused. He couldn't help but think of the dark, noise-reducing room in the contaminated zone. He heard Yun Zhao hesitate for 2 seconds before replying, No. She lied. Minister Bai, that's good. Guides can only cope with mental overload on their own. If the situation is severe, and their mental state collapses, they can use suppressants, but those things have significant side effects, so use them sparingly. Actually, highly compatible sentinels can also help guides alleviate symptoms. But this is an S-rank guide. Minister Bai's gaze seemed to fall on Sietu almost imperceptibly. These two sentinels, and guides of the same species have never undergone a compatibility test. Yun Zhao was slightly taken aback. She remembered that Sietu had used suppressants before, so she asked, Side effects? What side effects? Chapter 231. Sietu glanced up at her, then turned and walked over, subtly interrupting their conversation. The food's getting cold. He said softly, Let's talk after you finish eating. Bai Yu, ever the familiar type, sat down on the sofa and greeted Yun Zhao. Yes, let's talk after you finish eating. Minister Bai didn't continue the previous topic. He smiled and said, Looks like we're early. I have to go. You should rest well. I come back when I have time. All departments are very busy at the end of the year. The reinforcements will be returning to base one after another. Minister Bai only has time this morning and has to go to work. Yun Zhao had just picked up her chopsticks when she heard this and stood up to see Minister Bai off, but Sietu pressed her hand down. His hand was warm, his large palm enveloping her entire hand. Sietu said softly, I have to go too. I come back at noon. If you're bored, call Rabbit and the others. Bai Yu, sitting beside them, looked at the two with a strange expression. She wasn't leaving with her around? How could Yun Zhao be bored? Yun Zhao raised her other hand, thanked Minister Bai first, then turned to him and said, Go ahead. Sietu nodded and left with Minister Bai. Sietu and Minister Bai got into their respective cars and drove away from the hospital. One went to the Special Abilities Department, the other to the Operations Department building. The inner city was covered in snow in winter, making it appear even more desolate. Along the streets, sanitation workers were clearing snow from the roads with snow shovels. As the car passed the central square, Sia2 saw a large crowd gathered there through the car window. Commander Shin's plump figure stood out in the crowd. A sentry from the guard team held an umbrella for him. Commander Shin clumsily climbed the ladder that had been set up onto the sculpture platform. He turned and took the tools handed to him by the sentry, personally clearing the thick layer of snow from the statue of the young girl. The people at the base were used to this scene. Commander Shin was a descendant of the Red Crown Cranes, and every winter he would personally come to clear the snow as a sign of respect for his ancestors. The car following behind the armored vehicle pulled over. Sia2 saw Minister Bai get out of the car and walk towards the central square. It seemed he had something to discuss with Commander Shin. The S-Class sentry's keen senses allowed Sia2 to faintly hear their conversation, even from a distance. The guide is fine, he's resting. I disagree with the proposal to build the Twin Towers, and I will vote against it at this year-end meeting. Twin Towers? What big project is the base planning now? Sia2 didn't continue eavesdropping, there was no need. What he wanted to know, the base's higher-ups couldn't hide from him. The car drove further and further away, leaving the central square area, and soon pulled into the operations headquarters building, stopping in the parking lot below. Sia2 turned off the engine, but didn't get out immediately. Instead, he took out the valuable document from his bag. In the various shelters that had become isolated islands during the Dark Ages, information wasn't shared, and the data and information collected by each base was crucial. It would help humanity better understand the truth of that era. Therefore, this document definitely needed to be submitted, and it could be exchanged for a considerable amount of reward points. Sia2 had already finished reading the entire document last night. It was a thick document, compiled by Rong Ping and several other guides themselves, as a gift to future generations. The pages were bound hastily, and there were no page numbers marked in the lower right corner. The content was clearly paginated, each page containing a separate analysis of the events, not a continuous narrative. If 1 or 2 pages were missing, an uninformed person wouldn't even notice. Sia2 stared at the documents for a while, then got out of the car with his things and headed to the command center to report the mission. Yun Zhao and Bai Yu nestled in the warm hospital room, chatting and eating snacks Sia2 had brought. You only been here 2 days? Bai Yu was somewhat disapproving when she heard Yun Zhao say she'd be discharged and go home the day after tomorrow. A guide's mental state is in serious trouble. You need to rest and recover slowly. Yun Zhao chewed on potato chips and said slowly, I can rest and recover at home too. Her voice was still a little hoarse, but much better than yesterday. The doctor only prescribed anti-inflammatory medication. Staying in the hospital constantly and taking up resources didn't seem right. Will someone bring you food when you get back? Bai Yu also remembered another question. There's no central heating in the outer city? How will you keep warm at home? Yun Zhao, that's a question. The hospital was well lit, and there was a small balcony next to the bathroom with a clear view of the outside. Outside, snow was falling heavily, a blinding white expanse, and it seemed the snow would continue for days. The base was deep in the mountains, and she lived on the top floor. One could imagine how cold it must be at home. Bai Yu excitedly suggested, why don't you come stay at my place? Yun Zhao shook her head, it's not convenient, I still want to go back. Bai Yu, munching on potato chips, offered her advice, then buy an air conditioner and a humidifier. Buy 2 air conditioners, one for the bedroom and one for the living room, that way, the house will definitely be warm. The young lady, oblivious to the hardships of life, thought buying these appliances was as easy and casual as picking out a favorite trinket at a mall. It was a time of extreme scarcity. Most people were struggling to make ends meet. Non-essential appliances like air conditioners and humidifiers were expensive and scarce. Fortunately, Yun Zhao wasn't short of points. Yun Zhao surprisingly agreed to Bai Yu's suggestion. Alright. She couldn't let herself suffer. Points were earned to be spent, otherwise, what was the point of working so hard to earn so many? In recent years, the old town mayor's health had been deteriorating. Winter at Dawn Base was much colder than in Xishan town. If she could, she wanted to buy several air conditioners, but considering the electricity required, and given the town's frugal habits, they probably wouldn't even be turned on after installation. Yun Zhao then asked what heating facilities the base had. I'm not really sure. The people I deal with are all sentries. They don't need heating at all, they're all fearless of the cold, daring to go out in short sleeves in the dead of winter, Bai Yu said. As for the guides, they all live in the inner city, where there's underfloor heating. Yun Zhao nodded, dropping the subject. She planned to go to the shopping mall, after being discharged to buy the old mayor 2 nice down jackets, and get some hand warmers to take back as gifts for the townspeople. The atmosphere in the ward was warm and relaxed. Their conversation shifted from their illnesses to daily life, then to their mission. Bai Yu was extremely interested in what was happening in the contaminated area and begged Yun Xiao to tell her about it. Soon after, Rabbit arrived. The 3 girls chatted happily in the ward. The snacks Xie brought were quickly devoured. Chung Dongshu was on the early shift today. After their team assembled, they braved the wind and snow to come to the outer city for their shift change. He had barely arrived when he heard the sentries talking about Zero Team's return from their mission. They reportedly returned yesterday evening. I heard Zero Team wiped out a 5-star contaminated zone this time. No wonder they're S-rank sentries. One sentry said, his eyes filled with admiration and longing for Zero Team. Chung Dongshu's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and he quickly stepped forward to ask, where's the guide? Has Zero Team's guide returned? The fact that an S-rank guide had joined Zero Team was no secret among the high-ranking sentries. Chung Dongshu hadn't been in his position long before he became familiar with the sentries outside. When he first heard about it, he was greatly surprised. Others might not know the identity of an S-rank guide, but Chung Dongshu knew perfectly well. It was Yun Xiao. Chapter 232. The sentry said Team Zero had returned to base yesterday. But Chung Dongshu was certain that Yun Xiao hadn't gone home yesterday. This morning, when he went out, Aunt Zhao came to the first floor specifically to find him, asking if he could use his connections to inquire about Yun Xiao's situation in the inner city. Yun Xiao had said before leaving home that she might return in a while. Who would have thought that she'd be gone for almost 2 months without a word? Zhao Yan was worried, but didn't know where to look for her, so she had to ask Chung Dongshu, who worked in the patrol team, for help. Chung Dongshu went out for his shift this morning, and was caught by Aunt Zhao. He stammered, Auntie, don't worry, Yun Xiao is busy, she'd probably be back in a couple of days. Zhao Yan was relieved to hear this, that's good. Did you see her? Why didn't you tell us you were coming back? Ah! I'm going to be late, Aunt Zhao, I have to go now, we can talk another day. Chung Dongshu practically fled. He had no idea about Yun Xiao's situation. It was just a lie he made up to put Aunt Zhao at ease. A few days ago, Chung Dongshu overheard the senior sentries of the guard team chatting, listening to them talk about Team Zero. Team Zero, as a combat team led by an S-rank sentry, carried out the highest level of danger missions. They had their own training grounds, their own equipment and supplies. Their treatment was unparalleled in the base. Other sentries rarely had the opportunity to see them. Chung Dongshu stopped to listen out of curiosity. His younger brother had brought home a brand new rifle a few days ago, saying it was a gift from that S-rank sentry to him, and he sang as a greeting. Chung Dongshu briefly explained the situation. Chung Dongshu didn't think much of it. It was normal for Yun Xiao to know that S-rank sentinel, as an S-rank guide, she inevitably had to interact with high-ranking sentinels at the base. Captain Xie giving the 2 boys a gift was only out of consideration for Yun Xiao. Now, hearing the other sentinels talking about Team Zero, he became curious and stayed to listen. Unexpectedly, the sentinels changed the subject. They suddenly started talking about Team Zero's newly joined S-rank guide. How could Minister Duan agree to let a guide enter the contaminated zone for a mission? I heard Minister Duan personally invited her. But this newly joined S-rank guide seems quite mysterious. She's been at the base for a while now, but rarely shows herself. Hee, I seen her in person. Another sentinel said with a hint of smugness, last time I was on duty, I saw her leaving the city. Hearing their conversation, Chung Dongshu's face instantly changed. He was completely stunned, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Who else could be an S-rank guide besides Yun Xiao? Yun Xiao joined Team Zero? She actually kept it a secret from everyone in town, and secretly joined the base's most dangerous combat department. Remembering the bizarre things he encountered in contaminated Zone 102, Chung Dongshu never wanted to go near contaminated areas again. Guides are protected by the base, and enjoy high welfare and benefits. Why did she go out and risk her life? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the safe base? Chung Dongshu was both shocked and bewildered. That day, he was completely distracted, even making 2 basic mistakes during patrol, and was severely reprimanded by his team leader. After get-off work, Chung Dongshu returned home in a daze. Chung Dongshu noticed his strange expression and hurriedly asked, Brother, what happened? Chung Dongshu's words stuck in his throat, unable to be spoken to others. He finally only managed to curt, It's nothing, before returning to his room. Yun Xiao had chosen to keep it from them, probably to avoid worrying everyone. Speaking out wouldn't solve anything. He could only wait for Yun Zhao's return and ask her directly what she thought. Who would have thought that Yun Zhao's trip would last over a month? As the only one in town who knew the truth, he dared not expose her. When Zhao Yun asked, he could only laugh it off, keeping it a secret for Yun Zhao. Now, hearing from the guards that Team Zero had returned to base, Chung Dongshu immediately panicked. Team Zero had returned, so why hadn't Yun Zhao gone home? Had something happened? Where's the guide? Has Team Zero's guide returned? Chung Dongshu, disregarding his duty, rushed forward and anxiously questioned the guards. The senior sentry he grabbed was taken aback, then reacted, jokingly saying, "How would we know anything about other people's business? What are you doing, getting so worked up? It's the operations department's business. Even our Minister Han can't overstep his bounds and interfere, let alone his subordinates." The others echoed. The senior sentry's attitude towards him was relatively friendly. It was mostly just teasing. But the faces of Chung Dongshu's group instantly turned grim. They were changing shifts, but Chung Dongshu was acting like he was very familiar with the S-rank guide, running over to the senior sentry and asking him all sorts of questions, making a fool of himself in front of the guard team. The patrol team consisted of newly recruited B-rank sentries, far inferior to the well-trained guard team composed of senior sentries. Chung Dongshu's patrol team belonged to the Special Abilities Department, primarily responsible for maintaining order within the base and investigating security risks. Occasionally, they need to leave the base to assist the guard team in clearing out the mutants in the surrounding area. The guard team belongs to the security department. They are a legitimate military force. Chung Dongshu comes from a remote town, with no official status or background. When he first arrived, their team leader, Zhang Yong, was very dissatisfied. The B-level sentries assigned to other teams were all people with connections and influence. But Chung Dongshu, assigned to their 17th team, came from a small, unheard-of place, unfamiliar with the unspoken rules of interpersonal relationships within the base, and repeatedly acted in ways that Zhang Yong considered immature. Team leader Zhang Yong was quite unhappy about this, always feeling that Chung Dongshu, such a blank slate, would drag their team down. Zhang Yong harbored prejudice against him from the beginning, always assigning him the most tedious and tiring tasks. He often mocked him behind his back, saying things like, "A lowly sentry with no connections should be grateful to be in our group. Doing extra work is only fair." If the group leader had this attitude, you can imagine how the others felt. Chung Dongshu's impulsive behavior in front of the guard team only fueled Zhang Yong's dissatisfaction. His face was so dark it could drip water. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Chung Dongshu! Get back here!" What business was it of his if the guard team sentries chatted? Running around trying to curry favor, he didn't know his place. He was utterly useless, more trouble than he was worth. Does an S-class combat team need to report back to you when they return to base? The other members of the group added sarcastically. They're valuable S-class guides. Why do you need to worry about them? If you're so capable, why don't you go out and save the world? Chung Dongshu seemed not to hear them. This was his first stable job. He usually tolerated minor setbacks. But he was now extremely anxious, desperately wanting to know Yun Zhao's whereabouts. These people were still mocking him from the sidelines. Chung Dongshu ignored them, and looked at Zhang Yong, team leader. "I have something important to do, and would like to ask for leave to go to the inner city to inquire." Zhang Yong interrupted him impatiently before he could finish. "I'm telling you, this is patrol time. Don't give me this nonsense. You say it's important? What could a mere B-level sentry like you possibly have to do?" Zhang Yong sneered, "Don't give me excuses. Get back to your post right now, or I report you for disobeying orders, and have you kicked out of the patrol team." Chapter 233. Chung Dongshu, his face ashen, stared at the mocking faces. After a long silence, he finally uttered whatever. He was worried about Yun Zhao's safety, and didn't bother arguing with him. It was just a job. A B-level sentinel could find other options. He could always go back and join the town search team. After speaking, Chung Dongshu ignored Zhang Yong and the others' expressions and strode away. He had been openly contradicted by his team members in front of so many people. Zhang Yong was thoroughly enraged by his words. His face flushed red. He vented his anger at Chung Dongshu's retreating figure. "Fine, you're openly disobeying orders and deserting your post. I report this right now, and you can expect to be expelled from the base." Yun Zhao chatted with Baiyu and Rabbit for a while, but she seemed a little tired and listlessly dozed off. Baiyu and Rabbit, not wanting to disturb her rest, stood up to say goodbye. Before leaving, Baiyu made a phone call to Yun Zhao saying, "I had someone make you some soup for lunch. It be delivered later, remember to drink it when you get up." The young lady acted first and asked for permission later, making it impossible for her to refuse. Yun Zhao could only reply, "Okay, I treat you to lunch another day." Before her last trip, she and Rabbit had even discussed inviting Bai Yu to go shopping together. She also wanted to get a haircut. Just then, there was a knock on the ward door. The nurse at the door said someone was looking for her. Since the guide was hospitalized, Commander Shen had assigned a security team to guard the hospital entrance, and the hospital didn't dare let anyone in casually. The nurse added, "He said his name is Chung Dongshu." Yun Zhao, She hurriedly got out of bed, let him in quickly. Bai Yu and Rabbit, not wanting to stay any longer, said goodbye. The two left the ward and encountered the tall, dark-skinned B-rank sentinel in the hospital corridor. He looked anxious and walked extremely fast. Rabbit and Bai Yu stepped aside to let him pass. Chung Dongshu braved the heavy snow to reach the inner city. Seeing the sentinels on duty, he approached them and inquired about Yun Zhao's condition. He wanted to find the Zero team members, but didn't know where to look. The sentinels in the inner city knew more. Initially, when someone inquired about an S-rank guide, they were all extremely tight-lipped, refusing to say anything. Chung Dongshu had no choice but to claim he was Yun Zhao's family member, at which point a sentinel revealed that Yun Zhao was in the hospital. The hospital? Chung Dongshu was terrified. He came back and was immediately sent to the hospital. The contaminated zone was so dangerous, could he be seriously injured? A sentinel noticed his pale face and kindly gave him directions. He didn't even have time to thank them before rushing over. Chung Dongshu anxiously arrived at the ward door. Upon seeing Yun Zhao, who was unharmed but pale, he paused slightly, then finally breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning against the wall, panting, "You scared me to death." Yun Zhao got up to pour him water, feeling a pang of guilt at his appearance. "I didn't want to worry you, so I didn't tell you. I was planning to go back tomorrow." He was still wearing his patrol uniform, clearly on duty, and had probably come looking for him after hearing the news. This made Yun Zhao feel uneasy. Chung Dongshu took the water, tilted his head back, and gulped it down, his heart finally settling down. "I'm fine, only I know I didn't tell anyone else." Then he thought again. Something seemed off. Why would someone who wasn't sick or injured be in the hospital? He quickly asked, "Are you injured?" Yun Zhao replied, "Just a minor cold, and I'm better on the way back." Chung Dongshu, He'd been worried sick the whole way. Yun Zhao had a lot to say, so she changed the subject, asking about the situation at home while she was away. "Nothing's wrong. Everything's fine at home." Chung Dongshu complained, "It's just that winter at Dawn Base is really cold. The people in town are used to it. The elderly and children suffer a lot going out in this weather." It was indeed cold. But there was nothing he could do. He could only wait until she returned to check on things. Yun Zhao didn't elaborate, then asked, "By the way, how was the search team's haul?" Chung Dongshu shrugged, "SOSO? The mutated animals are too dangerous. They only have a little something when they're lucky. Most of the time, they rely on gathering wild herbs and coal to exchange for points." Surrounded by mountains, the terrain was treacherous, and the mountain paths were steep and difficult to traverse. In winter, food became scarce in the mountains, and mutated creatures became more active. If they encountered a particularly strong beast, the town search team had no choice but to flee for their lives. Those mutated animals possess a certain level of intelligence, sometimes rendering traps completely ineffective. For safety's sake, everyone only hunts small mutated animals at most. The mutated wild boar caught last time was purely lucky. It just happened to step into their trap, and then Xiang risked his life to intercept it. To get a second one, they have to rely on sheer luck again. The town search team sentries are insufficiently skilled. They only have Xiang, a B-level sentry, but his spiritual form can't offer much help. Yun Zhao thought for a moment upon hearing this and said, "Safety is paramount. It's better to earn fewer points than to be reckless." She asked around in a few days to see if they can purchase a batch of weapons and equipment from the base. She had more than enough points. With a powerful weapon at her disposal, the town search team was much safer. They were all the pillars of their families, and Yun Zhao didn't want anything to happen to them. Chung Dongshu nodded, "That makes sense. I say the same thing to Dongqing every day before he leaves." The two chatted for a while longer. Yun Zhao, remembering that Chung Dongshu was still on duty, didn't want to delay his work, so she said, "You go ahead and do your work. Don't let it interfere with your business. I'll be going back tomorrow." Chung Dongshu's expression turned strange upon hearing this. After a long pause, he said sullenly, "I'm not going." Yun Zhao was taken aback. "What's wrong?" Chung Dong-shu didn't want to explain, only saying, "I'm planning to resign and go back to join the search team." Yun Zhao could tell something was wrong. Her eyes darkened. "Trying to fool me with that? Do you think I'm stupid?" The patrol team's work wasn't strenuous. They mostly patrolled within the base, had fixed monthly holidays, and received small perks during holidays. It was a rare, stable job. How could Chung Dong-shu resign without a reason? "Tell me the truth, what happened?" Yun Zhao frowned, pressing him for an answer. Chung Dong-shu's face flushed red. He was several years older than Yun Zhao. When he awakened as a sentinel and ventured out of town to search for supplies, Yun Zhao was still just a child. Was he supposed to ask Yun Zhao to stand up for him? He couldn't bring himself to do it. "No, it's really just that I wanted to go back." Chung Dong-shu didn't dare look Yun Zhao in the eye, afraid she would see through his facade, so he deliberately lowered his head. Yun Zhao stared at him quietly, carefully observing his expression. This made Chung Dong-shu even more guilty. After a long while, Yun Zhao relented, saying expressionlessly, "All right then, the patrol team isn't exactly a good place to stay. I go ask the base if there are any other vacancies." Since he wasn't comfortable there, he'd find a better place. Yun Zhao was protective, but she also knew her limits. Out of consideration for his pride, she stopped pressing him further. After Chung Dong-shu left, Yun Zhao called the clerk in the operations department using the number on the communicator, inquiring whether they were still recruiting for duty soldiers. The duty soldiers' job duties were even simpler. They were only responsible for security patrols and guard duty at the operations department building, without having to leave the inner city. Chapter 234. After finishing her phone call, Yun Zhao listlessly climbed into bed for a nap. The indoor temperature remained at 25 degrees Celsius, just right. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. The snow outside seemed to have lessened. Through the half-drawn curtains, a silver-clad world could be vaguely seen outside the window, with a few snowflakes occasionally drifting down. Her thoughts drifted freely in her mind, like a kite with a broken string. She was in a period of mental exhaustion. She had just recovered from a cold and had been overthinking, barely sleeping at all yesterday. Yun Zhao closed her eyes, sensing the situation in her mental realm. The white mist dissipated a little more. A corner of a forest appeared to the east of the amusement park. The trees were tall and dense, their branches intertwined, and sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, creating patches of light. A little bluebird was quietly perched on a branch of a towering tree. Its body was slightly curled up, a few tail feathers drooping down and swaying gently in the breeze. The feathers gleamed with a faint bluish-green sheen, sparkling and translucent in the dappled sunlight. The little bluebird sensed the presence of its owner and gently trembled its feathers, revealing that it wasn't asleep but rather conserving its energy. Yun Zhao, confirming it was all right, felt relieved. Now that she was back, she should get some rest. Those uncertainties, unknowns, and unanswered worries could be put aside for now. First, she needed to get through this period of mental exhaustion safely. With enough strength, she would figure everything out sooner or later. After thinking it through, Yun Zhao gradually relaxed and closed her eyes, trying to fall asleep. Just as she was about to drift off, she suddenly remembered something. Bai Yu had said she would have someone bring her lunch later, but Xie seemed unaware of this. She should have told him, so he wouldn't have to go grocery shopping and then make a special trip to bring her lunch. He just gotten back, he must be very busy. Yun Zhao thought, turning over and snuggling into bed to send him a message. Bai Yu said she made me some soup, I don't need to bring her lunch. She thought for a moment, then sent another message, I'm doing fine here, don't worry about me. After doing all this, Yun Zhao finally felt at ease enough to sleep. Operations Department Building. In the conference room, Minister Duan sat at the head of the table, flanked by the leaders of the intelligence group and the calculation group. Across from them, besides Xie, Song Liang from Team Zero also participated in this small internal meeting of the operations department. The mission they were completing was very complex. They encountered both a fusion-contaminated zone and a 5-star danger zone, and both zones were different from what had been previously estimated. The intelligence group and the calculation group needed to gather detailed information, so Minister Duan chaired the meeting before any written reports were submitted. Song Liang sat beside his team leader, head down, giving a mission report. He deliberately concealed Yun Zhao's situation within contaminated zone 249. Xie remained calm throughout, only occasionally correcting minor details. The two team leaders opened their computers, listening intently with serious expressions, their hands flying across the keyboards. 2 hours later, the meeting ended. Song Liang followed the two team leaders to the operations command center to assist them in organizing information and data charts. Xie and Minister Duan went to the office. "What's going on with the Twin Towers?" Xie asked as he entered. Minister Duan, flipping through documents, replied with a bowed head, "The base's population is still increasing, and housing is already saturated. The base plans to redevelop the inner city, building 2 tall towers there to relocate sentries and guides. The sentinel census are far too acute. They have strict requirements for housing. According to statistics, each sentinel occupies more than 10 times the living space of an ordinary resident. The sentinel's residences alone occupy almost 70% of the inner city area. This is undoubtedly a huge burden for the base, which already has scarce land resources. Dawn Base is located deep in the mountains, with rugged terrain making expansion difficult. Furthermore, the area behind it is agricultural land, and there are numerous industrial parks on both sides, making external expansion impossible. To save space, the only option is to start with the Sentinel's residences. 2 towers, tentatively named the White Tower and the Black Tower, Minister Duan said. The project is massive and involves overcoming many architectural challenges. It's still under discussion. Xie understood. No wonder Minister Bai disagreed. Once the Sentinels and guides move into the towers, they will inevitably need to be managed separately, meaning a weakening of the Special Abilities Department's power. Minister Duan didn't elaborate on this matter, as things were still far from settled. She put the documents into the safe, then took out a set of blueprints and handed it to Xie Tuesday. The new weapons and armored off-road vehicle modification plans. Take a look. Feel free to ask any questions. After all, the stuff was for Team Zero. Xie took the blueprints and studied them carefully. Also, there are your year-end reports. They must be submitted before the end of the year. This year's annual meeting is very important. All 13 combat teams from the operations department will participate. It's a good opportunity for Yun Xiao to get out and about and meet more people. The guide was somewhat introverted and didn't like interacting with others. Except for shopping and the day of a mission, she never came to the inner city. To help her adapt to life here as quickly as possible and develop a sense of belonging, the base hardly interfered in anything she did, including her interactions with the other 2 S-rank sentinels. Xie eyes flickered when the minister mentioned Yun Xiao. She doesn't like these things. Minister Duan glared at him. She had to show her face sooner or later. This annual meeting is a good opportunity for her to interact with more people. It'd be good for her growth. Minister Duan wasn't wrong. In these 2 missions, the guide once again played a crucial role. As an S-rank guide, she was destined to be ahead of many, playing an important role in humanity's reconstruction of civilization. She couldn't always stay in her comfort zone. Xie knew this, but he didn't want her to be too conspicuous, to shoulder too much responsibility and pressure. That wouldn't be fair to her. Not to mention, she had secrets. We talk about it later. I take the data back and look at it. Xie glanced at the time. It was time to go buy groceries. He also needed to go to the Agricultural Research Institute to get some strawberry seeds to plant in the yard. If he got them ready early, he might be able to eat fresh strawberries next summer. Just as Xie was about to leave, his communicator received 2 messages from Yun Xiao. Baiyu said she made me some soup, so I don't need to bring her lunch. I'm doing fine here. Don't worry about me. Xie paused for a moment, then sat back down and sent her a message. Okay. Minister Duan, her expression unreadable, observed everything before suddenly mentioning, the Research Institute hopes you 2 can cooperate on a test. Those researchers have been applying for months, making Dean Jiang afraid to even return to his office. Minister Duan paused, then said earnestly, just consider it a rescue for Dean Jiang. Cooperate with the test once, and it's fine to wait until Yun Xiao's mental strength is better before going. Those researchers are incredibly persistent. Ever since Yun Xiao arrived at the Dawn base, they relentlessly pursued the test, submitting dozens of application reports. Dean Jiang comes to her almost every few days to complain. Each time, Minister Duan brushes her off. This time, she heard that Team Zero has returned, and that it started again yesterday. Minister Duan feared that if they didn't agree, they would probably have to go to the guide's residence and confront him. Xie nodded. I ask her first. Chapter 235. The snow stopped in the afternoon. After Yun Xiao woke up, the discomfort of her sore throat had completely disappeared, and her voice was no longer hoarse. That's right, she was almost fully recovered when she returned to the base. She was perfectly fine without being hospitalized. She received a bunch of messages on her communicator. Presumably not wanting to disturb her recovery, The entire Zero team didn't come to visit her again, but instead sent her many messages of concern. They asked if she needed anything, or if she lacked food or drink, so they could bring it to her. Yuan Zhao felt everyone's concern and replied to each message with her head down. Because of her health, the Zero team's dinner was postponed. Jiang Mu's team was still at the base. She would probably invite them later. Yuan Zhao thought of Qi Ling, wondering if he was still at the research institute. Should she go see him tomorrow after being discharged from the hospital? A nurse came to check on her at this time, saw that she was awake, and asked if she wanted to eat now. "But you sent someone to bring soup at noon." Yuan Zhao was fast asleep when the soup arrived, so the woman who brought it didn't disturb her and handed the soup to the nurse. The nurse heated it up and brought in the gifts that had been placed outside. Yuan Zhao saw them and asked curiously, "Who sent these?" The nurse smiled and said, "It was sent by Commander Shen, Minister Duan, and Minister Xiao. They left them outside because you were asleep." Yuan Zhao nodded without saying anything. Xia Tu didn't arrive until evening. He carried a lunchbox. When he came in, Yuan Zhao was sitting quietly by the window. She had her legs slightly curled up, her arms wrapped around her knees, and her chin resting lightly on them. Her profile was bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, and her eyes seemed to hold a faint thought, as if she were immersed in her own little world, oblivious to everything around her. Hearing the door open, Yuan Zhao instinctively turned around. Seeing Xia Tu approaching, she stood up and jogged to greet him. "Can I go home tomorrow?" It was indeed quite comfortable here, but she hadn't been back in a long time and missed her home. And Aunt Zhao and the others. If she didn't go back soon, she was afraid Cheng Dongshu wouldn't be able to keep it a secret for long. Xia Tu put down the lunchbox and tidied her loose black hair over her shoulder. Okay. She was bored here. It was better to go back and rest. Having familiar people around might help her recover faster. However, once she went back, someone would take care of her daily needs, and he wouldn't be able to continue taking care of her. Yuan Zhao felt relieved upon hearing this, already thinking about what new things to buy for the house tomorrow. Xia Tu opened the lunchbox. Reheated food doesn't taste as good as freshly cooked food, so to prevent it from getting cold, he borrowed the kitchen of the research institute next door. The research institute had an employee cafeteria. Xia Tu went over to take a look and also packed 2 more lunchboxes. The two sat down to eat together. As evening approached, a light snow began to fall outside, snowflakes drifting gently down from the gray sky. Inside, warm as spring, the warm yellow light shone on the table, adding a touch of coziness to the small space. The two sat at the table, eating and chatting. A peaceful scene unfolded. The next day, after a full day of rest, Cheng Dongshu arrived at work to return his patrol uniform. Upon entering, Cheng Dongshu saw his former team leader, Zhang Yong, and a group of former colleagues standing there. Team 17 was on the night shift today, and these people seemed to have anticipated his arrival this morning, deliberately waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Upon seeing him enter, the group erupted in another round of sarcastic remarks. "Hey, isn't this our team's hero, Cheng Dongshu? What's wrong? Had enough of your fun out there, now you want to come back to your uniform?" Zhang Yong, his face grim, retorted sarcastically, "Family emergency? I bet it's a personal matter. Just leaving like that, what do you think of the patrol team's rules?" A tall, thin man beside him chimed in sarcastically, "Team leader, don't say that. Maybe he's off doing something big." He then deliberately rolled his eyes dramatically. He doesn't take his job seriously at all. He probably looks down on this meager salary. Another man added with a grin, "Dongshu, where did you go to make your fortune? Why didn't you take us with you?" The group continued their mockery. The patrol team earned a decent amount of points each month. For a sentry from a small town, where else could he find a better job? The team knew he had a younger brother, a low-ranking sentry. He spent his days digging coal and weeding, doing backbreaking labor to earn a meager living on points. Once Cheng Dongshu left the patrol team, he only had to go back to digging coal. Yesterday, Zhang Yong had already reported him for unexcused absence, arguing with the team leader, and disobeying orders, making it clear that the team didn't need such an irresponsible sentry. He exaggerated, and other team members could corroborate this. If nothing unexpected happened, Cheng Dongshu would definitely be dismissed. Zhang Yong was determined that even if Cheng Dongshu admitted his mistakes, he wouldn't let him off easily. With Cheng Dongshu gone, a new B-level sentry would be assigned. They'd be much better than this clueless rookie. Cheng Dongshu suppressed his rage, trying to ignore the people at the door and walking past them into the lobby. Scumbags exist everywhere. It wasn't worth getting angry over them. Once he left, these former colleagues would have nothing to do with him anymore. Thinking this way, Chung Dong-shu felt a little better. He treated them like air, walking straight past them and heading towards the personnel department with his patrol uniform. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, Zhang Yong's anger flared up instantly. They thought they'd get away with offending the patrol team responsible for maintaining order in the outer city? Zhang Yong sneered inwardly, already planning how to deal with them later. He heard his brother had rented a stall at the market, selling wild vegetables and miscellaneous goods he picked up outside. The patrol team just needed to come by every day, issue a few tickets, and those guys would be sleeping on the streets. Chung Dong-shu stepped into the office area, shutting out the annoying stares. He originally planned to leave after returning the patrol uniform. As soon as he entered, the head of the personnel team greeted him warmly. "You must be Chung Dong-shu. Come on, have a seat." Chung Dong-shu? ? Feeling somewhat bewildered, Chung Dong-shu still went over, clutching his clothes, and sat down silently. "We just received a call from the operations department. They specifically requested that you be transferred to the inner city." "You really made us proud," the personnel team head said enthusiastically. Anyone in such an easy position in the personnel department is a shrewd individual. The operations department is the most crucial department in the base. Possessing military personnel, its members are all hand-picked, highly capable soldiers. How could a B-rank sentry with no connections possibly catch the attention of those above? Yesterday, the personnel team received a report from the head of the 17th group that Chung Dong-shu had violated base regulations by deliberately being absent from work and publicly arguing with the group leader, demanding his dismissal according to regulations. Sentries are physically formidable and inherently difficult to manage. His violations were deliberate and intentional, demonstrating his defiance of discipline. According to the base's rules and procedures, he should indeed be severely punished. This morning, the personnel team printed out the dismissal notices, and several responsible persons signed them. They were just waiting for someone to come and inform him in person. Upon receiving the call from the operations department, the head of the personnel team realized what was happening and quickly tore up the notice. "Dong-shu, do your job well there, and don't forget us." The head of the personnel team handed him the newly printed transfer order. Chung Dong-shu was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected Yun Zhao to send him to the operations department. Chapter 236. Chung Dong-shu held the notification slip in his hand, and the head of the personnel team personally saw him out. It was during working hours, and the empty lobby was nearly deserted. Zhang Yong and the others had already left. "Dong-shu, come back and visit sometime. Don't forget your old colleagues if you become successful in the future." The head of the personnel team's overly enthusiastic attitude made Chung Dong-shu very uncomfortable. He had been at the base for 3 months. He had only been here on his first day of work, and the person who processed his paperwork then wasn't this head of the team, but another female clerk. This was the first time he had met this person. He didn't even know her surname. Chung Dong-shu nodded haphazardly, quickened his pace, and only after he had walked a distance did he exhale and pull out the notification slip from his pocket. It required him to report to the inner city operations department tomorrow. Chung Dong-shu was somewhat nervous. He was a native of Qishan town, with no formal training whatsoever. Would his skills be enough to embarrass Yun Zhao in a place like the operations department? Thinking that Yun Zhao had said she was being discharged today, Chung Dong-shu put away the notification slip and started running home. Halfway there, he felt something was wrong. He couldn't go back empty-handed, so he changed course and went to the farmer's market to buy some meat to celebrate. Meanwhile, Yun Zhao was also shopping at a shopping center in the inner city. Today she was being discharged, and the entire Zero team came to pick her up from the hospital, some helping her carry things, others driving. She'd only been hospitalized for 2 days, and she inexplicably accumulated a huge amount of stuff. Xia too had brought various snacks and treats, a microwave, an electric cooker, and various leaders had sent beautifully packaged gifts. Thinking that she'd have to unpack and repack everything, she didn't touch any of the things. Tao Hao and the others helped load the items onto the car, and the group headed straight for the shopping center. "Yun Zhao, besides buying an air conditioner, what else do we need?" Duanxi, walking ahead, asked. They skipped the food section on the first floor and went up the stairs to the second floor. The shopping center had many new winter arrivals. The second floor mainly sold clothing and outdoor gear, with all sorts of thick winter clothes. Most of the items were brand new supplies the sentinels had found in the contaminated zone. Like down jackets, made with duck and goose feathers, these poultry were long gone in this era. The feathers of mutated animals were too stiff and sharp to be suitable for down. Yun Zhao pulled out a shopping list she had written down out of boredom and read aloud. Coral fleece 4-piece bedding set, hot water bottle, water dispenser, humidifier, down jacket, thermal underwear. Everyone listened for a while, wondering why most of the items were warm clothing. Was the guide that afraid of the cold? They quickly realized that Yun Zhao wasn't buying these for herself. After going up to the second floor, she first went to the children's clothing section, picking up various discounted items from the shelves. Finding something suitable, she held it up before buying all the clothes. Before leaving, Yun Zhao had transferred 3,000 points to Aunt Zhao to buy clothes for the children. She knew Aunt Zhao's personality very well. Zhao Yin was used to being frugal, and would only buy the cheapest basic items for the children. Children grow quickly, so wearing discounted, inexpensive clothes wasn't a problem. She was just worried that Aunt Zhao hadn't anticipated how cold the winter would be at the base, and the clothes she bought wouldn't be enough to keep out the cold. After selecting the discounted items outside, Yun Zhao went into the store next door to look at thermal underwear. Sister Yun Zhao, do you think this is okay? The rabbit was browsing on the other side, holding up a red sweater and asking her. Yun Zhao gestured. The size seemed about the same as Qin Shushi's height, and said, take them all. She had so many clothes she couldn't fit them all in her hands. The sales clerk had seen them shopping earlier, and had been following them closely. Now, she came over with a very pleased expression, smiling as she took the clothes. This sales clerk looked somewhat familiar. Yun Zhao only glanced at her before handing her all the clothes at once. Two girls were shopping. Duanqi and Tao Haohao were chatting outside. When is the captain coming? Tao Haohao asked. Duanqi shrugged. You have to ask Yun Zhao. Xie Tu was very busy. He had gone to the workshop early in the morning with the armored vehicle modification blueprints to discuss the vehicle modifications with the technicians. Those two heavy armored off-road vehicles were the Zero Team's most important combat equipment. Without exception, the entire vehicle body was made of corrosion-resistant superconducting metal with biomimetic sticky tires. Those materials were brought out of the contaminated area by Team Zero. There were no spare materials left to replace them. Xie Tu finished studying the blueprints last night and found a few problems, which is why he didn't come to pick Yun Zhao up from the hospital today. He called Yun Zhao. When his teammates arrived, Yun Zhao mentioned this as well, but didn't say when they would be coming. Tao Haohao was somewhat expectant. I wonder what new weapons the base will equip us with this time. As a heavy weapons operator, he naturally hoped the new weapons would be as lethal as possible. Duanqi didn't care. Anything is fine, but I reckon the roof will be heavily modified. Tao Haohao, what will it be modified to look like? Although Qi Ling hadn't joined any combat team yet, the entire Team Zero had already assumed he would join them. The Gatekeeper possesses the ability to control dark matter. As a mutant, Qi Ling is entirely composed of dark matter. He can only follow Yun Zhao, otherwise he'd be controlled by the Gatekeeper in no time. Mutants cannot enter the car's interior. Besides the roof, there's nowhere else for him to stay. Song Liang, who was looking at baby clothes at the maternity store next door, interjected, haven't you guys checked out the training grounds these past few days? Tao Haohao shook his head. No, I haven't left the base since I got back. What's wrong? Duanqi perked up. Did the training grounds collapse under the weight of the snow? Or were they burned down by the fire phoenix? Judging from his expression, he seemed to be hoping so. Song Liang kindly reminded him, if either of those things happens, the captain will definitely send you over to move bricks and repair the buildings. Duanqi, that makes sense in the end, they're the ones who suffer. Then why did you suddenly bring up the training ground? Duanqi said, all 13 teams should be back by now. The winter training camp is starting soon, so we don't need to go back to the training ground for now. Every winter, even when they're not on missions, they're not idle. The members of the combat teams will participate in the winter training camp's sentry training, serving as instructors for combat and mechanical courses. The training camp will teach newly joined sentries combat skills, various danger prediction techniques, identification of mutant levels, and various firearms courses, helping them become true warriors. After training, the Operations Department and Security Department will conduct a unified assessment of the recruits, selecting a batch of fresh blood to join the force. However, not everyone in the 13 combat teams can become an instructor. The number of instructors is determined annually based on the number of new recruits. Except for S-rank sentries, everyone else will first participate in the instructor assessment. If others are selected but you are not, then you be punished mercilessly by the captain, forced into grueling training. Chapter 237. Duanqi couldn't help but urge Old Song, hurry up and tell us, what happened at the training ground? I won't tell you, you find out when you get there. Song Liang kept them in suspense, continuing to pick out baby clothes. The clothes were particularly small. He held them up with a strange expression, unsure which one to choose. His sister was in late pregnancy, and his niece or nephew could be born at any moment. He wanted to buy some baby supplies, but he really didn't know how to choose. When the sales clerk asked him questions, he knew nothing and couldn't answer anything. Song Liang simply gave up, deciding to give his parents points later so they could choose. Meanwhile, Yun Zhao had already selected all the warm clothes and came out of the store with Rabbit, interrupting the conversation outside. Duanqi's curiosity was piqued, and he planned to go back to the training ground later to check it out. The group then went to the third floor to buy air conditioners, humidifiers, and other home appliances. Yun Zhao wasn't short of points, so she bought everything she liked, and also took the opportunity to replace the ugly wardrobe that Little Bluebird didn't like. Little Bluebird fluttered its wings in the spiritual realm, clearly quite happy. Replace it, they shopped for a long time. The five of them emerged from the shopping center, laden with bags and packages. It wasn't snowing outside today. The temperature was so low that it made everyone instinctively shrink their necks, their breath instantly turning into white mist that swirled and rose before their eyes. Yun Zhao felt a gust of cold wind blowing against her face. The biting wind, like sharp blades, howled through the streets, making the roadside signs clang loudly. She quickly ran to the car. The Zero Team's armored vehicles had been taken for modifications. Today, a small black military vehicle had arrived. Tao Haohao was in charge of driving, heading towards Dongshan Street. The streetscape along the way exuded the chill of winter. People walked with their hands in their pockets, heads bowed to shield themselves from the cold wind. Yun Zhao rubbed her hands together, thinking she'd be home soon, and chatted with everyone in a relaxed mood. The atmosphere hadn't been this lively in a long time. Both contaminated zones were dangerous this time, and she'd been sick ever since, so everyone had been quiet on the way back. Now, Duanqi suggested again, let's make a bet. What's the reward for killing a 5-star gatekeeper? 200 points, he emphasized. No one had completed a 5-star mission this time. The base hadn't set a reward for killing a 5-star gatekeeper. Yun Zhao thought for a moment. 30,000. Song Liang, 30,000. Tao Haohao, 30,000. Rabbit, a beat slower, 30,000. Duanqi, then what's the point of guessing? You can guess other numbers, and each loser will give us 200. Rabbit said, tilting his chin up. Yun Zhao nodded. That's right. Don't try to steal my points, I don't have many. Duanqi wasn't going to let that slide. He grinned at Yun Zhao. How about we steal the captain's? Since the captain's not here, let's discuss it. Let's make a bet that the captain doesn't know about. We all agree on the answer, and the bet will definitely be high. Why was he smiling so sinisterly at her? Yun Zhao felt a little uncomfortable and muttered, that's cheating. How can it be called cheating? We're openly tricking the captain. Tao Haohao, driving, loudly agreed, and then offered a bad idea. How about we bet how many kilograms of meat Xi Ling ate yesterday? That's great. The captain definitely doesn't know. Betting on points is boring. Let's bet on 100 push-ups. I want to see the captain do push-ups. Agreed. Agreed. Yun Zhao, I can't do 100 push-ups. Tao Haohao turned around. Yun Zhao, don't boost their morale while undermining our own. We definitely won't lose. Song Liang's eyes flickered. Just to be safe, he picked up his communicator and started searching for numbers. Let's call the Biological Research Institute and ask for an answer. Yun Zhao, 1 against 4? She couldn't win. Good luck to Xia too. The atmosphere inside the car was very lively until Tao Haohao drove to East 3rd Street. To avoid climbing the stone steps, the car exited through the back door. It was very cold outside. Yun Zhao tied her newly bought white scarf around her neck until it covered half her face before getting out of the car. Everyone helped unload the things. She was responsible for carrying some of the lighter bags. A group of people, carrying a pile of items, arrived at the building entrance with practiced ease. The iron gate was tightly shut, perhaps due to the strong wind outside. Yun Zhao stepped forward and knocked. Chung Dongshu, sitting at home, had been keeping a close eye on the activity outside. Hearing the knock, he hurriedly ran to open the door. Sure enough, it was Yun Zhao outside, along with a group of high-ranking sentries. Without a doubt, they were members of Team Zero. Chung Dongshu took the bags from Yun Zhao and stepped aside. Come in quickly, it's cold outside. He watched, his nerves on edge, as the 4 A-level sentries, carrying a pile of items, squeezed into the stairwell. Thinking about how he would be joining the operations department tomorrow, Chung Dongshu hesitated, wondering whether he should take the initiative to greet them. Yun Zhao had already introduced them, This is Chung Dong-shu. He will also be a member of the operations department from now on. To avoid embarrassing Yin Zhao, Chung Dong-shu straightened his back and said seriously, "Hello. Rabbit, eh?" Tao Hao responded casually, "Then we're comrades in arms, no need to be so polite." Song Liang nodded, "Right, no need to be polite with us." Duanqi leaned over and asked, "Which department are you joining? Will you be participating in the winter training camp?" "What's the winter training camp?" Yun Zhao didn't know about it before. Song Liang then gave her a brief explanation. Yun Zhao listened and pondered, then asked, "Can newly joined sentries participate?" "Yes." Song Liang said, "Anyone who hasn't undergone systematic training can participate, but only sentries of rank B or higher are recruited. Only sentinels of rank B or higher possess their own spiritual entities." Yun Zhao thought of Xiang. It wasn't that she wanted to use connections, but she felt that a trained sentinel would definitely be stronger than others. At least she could learn a lot of practical experience. The final assessment didn't really matter, the process was what mattered. If he learned something, she could feel more at ease when Xiang went out to search for supplies. But his spiritual entity, would people accept it? Yun Zhao didn't mention this to her teammates. The group took the elevator to the 12th floor. Yun Zhao skillfully retrieved the key from under the meter box and opened her front door. "Come in and rest for a while." The house was exactly the same as when she left, unchanged. The floor was spotless, without a speck of dust. Yun Zhao knew Aunt Zhao often came to clean. She thought to herself that she always seemed to be taken care of, whether in Qishan Town or Team Zero. Tao Hao and the others didn't stand on ceremony. After entering, they piled their things on the floor and found places to sit. The air conditioner installer wouldn't arrive for a while. They were worried Yun Zhao wouldn't be able to handle it all and wanted to wait until the furniture was installed before leaving. Rabbit sat on the soft sofa, curiously looking around. Last time she came, Yun Zhao's house was empty, with nothing there. Now the living room was fully furnished, with many household items, and it felt more and more lived in. Yun Zhao was in a great mood returning to her familiar home. This was the first time she had guests. She jogged over, opened a cabinet, and brought out a pile of snacks. "It seems there's no hot water in the house." Yun Zhao took out a few bottles of mineral water, emphasizing, "But I bought a water dispenser, so there will be one next time." Chapter 238. Zhao Yin was chopping meat at home when she suddenly heard a noise outside. She hurriedly washed her hands and ran to open the door. Outside the door, several workers were carrying boxes out of the elevator. The boxes were covered tightly with thick cloth, and from their outlines, they appeared to be quite large objects. The door to apartment 1202 next door was open. Voices could be heard coming from inside. There seemed to be many people, but their voices were unfamiliar. They weren't from the town. Were there guests at Zhao Zhao's house? Zhao Yin hesitated, not daring to go over. Thinking about the unfinished meat in the kitchen, and knowing Zhao Zhao was already back, she decided to go back and cook dinner first. Just then, another elevator arrived at the 12th floor. Chung Dong-shu had just gone down to meet the workers, and came out just in time to see Zhao Yin. "Auntie." His call made Yun Zhao, who was inside, hear him and get up to go to the door. Zhao Yin was wearing a thick old cotton coat, her hands still greasy from cutting meat, a result of her haste to leave. She stood there awkwardly, unsure whether to stay or leave. Her eyes lit up when she saw Yun Zhao appear. "Zhao Zhao's back. Want to eat lunch at home? Dong-shu brought over some meat this morning." Yun Zhao, okay. Zhao Yin glanced at the sentries, who had come out to help carry things, and hesitantly asked in a low voice, "Your friends, would you like to stay for a simple meal?" Yun Zhao shook her head. "No need, just cook for us. The children eat lunch at school." She couldn't cook, and having everyone eat at home would mean Zhao Yin would have to run around doing everything. She'd treat them separately once she recovered. Zhao Yin nodded murmuredly, noticing Yun Zhao's pale face. She hesitated, then turned and went back inside to cook. The delivery workers started working. The buildings in this wasteland era didn't have any pre-designed locations for air conditioner units or pipe holes. Tao Hao and Song Liang, secured with safety ropes, stepped onto the balcony and, according to the dimensions, built the brackets for the outdoor units on the outside of the wall, also helping to install the air conditioner units. Duanqi, having nothing to do, looked around and decided to help put away the living room carpet to prevent it from getting dirty from people coming and going. Yun Zhao and Rabbit were tidying up the clothes in the wardrobe in the room. She had very few clothes, and most of them were bought after arriving at the base. The clothes were quickly emptied. Rabbit, being strong, dragged the old wardrobe directly out of the room. Sister Yun Xiao, where should we put the wardrobe? Yun Xiao had already thought of it. Let's move it to 1201. The old wardrobe only had some paint chips, which didn't affect its use, and it would be perfect for storing the children's clothes. Okay. Rabbit called Duanqi, and the two of them carried the wardrobe directly to Zhao Yan's house. With the help of a group of high-ranking sentries, the furniture and appliances were installed incredibly quickly. Everything was done in almost no time. 2 new air conditioners were installed, a brand new water dispenser stood beside the living room cabinet, and a new cabinet near the entrance held a newly purchased humidifier. It was becoming more and more like a home. Yun Xiao, we're leaving now. Rest and recover at home. We come see you again in a few days. Yun Xiao was folding clothes in her room, trying to put away her summer clothes temporarily. The clothes were folded haphazardly, then tossed into the bottom shelf of the new wardrobe. Hearing Song Liang's voice, she quickly came out of the room. Yun Xiao thanked everyone earnestly. Thank you all for your help these past few days. I treat you all to a meal when I'm better. Duanqi, without mincing words, teased, all right. Remember to buy plenty of meat then. The 4 waved and took the elevator downstairs. Xie didn't appear until they left. Yun Xiao knew he was busy and didn't mind too much. She quickly tidied up and called Cheng Dongshu, who hadn't left yet, to eat next door. Cheng Dongshu bought the meat. He probably wanted to thank her for the new job. Yun Xiao accepted it without hesitation and said to him, when you report for duty tomorrow, call Hexiang too, and sign up for your winter training camp together. Cheng Dongshu agreed, but felt a little uncertain. In the next room, Zhao Yan had already prepared the meal. Seeing them come in, she quickly went to the kitchen to bring out the food. 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup. Yun Xiao looked at the white rice in her bowl and sat down quietly. The food they brought from town was already gone. The yellowish, fine, and hard rice grown in Qishan town will probably be unavailable in the future. Yun Xiao waited for Zhao Yan to sit down before reaching for her bowl and picking up a piece of meat. As soon as she brought the meat to her lips, she smelled a strange, unpleasant odor, like the inherent gamey smell of mutated animal meat. Yun Xiao's hand holding the chopsticks froze. Mutated animal meat was expensive. Throwing it away seemed inappropriate. Putting the meat back after picking it up was even worse. Yun Xiao thought quickly for 2 seconds, then casually put the meat in her mouth, forcing herself to swallow. The strong, gamey smell assaulted her senses. Yun Xiao quickly shoveled 2 mouthfuls of rice down her throat, suppressing the strange smell. Her brows furrowed instantly, her face contorted in a grimace, and she refused to touch the meat again. Why didn't Xie meat have that gamey smell? Eating Zhao Yan's meat sauce before never felt this bad. Has her palate become too picky? Cheng Dongshu across from her was eating with relish. Sentinels have big appetites, and before she knew it, half the plate of meat was gone. Zhao, why aren't you eating meat? Zhao Yan noticed she was only picking at the vegetables. Seeing her paler complexion, she felt sorry for her and picked up 2 pieces of meat. Here, eat more. Yun Xiao picked up her bowl and moved away. I've been feeling a bit feverish lately. I want something lighter. Zhao Yan was taken aback. Really? Feverish in the dead of winter? Yun Xiao remained unfazed. Yeah, I just eat the vegetables. Zhao Yan had no choice but to put the meat in her own bowl, saying, then I make you some bitter chrysanthemum soup tonight. I only cut a small piece of meat for lunch, the rest we eat tomorrow. Cheng Dongshu brought over 3 pounds of meat. Even without a refrigerator, the meat wouldn't spoil in this weather if left to freeze on the balcony. Yun Xiao, The thought of eating this stuff again tomorrow instantly killed Yun Xiao's appetite. After finishing her meal, Yun Xiao returned home and called Cheng Dongshu to help her deliver the warm clothes she had bought to the people in town. Zhao Yan from her 8 uncles' family helped carry them over. Yun Xiao also bought 2 new outfits for Aunt Zhao. She didn't mention it, simply putting the clothes in a bag and handing it, along with the clothes she bought for Ping Ping and Anin, to Zhao Yan. After doing all this, Yun Xiao finally relaxed. She returned to her room, turned on the air conditioner, and lay down on the soft princess bed, not wanting to move. The fatigue and weakness from the mental overload were gradually subsiding. As long as she got enough rest, and stopped using her mental energy too frequently, her current mental state was almost indistinguishable from that of a normal person. Yun Xiao thought for a moment, and sent a message to Xie. How do you cook mutated animal meat to remove the gamey smell? Chapter 239. Xie had just come out of the modification workshop when he received the message. It was dusty inside, and a thin layer of dust settled on his black overcoat. He raised his hand and gently dusted it off. After reading the message, a slight smile appeared on his lips, and he simply dialed her number. The call connected quickly. Yuan Zhao's voice sounded muffled, as if it were coming from under the covers. Are you done with your work? Not yet. I'm about to go to the Agricultural Institute right now, and I have a meeting this afternoon. Xie reported his itinerary to her, as he walked towards his car. Both armored vehicles of Team Zero were being modified in the workshop. He was temporarily driving a small military vehicle from the operations department. Xie got into the car and asked, "Why did you decide to cook for yourself?" He thought she wanted to cook for herself. Yuan Zhao rolled over in bed and explained, "It's Aunt Zhao. Her cooking is different from yours." Xie laughed at this, his deep, magnetic laughter echoing softly on the other end of the phone. Not used to the taste? Yuan Zhao thought for a moment and replied honestly, "A little. It's not as good as yours." She had brought home a lot of seasonings last time. But Aunt Zhao was illiterate and hadn't seen most of those bottles and jars of seasonings before, so she probably didn't know how to use them. And Yuan Zhao couldn't cook at all. She only knew that you needed cooking oil, salt, and soy sauce when stir-frying. She knew nothing else. She didn't want to eat that strange-tasting meat again tomorrow. Xie couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. Processing mutated animal meat is very simple. It can't be explained in a few words. I organize it and send it to you later. Yuan Zhao, okay, thank you. But then she felt her words sounded a little awkward and added, "Have you eaten?" Xie, I'm heading to the Agricultural Institute right away. I'm running late, so I'm planning to grab a bite to eat in the car. Yuan Zhao couldn't help but say, even if you're busy, you still need to eat. The Research Institute has an employee cafeteria, right? Go over and have a meal there. They shouldn't say anything. Xie rested one hand on the steering wheel, his eyelids lowered, and softly hummed in agreement. After returning, their relationship seemed a little closer than before. However, they still maintained a certain social distance. Neither of them tacitly mentioned their direct conversation that night. You like me? Yes. One felt there was plenty of time, and didn't want to push too hard. The other seemed unsure how to handle it. In the afternoon, light snow began to fall again. The fine snowflakes fluttered down, like countless sugar frostings scattered from the sky, gently and slowly covering every corner. The technician in the workshop couldn't help but look outside. Team leader Xia's car was parked at the entrance, but hadn't moved for a while. The group was a little uneasy, wondering if something had gone wrong with the renovation plan again. The two chatted for a while. Finally, Yuan Zhao said, I need to take a nap. You go ahead and get busy, remember to eat on time. Xie, okay. He hung up the phone. Xie sat in the car, his gaze piercing through the falling snowflakes, fixed on the blurry road ahead. He sat quietly for a moment before starting the car and heading to the Agricultural Research Institute. The bread was indeed a bit perfunctory. She's right, let's go get some food first. The fire phoenix couldn't contain itself, its form gradually solidified, and it flew to his shoulder to rest. Where are we going to see her? I haven't seen Qingwan for several days. Since Yuan Zhao fell ill, the little bluebird hasn't left the spiritual realm. This greatly worried Fire Phoenix. She couldn't get used to other people's cooking, so we took her home to take care of her. Xie, unusually patient, replied. She'd feel more comfortable at home, which will help her recover her mental strength. Besides, he was very busy. After inspecting all the new equipment for Team Zero, he would become the battalion commander of the Sentinel Winter Training Camp. Not only that, but with the end of the year approaching, a ton of miscellaneous tasks awaited him. Due to population growth, the base would be rolling out new policies, and there would be endless meetings, year-end reports, annual meetings, and a whole host of other things. He simply didn't have time to take care of her. Xie thought that since he had some free time this afternoon, he would go to the Agricultural Institute to get some strawberry seeds to plant. Next summer, she could eat fresh strawberries. Yuan Zhao woke up from her afternoon nap and received a recipe from Xie. She carefully examined the contents. It was very detailed. The tendons and lymph nodes of the mutated animal meat need to be thoroughly removed. Soak it in cold water for a while with some cooking wine and ginger slices to help remove some of the blood and impurities. Then, before cooking, prepare a marinade with cooking wine, light soy sauce, minced garlic, ginger slices, a little salt, and sugar. Marinate the meat in the marinade for several hours. This not only removes the gamey smell, but also enhances the aroma. Yuan Zhao blinked. So much trouble? But she had to do it, no matter how troublesome. Unable to eat the gamey and smelly mutated animal meat, she could only try her best to help Aunt Zhao improve her cooking skills. Yuan Zhao got up, grabbed her coat, and went next door. When Zhao Yan learned why she came, she realized that Zhao Zhao thought her cooking was bad. No wonder she didn't touch her chopsticks at lunchtime. People who know how to cook understand immediately. Zhao Yan wanted to give her a good meal, so she listened attentively. Her biggest problem was that she didn't recognize the various bottles and jars of seasonings. Yun Zhao then taught her to recognize each character on the labels. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He Ping and Hianin came home from school, but Yun Zhao was still there. The two children hadn't seen her for a long time. As soon as they entered the door and saw her, they rushed over enthusiastically, not even putting down their school bags. Sister Yun Zhao. Hianin looked up and asked, "Where did you go? Why didn't you come back for so long?" "Mom, and we were very worried about you." Yun Zhao rubbed her head and deliberately said, "I went out to earn money." Hearing this, Hianin quickly said, "Sister Yun Zhao, don't work so hard to earn money. My sister and I are very frugal, we don't spend money." Yun Zhao found it amusing, and pulled the two children to sit down. "If you know I work hard to earn money, then study hard." The two children sat next to her, and nodded in unison. Children's emotions come and go quickly. A little while later, He Ping excitedly told her about school again. The academic subjects at the base primary school weren't heavy, instead, physical education and craft classes were given much importance. He Ping described the new challenges in physical education class with great enthusiasm. In today's P class, we learned new climbing techniques. We had to go back and forth on a simulated obstacle wall, and I got second place. Yun Zhao chimed in, "That's amazing." Hianin wasn't as physically strong as her brother, but she was a good student, and quickly caught up with the school's curriculum. Yun Zhao listened attentively. The conversation only ended when Zhao Yan came over to say dinner was ready. After dinner, the two children had to do their homework, so Yun Zhao got up and left to go back to her own home. The air conditioning was on at home, making it much warmer than the neighbor's room. She took off her coat as soon as she entered. She had nothing to do that evening, so she planned to finish the diary she had only copied halfway through. Jiangmu gave her this diary. She only copied half of it before abandoning it due to training. Jiangmu was currently at the base. She had to return the diary to him sooner or later. She should finish it quickly to avoid having to rush it before Jiangmu left. Yun Zhao turned on the desk lamp and sat down at her desk, opening the diary. She had just finished copying the part about Lao by awakening his ability and differentiating into a guide when she received a message from Bai Yu. Recently, all departments have been very busy, and Bai Yu couldn't find time to pick Yun Zhao up from the hospital today, so she agreed to visit her in a couple of days when she had time off. Yun Zhao stopped writing and replied, "Okay." Chapter 240. Early the next morning, He Xiang followed Cheng Dongshu out the door, his face full of trepidation. The two boarded a bus heading to the inner city. It was very early. There were only 2 or 3 people on the bus. They chose seats near the door. Cheng Dongshu sat ramrod straight, his whole body tense, looking even more nervous than He Xiang. He Xiang was only going to register for training, while he not only had to register for the winter training camp, but also complete the onboarding procedures to officially join the operations department's duty team. The bus arrived in the inner city and stopped at the central square stop. Cheng Dongshu stiffly stood up and pulled He Xiang off the bus. The streets of the inner city were desolate. A cold wind howled, and a thin layer of frost covered the road. Across the platform in Central Square, the statue of a young girl stood silently, gazing into the distance. Cheng Dongshu rubbed his hands together, their breaths turned into visible puffs of white mist. He figured out the direction, and pulled He Xiang along on foot towards the operations department. "Hey, Dongshu-ji, slow down, don't wrinkle my new clothes." He Xiang quickly pulled Cheng Dongshu's hand away. This was the first time in his life he owned new clothes. Yun Zhaojia bought them for him yesterday. If he hadn't come back so late last night, and was worried about disturbing Yun Zhaojia's rest, he would have insisted on going upstairs to wear them, and show them to everyone. Cheng Dongshu let go of his hand, and said somewhat nervously, "Then walk faster, don't be late." "Late?" He Xiang looked strange. "It's only 7 o'clock. Were they coming too early?" "Cheng Dongshu, it's better to get there early than late." They represented Qingshan town, they couldn't let Yun Zhao down. The two walked to the front of the operations department building. It was just past 7 in the morning, the sky was barely turning white, and the towering building was lit up. At the guard post, several sentries stood ramrod straight, their eyes fixed on them. Cheng Dongshu swallowed hard, pulled out his notification slip, and stepped forward to explain his purpose. "Hello, I'm a new sentry reporting for duty. The sentry on duty took the slip, glanced at it, and his attitude softened. Oh, we're colleagues. But you're here too early. The clerks don't start work until 9. Chung Dong-shu paused for a moment, then chuckled and replied, It is a bit early. It's my first time here, and I was worried about being delayed on the way, so I thought I'd come early. The sentry smiled, and handed the notification slip back to him. I understand. You can wait here for a while. It's indeed cold outside, but we have regulations here. We can't just let people in. He wasn't officially on the job yet, and wasn't considered part of the operations department. The duty team dared not let strangers in. If something happened, they couldn't bear the responsibility. Okay, thank you. Chung Dong-shu understood, and turned back to Hee-seong's side. Hee-seong noticed the sentry on duty looking at him. The gaze seemed to say, What are you doing here again? He stammered, I'm here to register for the winter training camp. The sentry was taken aback, and after a moment, explained, The announcement for the winter training camp states the registration method. Sentinels of rank B and above can register online, or go to the service hall or the inner city office building to register. Hee-seong, He had never seen the announcement before, and besides, he didn't know many words. Dong-shu came to find him this morning, saying that Sister Yunjiao wanted him to attend the winter training camp. So he just followed along. Besides, offline registration doesn't start until 9 o'clock. The sentry looked at them strangely, as if the two of them weren't very bright. They came at 7. That meant they have to wait outside for 2 hours. In this cold weather, they couldn't even get in, they could only stand outside freezing. No normal person would do that. Oh, I see. Hee-seong scratched his head, looking somewhat uneasy. He really hadn't expected so many rules in the inner city. Hee-seong secretly glanced at Dong-shu beside him, who also looked slightly embarrassed. He thought to himself, well, he said he wouldn't embarrass Sister Yunjiao, but he's made a fool of himself right away. Chung Dong-shu, After all, it was his first day reporting to the operations department. He wanted to make a good impression, so he came early. Unexpectedly, without being officially hired, they couldn't even get through the main gate. The two had no choice but to step aside, standing close to the building's exterior wall, waiting in the cold wind. Not long after, a small military vehicle slowly approached from afar. The guard at the gate immediately ran over, and opened the gate to let them through. The vehicle drew closer, but braked and stopped at the gate. The window slowly rolled down, revealing a man inside. Sietu looked at the two standing outside the gate, then at Hee-seong. What are you doing here? Hee-seong hesitated for a moment, then replied truthfully, I'm here to register for the winter training camp. Sietu paused for 2 seconds. Did your sister send you? Yes. Hee-seong nodded repeatedly. Sietu glanced at the time. It was only a little past 7. He guessed Yunjiao didn't know the registration time either, which was why he had come so early. It's too cold outside, come in and wait. Sietu spoke, and the guards on duty immediately let them through. The sentry who had spoken to them earlier looked at the two with surprise. He hadn't expected that these two B-level sentries would know Captain Xie, and judging from their tone, they seemed quite familiar. Hee-seong didn't refuse. It was indeed quite cold outside. He pulled Chung Dong-shu along, jogging into the gate, not forgetting to thank Sietu. Thank you, big brother. The sentries on duty, Big brother? Chung Dong-shu was also taken aback by Hee-seong's big brother address, and was pulled into the operations department gate by Hee-seong. There was a security gate on the first floor. Sietu got out of the car, walked over and opened the door for the two, calmly saying, Stay on the first floor, don't wander around. Chung Dong-shu seemed to have guessed his identity, and nodded awkwardly. Okay, thank you. Sietu nodded, turned and entered the elevator, heading towards the underground command center. Registration for the winter training camp won't close until all 13 combat teams have returned to base. There's enough time. But I heard Hee-seong's spiritual form is a sloth. How do you train a sloth? Sietu frowned slightly, finding it a bit tricky. A palm-sized fire phoenix appeared, somewhat agitated, really not wanting to follow its physical body, which was always busy with work. I'm going to find Qingwan. You can take your time with your work. Even the white she-beast can leave Jiangmu to play, and it doesn't wander off while staying at the base. It should have abandoned its physical body to go find Qingwan long ago. It should have done that sooner. After conveying its meaning, the fire phoenix actually abandoned its physical body, flapping its wings through the elevator and flying towards the outer city. Sietu could sense the fire phoenix's actions and emotions through their spiritual connection. He could keep track of her situation while working. That seemed good. Xia let the fire phoenix leave. Outer City. Yun Zhao was awakened by the little bluebird's grumbling. When she opened her eyes and saw a phoenix in the house, she was stunned and didn't react for a long time. Chapter 241. The little bluebird emerged from the spiritual realm. It stood on the pillow, clearly displeased at the fire phoenix that had suddenly appeared on its territory. Shoo it away, Yun Zhao, The fire phoenix heard Qinghuan's words. It folded its magnificent wings, its fiery feathers drooping, its eyes filled with grievance and disappointment. The palm-sized red bird stood at her bedroom door, not daring to take a step inside. Yun Zhao felt a pang of sympathy, and said to the little bluebird, "It came specifically to play with you. A guest is a guest, don't always be harsh with it." The little bluebird raised its head, and hopped onto her chest, its eyes accusing her of siding with an outsider. Yun Zhao, Fine, let the little guys handle things between spiritual entities. Awake, Yun Zhao couldn't fall back asleep. She simply got out of bed, put on her slippers, walked out of the room, turned on the air conditioner, and went into the bathroom to wash up. Since returning, she had completely relaxed, her long tense nerves finally having a chance to unwind. At the sink, water flowed gently from the faucet. Yun Zhao scooped up a handful of water and splashed it on her face. The cool touch completely woke her up. She looked at her slightly tired face in the mirror and blinked. The fire phoenix flew into the living room, flapping its wings, trying to land on the bird's stand. The little bluebird chased after it. "My stand." The fire phoenix had no choice but to fly to the sofa and land. The little bluebird was still not satisfied, flying over and cornering the fire phoenix before finally giving up. The fire phoenix looked aggrieved, but even so, it refused to leave. Yun Zhao came out of the bathroom, filled the kettle with water, plugged it in, and then took a carton of eggs from the refrigerator, throwing 2 eggs inside. Old-fashioned appliances were incredibly convenient. As long as there was electricity, 80% of daily chores could be done. Even someone as lazy as her could make breakfast herself. Yun Zhao was quite satisfied with this. She thought for a moment, then went to the cupboard and took out a bottle of strawberry milk and a bag of strawberry bread. She also threw the milk into the kettle to heat it up. After doing this, Yun Zhao went to the living room carpet, sat cross-legged, and continued copying her diary. 2 phoenixes accompanied her, one on each side. Seeing that the fire phoenixes were relatively well-behaved, the little bluebird ignored them, and flew to its perch, hopping around in its tree hole. The little creature was listless. After playing for a while, it was tired and laid down on its little wooden house on the perch, closing its eyes to rest. The fire phoenix's fiery eyes flickered slightly. It hopped onto the back of the sofa and slowly, stealthily moved towards the little bluebird. Its once proudly held hightail feathers now drooped obediently to the ground, swaying gently. It stopped a few steps away from the little bluebird and then quietly squatted there. Yun Zhao copied a few lines from her diary. Hearing the electric kettle ticking, she got up to get breakfast. 1 egg broke, and the milk seemed to have been put in too early. Next time, she could try adding it in after the water boiled. Yun Zhao placed the breakfast on the coffee table, sat cross-legged, and leaned against the sofa in a very casual, homely posture, a side of her she wouldn't usually show in public. "What's the captain doing? Why did you come over here by yourself?" Yun Zhao asked Fire Phoenix leisurely, sipping her milk. Fire Phoenix turned its head to look at her. The resting little bluebird didn't react. Without a spiritual entity to help translate, she didn't know if Fire Phoenix had actually spoken. Yun Zhao had no choice but to give up trying to communicate. Instead, she texted Xia directly. 1 person and 2 phoenixes lived harmoniously in their warm home, each busy with their own things. Noon. Yun Zhao took the 2 spirit beings next door for lunch. The children wouldn't be on holiday until next month, so only she and Aunt Zhao were home for lunch. Zhao Yan cooked 2 dishes. Following the recipe she had given, she cut a small piece of meat to make braised pork and stir-fried some vegetables. Yun Zhao tasted it. The taste was much better than yesterday. The pungent, strange, fishy smell was gone. But it seemed like she hadn't added enough soy sauce, the color looked rather pale, and it hadn't been cooked long enough. The fatty side was a bit greasy. Yun Zhao thought for a moment, then praised delicious. "Aunt Zhao, just make it like this from now on. Don't skimp on the seasonings." Zhao Yin was very happy. Her praise undoubtedly gave Aunt Zhao great encouragement, and she put 2 more pieces of meat into her bowl. "If you like it, eat more. I buy some ribs to stew tomorrow." Yun Zhao ate silently. Since joining the Dawn base, Zhao Yan's life has undergone earth-shattering changes. She has been trying hard to adapt to her new living environment and pace. Now she can cook quite well. That's good. The little bluebird and the fire phoenix stood on the stool, tilting their heads to look at Zhao Yan. As an ordinary person, she couldn't see the spirit entity, and was completely unaware that a spirit entity had appeared in her home. After finishing their meal, Yun Zhao took the fire phoenix and the little bluebird for a stroll around the building. Recently, there wasn't much farm work, and apart from the search team and those who needed to go to work, most people stayed at home. Many apartment doors were open. To save coal, the townspeople brought small stools and gathered in the stairwells to warm themselves by the fire, chatting and laughing while doing some handicrafts. Upon seeing Yun Zhao appear, everyone greeted her warmly. Zhao Zhao's back. Have you eaten? Yun Zhao, yes, I'm just going downstairs to digest. It was too cold outside. She didn't want to leave the apartment building at all. The auntie said the same thing. Winter at the Dawn base is so cold. Zhao Zhao, come sit down and warm yourself by the fire. Yesterday, Dong Shu brought over 2 sets of thermal underwear, saying you bought them. You silly child, why did you spend that money? Yes, we usually just go for a walk in the fields behind the building. We don't need such nice clothes. Yun Zhao just smiled and didn't say anything. The aunties then started talking about the situation in the fields behind the building. The experts at the Agricultural Institute are so kind. They even guided us on how to plant winter wheat, and how to manage it during the winter. We used up our points to buy 16 orange trees, which we planted along the edge of the field. Those saplings are so tall, they might bear fruit in a couple of years. The aunties chattered away, talking about everything. Who found a job, whose child had saved enough for tuition, and was planning to go to school next semester. And the town search team. With the onset of winter, mutated animals became more active, making hunting much more difficult. The search team mainly dealt in coal. They had established relationships with the processing plant, sourcing and selling their own coal. Business was booming in the winter. They were busy until late at night every day. Yun Zhao listened attentively. It was all trivial family stuff, but it sounded incredibly real and relatable to her, and she occasionally chimed in. The little bluebird perched on her shoulder, tilting its head and listening intently as well. The little bluebird knew everyone in town, and hearing each familiar name automatically conjured up the person's image in its mind. It sounded particularly interesting. The fire phoenix, flapping its wings with nowhere to land, hovered and circled on the ceiling of the stairwell. The stairwell was warm, with charcoal burning and several braziers lit. Everyone gathered together chatting, and time passed quickly. Aunties, you're busy, I have to go back. Seeing that it was getting dark, Yun Zhao reluctantly stood up and said goodbye to the aunties. Meanwhile, Xie Tu, through his spiritual connection with the fire phoenix, felt the vibrant atmosphere of life emanating from the people of Qishan town. Listening to Yun Zhao chatting with them about everyday life, he felt as if he were also immersed in that scene full of life. Chapter 242. Xie Tu received his new communication equipment and carried a laptop out of the building. It was already 8 p.m. The operations building was a hive of activity, brightly lit, with staff bustling about. Minister Duan had just announced that the 4 major bases would hold an online meeting regarding the 2 special missions completed by Team Zero. The differences between the merged contaminated zone and the 5-star contaminated zone were beyond everyone's comprehension. This meeting would redefine the danger levels of contaminated zones. Mission rewards would be distributed after the meeting. Xie Tu got into his car, placed his laptop in the passenger seat, removed his earpiece, and tossed it into a box beside him. He had taken advantage of Minister Duan's absence today to log into the internal system and search for information about Yun Zhu. According to genetic inheritance theory, Yun Zhao's mental strength was so formidable that her parents were very likely also guides or sentinels. Since the end of the Dark Ages, the 4 major bases had been collecting information about sentinels. They stored many other files from contaminated zones or remnants of fallen bases. General access is sufficient to browse these files. However, 200 years into the Dark Apocalypse, many areas remain unexplored, and the records only contain a small portion of information. Therefore, Xie Tu hadn't held out much hope from the start. The search, as expected, yielded no results. Xie Tu offered an exorbitant reward, contacted familiar informants to gather information, and also issued a bounty notice. One clue was worth 10,000 points. Internet access was limited in the 4 major bases. Those who could log in and see the bounty were primarily high-ranking sentinels. This included some powerful search teams outside with electronic equipment. If they still couldn't find any useful information, Perhaps the answer lay only within contaminated Zone 6. The car started. Sia2 drove to number 128, East 3rd Street, and parked in the parking lot behind the residential complex. He got out of the car with his computer and a new piece of equipment, went around to the back, and opened the trunk. Inside the trunk were several large bags of meat, estimated to weigh dozens of kilograms. Sia2 picked up a bag of food, closed the trunk, pondered for a moment, then put down what he was holding and sent her a message. At the same time, Yun Xiao was just about to go to sleep when the fire phoenix suddenly flew over to greet her. But then, wary of the little bluebird, it circled once and then perched at the doorway, hesitant to enter. Yun Xiao seemed to understand and asked, "Is the captain done with work?" The fire phoenix nodded obediently. It found following her novel and comfortable, and could always see the bluebird. It wanted to come again tomorrow. Yun Xiao assumed it was going home and laid down on the bed. "Then you should go back now." The fire phoenix seemed anxious, chirping. "What does that mean?" Yun Xiao didn't understand. She was about to ask the little bluebird to translate when the communicator on the table vibrated. "Sia2, I'm downstairs in your apartment complex." Yun Xiao saw the message and quickly got out of bed. She put on her coat and replied, "I come down to pick you up." "Sia2, no need, I'm in the elevator." Yun Xiao was slightly taken aback, not expecting him to arrive so quickly. She quickly straightened her clothes, went to the entrance, and opened the door to wait. The hallway was dark and quiet. A moment later, the elevator doors slowly opened, and Sia2 appeared before her. He was wearing a black overcoat, carrying something in both hands. He seemed to sense something and looked up in her direction. It had only been 2 days, but it felt like an eternity. "Why did you suddenly come?" Yun Xiao asked softly, staring at the bags he was carrying. Sia2, carrying the bags, said, "I came to bring you some things." Yun Xiao thought for a moment, then stepped aside. "Come in, it's cold outside." Sia2 didn't refuse. His spiritual form, seeing him now, stood on the sofa like the owner of the house. "Come in and sit down." Sia2 placed the things on the table. "I came to bring you some new equipment, and I also brought a computer. You can watch videos when you're bored at home." It was too late. He didn't plan to stay long. He would teach her how to use it and then leave. Yun Xiao turned and poured him a glass of hot water. "What's the new equipment?" Sia2 picked up the new communication device and handed it to her. The design looked similar to what they were using now, still a black device shaped like a watch. The screen was larger than before, and the weight had increased. "The new communicator has many new functions," Sia2 said. "It also has an internal program loaded, so from now on, wherever there's a signal, we can directly download and access data. For future missions, Song Yang won't need to download data separately. The calculation and intelligence teams can directly send detailed information about each mission to each team member's communicator." In the Wasteland era, technology has regressed drastically. Current technology is even inferior to that of the early Dark Ages. The improved equipment is already a rare achievement. Yun Xiao walked to the sofa and sat down, burying her head in her work. Sia2 sat down beside her, picked up his water glass, and took a sip. It was a little hot. He glanced up, saw her serious expression, smiled slightly, and took the communicator to teach her how to use it. She seemed quite sensitive to the cold. The air conditioning in the room was set rather high. Sia2 unbuttoned his coat. The little bluebird chased the fire phoenix around the room. The two phoenixes frolicked overhead, seemingly oblivious to the two people conversing on the sofa. Yun Xiao quickly learned how to log into the system and download or browse documents. She also unexpectedly discovered a new group. The new group's name was very formal, Dawn Zero Team. The older communication devices, designed for longer battery life, didn't have group chat functionality, making this discovery rather novel. Her teammates didn't seem to have received their new devices yet. The group was quiet, no one was speaking. Yun Xiao thought for a moment, selected a smiley face, and clicked send. She became the first person to chime in the group. After doing this, Yun Xiao looked up at the opportune moment, her gaze meeting Sia2's. She belatedly realized what was happening. Because he had just taught her how to operate the equipment, the two were now sitting very close, almost able to feel the warmth of each other's breath. Sia2 seemed to notice as well, and restrainedly moved back an inch, creating some distance. It was too late. He should go. On the ceiling, the fire phoenix, which had been chased around, was enjoying itself, but realizing its true form's thoughts, it was very unhappy. "I want to stay here. You can go back yourself." Sia2 raised his eyes, his gaze clearly warning. The little bluebird made a snickering sound, glancing sideways at Sia2. Get out of here. Downstairs, Chung Dongshu stood guard at the first floor entrance, occasionally glancing up at the unresponsive elevator numbers. He had helped open the unit door for the S-rank sentry, who had come upstairs. It's been almost 2 hours. Why hasn't he come down yet? Could it be he's going to stay overnight at Yun Xiao's? That won't do. Yun Xiao is too naive. He's lived in a remote town since childhood and hasn't had much contact with outsiders. What if he gets scammed? Chung Dongshu was thinking of going to the 12th floor to check when he saw the numbers on the elevator start moving. A moment later, the elevator stopped on the first floor. The powerful S-rank sentinel stepped out of the elevator. He was holding a small, fiery red bird in his hand. The bird was extremely restless, struggling in his palm, trying to break free, and occasionally letting out protesting cries. Although Chung Dongshu couldn't understand it, he was very familiar with it. This was how the little blue bird used to curse the sentinels in town. Sia2 saw him, thanked him quietly, and strode out of the building. Chapter 243. The following days, Yun Xiao stayed home. She spent her days fiddling with the new equipment or attending a training session or two on the computer. When bored, she would take her two phoenixes out for a stroll through the different floors, or visit the town mayor's grandfather for a while. Life was leisurely. In contrast, her teammates were extremely busy. Not only did they have to write year-end reports and participate in assessment training and instructor evaluations, but they also had to complete the extra training tasks assigned by the captain every day. It was more than just miserable. Every morning when Yun Xiao woke up, she would see dozens of messages in the group chat from Duanqi and Tao Haohao. Duanqi, I dreamt last night that I was doing push-ups, but when I woke up I was still in bed. I felt like the sky had fallen. Rabbit, ? Duanqi, you had a wasted dream. When Yun Xiao saw Duanqi mention push-ups, she remembered the bet they had made earlier. She hasn't gone out lately. Could it be that they did it behind her back? Sia2 is doing push-ups. Want to see? Tao Haohao, I'm different. I dreamt that the captain was secretly studying a secret manual, the pages of which said high-efficiency training method, creating super warriors. The assessment training is so tough, and we have to write reports, yet the captain is adding extra training. Tao Haohao, the captain just wants to turn us into super warriors. Duanqi quickly picked up on the joke, replying, Are you sure it's a secret manual? Not a recipe? If it's a recipe, that's good, we can improve our meals. Tao Haohao suddenly changed the subject. Do you think Yun Xiao is there? Is she holding snacks, watching our messages and secretly laughing? Yun Xiao looked down at the potato chips she had just opened, suspecting that Tao Haohao had installed a surveillance device in her communicator. Rabbit, I saw Captain Jiang when I got home last night. A bunch of them came to me asking for Hot Pot Base. Do you think Jiang Mu isn't going back to Dawn Base because he doesn't want to write reports? Every base is busy at the end of the year. Taking advantage of this time without missions, they're intensifying training of new recruits, compiling mission execution statistics, personnel casualty data, resource consumption details, etc. This provides a basis for next year's planning and decisions. Dawn Base, in particular, is planning to build a new base, so they only be busier than them. Possibly. Duanqi, then let's follow Captain Zhang's example next year and spend the winter at another base. Song Liang, stop chatting, the captain's in the group chat. Sure enough, no one spoke after that. Yun Xiao left the group chat, opened Rabbit's private message, and asked if the bet was going well. The reply, No, we haven't all gotten together lately. Yun Xiao felt relieved. The next day, Bai Yu was on vacation and messaged Yun Xiao early in the morning saying she wanted to come see her. And today, the list of instructors for the winter training camp has been released, and all of my teammates have been selected. Starting tomorrow, they will serve as instructors for the winter training camp. After that, everyone will be basically busy. Sia2 decided to postpone the long-delayed gathering to tonight. He specifically messaged Yun Xiao, offering to pick her up to go to the training ground tonight. Since returning, the teammates' extra training has almost all been conducted at the assessment site. Except for Song Liang, everyone has been too busy to return to the training ground. Yun Xiao, in particular, hasn't been able to. She hasn't even left her apartment complex, and she inexplicably misses that place. This gathering includes not only Team Zero, but also 6 members of Jiang Mu's team. They've been staying at the Dawn base, happily wandering around every day. Yun Xiao asked, Could I invite Bai Yu along? She's coming to see me today. Sia2 replied, Sure. After sending a message to Bai Yu, Yun Zhao put down her communicator and went into her room to hang up the clothes she was going to wear. She noticed the worn-out diary on her desk. She had copied the contents of the diary a few days ago, and thinking that Jiang Mu would be there today, she decided to bring it back to him. Yun Zhao temporarily placed the diary on the coffee table and turned to go into the bathroom to wash her hair. Bai Yu arrived at that moment. Yun Zhao had only washed half of her hair when she ran to open the door and rushed back into the bathroom. Bai Yu was wearing a long white down jacket today, along with a matching scarf, hat, and gloves, making her look like a wrapped-up dumpling. Always outgoing, she changed her shoes and came in without a second thought, taking off her coat and hanging it by the door. Having learned that she was attending a dinner party today, Bai Yu had made a detour on her way here, stopping at the shopping center to buy several large pomelos. As she entered, she said, "These pomelos are the sweetest I ever eaten. I bought them for you all to try." Yun Zhao was still washing her hair and told her to wait a moment. "Don't worry about me, I'm just looking around." Bai Yu was also visiting Yun Zhao's house for the first time and was very curious about the out-of-town residents, so she wandered around the living room. The house was small, but it had everything she needed. It was more than enough for one person. However, the kitchen was empty. There wasn't even a trace of cooking fumes. Clearly it had never been used. Bai Yu saw the little bluebird perched on the shelf, preening its feathers, and went over to greet it. The little bluebird haughtily raised its head in response. The little guy was very arrogant. It always looked down on anything weaker than itself. That arrogant attitude amused Bai Yu. Bai Yu feigned anger and scolded, "You little rascal, you're really quite the smug one." She sat down on the sofa and saw the worn diary on the coffee table, assuming it was an antique Yun Zhao and the others had retrieved from the contaminated area. Bai Yu had always been curious about the contaminated area and immediately became interested. She asked towards the bathroom, "Yun Zhao, may I take a look?" Yun Zhao was drying his hair in front of the mirror. Not knowing what Bai Yu wanted to see, and with some furniture and decorations around, he replied, "Go ahead." With permission, Bai Yu picked up the worn diary and began to read it with relish. The handwriting in the worn diary was very blurry, and many parts were illegible. By a combination of guesswork and deduction, she could barely make out the contents. March 9th. I overslept today and missed lunch. Luckily, Lao Bai hid 2 compressed biscuits. Lao Bai is a true friend, he always hides biscuits. April 15th. Lao Bai's awakening ability is happening. This is really something. He actually said he wanted to be a sentinel, and I teased him about it for ages. May 2nd. Today was an absolutely fantastic day. Dao and the others came back safely from their stroll outside. Lao Bai has differentiated into a guide. Hey, he's not happy about it, complaining the guides are too weak. Bai Yu felt increasingly uneasy as she read, her expression gradually becoming serious. By the time Yun Zhao finished drying her hair, she had already flipped through more than half of the diary. Yun Zhao saw the diary in her hand, paused slightly, but then realized it was just something from the contaminated zone, and even Jiang Mu didn't know who its owner was, so she remained silent. Seeing her come out, Bai Yu hurriedly asked, "Yun Zhao, where did you find this diary?" Yun Zhao sensed something was wrong and replied softly, "I borrowed it from Jiang Mu." "What's wrong?" Bai Yu pointed to the diary. "I saw this name at Minister Han's house." Minister Han's great-great-grandfather's nickname was Big Knife. Chapter 244. Yun Zhao was truly stunned. She didn't recognize Minister Han. She had seen him once before in the central square. His face was half covered by base commandership, making his features indistinct. She couldn't tell if it was Minister Han. Could it be a coincidence? Yun Zhao felt it was too much of a coincidence. There were no proper names in the diary, only nicknames used by the diary's owner. A common nickname alone wasn't enough to confirm his identity. Bai Yu shook her head, eagerly flipping to a page and handing it to her. "Look, it says here that Dao was seriously injured and needed amputation, and his 2 younger brothers are crying." Minister Han's great-great-grandfather was indeed seriously injured and almost had his leg amputated. He did indeed have 2 younger brothers. "Bai Yu, when I was little, my grandfather often told me about our ancestors. My family has many old books that recount the hardships of that era. In those days, a contaminated zone was created in the southwest base, and many people escaped using keys. But danger lurked outside. The land was shrouded in darkness, teeming with mutated creatures. Leaving the walled shelter, without the protection of the sentries, ordinary people faced certain death. It was their ancestors who stood up then. They signed a waiver of life and death. They resolutely entered the contaminated zone, eliminated the gatekeepers, and reclaimed the shelter. This is now Dawn Base. Because of this, Dawn Base ultimately survived until the end of the Dark Ages. Just as its name suggests, it welcomed the dawn. My grandfather hoped that future generations would not forget that history, and he often mentioned it. Minister Han's family also had a booklet detailing what happened back then. I saw it when I went to his house to play as a child. So Baiyu was absolutely certain she hadn't made a mistake. The large sword in the diary, and the large sword in the history book recorded belonged to the same person. Yun Xiao was silent for a moment, then convinced. Names could be the same. But family members were alike, and the shared experience of near amputation could also match. With so many coincidences converging, could the large sword in the diary truly be Han Dao? Yun Xiao walked over and sat down next to Baiyu. She was still wearing her pajamas, her hair freshly dried, falling loosely over her shoulders, exuding a faint scent of shampoo. She had read this diary countless times, even copied it once, clearly remembering every legible detail. The diary stated that they were childhood friends. Once one person's identity was confirmed, the rest could be identified one by one. Minister Han's great-great-grandfather, that was about 100 years ago. The diary recorded the early stages of the diary's owner's awakening. But this diary was found by Jiang Mu. If they truly are ancestors of the Dawn Base, their descendants are all here, so how could the diary have been lost outside? Yun Xiao seemed to have thought of something, his eyes flashing. Oh, Baiyu's fingers traced a name on the diary. He raised his head, and replied with a proud expression, "What do you think?" "All right. It's confirmed. He's an ancestor of the Bai family." Baiyu indeed said, "He is my great-great-great-grandfather, the pride of the Bai family." However, what's recorded here is a little different from what I know. The more Baiyu flipped through, the more uneasy he felt. The later contents were somewhat horrifying. My grandfather said old Bai was the best, kindest, and gentlest guide in the world. The family's booklets were filled with the glorious deeds of their ancestors. They recounted how selfless they were, for the sake of themselves and the people, risking their lives to carve out paths to survival in perilous environments with their wisdom and courage. Every word in the booklets conveyed that indomitable spirit. But this diary says that old Bai killed a sentry at the base. Because that sentry discovered the diary's owner's secret? Baiyu stopped when she turned to a certain page, and couldn't help but ask, "Psychic traction, what's that?" Yun Xiao paused, then calmly turned her head and replied softly, "How would I know?" Baiyu thought about it. Yun Xiao had only been at the base for a few months, and initially, she didn't even know the most basic abilities of a guide. It was her father who explained it to her. Psychic traction recorded in the diary, was it an unknown ability of a guide? Baiyu frowned, seemingly lost in thought. Yun Xiao opportunely changed the subject, asking, "Now that it's confirmed the big knife is Han Dao, and Lao Bai is an elder from your family, do you know who the diary's owner is?" Yun Xiao wasn't familiar with the stories of the base's ancestors. The only thing she knew was a few words she heard from the receptionist about the girl's statue on the day she entered the base. A few words. They sketched a scene from the past, enough to evoke much imagination. Baiyu's attention was indeed diverted by her question. The two girls exchanged a glance, understanding each other implicitly. The answer was obvious. Baiyu was completely puzzled, muttering, "But why is it completely different from what's recorded?" The red-crowned crane symbolizes hope and courage. She is the guide leading the base forward, the spiritual totem of Dawn Base. She is the object of worship for the guides, and a figure revered by everyone. Established beliefs are not easily broken. Baiyu guessed the answer, but refused to believe it, even beginning to doubt the authenticity of the diary. Do you think this diary might have been deliberately forged? To alter the history of Dawn Base? To distort the image of their ancestors? Yun Xiao took the diary and said softly, "Everyone is multifaceted. They are both creators of history and experiencers of life. Heroes, in their daily lives, also have their own joys, sorrows, and troubles." The implication was that the diary was unlikely to be forged. Details almost invisible, washed away by the torrent of history, are precisely the important parts that constitute their complete personalities. A fragmented diary is insufficient to understand the whole picture of what happened back then. But Baiyu hesitated, still harboring doubts, but unable to find a reasonable explanation. The red-crowned crane was her idol. In her heart, she existed like a deity. The exaggerated and playful language in the diary. Baiyu simply couldn't imagine that the diary's owner and that serene and gentle statue of a young girl were the same person. We go ask Jiang Mu later where he found the diary. Baiyu still refused to believe it. Base Commander Shen was still there. The relics of their ancestors were all carefully preserved. How could the red-crowned crane's diary have been left outside the base? "Yes, we ask when we get there," Yun Xiao said, standing up and taking out the iron box containing the diary. Looking down, he noticed the black holes corroded into the diary, his gaze growing increasingly somber. The red-crowned crane girl, could she be the first guide to awaken the spiritual guidance? What was the final fate of the red-crowned crane? What became of her companions, Old Bai, Big Knife, and others? Although Yun Zhao felt it was impolite to ask, he was too eager to know the answer, so he casually asked. Did they all die peacefully of old age? Chapter 245. In the Dark Ages, both sentinels and guides had short lifespans. Many sentinels didn't survive past middle age, succumbing to mutations or sacrificing their lives. Guides, on the other hand, suffered from prolonged mental strain, which took a heavy toll on their bodies. Most guides began showing signs of decline in middle age, their mental energy gradually depleting, drastically reducing their lifespan. It wasn't just sentinels and guides. In those times, food, clothing, nutrition, and medical care were scarce, and the situation wasn't much better for ordinary people. Bai Yu paused. I don't know. She hadn't asked. Her grandfather never told her stories about how heroes died. It didn't seem to be written in the booklet either. Bai Yu thought for a moment. I asked my dad when I get home. Yun Zhao hesitated slightly, then said to her, the authenticity of the diary isn't certain yet. It's best not to tell Minister Bai about this yet. The diary's owner was Red-Crowned Crane. Given her status among the people at the base, this was no small matter. The statue of the girl, a symbol of hope and courage, would have a devastating impact on the entire base if its image were distorted. Especially for base commander Shen. Bai Yu understood this, and she became somewhat excited. Okay. I won't tell my dad, we investigate secretly. Yun Zhao gave her a puzzled look, unsure of her excitement, and nodded slightly in agreement. Bai Yu finding the diary was an accident. But it was precisely this accident that inadvertently unlocked some of the diary's secrets. Now that the diary's owner's identity was confirmed, and most of the diary's information was stored within their Dawn base. With her and Bai Yu's status as guides, and the connection to the Bai family, investigating wouldn't be difficult. It was past 3 in the afternoon. Xie called. He was already downstairs in the apartment complex. Yun Zhao then recalled the little bluebird, and the fire phoenix happily followed. This little guy had been coming over every day recently, refusing to leave. Through their mental connection, Xie could keenly sense her movements. Yun Zhao had just had the little bluebird send the fire phoenix away. The fire phoenix was very easy to coax. With just a glance from the little bluebird, it would happily follow. Let's go downstairs. Yun Zhao, carrying the metal box containing the diary, put on a thick, long black down jacket, gloves, and a scarf, leaving only her eyes and forehead exposed. The little bluebird flew over curiously, burying its head in her scarf. Bai Yu also put on her coat, and carried the pomelo she had bought. Yun Zhao glanced at Bai Yu, all bundled up in white like a dumpling, then looked at herself in all black, and suddenly stopped. Am I missing a hat? She'd forgotten to buy one. Her winter clothes were all bought hastily at the base. Why hadn't she thought to buy a hat then? The training ground was outside, halfway up the mountain. It was definitely colder than inside the base. Bai Yu blinked. Then why don't we go downstairs to buy one? It won't take long. Yun Zhao shook her head. Let's do it this way for now. It's not cold in the car, and it seems there's heating in the training room once we get there. There was no need to waste any more time. The two of them, fully bundled up, went downstairs. It was snowing again today. The entire base was a blanket of white. As soon as they stepped out of the building, a biting wind blew, and tiny snowflakes landed on their heads and shoulders, slowly melting. A thick, soft blanket of snow had covered the ground, crunching underfoot. Because of the uneven terrain, cars couldn't drive in. They had to park in the parking lot behind the residential area or at the bus stop below the stone steps. Yun Zhao and Bai Yu walked to the back of the residential area and saw the military vehicle parked there. They ran over and rushed to open the door. Not only Xie was in the vehicle, but the entire Zero team was there. They hadn't all gathered since they returned. As soon as Yun Zhao and Bai Yu got in, the atmosphere inside instantly became lively. Everyone greeted them warmly, a stark contrast to their complaining demeanor a few days ago. Duanqi grinned. After suffering so much these past few days, just thinking about starting tomorrow, and it's my turn to torture others makes me incredibly happy. Starting tomorrow, several members of the Zero team would serve as instructors at the winter training camp. The captain's training duties were temporarily suspended. He waited to distribute the training tasks assigned by the captain to the newly awakened sentries this year, unchanged. Yun Zhao glanced at Xie, who was driving, and muttered, Isn't it still not tomorrow? Getting carried away like this, Aren't you afraid of having to train all night? Duanshi, Sia2 smirked. That's right, so energetic. Go run a few more laps when we get back to the training field. No way, Captain. Duanshi jumped up. The small military vehicle wasn't as spacious as their armored vehicle. With 5 people in the back, it was a bit cramped. His jump landed squarely on Song Liang's foot. Song Liang didn't hold back, kicking directly at Duanshi, who had nowhere to dodge. Damn it! Did you have to go all out? Duanshi complained. The rabbit glared at him. You didn't kick me hard enough. If you dare drag us into extra practice, you'd be ganged up on. The back of the car immediately became noisy. But you really enjoyed the atmosphere, even joining in the commotion. The car left East 3rd Street, but it wasn't heading towards the outer city. Tao Hao, sitting in the passenger seat, was the first to notice something was wrong. Captain, where are we going? Sia2 said calmly. There are a lot of people today. Let's go to the shopping center to buy some food. He glanced at the rearview mirror, his gaze involuntarily falling on Yun Zhao in the back seat. She was wearing a thick black down jacket today, the collar turned up high, a scarf covering the lower half of her face. Only her moist almond-shaped eyes were visible. Her eyes were like water almonds, bright and charming, seemingly smiling as she watched her teammates play around. Down jacket, gloves, scarf, she was definitely missing a hat. Without giving it much thought, the team waited until the car stopped at the shopping mall entrance, then grabbed the captain's points card and rushed inside for a shopping spree. Yun Zhao seized the opportunity to pull rabbit and buy you along to buy a black hat. While Sia2 was out, the teammates secretly discussed their previous conversation after finishing their shopping. Duanshi, when we get there, we bet the captain how many kilograms of meat Qi Ling ate yesterday. Tao Hao turned to Song Liang. What's the answer to the question we asked last time? Song Liang's attitude was a bit strange, but he still answered. I asked the Research Institute. Qi Ling ate about 10 kilograms of meat a day while staying there. Duanshi felt confident. Then let's agree on an answer, and have the captain do 100 push-ups. As they spoke, they all looked at Yun Zhao, their eyes seemingly afraid she would betray them. Yun Zhao, enduring the gazes of her teammates, silently nodded. Push-ups, she wanted to see. But she felt something was off about Song Liang. Could he be up to something? The group emerged from the shopping mall. Tao Hao and Duanshi, as expected, couldn't contain themselves. Captain, how about we make a bet? Sia2's reaction was flat. What are we betting on? The group chattered, offering their bets. Sia2 gave a half smile. 12 Jean. 10 Jean. 10 Jean. Bai Yu, eager to try, exclaimed, I want to participate too. Yun Zhao sensed something was amiss, and considered backing out, but under the gazes of her teammates, she could only add 10 Jean. The group started the car again, leaving the outer city, and slowly ascending the winding mountain road. When they finally arrived at the training ground halfway up the mountain, Jiang Mu and the others were already there. The winter training ground was covered in a blanket of snow, the trees and shrubs glistening with white, creating a completely different scene. But the sentries, with their excellent eyesight, noticed something unusual. At Field 2, next to the warehouse, a small house with a very unique design and materials had appeared out of nowhere. The house resembled foreign architecture, with a triangular roof and an attic. From a distance, and with the roof covered in snow, even the sentries couldn't see it clearly. What's going on? How did a house appear in our field? Tao Hao exclaimed, pointing at the small house in surprise. Yun Zhao heard the voice, and looked out the window. It was all white, she couldn't see anything. Only Sia2 and Song Liang in the car seemed unfazed. Since returning, only the two of them had been to the training ground. That's Qi Ling's new residence, Sia2 said casually. I forgot to mention, the meat he ate yesterday was bought by me. Chapter 246. Sia2 finished speaking. The car fell into complete silence. Yun Zhao, He knew something bad was about to happen. Tao Hao was the first to react, turning around to look at Song Liang in disbelief, shouting, Old Song, you traitor! They were afraid Yun Zhao would betray them, so they tipped off the captain beforehand, only discussing the outcome closer to the deadline. Unexpectedly, the mole was someone else. The mole? Rabbit accused. Duanshi suddenly stood up, pounced on Song Liang, and pressed him back into his seat. So many of us, and we still couldn't guard against your move. Bai Yu, watching the show with amusement, moved aside to make room for them. The car was cramped. Song Liang had nowhere to hide, and could only surrender. Surrounded by everyone, he was interrogated in turn, saying helplessly, I really didn't know when it was mentioned last time. He only knew that a metal building had appeared next to the training ground, but he had no idea that people had moved in. Yuan Zhao bent down to put on his gloves, then added insult to injury. The implication is that he knew just now. Damn it! Old song, how could you collude with the captain to harm us? How could you deliberately set us up like this? You do the push-ups. Xie Tu ignored them, and turned to signal Yuan Zhao to get out of the car first. The metal hut was built on the far right of the row of bungalows next to the training room, separated by a training field. It had a loft on the roof. It was constructed of a sturdy steel frame and corrosion-resistant aluminum alloy panels, covered with a light matte paint. The door was a heavy metal security door, its surface engraved with simple geometric patterns. A retro-style metal wind chime hung under the eaves beside the door, producing a series of clear and melodious sounds whenever a breeze blew by. The building's unique design possessed a distinctive charm. Inside the building, Qi Ling was dressed in black, with a long cloak made of a special material over it. The cloak's hood covered almost his entire face. He stood respectfully, allowing a group of people to surround him and observe. Qingzi, Zhou Tianqi, and others stood to the side, looking at him like he was some strange creature, occasionally whispering amongst themselves. Black, sticky liquid dripped from the hem of his clothes, dripping onto the metal floor. Qi Ling quickly bent down to grab a basin to catch it, otherwise he would have to mop the floor himself later. Jiang Mu raised an eyebrow slightly, crossed his arms, and leaned against the cold wall, speaking with interest. Looking like this, would Dawn Base dare let you out? Qi Ling felt a little uneasy. This person seemed to be an S-rank sentinel as well. Killing him would be a piece of cake for him. But this is Commander Xie's territory, he won't make a move, right? Qi Ling honestly replied, Minister Juan vouched for me. He wondered how Minister Juan had communicated with the higher-ups. Anyway, shortly after Team Zero left, another group of people arrived at the Biological Research Institute. They chatted with him every day through the glass. They talked about his family and living environment in the old days, his daily life back then, or about the current era, the contaminated zone monsters, survivors, his views on the base and the outside world, etc. They talked about everything. Qi Ling, having experienced the old era, immediately knew they were testing him psychologically. For over a month now, in order to gain his freedom, he cooperated very well, proactively explaining his background clearly. He actively participated in various inspections and tests conducted by the Research Institute every day. Finally, after a long and meticulous evaluation, the Institute issued a relatively optimistic report. The report concluded that although Qi Ling was a mutant, his consciousness was stable, and he showed no obvious malicious intent towards the base. He could attempt to integrate into base life under certain supervision. Minister Duan then informed him that once Team Zero returned, he could leave the Research Institute to see the outside world. Before Qi Ling could even rejoice, he received a notification from the Biological Research Institute. Once he left, the Institute would no longer be responsible for his livelihood. He would have to support himself from then on. Qi Ling was both happy and worried. But regardless, on the day Team Zero returned, he was finally released from the Research Institute and moved into the metal house specially built for him. However, everyone seemed very busy. Except for Commander Xie, who passed by every day on his way home, the training ground was usually deserted. I see. Jiang Mu's ears twitched. He heard the sound of a car outside. Zhou Tianqi opened the metal door and saw a small military vehicle parked outside. He wondered what the Zero team was doing inside. No one got out for a while. Xie Tu was the first to come out and went straight to open the training room door. He'd been too busy lately. The training room hadn't been tidied up yet. Tables, chairs, and some equipment were piled up inside. Xie Tu glanced around, moved the central table and chairs aside to make room for push-ups. Then he went over and turned on the air conditioner. Outside, Yuan Zhao, fully armed, followed him out of the vehicle. The wind on the mountain was strong, a biting cold wind mixed with snowflakes, blowing directly into their faces. She jogged into the training room, adjusting her hat. Her teammates were arguing behind her as they unloaded groceries. Bai stayed behind to watch the commotion. The air conditioning had just been turned on, and the room was still chilly. Yuan Zhao's muffled voice came through. Captain, I can't do 100 push-ups. A bet's a bet. But with her stamina, how could she possibly do 100 push-ups? Song Yang had really screwed her over. Can we pay in installments? I do 5 today? Yuan Zhao walked over to discuss it with him, then thought for a moment. 10 will do too. Xie Tu turned around, looking at her with a half smile. You knew you couldn't do it, yet you still dared to bet? Yuan Zhao was speechless. I'm stuck. She couldn't stand not participating in her teammates' fun. It would make her seem out of place. Besides, the answer was right in front of her. Who knew she could lose like this? They really are a bunch of unreliable people. Yuan Zhao was a little disappointed. It seemed she wouldn't see Xie Tu doing push-ups. Then let's do 10 today, Xie Tu said. The two phoenixes immediately bristled. The little bluebird. He really is that annoying sentinel. A bad guy. The fire phoenix chimed in. A bad guy. He's annoying, but I'm not. Xie Tu was silent for 2 seconds, then explained, you haven't trained in a long time. Do 10 today as a warm-up, then we gradually resume regular training. Compared to when she first returned, her mental state was noticeably better. Training had to start sooner or later. She couldn't slack off just because of the cold weather. He was doing it for her own good. Physical fitness was crucial for missions in the contaminated zone. Okay. Yuan Zhao had no objections. As always, she was willing to accept the consequences of her bet. She would do what she could and try her best to fulfill the wager. Besides, she had indeed been too lax lately. Xie Tu swept the ground around her, then turned and found her a clean mat, placing it on the ground. The teammates then brought in all the ingredients. Judging from their captain's posture, they all groaned in dismay. Doing push-ups was one thing, but why was the captain being so hypocritical? Xie Tu seemed to sense something, glancing up with a casual look, and everyone immediately quieted down. When Jiang Mu led the group out of the metal hut, they saw the entire Zero team had taken off their coats, and were obediently doing push-ups on the floor. The guide, however, was lying on a mat in the corner. Xie Tu was personally instructing her on the movements. Chapter 247. With so many people, the spacious training room became extremely lively. Qi Ling, due to special circumstances, remained in the metal building and couldn't join the others. Zhou Qianqi and Qi Jun ran to Tao Haohao and Duanxi gloating, oh, got punished? The two ignored them, silently counting in their minds. If they missed one, the captain could punish them with another 100. They still had to be instructors tomorrow. They didn't want to be unable to get up. Qingzi also ran up, deliberately shouting, your posture isn't standard, is it? How can this count? Duanxi instantly lost his composure, angrily saying, get lost. Tao Haohao, you wait. Not far away. Bai Yu, holding Yuan Zhao's coat, was initially engrossed in reading it, but her smile vanished when she saw Jiang Mu enter. She suddenly remembered the diary. She wanted to ask Jiang Mu where he had found the red-crowned crane diary. But the sentinel's senses were sharp, and with so many people around, she couldn't possibly speak. Bai Yu subconsciously looked at Yuan Zhao. At this moment, Yuan Zhao had just finished her 8th push-up. 2 phoenixes chirped and flew back and forth beside her. She had been so confident just moments before. Now she was completely deflated. Xie Tu stood to the side, dodging a sneak attack from a little bluebird, his brows slightly furrowed. The fire phoenix cried out, Qingwan is angry again. Why did you provoke it? Yuan Zhao struggled to complete the last 2, her form less than perfect, her lower body almost entirely on the mat. Xie Tu paused for a moment, then said nothing, turning to pour her a glass of water. Thank you. The room temperature slowly rose. Yuan Zhao was slightly sweaty. She got up, took some water, and sat down on the mat to rest. A little bluebird flew over and landed on her head, hopping around in dissatisfaction. Her teammates hadn't finished their 100 push-ups yet. Her teammates were on the ground, supporting themselves with their hands, doing push-ups at lightning speed. Jiang Mu's team was causing trouble nearby. The training room was noisy. Seeing she was alright, Xie Tu went to the table and started preparing the ingredients. There were too many people, so to save time, they decided to have hot pot for dinner. People in the southwest region have a deep love for hot pot, they never get tired of it, and no one objected. Xie Tu came over and said, I go get the ingredients from the warehouse. The warehouse was full of luncheon meat, vermicelli, dried seaweed, and other ready-made ingredients for hot pot. The vermicelli and seaweed needed to be soaked beforehand. Yuan Zhao nodded and watched him leave. Snowflakes were falling heavily outside, and a blast of cold air rushed in the moment the door opened, giving the sentries a strange sense of coolness. What's wrong with Captain Xie? Why is the air conditioning so high? Orange belatedly realized, no wonder it was so hot. Another teammate, Enwenla, ran over and set the air conditioner to 20 degrees Celsius. Bai Yu ran over carrying a down jacket and quietly pointed to Jiang Mu, who was idly sitting not far away. Jiang Mu leaned lazily against the window, turned to face them, and looked down, seemingly replying to a message. Yuan Zhao put down his water glass, picked up the metal box, and stood up. According to Bai Yu's description, the red-crowned crane was a native of the southwest. Before awakening as a guide, he had never left the sanctuary. That was indeed recorded in his diary. Then why did the Red-Crowned Crane's diary end up outside and be found by the people at Dawn Base? Jiang Mu was indeed replying to messages. The base was helpless and frustrated by their decision to spend the winter at the Dawn Base, sending dozens of messages urging them to return. Jiang Mu, true to form, simply copied and pasted his replies. The guide was sick, and the child's emotional support hadn't been addressed. With such a small communicator screen, he had no patience to type each word. Minister, don't I know you? You just want to slack off, Minister. Even if you're not coming back, write your year-end report. Send it to me online. Jiang Mu continued copying and pasting, then after a moment's thought, deleted the first few words. The child's emotional support hadn't been addressed. The implication was that he didn't have the energy to write it. The annual task completion rate was there, handled by the calculation team. Why insist on writing personal reflections? Jiang Mu sensed footsteps approaching, and looked up to see Yun Zhao carrying an iron box towards him. That iron box was something he had commissioned. He knew it all too well. Inside was the diary. Finished reading? Jiang Mu asked, looking up. Yun Zhao nodded. Okay, here you go. Jiang Mu took it. Yun Zhao then asked, where did you find this diary? Jiang Mu, I picked it up from a stall in the base market. He was interested in the history of the Dark Ages. He happened to be passing by and saw it. The price wasn't high, so he bought it with points. Yun Zhao was slightly taken aback, not expecting this answer. Doesn't that mean the trail has gone cold? What? You're interested in the contents? Jiang Mu raised an eyebrow. Judging from the diary, it must have happened in the early Dark Ages. Even if I knew where I found it, would it be of any use? Jiang Mu was even more concerned about the mental pull mentioned above than she was. A guide capable of controlling sentinels? As a sentinel, the thought of potentially becoming someone else's puppet. Jiang Mu's expression darkened, a chill creeping into his eyes. He had originally treated that diary as mere scrapbooking. Separated by over 100 years of history, truth and falsehood were indistinguishable to later generations. Besides, none of the guides outside possessed this ability, so he hadn't taken it seriously. But since experiencing contaminated Zone 88, Jiang Mu intuitively felt that what was recorded in the diary was likely true. There had been guides who could control and manipulate sentinels. Fortunately, the diary's owner was fundamentally good and hadn't used this ability to control sentinels for evil. Yun Zhao pondered for a moment. Then can you find the person who sold you the diary? Jiang Mu asked in surprise. Do I really have to know? Yun Zhao nodded, adding calmly, if we know the exact location, perhaps we can look for clues and maybe make some other discoveries. Jiang Mu thought it made sense. If the diary was found near the contaminated area, the flow of time inside would be different from outside. Perhaps the diary's owner is still living in the contaminated area. Jiang Mu readily agreed. Okay, I call someone to check. Add me on WeChat, and I'll let you know if there's any news. Yun Zhao leaned forward, holding up the communicator and reading the number to him. The two not only exchanged phone numbers, but also added the platform numbers of the 4 major bases, allowing them to communicate directly via messages. Yun Zhao's expression turned somewhat strange when he saw the nickname on the account. Can internal base communication accounts not use real names? Jiang Mu's nickname was actually Big-Headed Fat Girl. You mean the White Dawn Beast? Jiang Mu replied lazily, you don't know? Didn't any of the old fogies at Dawn Base tell you? Xie pushed open the door and entered at that moment. The two people by the window were standing quite close, chatting happily through their communicators. Xie expressionlessly carried a pile of washed vegetables and tossed them to his teammates, who had just finished push-ups. Go chop the vegetables. Chapter 248. Tao Hao, drenched in sweat, scrambled to his feet. He grabbed Qingzi, who was trying to run away, and gritted his teeth. Weren't you so smug just now? Tao Hao didn't even put on his coat, grabbing the people and the groceries the captain had given him and heading out. Qingzi couldn't break free. Unable to spar in the training room, she could only let Tao Hao drag her out. Duan Qi and Song Liang acted swiftly. They stopped Zhou Tianqi and Qi Jun, who were trying to escape. They also dragged their other two teammates out of the training room. Come here and chop some vegetables. At this moment, Team Zero was united against the outsider. Rabbit quickly got up and excitedly followed. Outside, snow was falling heavily, and the spacious open-air training ground was covered with a thick layer of snow because no one had swept it. The white she-beast had somehow appeared. Its massive body lay on the training ground, happily rolling around in the icy snow. The Black Panther, unable to contain itself, gradually materialized and pounced on the white-tailed beast, chasing and hopping around playfully. Soon afterward, several spirit beings appeared frolicking in the arena. The little bluebird proudly raised its head, refusing to lower itself, its eyes occasionally glancing outside. Yuan Zhao saw through the little creature's thoughts and patted it. Go play. The little bluebird reluctantly agreed and eagerly flapped its wings and flew away. Seeing this, the fire phoenix happily followed behind the little bluebird. The last time the spirit beings played together, it was a large creature covered in flames. Now, having shrunk, the flames were contained within its body. It could play with the blue phoenix now. The training room was suddenly left with only Yuan Zhao, Xie Tu, Jiang Mu, and Bai Yu. Yuan Zhao and Jiang Mu stood by the window, watching the spirits playing in the snow. The little ones, naturally, were all very happy with so many friends around. It was a scene of serene tranquility. Jiang Mu, Xie Tu said coldly, come and lift the table. Jiang Mu watched his child rolling around with doting eyes, pretending not to hear. Need any help? Yuan Zhao turned her head at his question. The captain had been busy running around the whole time. It didn't seem right for them to do nothing. Xie Tu looked up at her, his eyes dark and deep. He was about to say no, but then paused and said, help wipe the table. Yuan Zhao quickly ran to him, okay. Bai Yu squatted on the ground, comforting her spirit. Her little white cat darted over, timidly nestled at her feet, wanting to go out and play but too afraid. Outside, it was bustling with activity. The sounds of the sentries frolicking, and the spirits playing in the snow painted a warm picture. Attracted by the noise, Qi Ling quietly approached the door and opened it a crack, watching the scene outside with a touch of envy. He couldn't see the spirits, but he could see the snowflakes swirling in the snow. Many different footprints, large and small, appeared on the smooth, even snow surface. The barrier had disappeared after the guide left the base. The slime dripping from Qi Ling's body would corrode everything in its path. He had asked Commander Xie a couple of days ago if the guide could rebuild the barrier to isolate him from the dark matter. Commander Xie said the guide was sick, and it would take some time. So he could only stay in his room. He couldn't go out. Tao Hao, wearing short sleeves and cutting meat outside, saw the metal door opposite open and greeted him casually. Qi Ling, long time no see. Qi Ling, his face hidden beneath his cloak, responded through the crack in the door, long time no see. Song Liang said, how many pounds of meat do you want tonight? We cook it for you, and bring it over later. 4 pounds. Lately, the meat Qi Ling had been eating was all bought by Commander Xie. The commander's house was just below the training ground. Every day he would buy meat, borrow a long tool to start a fire, and use tongs to operate the pot to cook it. Okay, we call you when dinner is ready. Thank you. Facing a group of normal people, Qi Ling was clearly a little reserved, the door remaining only slightly ajar. He could see outside. But the people outside might not be able to see him. Yuan Zhao finished wiping the table, and heard the conversation outside. She was a little curious and asked, where did he get the points to eat meat? Xie Tu said meaningfully, borrowed it. Borrowed it from you? Yuan Zhao was somewhat surprised. Xie Tu smiled, yeah, the house repair materials cost 6,000 points, and food recently cost 1,800. He's currently in debt for a total of 7,800 points. Yuan Zhao, He's only been out for a few days, and already owes so much. And with no missions in winter, he eats about 10 pounds of meat every day. This debt will only snowball. Yuan Zhao couldn't imagine how much debt Qi Ling would be carrying when he took on a mission. It was his own choice, Xie Tu said. Being locked up for too long, he wanted to see the outside world as soon as possible. Qi Ling, being from a wealthy family for several generations, had never really understood money. He was even less familiar with the base's points system and prices. He assumed the base provided the accommodations for free, completely unaware that he had to pay for the construction of the metal house himself. Xie Tu had already realized that Qi Ling didn't actually have any attachment to this world. His thinking was still stuck in the old era. He didn't accept this cannibalistic world from the bottom of his heart, and he had no desire to live as a monster forever. He even felt self-loathing and self-contempt. Right now, he probably just wanted to see the outside world, and then live one day at a time. He needed some motivation to actively complete his missions in the future. Debt was a good solution. Xie Tu had saved his life, and was now lending him so many points. Once he felt pressured, he would turn passive into active, striving to participate actively in the upcoming training and missions. Therefore, Xie Tu hadn't reminded him about the points at all. Yuan Zhao, However, I plan to talk to him in a few days. Xie Tu's tone was as usual. By then, the debt will have just exceeded 10,000. A huge sum that many ordinary people in the base couldn't earn in a lifetime. He needs to find a way to pay me back as soon as possible. By you, Captain Xie is truly terrifying for his ability to understand human nature. Jiang Mu turned his head upon hearing this, his tone drawn out. As expected of Captain Xie, that's indeed a good idea. Xie too didn't want to pay attention to him, and pretended not to hear. Yuan Zhao thought for a moment, then I'd go and help him build a barrier now. Without a barrier, Qi Ling couldn't leave the metal house. This would hinder his integration into the group and participation in mission training. Xie too directly refused. Let's talk about it in a few days. She didn't know if her mental strength had fully recovered. She needed to rest for a few more days. Yuan Zhao understood, okay. She felt something was off about him today, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Before Yuan Zhao could think further, Song Liang had already brought in the prepared hot pot broth. The group of people, who had been playfully bickering, rushed into the training room, some carrying bowls, others carrying dishes. Lunch is served. Chapter 249. The gathering lasted from the afternoon until 9:30 p.m. The spirit beings had a great time. Bai Yu's little white cat finally mustered the courage to join them. When it was time to leave, it was surprisingly reluctant to go. Jiang Mu's team left first. Zero team stayed behind to clean up, only emerging with a pile of trash after restoring the training room to its original state. Bai Yu was going back to the inner city with them and waited. She had also had a great time today, even enjoying a couple of drinks at the dinner table. Bai Yu hugged the little white cat and waved goodbye to everyone. Yuan Zhao, I contact you when we get back. The sentinel's heightened senses prevented the two from having a private conversation. Yuan Zhao nodded to her, paused for a moment, wait for me. The little bluebird flew over, still seemingly reluctant to leave. Playing in the snow. So much fun. Yuan Zhao patted it, thinking about Xie Tu's busy day, and ran over to him, saying, Captain, I go back with them today. You should go home and rest early. This time, they hadn't established a mental barrier. The teammates were fine, they were all A-level sentinels, and the base's guides could help establish a barrier. Xie Tu, however, couldn't isolate himself from external interference. He had to be busy everywhere every day, enduring noise from all directions. How could one person have such strong endurance? Xie Tu's gaze lingered, and he said, I have to go to the training camp tomorrow, and a special meeting at the office building the day after. Yuan Zhao didn't understand his deeper meaning and replied, then you should rest even earlier. We won't see each other for several days. As soon as Xie Tu said this, everyone around him kept their distance, fearing that being a step too slow would be disastrous. Yuan Zhao, we're leaving now. Tao Haohao nervously poked his head out of the car, said goodbye, and sped away. Yuan Zhao was slightly taken aback, not even having time to react before the car disappeared into the snowy night. Only she and Xie Tu remained. Xie Tu stood there calmly. Let's go, I take you home. I need to go to the inner city to pick something up. Seeing her chatting so happily with Jiang Mu, he realized he needed various excuses to find her. Most of the time, their discussions were about work. In comparison, he wasn't as open as his teammates. Even less so than Huafeng. Yuan Zhao followed him into the car. The car was a closed space. Snowflakes were falling outside, and the noisy area suddenly became unusually quiet. Yuan Zhao closed the car window, turned to look at him, and once again surprised him with her words, You want to be alone with me? She was introverted, slow to warm up, and not very good at expressing herself. When she did speak, it was always her innermost thoughts, often leaving people speechless. Xie Tu started the car, paused, and said yes. The journey back was short. They could only spend a short time together, but he was content. Yuan Zhao spoke again. Recently, I've been feeling unwell, and my mind has been preoccupied with other things. Since I got back, I haven't had time to think about many things in detail. Xie Tu's expression softened slightly, and he started the car. Then don't think about those mind-consuming things. Yuan Zhao shook her head. Actually, Xie Tu, I won't be free later. You can work on your training plan at home. Yuan Zhao, Xie Tu, the day after tomorrow is a special meeting regarding the 5-star contaminated zone. All 4 bases will participate. You can attend the online meeting. Yuan Zhao, She looked at him, bewildered. Why do you keep interrupting me? Xie Tu calmly replied, I won't interrupt if I'm saying something I want to hear. Yuan Zhao glared at him. I don't want to take advantage of. Minister Duan has already agreed to this Special Abilities Research Institute. Once you're better, we go there for a test. Xie Tu interrupted her again. Yuan Zhao took a breath, wanting to hit him. She had things she wanted to do. Understand her background. Find out who she truly was. What kind of bullshit dark guide was she? She was herself. Whether good or evil, she knew her own definition and didn't need to be bound by a page of information. She couldn't give him a response right now. She didn't want to take advantage of his affection and accept his care without a second thought. In the end, he made it so she couldn't even finish a complete sentence. Yun Zhao glared at him angrily. Xia Tu, seeing that he had angered her, smiled and said, I already told you. Say something I want to hear. His smile made his dimples particularly noticeable. Yun Zhao wanted to poke him, but her anger vanished instantly, and she inexplicably calmed down. She turned her head to the side. I won't say anything more. Two phoenixes perched above, tilting their heads, their faces full of confusion. The little bluebird rarely saw its true form so angry. It couldn't understand, nor did it see how the annoying sentinel had angered its true form. Why had she suddenly calmed down? Baiyu returned home, close to 10 o'clock at night. Her father seemed to be just getting off work. Even at this hour, he was still wearing his work clothes, sitting in the living room on the first floor eating dinner. It was nearing the end of the year. The sentinels who had gone out were returning to base one after another, making it the busiest time in the evacuation room. Baiyu jogged over. Dad, can you tell me about the red-crowned crane? Minister Bai was puzzled. You heard about it since you were little, haven't you gotten tired of it? Baiyu nodded vigorously, subtly probing. I suddenly remembered, our base doesn't seem to have a tombstone for the red-crowned crane. Where was she finally buried? Every year at the base's sacrificial ceremony. Base Commander Shin would lead everyone in a ceremony before the statue of the young girl. Baiyu hadn't thought much of it before, because that was the sacrificial tradition she witnessed since childhood. Yun Zhao's words had a jolt. The red-crowned crane's diary was left outside. Did they die of old age? The Bai family also held ancestral rights. Old Bai did have a tombstone, but now, thinking back, it didn't seem to have his birth and death dates engraved on it. Was he lying inside? Baiyu wasn't sure. She found it very suspicious. Why don't the base's historical records mention their final fate? Minister Bai's expression changed slightly. Why are you asking this? Baiyu shrugged. I just want to know. What's the use of knowing? Minister Bai lowered his head and continued eating, saying, she was the spiritual symbol of Dawn Base. To prevent her from being targeted by malicious individuals, her burial place is a secret and cannot be revealed. Baiyu instinctively felt her father was lying, and her heart sank. It seemed that the diary was indeed real. Spiritual guidance was real too. Her ancestor, a weak guide, was able to single-handedly kill a high-ranking sentinel. Alright then, I'm going upstairs to sleep. Good night, Dad. Baiyu hurriedly stood up, went up the stairs, ran into her room, and slammed the door shut. Fine, she wouldn't say. She and Yun Zhao would investigate secretly. Many historical books and old Bai's belongings were stored in the basement. She would sneak down to find them tomorrow when her father went to work. Baiyu nodded in satisfaction, about to send a message to Yun Zhao, when she suddenly froze. She had to go to work tomorrow too. Chapter 250. Baiyu still told Yun Zhao. She was busy with work lately, and could only secretly investigate during the little time she got home earlier than her father each day. Yun Zhao replied with an okay. He meant he would notify her if there was any news from Jiangmu. The two girls exchanged messages, quietly discussing their secret. The next day, the entire Zero team went to the Sentinel Winter Training Camp to serve as instructors. Her teammates sent her messages in the morning. Last was Xia Tu. Xia Tu, rest well at home, call if you need anything. They were going to serve as instructors and were allowed to bring electronic devices. Perhaps because they were busy during the day, no one spoke in the group chat all day, a rare quiet. Chung Dongshu and Yi Xiang had already entered the training camp a day early. The entire training lasted 40 days. Considering that most sentinels were the breadwinners of their families, and not suitable for closed training, a semi-closed management system was adopted this time. During training, participants were not allowed to leave the camp. They could return home after each day's training, but still had to adhere to the training plan and disciplinary requirements. Everyone was busy. Only Yun Zhao was particularly free. She stayed in her warm house, brewed herself a pot of tea, and sat in the living room watching training courses. That's how the day passed. A special seminar on the 5-star contaminated zone was held promptly at 9 a.m. Around 8:30 a.m., Yun Zhao received a call from the operations department clerk. The clerk had created a real name account for her and reminded her to attend the online meeting. This time, the two S-class teams jointly eliminated the first 5-star contaminated zone in human history. This caused a huge sensation within the 4 major bases. Humanity has yet to dare enter the 5-star contaminated zone, but Xie2's team and Jiang Mu's team have broken this deadlock. Those who received the news were all in an uproar. Each base was eager to delve into the lessons learned in order to cope with potentially more severe challenges in the future. Therefore, this special seminar was of great significance. It was not only to summarize combat experience, but also to deeply analyze the characteristics of the 5-star contaminated zone, find methods for identifying gatekeeper attributes, and develop strategies for dealing with similar threats that might be faced in the future. Most importantly, it was to redefine the merging of contaminated zones and the 5-star contaminated zone classification. Yuan Zhao carried Xie2's computer to the living room and, following the steps taught by the clerk, entered the online meeting system. It was only 8:40, and many people had already logged onto the meeting room, their avatars flashing on the screens. Yuan Zhao didn't recognize any of them, only glanced at them, then got up and ran to boil water to make milk tea. She wasn't used to that kind of tea leaves, she preferred brewed milk tea. Yuan Zhao hummed an off-key tune as she tossed the milk tea into a cup and waited by the table for the water to boil. Halfway through her task, she suddenly remembered she was still wearing her pajamas, and quickly ran back to her room to change. Even an online meeting was still a formal one. Wearing pajamas seemed inappropriate if she had to appear on camera. Yuan Zhao was completely unaware that the moment she entered the virtual meeting room, everyone who had been chatting fell silent. Dawn Base protected her well, while granting her a high degree of freedom. Many people had only heard of the S-Rank Guide's name, but had never seen her in person. As an S-Rank Guide, she not only possessed extraordinary abilities in mental guidance, but also played a crucial role in several contaminated zones. Various rumors shrouded her in mystery. She was the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone was filled with curiosity about her. The meeting hadn't started yet, and there was no video feed in the conference room, but she seemed to have left her microphone on. Footsteps could be heard, and a clicking sound? A little bluebird had flown over some time earlier and landed on the laptop keyboard. It tilted its head and peered at the screen, its eyes curiously observing everything on it, poking at the group of avatars with its sharp beak. Click, click, click. Xie2 heard a strange noise suddenly erupt in the otherwise silent conference room when he logged into the meeting system. Click, 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 incessantly. He looked around. Only Yuan Zhao's microphone, below her grayed-out avatar, was lit. Xie2 sent her a message. Is the computer broken? Yuan Zhao was changing clothes. Upon hearing this, she quickly put on her coat and ran out to check. She immediately spotted the little bluebird causing trouble on the keyboard. Yuan Zhao quickly went over and pinned the little creature down. Hearing the noise stop, Xie2 roughly guessed who the culprit was and sent another message. Your mic is on now. See the microphone icon below? Tap it to turn it off. Tap it again to turn it back on. Yuan Zhao quickly did as instructed. She breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully it was just a minor accident, and she hadn't made a fool of herself. Otherwise, losing face in front of so many people would make her too ashamed to ever leave the house again. Soon, Fu Han's ID appeared. Jiang Mu, at 8:59, was the last to squeeze into the online meeting room. His profile picture was a chubby white mythical beast, its large eyes barely visible, its face directly at the camera. His ID, big-headed chubby girl, stood out conspicuously among the group of people all using their real names. The meeting started promptly at 9 o'clock. The black screen suddenly displayed an image, splitting in two to show 2 conference rooms. Long conference tables were filled with people, and numerous documents were laid out on them. Yuan Zhao, carrying her milk tea, ran over and sat down. She immediately spotted the portly base commander Shen at the head of the table, and ministers Duan, Bai, Han, and Xiao, seated to her left and right respectively. She sipped her milk tea and looked at Minister Han on the screen. He was a burly middle-aged man, dressed in a crisp military uniform, with a slightly square face and strong features. His eyes shone with a sharp gaze, as if they could see into people's hearts. The one she had seen in the central square that day was indeed Minister Han, a descendant of Han Dadeo. The other screen showed the high-ranking officials of the Dawn base. Yuan Zhao didn't recognize them, so she didn't look at them, content to listen to the meeting while holding her milk tea. The leaders on both sides gave official speeches first, quickly moving on to the main topic. The 2 team leaders from the intelligence and calculation teams publicly released a mission report to help everyone better understand the differences between the merged contaminated zone and the 5-star contaminated zone. Yuan Zhao, as one of the parties involved, naturally knew best. The meeting was somewhat tedious. Just as she began speaking, she heard a noise outside the window. Yun Zhao immediately knew it was Fire Phoenix. It had been coming every day recently. Fire Phoenix acted as if it were home, familiarly slipping inside, circling for a moment before moving closer to Little Bluebird. Little Bluebird, nestled in Yun Zhao's arms, gave her a cold look. Fire Phoenix immediately looked pitiful and dared not move, obediently perching beside the computer. Yun Zhao found it amusing, checked that the microphone was off, and asked softly, "Why are you here again today? Isn't the training camp fun?" Little Bluebird didn't want to translate, and Yun Zhao didn't know if Fire Phoenix answered. She didn't forget that the meeting was still ongoing, so she played with the two phoenixes while listening to the two team leaders speak. But as she listened, she realized something was wrong. The report submitted from Contaminated Zone 249 made no mention of her being affected by the reverse time travel. Chapter 251. The report only described Sia2's S-rank spiritual entity, the Fire Phoenix. Affected by the reverse spacetime within the Contaminated Zone, it completed a transformation into two forms. The scientists participating in the meeting immediately brightened their eyes, staring at Sia2's ID with hungry wolf-like gazes. Shichi was among them. He was an expert in Contaminated Zone research. Both of his previously proposed theories had been verified within the Contaminated Zone, so he was also invited to this meeting. Yun Zhao pursed her lips, already understanding. Her teammates had kept it a secret for her. Just like Lao Bai and Dao back then, choosing to deceive the base and conceal the matter of spiritual traction for the sake of the red-crowned crane. Yun Zhao's heart was filled with mixed emotions. She knew that even if the base knew, they wouldn't do anything to her. But deep down, she understood that her teammates' concealment was out of protection for her. Unwilling to make her the center of attention, and even more worried about the impact of the reverse time travel on her, which might trigger unnecessary panic and research frenzy, or even bring her unknown dangers. Yun Zhao lowered her head, unable to concentrate on the report from Contaminated Zone 235. She poked the Fire Phoenix perched beside the computer, her expression subtle as she asked, "He did it, didn't he?" The Little Bluebird immediately bristled. "Why did you touch it?" Yun Zhao's thoughts were disrupted by the Little Bluebird, and she replied, "I couldn't resist." "You're not allowed to touch other birds, Yun Zhao." "Okay, I won't." She looked at the computer screen. Sia2's ID avatar was a grayed-out initial avatar. In the entire conference room, only her and his avatars were like that. Yun Zhao opened her communicator and sent him a message, "Thank you." She felt she was somehow holding everyone back, forcing them to conceal things for their own benefit, violating the base's principle of transparency in mission information. Concealment wasn't a long-term solution. As long as humanity continued its efforts to eliminate contaminated zones, the Sentinels would gather more and more information. She would eventually be exposed. How was the red-crowned crane girl ultimately dealt with? Yun Zhao wanted to know the answer, but didn't want to be forced to choose someone else's path. She wanted to walk her own path, the right path. Sia2 replied after a long pause, "I did it for the team, this is the optimal solution, so don't feel burdened." After the intelligence and calculation teams released all the information, the subsequent meeting turned into a large-scale marketplace. Several scientists argued heatedly, offering differing opinions on the two special contaminated zones. Shichi, a research fanatic, was naturally among them. He slammed his fist on the table, cursing and arguing. After listening to the report and understanding the differences between the two contaminated zones, he concluded that the special case of number 249 was merely an isolated incident. Because the two gatekeepers have a master-servant relationship, and respectively represent the living and the inanimate, they can coexist harmoniously. This cannot be used as a typical case for merging contaminated zones to redefine standards. According to his view, merged contaminated zones are still at a 5-star danger level. In fact, their danger level should be even higher than a 5-star contaminated zone. Two gatekeepers, and both must be eliminated for the contaminated zone to collapse. Can you guarantee that the gatekeepers of each merged contaminated zone can coexist peacefully? Shichi's voice was so loud that the microphone crackled. If the rules are also merged, its danger level will definitely be greater than 5-star. Sia2, as the person involved, agreed with his point of view, calmly speaking into his microphone. Indeed. There was a whistling sound in his background. It seemed he was at the training camp. Shichi won the argument, and the old man, somewhat smug, coughed twice. In my opinion, the rules for setting danger levels should remain unchanged for now. We should wait until we eliminated several 5-star contaminated zones, and have enough research data to support our decision. Someone disagreed. You think we can just eliminate them like that? 5-star contaminated zones are extremely dangerous. It took 2 S-Class teams to complete the task for Project 235. They're not currently included in the mission plans of the 4 major bases. Originally, the 4 major bases planned to wait at least 5 years to eliminate a sufficient number of 4-star contaminated zones. By then, the combat teams would have enough experience and judgment to mobilize all forces to enter the 5-star contaminated zones. Currently, only a handful of 4-star contaminated zones have been eliminated. You only just learned to walk. You can't start a race right away. Hey, you surnamed Gong, you want to start a fight? Shichi slammed his fist on the table, roaring, "When did I say we should go and eliminate the 5-star contaminated zones now?" Professor Gong immediately retorted, "Hey, you surnamed Chi, didn't you say we should eliminate a few more 5-star contaminated zones? Do you think this is a vegetable market? Buy as many as you want, eliminate as many as you want? Then what's the point of the salvation plan? The Sentinels should just all grab their guns and charge into the gray fog. You're being unreasonable. You're the one who's being unreasonable." Yuan Xiao sipped her milk tea, seemingly unconcerned, until someone mentioned her the next second. This time it was because there was an S-Class guide, right? In Contaminated Zone 235, without Qingwan's intervention, they couldn't capture the little boy gatekeeper in the virtual dimension at all. Yuan Xiao silently put down her cup, wondering if she would be speaking on the microphone later. Jiang Mu was keeping quiet. Why bring her up specifically? Minister Duan waited until the scientists had finished arguing before calmly speaking. Yes, the S-Class guides played a crucial role in these 2 missions. But given our current strength, the 5-star contaminated zone is still not an area humans can access, Minister Duan said. We need at least a few more years, until technological and weapon development makes breakthroughs, and we accumulate more combat experience, before we have enough confidence to explore the 5-star contaminated zone on a large scale. This time, they assembled 2 S-Class teams, 2 S-Class Sentinels, and 1 S-Class guide, 3 of humanity's peak combat strength, and barely managed to eliminate 1 5-star contaminated zone. The report also stated that the guide's mental strength deteriorated afterward. She was in a state of mental overload, and due to her weak constitution, she suddenly fell ill halfway through, almost causing a fatal accident. The path to exploring the truth, the rebuilding of human civilization. The 4 bases need to take each step steadily and cautiously. If the lead combat team were to fail, any deviation would severely damage the base, and even all of humanity. The rules and information regarding the 4-star contaminated zones are not even fully understood yet. Venturing into the perilous 5-star contaminated zones is unwise. The high-ranking officials of the 4 major bases unanimously agreed on this. That's right, we cannot be blindly optimistic. We must recognize reality and the gap between us, the head of the Dawn base said. Although the road ahead is difficult, as long as we have an indomitable spirit of exploration, one day, we will overcome all difficulties, uncover the truth of the disaster, and restore peace to the world. Yuan Zhao froze upon hearing the voice from the computer. She had thought that Team Zero had proven its ability to eliminate 5-star contaminated zones, and that she would be able to take on 5-star missions in the future. Then she could naturally request to enter Contaminated Zone 6. So she had to wait that long? Thinking of that name, her father's, her mysterious past, and her own childhood, both righteous and wicked, Yuan Zhao felt that she might not have the patience to wait that long. Chapter 252. The following meeting agenda. The discussion began with various details about the 2 contaminated zones. Attendees shared their opinions, with people from different departments vying to speak, their voices rising and falling. They used professional terminology back and forth, each trying to prove their viewpoint was the most accurate. The officers from the operations department debated combat strategies, banging on the table and shouting loudly. The noise from the computers was deafening, more chaotic than a market. Yuan Zhao became absent-minded, unable to concentrate on anything. Fire Phoenix noticed her unease and chirped, seemingly concerned about what was wrong. The living room air conditioner was on. It was a bit hot. Yuan Zhao stood up and took off her coat, not wanting Xie to notice. Composing herself, she said to Fire Phoenix, "I'm fine." The little bluebird perched on her shoulder, nuzzling her. "We go ourselves." Yuan Zhao lowered her eyes, not replying. Should she go alone? Initially, she lacked a clear understanding of her own abilities, believing she would surely die if she entered the contaminated zone, so she considered finding a team of experienced sentinels from a major base to guide her. If she went alone. Yuan Zhao quietly pondered for a moment, silently telling the little bluebird, "Let's wait a bit. Perhaps there was a better solution." She thought about it some more. The little bluebird snorted, turned and hopped onto the table, flapping its wings to push the fire phoenix onto the carpet. The domineering little creature glanced sideways at the fire phoenix. The fire phoenix wanted to get close, but didn't dare to approach, so it just played on the carpet. The meeting continued until noon. Minister Duan signaled to the clerk to mute everyone's microphones, stopping the noisy scene. Regardless, eliminating the 5-star contaminated zone is humanity's greatest breakthrough to date, Minister Duan said. No matter how dangerous the contaminated zone, as long as it can be eliminated, there is hope. Therefore, after discussion, Dawn Base has decided to announce this operation to the public. The public needs to see that despite the numerous dangers, the frontline fighters have been relentlessly fighting and have never given up protecting their homeland. The sacrifices of the sentries and guides should not go unnoticed. The leaders of the other 3 bases nodded, unanimously agreeing. This is not only an encouragement to the public, but also a public tribute to the selfless dedication of the frontline soldiers. Let's make it public. The public needs this kind of positive information to strengthen their confidence and face future challenges together, the Dawn Base commander said gently but firmly. The power of belief is sometimes sharper than weapons. Moreover, the success of this operation marks a significant step forward in our fight against pollution and the restoration of our homeland. The highest leader of Hope Base nodded, saying, making this public will inspire more people to join our ranks. Whether in scientific research, production, or direct combat, every contribution is crucial. The news of defeating the 5-star contaminated zone is undoubtedly a ray of light in the darkness, providing humanity with powerful spiritual encouragement. The people living at the bottom of society all hope that their lives will get better and better. They need this good news. But announcing this news means officially informing the public of the existence of S-class guides. Yuan Zhao pursed his lips, remaining silent. How exactly should the announcement be made? She had a general idea. To protect her safety, the base wouldn't disclose her specific identity to the public, making her a target of public criticism. The public would only know that an S-rank guide had been born at Dawn Base. The rest wouldn't know much more. After a few concluding remarks, the meeting was adjourned. Just as Yun Xiao closed her computer, her wrist communicator vibrated. She looked down and saw it was from Fu Heng. They had exchanged contact information during the last counseling session. Fu Heng, I heard you were sick. Yun Xiao replied, I'm better now. Fu Heng, okay, get some rest. At this meeting, 3 S-rank sentinels participated online as observers. The other 2 were involved, but Yun Xiao didn't know what was happening with Fu Heng. She tentatively replied, are you looking for psychological counseling? Fu Heng, no, just sending a message to check on you, trying to build a relationship so I can charge less next time. Very direct and blunt. Yun Xiao imagined the cold-faced cute girl's expression when she said this. It must have been incredibly awkward. She felt inexplicably better. Yun Xiao, okay, I don't need points now. The mission rewards for the 2 contaminated zones will be distributed after the meeting. According to the discussions at this meeting, the merged contaminated zone will still be a 5-star danger level, meaning that the rewards for killing 3 gatekeepers in both contaminated zones will be given at the highest level. Yun Xiao had been a little distracted earlier and hadn't heard them discuss the exact amount of the reward money. Fu Heng, Jiang Mu is such a rascal. How about choosing our team for the next joint mission? Yun Xiao, So this was her real purpose? Yun Xiao, this was just a coincidence, not a joint mission. Yun Xiao, besides, I can't make the decision, you have to ask my captain. Fu Heng clearly didn't believe her and sent another message. Fu Heng, it's okay, I'm keeping an eye on things. Next time we register for online missions, I apply too. Tell Xie then, if he dares to disagree, threaten him. Fu Heng, do you know how to threaten? I teach you. Fu Heng had always wanted to find a guide for her team. But high-level offensive guides were hard to find. Even if she found one, no one was willing to risk entering the contaminated zone. Jiang Mu, that lazybones, actually managed to snag a 5-star mission by following Yun Xiao. In the blink of an eye, she was at the bottom. This was a huge blow to Fu Heng's entire team. Yun Xiao saw the long string of dense messages she sent and fell silent. In the end, he could only reluctantly agree. A few days later, the 4 major bases indeed announced the situation of the 2 5-star contaminated zones, 249 and 235. This caused a huge sensation. At Dawn Base, people in various settlements were discussing it intensely. Excitement and cheers filled the streets and alleys. Wherever you went, you could hear people talking about it. Have you heard? Our base detected an S-rank guide. Oh my, How could I not have heard? It's because of an S-rank guide that we wiped out 2 5-star contaminated zones in one go. Those are 5-star contaminated zones. 200 years after the apocalypse, this is the first time humanity has conquered such a dangerous place. We never even dared to dream of this before. Aren't guides supposed to be weak? How could a guide enter a contaminated zone? Seeing someone questioning the S-rank guide, a passerby couldn't help but stop and interject, "What do you know?" That's an S-rank. S-rank guides are incredibly powerful. It was thanks to him that we were able to wipe out the 5-star contaminated zones. The man then imagined the S-rank guide as a burly, imaginary figure. The crowd chattered animatedly, each offering their own perspective. Chapter 253. Sentinel Training Camp. The Sentinels participating in training were also discussing this matter. There really is an S-rank guide. Does that mean we don't have to worry about mutations anymore? You wish. That's a precious S-rank guide. You think you can just see her whenever you want? Even high-ranking Sentinels have to wait in line to see her. He-seong, looking miserable, hugged his sloth, completely ignoring their discussion, gossiping about Sister Yun-jiao behind her back. It felt strange. He needed to think of a way to complete the afternoon's training first. Brother Xie, oh no, Battalion Commander Xie, would personally guide the training this afternoon. The training course was coordinated combat with spiritual entities. Upon hearing this, He-seong quickly released his sloth a morning early. He hugged the sloth, deep in thought. He really didn't know how to coordinate combat. The search team used his sloth as a roadblock when hunting. Anyway, it won't run away if you put it on the ground. What else can it do besides being a roadblock? I hope he doesn't come in last in the afternoon training session. The Sentinels, who were discussing, turned their attention back to the 5-star contaminated zone. Could we ask the instructor to explain the high-risk contaminated zone in detail? Let's ask him later. Both of the announced contaminated zones are incredibly dangerous. If I went in, I'd probably die on the first day. That's for sure. Don't just talk about you. Anyone else would have never come back. It was snowing heavily outside. The Sentinel training camp was located on the back of a mountain west of the base, surrounded by rough logs. The open field was deep enough to reach above knee-deep snow. A row of brick huts stood to the east, serving as the instructor's rest area. Across the street to the west, several temporary tents were pitched, providing temporary rest for the cadet sentries. The conditions were harsh, but they improved their skills, so everyone endured it. It was currently rest time. A fierce wind whipped snowflakes across the training ground, occasionally revealing some training equipment half hidden within. The training ground was deserted. Everyone was huddled in their tents eating and resting. He-seong wasn't assigned to Chung Dongshu's group. Their instructor was a stylishly dressed senior sentry surnamed Duan. It was rumored that Instructor Duan was the nephew of the Operations Department's Director Duan, and had considerable influence at the base. On their first day together, before even introducing themselves, Instructor Duan ordered each of them to do 100 push-ups. No one dared to disobey, obediently complying. Instructor Duan was very satisfied with their performance. Not bad, let's begin the physical conditioning class now. The so-called physical conditioning class. Each person carried 30 pounds of weight, and ran a long-distance race along the mountain road. By the end of the first day, all the sentries were exhausted. Fortunately, on the second day, Battalion Commander Xie came to check on them. Instructor Duan suddenly became gentler, and didn't continue to torment them, switching to sensory ability training. A group of people stood in the snow. Markers of different distances and sizes were set up on the mountaintop, and they had to accurately describe their characteristics, colors, etc. Afterwards, they had training courses in hearing and smell, and the ability to identify warning signs of dangerous substances. He-seong's performance was mediocre. His group's ranking was in the lower middle. He was still worrying about the afternoon's mental-body coordination combat course, squatting by the tent with his pet sloth, his face almost scrunched up in a frown. Little did he know, someone was having an even bigger headache than him. Inside the brick barracks across the way, Xie too was still researching training methods for certain special mental entities within the Sentinel group. His table was piled high with thick books and printed research reports. The Zero team members' desks were close together. Duanqi, holding a hot water bottle, comfortably crossed his legs and declared ambitiously, "We be instructors again next year." Usually, the captain was the one tormenting him. Now it was his turn to torment others. The feeling was indescribably exhilarating. Rabbit stood up and slapped him. "We're here to teach, not to mess with people. If you scare them away, see how the captain punishes you." Wang Jiayu, what do you know? I'm just being strict. Duanshi quickly dodged, glancing guiltily at his captain, straightening his back, and said righteously, "They be facing real danger when they go out. If they don't practice and learn new skills now, they won't have time to regret it when they lose their lives." Tao Hao Hao shrugged, "Come on, we know you too well." Song Liang looked up and said slowly, "Yun Xiao's younger brother is in your group. If you don't teach him well, will you have the face to see her next time?" Duanshi, that makes sense. He turned to Xia for help. "Captain, please help me. How should we train sloths? What if they don't improve after leaving the training ground?" He really didn't have the face to see Yun Xiao, but how could a sentinel awaken such a bizarre spiritual entity? Its movements were incredibly slow, while other spiritual entities were fiercely warming up for combat. It was leisurely reaching for even a leaf. Several minutes passed before the claws finally extended. If the impatient Duanshi saw this, he practically begged a leaf to its mouth. Let's talk about its laziness. According to Duanshi's observation, once Xiang released it, it could squat in the snow for hours, refusing to move an inch. No matter how much the other spiritual beings around it stirred, the sloth would only slightly lift its eyelids, continuing its prone position. That languid appearance seemed to say, "Don't disturb my rest, even if the sky falls." Duanshi had done his homework, going back and flipping through various materials. But even racking his brains, he couldn't figure out how to train this thing. He could only ask the captain for help. Xia looked up, reached for the materials on the table, and threw them at Duanshi's head. "Take these and get out of here." Duanshi was delighted, taking the materials. Okay. The materials were very detailed. The first step was to cultivate the sloth's combat awareness, developing its habit of observing the enemy in combat mode. This was the same as the other spiritual beings. Without combat awareness, the little guys won't cooperate in the upcoming training. Secondly, Duanshi found it increasingly strange, and after walking to the door, he immediately turned back. "Captain, should we make it take a defensive route?" Xia said calmly, "What else? Sloths are inherently slow-moving, and Xiang's spiritual body is exceptionally lazy. It can only be used as a passive trigger skill for its main body. Cultivating combat awareness allows the sloth to serve as a combat support, using its advantages to disrupt enemies. Perhaps it will have unexpected effects." Advantages? Duanshi was a little doubtful. What are the sloth's advantages? Is laziness considered an advantage? Xia rubbed his temples. First, guide Xiang to better communicate with it mentally, enabling him to issue commands promptly and accurately. Then, adjust it step by step. Without combat awareness, all the training will be in vain. Duanshi blurted out, "Captain, you can't even do that, can you?" Fire Phoenix goes to East 3rd Street to find Yun Xiao every day, having long forgotten who its main body is. Xia glanced at him expressionlessly. Startled, Duanshi quickly retreated, shouting, "Okay, Captain." Chapter 254. Xia supervised a training session in the afternoon, arranging the training plans for each group before driving away from the training camp. The mountain road wound its way through the landscape, covered in a blanket of swirling snow. The trees lining the road were already bent low by the weight of the snow, their branches drooping heavily. Occasionally, a gust of wind would blow, causing the branches to sway gently, shaking off snowflakes that drifted like silver mist in the air. The training ground was located west of the back mountain, very close to the Agricultural Research Institute. Looking down through the car window, one could clearly see a vast number of greenhouses, one after another, densely packed, orderly arranged across the boundless fields. It formed a magnificent sight. Senior sentries were patrolling along the edge of the electric fence. Xia drove his small military vehicle slowly along the winding mountain road, the wheels rolling on the thick snow with a soft crunch. The interior of the vehicle was quiet. The spiritual realm was empty. With the noisiest phoenix not by his side, he felt something was missing. He hadn't seen her for several days. Through his spiritual connection with the phoenix, he knew she was living a very leisurely life, with 2 phoenixes for company, occasionally going out to visit neighbors, so she wasn't bored. Xia, having a rare free time that afternoon, pondered for a moment, then turned the steering wheel and headed towards the outer city. Yun Xiao put on a thick down jacket, hat, scarf, and gloves, preparing to take the 2 phoenixes out to buy New Year's goods. Having been back for so long, she had overcome her spiritual overload and finally decided to go out for a stroll. With the 12th lunar month approaching, there weren't many days left until the new year. Yun Xiao wanted to buy more meat to make cured pork and sausages. She used the money as gifts to show goodwill to her teammates, or to minister by any others, to thank them for their care. The cured meat and sausages could be stored for a long time, and she could take them into the contaminated zone to eat during future missions. The mission rewards for the 2 contaminated zones were distributed yesterday. A clerk from the operations department made a special trip to deliver the documents to her for her signature. The astronomical figures were astonishing. The reward for killing the 5-star gatekeepers was indeed, as everyone had guessed, 30,000 points per gatekeeper. Adding the submitted materials, the reward amount broke the highest record in the operations department's history. After all, this was the first 5-star contaminated zone that humanity had eliminated. In this era shrouded in shadow, this victory symbolized a landmark victory for humanity in its long struggle against the contaminated zones. It brought unprecedented hope and encouragement. The base spared no effort in publicizing it to boost morale. High risk comes with high reward. Yuan Xiao felt as if she had lived through a lifetime. In just a few months, she was now completely flush with points, no longer having to worry about even a 5-point apple like when she first arrived at the base. Yuan Xiao took the elevator to the first floor. She was dressed thickly, a black scarf almost completely covering half her face, revealing only her clear eyes. She carried a wooden plank, only a foot wide, with ropes attached to both ends, which she carried effortlessly. The little bluebird was very domineering, not allowing the fire phoenix to touch its body. The fire phoenix, feeling wronged, could only fly around aimlessly. Sometimes, when it got tired, it couldn't even find a place to land. Yuan Xiao devised a plank. She found a plank, had 2 holes drilled in it, and tied it with a rope. She carried it with her when she went out, so Wifeng could rest on the plank when she got tired. Cheng Dongqing moved a stool and sat at his doorstep. Seeing her come out of the elevator, he stood up and rushed over to greet her, Sister Yuan Xiao. His brother and Xiang had gone to the winter training camp. Winter is dangerous outside, and recently the search team had reduced their outings, staying at the base to sell processed coal and handicrafts. That morning, when Ping and Ian were leaving for school, they knocked on the door and said that Sister Yuan Xiao needed to see him today. Cheng Dongqing happened to be off today, so he stayed home to wait. Yuan Xiao nodded and explained her purpose. I'm going to the farmer's market to buy some meat. I'd like you to show me the way. Even if you have money, you can't spend it recklessly. The shopping centers in the inner city are very expensive, and the prices are fixed, so there's no room for bargaining. Making cured meat and sausages requires a huge quantity. Since she was buying a lot, going to the farmer's market was the most cost-effective option. Yuan Xiao had only visited the farmer's market once, when she first arrived at the base, and hadn't been back since. The town search team had rented a stall at the farmer's market, and were quite familiar with the area. Having someone guide them and help them bargain would save them a lot of trouble. Cheng Dongqing secretly glanced at the fire phoenix. It looked exactly like the azure phoenix, only the color was different. Was it the S-rank Sentinel's spiritual entity? A spiritual entity could actually leave its host's body and move freely, and it followed Sister Yuan Xiao around all day. Okay, Sister Yuan Xiao, shall we go now? Cheng Dongqing shifted her gaze from the fire phoenix, turned around, and jogged to the door, putting the stool inside before locking the door. He felt he hadn't misjudged. Sister Yuan Xiao's relationship with that S-rank Sentinel was indeed extraordinary. Yuan Xiao, of course, had no idea what his little brain was thinking. She nodded upon hearing this, and waited for him to lock the door. The little bluebird perched on her shoulder, staring at Cheng Dongqing with disdain. Useless. The two left the residential area together and headed towards the farmer's market. The winter wind, carrying a biting chill, swept through every corner. With the Lunar New Year approaching, the farmer's market was bustling with people, somewhat crowded. Rows of stalls were filled with all sorts of goods, not a wide variety, but barely enough to meet people's basic needs. Most of the stall owners wore worn-out, heavy cotton-padded coats, shivering in the cold wind, their faces displaying expressions ranging from enthusiastic to numb. Occasionally, they would look up at the passers-by, promoting their goods in slightly hoarse voices. Winter hunting is extremely dangerous. Those who manage to hunt mutated animals now are basically well-equipped search teams, Cheng Dongqing said, leading the way with practiced ease. Let's check out those stalls first. The air was thick with various smells. Yuan Xiao followed Cheng Dongqing through the bustling crowd. Many people stood in front of the stalls, haggling over prices, their voices rising and falling. Ordinary people without winter coats wore 4 or 5 layers of clothing for warmth. Some were dressed in garments clearly made from cut-up quilts, making them look particularly bulky. Yuan Xiao also saw several thinly dressed children weaving through the crowd, their eyes fixed on the ground. They seemed to be trying to pick up anything useful that others had dropped. As a precious S-rank guide, Yuan Xiao had been far superior to ordinary people from the moment her abilities awakened. And because of her presence, Qingshan Town quickly established itself at the Dawn base, no longer needing to worry about housing or other issues. Since arriving at the base, she has never come into contact with ordinary people living at the very bottom of society. The large base can provide shelter and protection, but due to limited resources, most people are still struggling to make ends meet. Chapter 255. Chung Dongqing seemed to notice her unusual behavior and gently tugged at her sleeve. He whispered, "Sister Yunjiao, don't pay attention to those kids. They're smarter than adults. They take advantage of their young age to scam food and drinks." This was the only large base nearby. The farmer's market often saw many outsiders coming to trade, buying or selling and then leaving. To save costs, the vendors would rent half of the stalls with fewer goods. The outsiders, unaware of the situation, would often give the children food out of pity. Chung Dongqing had once been minding a stall here and witnessed several children, after getting food, hiding in a corner, eating while secretly cursing the other vendors as idiots. Yun Zhao glanced at him and said softly, "I know." In such cold weather, they were dressed thinly, yet their exposed skin didn't have frostbite. It was clearly abnormal. Chung Dongqing's tone was tinged with emotion. The large base is quite good. They provide living allowances for children under 10, and their parents can collect living supplies from the relevant departments every month. These include things like rice, oil, laundry detergent, and children's clothing. Yun Zhao asked, "Have the people in our town gone to collect them?" Chung Dongqing shrugged. After the old town mayor heard the news, he specifically went to the service hall to inquire. The staff said that we are considered outsiders and must reside there for a full year to enjoy these welfare policies. It said that this policy was designed to prevent bad people from exploiting loopholes to abduct children and use them to defraud the base of supplies. After residing there for a year, their backgrounds are basically clear. Then we won't have to worry about anyone taking advantage of the situation. Yun Zhao nodded. Indeed, without barriers, crime easily breeds. The two walked through the crowd, chatting as they went. "Sister Yun Zhao, over there. That search team really did hunt down another mutated animal today." Chung Dongqing, with his sharp eyes, spotted the situation from afar. The two pushed through the crowd to a stall. The so-called stall was a rectangular brick structure, about waist high. A thick wooden plank covered the countertop, scarred and stained, bearing many marks. A large canopy covered the top, but it was drafty on all sides, offering no protection against the winter cold. In the most conspicuous spot on the stall lay what appeared to be the carcass of a huge mutated animal, almost completely taking up the space. The meat sold at the farmer's market was unprocessed. The search teams, returning from their hunts, dragged it to the stall and sold it directly. Presumably to avoid startling passers-by, a gray cloth covered the animal, revealing only its 4 legs. The stall owner was a tall sentry. He noticed Yun Zhao, bundled up in a down jacket with only her eyes showing, and his gaze fell directly on her left shoulder. A little bluebird was standing there. It vehemently disliked being stared at, giving the stall owner a haughty and arrogant look. "Useless. What are you looking at?" The stall owner awkwardly touched his nose and stood up solicitously. "Hello, would you like to buy some meat?" This girl was clearly a valuable guide. A guide actually came to explore the outer city. Yun Zhao nodded, pointing to the area under the gray cloth. "What kind of meat is this?" The stall owner, afraid of frightening her, didn't lift the cloth. "It's mutated wild." "Wild? Wild?" She only gotten halfway through her sentence. The stall owner caught sight of what she was carrying and froze, pointing at the fire phoenix, unable to utter a complete sentence for a long time. 2 spiritual entities? Someone tell him why this guide has 2 identical spiritual entities, only different colors. How can one person possess 2 spiritual entities? A mutated wild boar. Yun Zhao, thinking he was a stutterer, comforted him. "It's okay, speak slowly." The stall owner took a long time to recover, stammering, "It's a mutated wild boar, caught this morning. This boar is much larger than before after the mutation, but the meat is still quite tender." He finally managed to finish his sentence. But his eyes couldn't help but keep glancing back and forth between the 2 spiritual entities. His heart was filled with doubt and shock. He never heard of anyone awakening 2 spiritual entities. What was going on with this guide? The little bluebird raised its head, letting out a soft, its eyes filled with utter disdain. "Idiot." The fire phoenix flapped its wings, flying from the wooden frame to the stall, tilting its head to peer into the gray cloth, echoing, "Yes. Idiot." The fire phoenix already sensed its true form getting closer and closer. The farmer's market was bustling and extremely noisy. The fire phoenix couldn't tolerate such an environment. Before entering, Yun Zhao had specially erected a barrier for it, blocking out most of the noise. The true form, however, hadn't. Xie parked his car outside the farmer's market and waited, but never came in. Yun Xiao was unaware of this. She noticed the stall owner's strange behavior, but didn't explain. Instead, she looked down and asked, "How much is this meat?" 40 points per pound. After the stall owner finished speaking, he immediately added, "Winter hunting is more dangerous than summer hunting, so the meat price is a bit higher. But if you want to buy, I can sell it to you cheaper." This was a guide. And a mysterious guide with 2 spiritual entities at that. "If I want a large quantity, how much cheaper can I get for a whole mutated wild boar?" Yun Xiao added, "Just pay the market price." She had no intention of taking advantage of anyone. Winter hunting is dangerous. These search party sentries risk their lives just to earn points and support their families. Cheng Dongqing, standing to the side, was dumbfounded. He thought Sister Yun Xiao was just buying some vegetables and taking a stroll. Turns out she wanted to buy a whole mutated wild boar. He should have called a few more people. He couldn't carry it all by himself. The stall owner was even more surprised, cautiously probing, "If you buy them all, 25 points per pound, is that all right?" Yun Xiao nodded, "Sure, but could you process them for me? I can pay an extra processing fee." She didn't know how to process mutated wild boar carcasses. She figured Zhao Yin would have a hard time too. The stall owner waved his hands repeatedly, "No need, no processing fee." They usually hunted one mutated animal, sometimes taking several days to sell it all. A big buyer meant they could close up shop early, so a discount was no big deal. The stall owner's so-called processing was simply skinning, cutting, and chopping into pieces. Mutated animals have a strong smell and require further processing. Yun Xiao paid with her points, saying she'd come back to pick it up later, and then asked Cheng Dongqing to buy other supplies for making sausages and cured meat. She had specifically looked up the steps for making sausages before leaving. The seasonings were fine. There was a large stock in the warehouse near the training ground. The main things were sausage casings, and the tools for stuffing sausages. When Cheng Dongqing learned that she wanted to make sausages and cured meat, he asked with a strange expression, "Sister Yun Xiao, are you going to make them yourself?" Could she manage that? Yun Xiao, quite self-aware, replied, "I won't interfere. I buy them, and ask everyone in town for help." Several hundred pounds of meat, to be made into both sausages and cured meat, and apparently the cured meat would need to be smoked. Aunt Zhao couldn't handle it alone. It's better to ask someone from town than outsiders. Cheng Dongqing breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she didn't have to do it herself, it was fine. As the two turned to leave, a shout suddenly came from not far away, and she heard someone calling her. "Yun! Miss Yun!" Chapter 256. Yun Xiao turned around, and was surprised to find it was the group of sentries from Dongsha town. Except for Lu Hong, the other 8 were all there. They were all huddled around a makeshift stall, seemingly selling the goods they had brought. Li Guo and the others stood up and waved excitedly at her. "Miss Yun. Miss Yun." They had originally intended to call her Guide Yun, but there were too many people around the market. Fearing unnecessary trouble, they changed their minds. Yun Xiao was wearing a hat, and half her face was covered by a scarf. If it weren't for the 2 small birds, one red and one blue, they almost wouldn't have recognized her. After all, they had been through the 5-star contaminated zone together. In this unfamiliar large base, seeing familiar faces at first sight was inevitably exciting. "Miss Yun, what brings you here?" Su Pengcheng and Gabo greeted her warmly. In the bustling farmer's market, their stall was deserted. Not a single person asked her anything. Yun Xiao was slightly taken aback. She had been ill recently, and had almost forgotten about this group of people. "I came to buy some things. What are you all doing here?" Her voice sounded somewhat muffled through her scarf. Su Pengcheng scratched his head. "We're selling things here. Sister Hong couldn't come. She's guarding the car over in the shantytown." When they left contaminated zone 235, they were all injured and stayed behind to recuperate. For safety reasons, they planned to travel with the reinforcements. However, the reinforcements had to inventory the supplies left behind after the contamination collapse, and clear out the surrounding mutants, delaying their return journey for quite some time. Therefore, they had only arrived the day before yesterday. Upon entering the city, the group of sentinels, who hadn't seen much of the world, were stunned by the sheer size and prosperity of the base. It was bustling with people everywhere. What surprised them even more was that everyone was talking about the 5-star contaminated zone and S-class guides. The group had been involved in the 5-star mission themselves. After all, it was a significant chapter in humanity's history of fighting against contaminated zones. And they had contributed their share, even if that share was insignificant compared to the S-class teams. Yun Zhao nodded, and pulled Cheng Dongqing to their stall. Upon closer, Yun Zhao could see the items displayed on their stall. Most were strange and unusual trinkets collected from the edge of the contaminated zone. Yellowed-out old magazines, cute cartoon figurines, several pens of various styles, glasses cases, water cups, cards, and even some outrageous nail polish. There was no food, and most of it wasn't necessities. No wonder no one was asking about them. Yun Zhao became somewhat silent upon seeing these things. Back then, his uncles often collected these little trinkets and painstakingly took them to the main base to sell. Back then, Yun Zhao was still young, naively believing these things would sell easily. She was always happy to see the uncles dragging back supplies. She would excitedly run over and ask how much food she could get in exchange. The uncles would always laugh and boast, saying they would buy her lots and lots of snacks. Back then, were the uncles like them, dragging their strange and unusual items, squatting in the cold wind, anxiously watching passers-by, hoping someone would stop and glance at what they had risked their lives to find? Yun Zhao suddenly felt a pang of sadness. She didn't lack points or food now. Yun Zhao bent down and picked out many things she had no use for. "Miss Yun, pick whatever you like, it's all free. Want some hand cream?" This one still new usable. The sentinels, oblivious to anything amiss, warmly greeted her and helped her choose what she could use. Cheng Dongqing quickly found a bag and helped pack the items. In the end, Yun Zhao picked out dozens of miscellaneous items, including a guitar with a broken string. The sentinels refused to accept payment. She swiped her card for 200 points and gave them the money. As she was leaving, Yun Zhao said, "The sentinel training camp has only been open for a few days. You should go and participate in the training." Although registration had closed, because they had participated in a 5-star contaminated zone, the training camp would make an exception and let them in without anyone's intervention. Otherwise, if you get caught up in a contaminated zone again, you won't be so lucky, Yun Zhao added quietly. Xie parked his car across from the farmer's market. He hadn't built a barrier yet, and couldn't tolerate the noise coming from all directions. A crowded and noisy place like a farmer's market is an immense strain on the senses of an S-class sentinel. The slightest disturbance could trigger a mental disturbance. Xie waited in the car for a long time. His spiritual form, Fire Phoenix, knew he was outside, but didn't come out to find him or warn anyone inside. It completely ignored his physical body. It was having a great time inside. Xie didn't forcibly recall his spiritual form. Through their mental connection, he learned that Yun Zhao had come out to buy New Year's goods. Having been back for so long, her mental state seemed to have fully recovered, and she had finally come out for a walk. And he had just created a mental barrier for Fire Phoenix. She rarely went out shopping, and since she didn't have anything urgent to do, Xie patiently waited in the car. Yun Zhao and Cheng Dongqing wandered around the farmer's market for a long time before finally finding a sausage-making machine. They bought so much stuff. Cheng Dongqing couldn't carry it all by himself, so he said, "Sister Yun Zhao, the search team didn't go out today. Let's go to our stall and ask them to come help us move things." Yun Zhao was a little downcast. She had already planned to do the same, so she nodded in agreement. The farmer's market was divided into several sections. Cheng Dongqing led them through a maze of streets to the stall they rented in Qishan town. As they walked, he told her, "The stall is run by locals. Lately, they've been selling coal, wild vegetables, and handicrafts from the Andes. It seems Uncle He Lu is there today. In Qishan town, he is a common surname. 6 out of 10 households share the surname He." The uncle Cheng Dongqing mentioned was named He Guangyang, an ordinary man, young in age but with a high seniority. He was only in his early 20s, yet some middle-aged people in town addressed him as uncle. The two weaved through the crowd, but as they approached, they noticed a large group of people standing around the town shops. It was noisy inside, and the faint sounds of arguing could be heard. Cheng Dongqing sensed something was wrong and hurriedly pushed through the crowd. "Make way, make way." Yun Zhao lagged behind, squeezing in behind him. She looked up and saw a patrol team surrounding the area, arguing with He Guangyang. Goods sold on the stalls were scattered all over the ground, baskets of coal lay across the floor, and many honeycomb briquettes had shattered into pieces when they fell. That patrol team. It was none other than the 17th group that Cheng Dongshu had previously served in. Zhang Yong stood in front of his stall, a cold smile on his face, and stomped on a basket on the ground, flattening it. The farmer's market has regulations. Only agricultural products and small handicrafts can be sold. Who allowed you to sell coal here? He Guangyang trembled with anger. He had explained it countless times. The farmer's market did indeed have such regulations. Besides agricultural products and small handicrafts, other goods needed to be sold at the trading center market. But the trading center also required paying stall fees. Many stall owners, to save costs, simply set up their small goods here. Residents were happy to do this, avoiding the need to go to another market to buy coal. Other stall owners did the same. The departments managing the farmer's market generally turned a blind eye and didn't interfere much. This rule, frankly, was already obsolete. In this area alone, there were several coal vendors. The patrol teams, however, ignored this and only used it to cause trouble for them. Chapter 257. Chung Dongqing ran over, glaring angrily at them. There are so many coal sellers over there. Why don't you go and do anything about them? I think you're deliberately targeting them. Chung Dongqing had heard a little about his older brother's work in the patrol team. But he didn't expect that even after resigning, he would still come to the shops to cause trouble for the townspeople. Zhang Yong clearly recognized him as Chung Dongqing's younger brother. His face turned cold, and his attitude became extremely arrogant. Rules are rules, and enforcement is enforcement. The patrol team's job is to let everyone know that rules aren't just for show. He waved his hand, and the patrol members behind him immediately stepped forward and began clearing the stalls, throwing the coal on the ground and smashing it to pieces. The scene was chaotic. Seeing this, the stall owners from the neighboring shops were frightened and quickly put down and hid their coal. Even so, what right do you have to smash things like this? Chung Dongqing, being young, couldn't stand being provoked and stepped forward to stop them. He Guangyang was the first to come to his senses, quickly pulling Chung Dongqing back and shaking his head at him. Since ancient times, the common people have never fought with officials. He Guangyang didn't see Yin Zhao standing in the crowd. He also didn't know that this patrol team had a grudge against Chung Dongshu, and thought it best to avoid trouble. The coal could be processed after being broken up. Don't cause trouble. Zhang Yong sneered, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Chung Dongqing and the scattered coal, as if admiring his own handiwork. His eyes were full of provocation. Chung Dongqing was furious, grabbing his guitar and wanting to rush forward to fight. He Guangyang held him tightly. Once you fight with law enforcement, the situation changes. Besides, Chung Dongqing was only a sea-level sentry. How could he be a match for the patrol team? The surrounding stall owners and customers cast sympathetic glances, but no one dared to intervene. Yun Zhao stood quietly in the crowd, calmly watching the patrol team swaggering in front of the stalls. The ground was a mess. The handicrafts the women had painstakingly made were scattered on the ground, stained by the black coal dust, and trampled beyond recognition by the patrol sentries. The white mist in her mental realm churned violently. I want to kill them! You're so strong. Why are the people around you still being bullied? Use mental manipulation to control them. Let them all commit suicide. She could feel a dark power stirring within her. Each time her emotions intensified, a surge of resentment would inexplicably well up from the depths of her heart. This resentment, like a raging tide, surged and roared within her chest, seemingly about to breach the dam of reason. Yun Zhao's expression remained calm. But the storm within her raged like a tempestuous tempest. Those chaotic and frantic thoughts, like wild horses, rampaged through her mind, driving her to violently silence Zhang Yong and make him pay a heavy price for his actions. Influenced by her own consciousness, the little blue bird's body instantly became transparent. Its icy blue beast eyes, like the eerie light in a frozen pool, suddenly opened, radiating a chilling aura. It coldly stared at the enforcement team, as if looking at a group of dead men. Kill them! Just then, the silent fire phoenix suddenly moved. Scorching flames appeared out of thin air, and balls of blazing fire shot straight towards Zhang Yong and his group at astonishing speed. Zhang Yong was caught off guard. At such close range, he had no time to react. One of the fireballs struck him directly in the shoulder, instantly igniting his uniform. Zhang Yong frantically ran out of the shed, rolling on the snow trying to extinguish the flames. The other patrol sentries, seeing this, scattered in panic. The Fire Phoenix's attack didn't stop. A barrage of fireballs rained down on them. The fireballs struck the sheds overhead, quickly igniting the flammable materials. Flames licked at the roof, and burning debris rained down. Stadium owners and onlookers screamed and fled in panic. In the chaos, people pushed and trampled each other, overturning stalls and scattering goods everywhere. The entire farmer's market suddenly descended into chaos. Yun Zhao was stunned by the sudden turn of events. The anger that had been simmering within him inexplicably dissipated. Chung Dongqing turned around and saw her standing in the chaotic crowd, being pushed and shoved, but completely unresponsive. He rushed over to protect her, anxiously asking, "Sister Yunjiao, are you alright?" Yunjiao snapped out of her daze, and shook her head, "I'm fine." The Fire Phoenix, having received the original body's consciousness, completed its mission according to the original body's instructions. After causing trouble, it came running over, flapping its wings and circling the Azure Phoenix, seemingly seeking praise. Upon learning that someone was causing trouble in the base, the guards in dark blue uniforms, armed, rushed into the farmer's market and quickly surrounded it. Most of the roof of the stall was burned, and the sentries quickly helped put out the fire. Fortunately, it was winter, and it was snowing, so the fire was quickly brought under control. Zhang Yong finally extinguished the flames on his body. His uniform was burned full of holes, and he stood naked in the snow, looking utterly disheveled. He straightened up, looking disheveled. Seeing the guards arrive, he seemed emboldened and angrily questioned the crowd, "Who is it? Who dared to ambush law enforcement officers?" The culprit, a Fire Phoenix, conspicuously visible in midair. They all knew the base's S-rank Sentinel's spiritual form was a Fire Phoenix. But no one had ever seen the Fire Phoenix in its shrunken form. A palm-sized red bird, all its flames retracted into its body, vastly different from its legendary appearance. So much so that Zhang Yong didn't recognize it at all. He thought it was the creature's true form causing the flames. Daring to cause trouble on Dawn Base's territory, whose spiritual form is this? Zhang Yong roared angrily. Yunjiao took 2 steps back and whispered, "It's not mine." The truth was, it really wasn't hers. The little bluebird had also returned to normal, perched on her shoulder, watching the drama unfold. The team leader in charge of today's patrol rushed over. Seeing the roof, mostly burned down, his heart sank. For so many years, no one had dared to cause trouble at the base. The culprit had to be found and severely punished. The team leader's sharp eyes swept around, quickly spotting Guigyun, and a Fire Phoenix flapping its wings and circling. He immediately deflated. The other sentries, unaware of the situation, were still diligently searching. Sentries aren't allowed to leave. Whose spirit is this? The senior sentries, with their keen senses, were confirming the sentry auras in the crowd. Yunjiao silently said again, "It's really not mine." The team leader replied with a headache, "I know. You should go back first. We handle this." Go back? She hadn't taken her meat yet, and the damage from that patrol team hadn't been compensated. Compensate? Yunjiao asked, "Do we have to pay a fine? Where do we pay?" The stall was burned, the roof was mostly destroyed, and many items were damaged. It seemed like they would have to pay compensation. "Of course I have to pay." The team leader started to answer, then realized something was wrong and looked at him strangely. "If you didn't do it, why are you paying a fine?" Yunjiao replied seriously, "Because I have money." Team leader, Chapter 258. The squad leader of the guard team felt a headache coming on upon hearing this. Others hadn't seen an S-rank guide, but the guards stationed outside the base's city gates frequently saw her entering and leaving the city during the summer. Considering the announced contaminated zone number 249, this fiery red bird was clearly an S-rank spiritual entity. A Fire Phoenix. The Cloud Guide's current willingness to negotiate compensation indicated that the disturbance at the farmer's market was inextricably linked to her. But what could he do? He was just a squad leader. Could he possibly dare to cause trouble for 2 S-rank sentinels? The squad leader didn't want to get involved at all, wishing he could pretend he hadn't seen anything and immediately lead his team away. Many of the high-ranking sentinels who arrived from the guard team realized what was happening and recognized the Fire Phoenix. They stood awkwardly in place, letting the red bird excitedly circle in midair. The little bluebird glanced sideways at the group of sentinels, once again launching into its mocking mode. Zhang Yong and the others were utterly embarrassed. Large patches of his hair were singed, and his face bore several burn marks, his skin red, swollen, and emitting black smoke. Since becoming base officials, this group of people had grown accustomed to swaggering around. When had they ever suffered such a humiliation? They had been publicly shamed. Whispers and snickers from the onlookers occasionally reached their ears. Zhang Yong was both angry and furious, glaring fiercely at the crowd. He strode over, his face contorted with rage. "Team leader Zhou, we've been following the rules. This psychopath has disregarded base regulations, deliberately injuring and causing trouble. The offense is egregious and must be severely punished. He wouldn't be Zhang Yong if he didn't arrest this person today. He would make this person wish he were dead in the base." The patrolman, clutching his burned arm and wincing in pain, joined in the shouting. That's right. Daring to cause trouble at Dawn Base, they got some nerve. The guards, Hurry up and arrest them. A spiritual entity can't stray too far from its physical body. The person must be nearby. Capture this spiritual entity first. Team leader Zhou thought to himself, the person is indeed nearby, in the military vehicle outside, but the key question is, who dares to arrest them? Alright, evacuate the crowd first. Everyone keep their belongings safe. Team leader Zhou shouted with a laugh, where's the administrator? Contact the logistics department immediately to repair the roof. Is this how the guards operate? Zhang Yong was furious, losing his temper. Shouldn't we arrest them first? What if they escape? He finally noticed the group standing next to team leader Zhou. Cheng Dongqing, He Guangyang, and a girl dressed smartly, completely covered up except for her eyes. Yuan Zhao, now back to normal, looked obedient and quiet. The little bluebird was very clever. It had already burrowed into the hood of her down jacket, deliberately mischievously hiding from them. Captain Zhou frowned upon hearing Zhang Yong's words, gradually losing patience, not wanting to waste words on someone so oblivious. He turned to Yuan Zhao and said kindly, as for compensation, let's wait for the logistics department's assessment. The losses of some civilians will be reported to you together then. The guard team couldn't handle this matter either. Both S-rank individuals belonged to the operations department. It needed to be reported up the chain of command to Minister Han, who would then communicate with the operations department. Yuan Zhao nodded, I will compensate, but... She suddenly pointed at Zhang Yong and the others. They have to compensate me for my losses first. The words fell. Zhang Yong and the others, who had been shouting, stared at her stiffly. The security team had already evacuated the nearby residents. The C-section market was now a mess, with only law enforcement officers and a few people involved remaining. Compensate you for your losses? One of the patrolmen said curtly. What losses have you suffered? They could at least discern that the girl was wearing an expensive down jacket, clearly indicating she was of high status. However, no one connected her with the simply dressed people of Qishan town. The stall you vandalized is mine, Yuan Zhao said calmly. The coal and those items, plus the cleaning fees and compensation for emotional distress, total 1,000 points. Pay up now. The stall was hers? Impossible. Enraged, Zhang Yong pointed at Cheng Dongqing and said, you want to stand up for someone? You can't even come up with a good excuse. This stall clearly belongs to them. And 1,000 points? Those dozens of kilograms of coal, dozens of bundles of worthless wild vegetables, and some handicrafts that hardly anyone buys, worth 1,000 points? Yuan Zhao offered no explanation. She had lent the stall to He Xiang using points. The stall was shared by everyone in town, and she was also a member of the town. Saying the stall was hers wasn't wrong. Seeing the patrol team's discomfiture, Cheng Dongqing couldn't help but feel a little smug. His expression further provoked the group. Plus, the culprit who had caused the injury was still arrogantly flying overhead. What compensation? I won't pay a single cent. Zhang Yong was completely enraged. Don't try to make such a huge demand. That piece of junk isn't worth 1,000 points. Yuan Zhao calmly replied, so what? The stuff's been smashed. I decide how many points it sells for. Team leader Zhou finally understood what had happened and wished he could just pretend to faint. Of all people to mess with, he had to provoke her. The other members of the patrol team had already realized something was wrong and were craning their necks to argue. Those worthless things, only a few dozen points, and you're asking for 1,000? That's extortion. We're on official duty, accidents can happen. Don't you know that extorting public officials is a crime? You're in cahoots with that spirit above you, aren't you? You injured someone and caused trouble at the base, and we haven't even asked you for compensation. Yuan Zhao lost her patience. It was too cold, and she was waiting to get the meat. Can we arrest them? Yuan Zhao looked at team leader Zhou, pointing at the patrol team, and said, they are law enforcement officers who abuse their power, smash things, and oppress the people. They're lawless because of their official positions. She not only wanted compensation, but also wanted these people to receive the punishment they deserved. Zhang Yong was stunned for a moment, then sneered inwardly. The girl in front of him seemed unaware of the base's rules and regulations. The guards had no authority to arrest people from other departments, especially since they were the victims in this case. Someone caused trouble at the base, injuring the patrol team. Why arrest them instead of the culprits? The guards weren't crazy. He didn't even have time to feel smug. Unexpectedly, the next moment, team leader Zhou waved his hand and shouted, take them all down. A group of well-trained senior sentries rushed forward and swiftly pinned all 6 members of the patrol team to the ground. Zhang Yong was completely stunned. By the time he reacted, he was already on the ground. The ground was a mess. Scrapped coal fire smudges, His face was pressed against the ground, his struggles turning his face black. What are you doing? We're the victims. What right does the guards have to arrest us? You wait. I'm going to report this. These idiots still didn't know who they messed with. Team leader Zhou just wanted to get this over with immediately and signaled the sentries to drag the men away. The senior sentry, not wanting to get involved, dragged the man out of the farmer's market after receiving orders. Outside the market, Xie had already gotten out of the car and was leaning against it. He caught sight of the 6 people being escorted out, still shouting that they wanted to file a complaint against the security department. His spiritual form, the Fire Phoenix, excitedly flew out after them. The Fire Phoenix was quite eager to identify his physical form. It had flown for a while without landing, but now it perched directly on Xie shoulder. Xie spoke calmly. I heard you wanted to arrest me. Chapter 259. Almost every sentry at the base recognized Xie, an S-rank sentry. The 6 who had been shouting turned deathly pale when they saw the troublesome spirit abode hovering over Xie. An S-rank spirit, Fire Phoenix? No wonder. No wonder the guard's attitude was so strange. That girl inside, her identity. Zhang Yang's arrogance vanished, replaced by a fawning tone. Captain Xie, we didn't know this was your spirit abode. It was all a misunderstanding. The others quickly followed suit, bowing and scraping, echoing Zhang Yang's words. Yes, Captain Xie, we truly didn't know. We were so rude just now, we're really sorry. Please don't take it to heart. Xie merely glanced at them coldly, directly exposing the reason for their deliberate provocation. Who's behind Cheng Dongshu? Don't you know? Upon hearing this, cold sweat instantly broke out on Zhang Yang's forehead, and his body swayed precariously. Cheng Dongshu's younger brother called her sister, and the person watching the stall also recognized her. She said the stall was hers. Zhang Yang's lips trembled. Behind Cheng Dongshu is an S-rank guide. Xie communicator kept ringing. He raised his eyelids slightly, signaling to drag the people away. The 6 people looked utterly hopeless, already reduced to rags, allowing the guards to take them away. The patrol team's problems would be handled by their superiors. Fire Phoenix bounced around on his shoulder. Azure Phoenix seemed quite satisfied. It hadn't scolded me earlier. Next time someone bullies her, I handle it. Don't interfere. Xie sneered. Who's causing trouble? I told you to teach them a lesson, not to burn down the entire farmer's market. The communicator was still ringing incessantly, a testament to Minister Duan's fury. Thankfully, no innocent people were harmed. Xie rubbed his temples, cleaning up the mess caused by the spiritual entity. Upon receiving the message, the town search team sentries quickly arrived at the farmer's market. This is outrageous. How could they bully people like this? If Yuan Xiao hadn't been here today, uncle, he would have been too angry to speak up, and would have been bullied to death. Yuan Xiao stood quietly to the side, watching everyone clean up the stalls. Almost everything was damaged. Not a single good item could be found. The logistics staff, tasked with repairing the roofs, dragged in huge tarpaulins and began repairing the market. The damage was limited to this small area. It was almost 6 o'clock. Closing time meant it should be finished overnight. Yuan Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the damage wasn't too severe. After everyone finished cleaning up, it's almost closing time. Go get the meat first, Yuan Xiao called to them. Okay. The sentries ran to help her carry the meat. The stall owner also called over her own people to help, cutting the mutated wild boar into dozens of pieces and packing them into different bags. Seeing her leading people to carry the goods, their attitude was even more attentive than before. Yuan Xiao, why did you buy so much meat? To make cured meat and sausages, right? It's a pity the winter traps are all buried by the snow, otherwise we would go out hunting ourselves. Come on, don't brag. We can't compete with those experienced search teams. It's better to just sell some coal. Let's see in the summer. Everyone chatted while carrying the meat. Yuan Xiao glanced at the time and said, I still need to get the seasonings. You guys go back first. Where are we going to get it so late? Cheng Dongqing was a little worried. What if those patrols had accomplices and were planning revenge? Sister Yuan Xiao, I go with you, Cheng Dongqing volunteered. Yuan Xiao shook her head. No need. Hua Fingfei hadn't returned after leaving, which was very unusual. Xie was obviously outside. Yuan Xiao and the town sentries walked out of the farmer's market and, sure enough, saw a small military vehicle parked across the street. The window was open, revealing the man in the driver's seat. He seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up. Upon seeing her, his previously tightly pursed lips slightly curved upwards, forming a faint smile. The two hadn't seen each other for several days. Xie raised his hand and waved lightly, gesturing for Yun Xiao to come over, his gesture carrying a strange intimacy. Completely devoid of the previous aloofness and coldness. Yun Xiao said goodbye to everyone and jogged across the street. She was bundled up, making her movements slightly clumsy. Her down jacket billowed and deflated with each step, the down on her hood trembling. Xie noticed this, and the corners of his mouth deepened in a smile. Chung Dongqing also saw him, and recognizing it was that big brother, he finally relaxed. This was an S-rank sentinel. No one in the base could defeat him. Yun Xiao ran to the car, and Xie bent down to open the passenger door for her. A little bluebird popped out from under the hood, shook its feathers, hopped onto her shoulder, and stood with its head held high. "Why are you here?" Yun Xiao asked, sitting in the passenger seat. "Xie, nothing much this afternoon, just came to see you." Yun Xiao pursed her lips. Did Minister Duan blame you? This was her own affair, yet it seemed she had dragged him into it as well. Yun Xiao assumed that Hua Feng, unable to stand by and watch, had taken it upon herself to suddenly attack the patrol team. Ultimately, it was all because of her. Xie calmly started the car. No! Blaming him was useless. Yun Xiao was a little skeptical, but there was nothing she could do about it. She could only say, "I compensate for the loss. Don't interfere." Xie smiled. Okay. The loss wasn't significant. The roof wasn't worth much, and with the items from nearby stalls, it was at most a few hundred points. Yun Xiao felt relieved and said, "I need to go to the training grounds warehouse to get the seasonings to make sausages." Upon hearing this, Xie started the car and drove straight out of the city. Yun Xiao suddenly asked, "What flavor do you like? Sweet or spicy?" Xie thought seriously for a moment. "Either is fine." Yun Xiao, "Then I make a lot of each." Xie, "You know how to cook?" Yun Xiao frankly replied, "No, but I looked up the steps and asked the Annies to help." Xie, "That's fine too. Take a lot of seasonings back. If it's not enough, I go to the inner city to get some more." The supplies that came back later were piled up in the warehouse rented by Team Zero in the inner city. There was even more stuff piled up there. Except for Xie, no one else had gone to check it yet. That should be enough, right? Yun Xiao turned to him and asked, "I also want to send some to Minister Bai and Minister Duan. Do you think one mutated wild boar's meat is enough? The Sentinels have big appetites. They need to reserve a lot for their teammates." Xie offered a suggestion. "It probably won't be enough. I go with you tomorrow to check and buy some more." With him there, they could see who else would be so foolish as to rush in. The two sat in the car, chatting about everyday things. The Fire Phoenix tilted its head and leaned closer to the little bluebird, eagerly seeking praise. The little bluebird arrogantly glanced away. "Idiot, you made her pay." The Fire Phoenix immediately became aggrieved, turning to its true form and yelling, "You're so rich. Why did you make her pay? I'm your spirit form. You made me do something bad. You pay for it." Xie ignored it, already knowing it was its spirit form. Yun Xiao was completely unaware of the confrontation between the human and its spirit form. She said to herself, "Jiang Mu and the others are staying at the base for the new year. Do you think we should send them some too?" Chapter 260. Xie's well-defined knuckles tapped lightly on the steering wheel as he calmly said, "They know they're buying it." Yun Xiao agreed. Meat was too expensive, and the Sentinels ate too much. She couldn't just spend money recklessly. That wouldn't be good. Yun Xiao thought of something and asked, "As an S-rank Sentinel, isn't it a problem for Jiang Mu to live in the inner city?" Fu Hong had previously stayed in the inner city for a day. At that time, she had already conducted a comprehensive evacuation, and the inner city was relatively quiet at night. Staying for a day wasn't a problem. But now, with the new year approaching, all departments in the inner city were working overtime, and there were people walking around everywhere at night. Could an S-rank Sentinel senses handle it? Xie didn't want to talk about Jiang Mu with her, only saying, "He lives in the noise reduction room." The base welcomed Jiang Mu's decision to spend the winter at Dawn Base. They had specially arranged accommodation for them. Jiang Mu's room in the inner city sentry housing was equipped with a noise-reducing room. It was very close to the evacuation room, and the surroundings were extremely quiet. That property was originally built specifically for Xie. Xie didn't want to live there, so it had remained empty. Before Yun Xiao could react, Xie subtly changed the subject, talking to her about the sentry training camp. He Xiang's group's instructor is Duanxi, and Chung Dongshu is in the next group, where the instructors are from Group 5. Xie said, "The conditions there are very tough. We have to assemble at 6 in the morning, and training doesn't end until 8 at night." Yun Zhao's attention was indeed diverted. Then don't you have to be there before 6? As instructors, they would arrive even earlier than the sentries. In this freezing weather, you have to get up and leave before dawn. Xie Tu, yeah, it's alright. For the first time, Yun Zhao felt the guide was quite helpful. The small military vehicle passed through the city gate. The sentry at the gate glanced at it and immediately let it through. The vehicle drove smoothly towards the mountainside outside. The outside world was a vast expanse of white. The snow on the roads had piled up in a thick layer. The vehicle crunched over the snow. Xie Tu drove very slowly, but even at that slow speed, the vehicle still reached the training ground. The vehicle entered the open area. Xie Tu looked up and saw Qi Ling, wearing a black cloak, holding a basin and looking troubled, standing at the door of the metal building. When he lived in the research institute before, researchers would handle the dripping black slime. The day Qi Ling moved in, people from the research institute brought him over with 2 containers made of a special material, instructing him to pour the dark substance into them, and someone would come to collect it later. But now it's all full. He doesn't have a cell phone, he can't contact them. Qi Ling saw Commander Xie return, hesitated for a long time, then walked towards the vehicle while catching the dripping slime. It seemed very cold outside. The snow was falling heavier and heavier. But he couldn't feel anything. He was a monster. Commander, could you help me make a phone call? Qi Ling looked down at the ground, not daring to look at the people in the car. Commander Xie was a good man, providing him with food and shelter. It's just that this world is too unfamiliar. He was lost, not knowing where to go, and afraid that if he left, he would be killed like those mutants. Why are you making a phone call? It was Yun Zhao who spoke. She leaned against the window, scrutinizing him. Qi Ling panicked slightly, reaching out to catch the dripping black slime. Good morning, Commander Yun, the black slime is full. I wanted to inform the Research Institute. Commander Yun? This was the first time someone had addressed her that way. Yun Zhao smiled at him. It's too late now. They've probably already closed. Winter days are short. It was only 6 o'clock, but the sky had already turned a grayish hue. In this cold weather, it wasn't good to make someone work overtime. Yun Zhao thought for a moment. I set up a barrier for you later, then the slime won't overflow. Her mental state had fully recovered. She had originally planned to set up the barrier for Qi Ling while she came to pick up the seasonings. That way, he could go out and explore the neighborhood. He wouldn't have to stay in that metal shack all day. Qi Ling was delighted to hear this, but also a little embarrassed. Are you feeling better? Isn't this too much trouble? It is troublesome. Xie Tu got out of the car, went around to the back, opened the door, took out the meat he had bought, and said calmly, so it's not free, remember to pay. Qi Ling, He was penniless. Xie Tu helped open the passenger door, helped Yun Zhao out of the car, and said, let's buy on credit first, and check the recent bills while we're at it. Qi Ling was confused. Bills? Yun Zhao didn't want to expose him, so he silently nodded. It seems the debt has reached 10,000 points, and the captain is about to start collecting. Xie Tu carried the meat and gestured for Yun Zhao to follow. Let's talk inside. Since Yun Zhao is now going to build a barrier for Qi Ling, his training needs to be started immediately. Shortly after the new year, Team Zero will conduct its next mission. Before the mission began, Qi Ling needed to understand the dangers of the other contaminated areas and be wary of being controlled by the gatekeepers. Yun Zhao, bundled up tightly, got out of the car and jogged after Xie Tu towards the metal shack near Site 2. It was a European-style building of several dozen square meters, with an attic. The downstairs area was the living room and activity area. All the furniture within sight was made of corrosion-resistant metal. There was no heating in the house. The temperature was about the same as outside. Qi Ling didn't feel anything. He liked the house very much. The attic on the second floor was his bedroom. Looking out the window, he could see the surrounding mountains and the base's outer walls, resembling a giant steel ship, in the distance. Yun Zhao stamped his feet, feeling cold. Let's build the barrier first. Xie Tu nodded, took the meat to the kitchen behind the house, and went back to the car to get the bill. Building the barrier was extremely painful for Qi Ling. Yun Zhao's spiritual threads had the ability to devour dark matter. Those eerie black substances had long since become a part of his body. The forceful peeling was like enduring torture. The little bluebird flapped its wings, and specks of greenish-blue spiritual energy appeared. Qi Ling's body began to tremble violently. He gritted his teeth, remaining silent, letting his immense spiritual power forcefully suppress the overflowing viscous fluid. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. Each passing second was accompanied by Qi Ling's near-limitless endurance. As the fluorescent light acted on the surface, the dark substance gradually calmed down, ceasing its seepage. Qiling's pain was lessening. He breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the black viscous fluid didn't drip constantly, he could finally leave the house and wander around the neighborhood. Perhaps he could go down into the valley and see Commander Xia's house. Humans are, after all, social animals. In a sense, the two were in the same boat, living on this deserted mountainside. At least Qiling had company. He hadn't even had a chance to thank him. The metal door opened, and Xia re-entered carrying a thick stack of forms. All done? Xia asked Yun Zhao. Yun Zhao nodded. Everything's done. Xia looked up at Qiling and said slowly, now, let's talk about the bills.